Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2024 Flesh and Blood Canadian National Championship, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin here in beautiful Niagara Falls. I'm Brodie Spurlock. This is Ellie Bird. Ellie, what are you most excited for this weekend?
I am excited about Zen. Specifically, I'm excited about seeing what decks have kind of arisen in this later. The meta's a little longer in the tooth. We're at the third week. Last week, actually, New overtook Zen a little bit on wins. And this week, what I want to see is I want to see what people are packing to beat Mr. Tamer of Purpose. I want to see how people are looking to bring him down. I want to see the tech that comes up, and I want to see the heroes that come out ahead of him if they do.
100%, I agree. Zen has definitely been kind of the narrative of this season. On top, leading in wins, but there are a lot of ways to try to target him. Several powerful generic attacks like Command and Conquer, Censor, Amnesia, things that people are trying to kind of put Zen in his place, make him block a little bit. If you land more than one of those, maybe you get past his fridge and really start to burn him down to like 2 or 3 card hands where it's a lot harder for him to combo off.
Absolutely.
And yeah, Victor and New being kind of the two main heroes that I would say are giving Zen a hard time. New is catching up to him in wins, still a little behind right now. What do you think about Victor as a pick for this weekend?
I think Victor is an incredibly interesting pull for this weekend, especially as the way a lot of these Victor decks have started to lean, where they're playing as much Go Again as possible. They're on your Rouses, they're on your Zealouses, they're on your E-Strikes, and he is fantastic in Zen. Not only does that man not like being trounced very much, his armor only covers 7 damage. So Command and Conquer, pummel. Spinal Crush, pummel. If Victor can find the pummel early, park it in his arsenal, take a trip to the vacation home a few times, he can really just hold Zen at gunpoint the entire game, and it puts the Zen player in a lot of pressure just to kind of navigate and figure out how to get out from under their thumb, if at all possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has several tools in his card pool that he can pull in. Like, if the more that you expect Zen to show up, the more you might start bringing in cards like Crush the Weak.
Yes.
And Chokeslam as well is one that we've seen a lot recently over the past year, even just for heroes like Azalea. But Chokeslam
Fantastic in that matchup.
Yeah. So there's a lot that Guardian has to work with, even without finding a pummel. Just like throwing those on hits over and over are going to get through Zen's armor pretty quick. And then when you add something like a pummel to it, you just force things through. If you line it up so that, you throw your one Spinal Crush, that's when he chooses to get his fridge, and then you slam the pummel. It's a rough time for Zen.
Bring the hammer down, and he's going to go home crying.
That's right. And then in addition to Classic Constructed, we're going to have draft rounds this weekend as well.
6 of them.
Yeah. So more part the Mistveil draft.
Absolutely.
I'm pretty curious to see kind of how the draft pods shake out with like the 3-3-2 split. We'll dive into that more later in the weekend as we get into draft. But for right now, we're going to talk about the history of the Canadian National Championship, starting back in 2021, looking at our 3 past champions. Ellie, do you want to tell us a little bit about the very first Canadian Nats?
Yuki Lee Bender won that one on Lexi, which is very cool. I believe she played against Shawn Dhaliwal in the finals, if I remember correctly. Especially long before Lexi's kind of advent as this menace who brought the meta to its knees. I'm sure people still have many thoughts and feelings that are still a little too fresh to be comfortable talking about with that hero. She didn't leave that long ago. But at the time, it was an incredibly off the beaten path pick into a field where her goal was very much to say, I'm just going to try and survive the early Swiss constructed rounds. I'm going to draft my brains out, which Yuki is incredible at. Especially seeing her performance at Worlds with where she drafted 2 unbelievable -IO decks. And then after surviving through those Swiss rounds, get to top 8, where you can very easily target these decks that are kind of the center of the meta. You have this Lightning Briar deck that's not very a single Frostbite is the cows coming home.
Yeah.
And Starvo didn't really like having his hand picked apart. He was kind of looking for these puzzle pieces to hold on to. And Lexi was very good into that.
Yeah, Yuki, a very prominent player in the Flesh and Blood scene. I would say that was Lexi's first real time in the spotlight.
Absolutely.
I think first big tournament win ever. Yuki kind of playing that hero before she was cool. But, putting up amazing results. And Yuki is here this weekend.
That is true.
Playing Canadian Nationals again, so maybe...
Not on Lexi this time.
Not on Lexi. Lexi is not around anymore. But, maybe Yuki takes it all down. We'll be following her over the weekend. Next up, in 2022, we had Tariq Patel take it down, who, of course, in the year before, when Yuki won in Canada, Tariq won in the United States, playing that Lightning Briar deck, the Cheerios Briar deck that he kind of pioneered. And then he moved over here across the border to Canada and took it all down with Oldhim in 2022, kind of cementing himself as the king of the North, the champion of 2 different countries. And Tariq as well is in the room with us today. I think we're going to be following him. We'll get him on stream sometime. We believe he's playing Zen this weekend.
That is what I've heard. I believe he is on Zen, Tamer of Purpose.
So Tariq picking up, kind of the front runner pick. Just, it works. Let's play it. Zen
always
is very
a good
strong.
one.
Yeah. We're going to be following him. And then most recently, we have Isaac Crute winning the national championship last year in 2023, piloting also Lexi. This time a little bit after she was cool, but, obviously makes sense to play Lexi. Last year was kind of the height of her power. And Isaac made it all the way, taking down... Who did Isaac play against in the finals?
I don't recall.
Hey, we'll do some research, and we'll get back to you on that.
We'll get back to you on that one. It's... Notably, Lexi actually got less cool as time went on, as they took all the ice cards out of their deck.
That's true. That is fair.
Isaac is actually not here today. He's not playing. I believe he's taking a bit of a break from Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, Isaac is not in the room with us, but we have 2 previous Canadian national champions looking to win that crown back, and we'll see if either one of them can do it.
We shall see.
Coming up, for round 1, we have a feature match of Victor versus New. So these two kind of anti-Zen heroes, people are looking to prey on that top dog. They're going to go against each other, which maybe isn't what they're hoping to see round 1. Which one of these heroes do you think is more happy to pair into that matchup?
So it's actually a pretty interesting one because I think early perception of the Mistvale heroes was that New just beat the brakes off of Victor Goldmane and Guardian in general because of her ability to kind of take these powerful blues from their banish zone and just say, all right, well, I have a Slither. I'm going to throw 8, this 8 power blue. I'm going to give it go again, and I'm going to throw another 8 power blue from your banish zone, and I'm going to make you cry. But as people kind of learned to adapt and take some of these more powerful blues out of their deck, shift their resource base around, I think Victor has gotten a lot stronger against New, especially as the decks have become more aggressive. His ability to just put down so much pressure that New really can't deal with it lets him get there if he can muster the power to early on in the game, especially with Visit the Goldmane Estate. That card is a house in this matchup.
That makes sense. Yeah, Victor, when that card was first spoiled, I didn't realize quite how good it was going to be, and then I saw it in action. It's obviously very strong. I think you're right that the matchup is not as one-sided as it may have appeared when New first released, and of course people have had some time now to work on their Victor decks. If you're bringing Victor to a tournament, you know New is going to show up. You have to have a plan for that matchup. In some of these national championships, New has been like the second most represented deck.
Absolutely.
So you have to expect this pairing. We're going to go ahead and dive into the table here where the players are shuffling up, getting ready. We've got on the left, Shantz, another very prominent player in the Flesh and Blood scene, bringing Victor, and up against Nicolas on New.
Yeah, I actually believe Shantz was top 8 at Worlds last year on Dromai. So Victor has kind of become a bit of a new home for him lately.
Yeah, he was a Dromai main for a very long time.
Very long time.
I remember playing with him back in 2022. He was working on that hero and has kind of since then just played it more and more.
Yeah, very ahead of the curve on people who thought kind of early perception was that Dromai was not very good, but he believed from the start.
That's right. And he proved it at Worlds and at other tournaments.
Absolutely.
But cannot play Dromai anymore, so here he is with Victor Goldmane getting ready. We'll find out soon which player is going first in this matchup. If you had... Oh, it looks like Nicolas on the right is going to be going first. So if you won the die roll in this matchup, on either side, New or Victor, do you think it's better to go first or second?
I think in a matchup where deck damage is germane to your win condition, if you're New, you're happy to go first. And for the same reason, if you're Victor, you're happy to go first. Obviously, Victor is not. But I'm sure he would like to, just to be taking that away from New.
So we think maybe Nicolas won the die roll in this case, choosing to start off with the first action of the game, maybe strip some cards from the other player's deck. New has 2 weapons at her disposal. You can just send in little pokey ones. Maybe they're going to block.
Fantastic to get some damage through in the early game as well.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe you, as New, can land some crazy react play where Victor doesn't block with enough cards and you just straight up leak damage to his life total.
Push 3 or 4 damage straight over the top.
I wonder if you start off with some sort of blue 1 attack, do you think Victor is supposed to block with 2 cards to stop the potential for just a nick or something? I imagine that is probably correct, but it would be crazy if we saw like some sort of attack with a blue 0 for 1, Victor blocks 2 cards, and then you like double just a nick or something and just start off with a free 5.
Yeah, just push over this massive chunk of damage. Just start the game at basically Kano life totals.
Might be a little Christmas land, but I'm excited to see what Nicolas makes of this first turn.
Absolutely. And it's such a difficult decision going second as Victor against New, where you're concerned as a Guardian about her playing your powerful blues, and you don't really want to block away your reds. So she's going to banish whatever you block with if it's an action. So it's kind of an unwinnable choice, right? Where it's, would you like to block with your Spinal Crushes, your go again attacks, your powerful cards? Or would you like to give me some blues that I can snack on later?
Yeah, it's interesting as well that you bring that up. If Nicolas chooses to start with weapons, Aaron probably wants to cash in his blue 3 blocks on those to get them out of the way. Doesn't have to block with them on stealth cards. But then if
Absolutely.
Nicolas were to just pass, then Aaron could be stuck with an all-red hand or something. So here we go. We've got the player's equipment in front of us. Nicolas is rocking that Traverse the Universe, which is a card that I think is often appearing in New's sideboards.
That's a very interesting pick in this matchup. I would generally expect somebody who wants to take cards out of their opponent's hand so frequently to be on Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
So that's perhaps a little bit of a spicy choice from Nicolas' side. The rest of the new equipment looks pretty standard. We've got a Spider's Bite and a Beckoning Mistblade. What do you think about these weapon choices? This is something that I know has been of great focus for new players, which weapons they're bringing into each matchup.
And here he is leading with one of those daggers. Spider's Bite and Beckoning Mistblade are... I think it's a very standard loadout, especially into Guardian. They've been playing a lot less defense reactions lately, so Nerve Scalpel isn't going to be quite as popular a pick. Spider's Bite reduces the block value on your attack action cards, and then Mistblade, especially once that armor's gone, just threatens these powerful, explosive turns in the late game off of cards like Levels of Enlightenment.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. From Aaron's side, we have mostly standard Guardian equipment, but we do see a couple interesting cards here. The Crown of Dominion, first of all. That card, of course, pairs very well with Visit the Goldman Estate. And then Snapdragon Scalers, which I'm a little bit surprised to see. Talk to me about that one.
So I knew about this one a little bit. He showed it to me last night, and it completely blew my mind on the Snapdragon Scalers. Apparently, he's playing it for another card that's actually a one-of in his deck that we may or may not see come up in this matchup. It's a bit of Enigma tech. It's a little bit of new tech. And it's very powerful. It's very exciting if and when we see it, and I'll make sure to call it out. But I think I want to leave that one unspoiled.
All right, well, we'll look forward to that. It looks like for Nicolas' first turn, he finished up with a Leave No Witnesses there, just taking the fourth card from Aaron, and that's a clean block. Nicolas only spent one card from deck to take 4 of Aaron's, so definitely getting off on the right foot on that deck race, but no damage was leaked. And then Aaron's going to push back with a Zealous Belting. This is a pretty good card to see going second. So any go-again play, as a Guardian, you're happy to just make sure you can use your full hand. So he either wants like a big attack or something like this Zealous Belting.
And this is just really exactly what you want to see early on in the game, especially when you're just drawing 4 random cards off the top. Notably, due to what to the point of what we were talking about earlier, he didn't actually come in with a stealth card turn 0, so Aaron kind of got to block with a little bit of impunity, ship his whole hand, and then draw 4 new ones off the top. And so finding that Zealous Belting here is just incredibly fortunate.
And he's going to follow it up with a Titan's Fist for 4. Pretty just clean. 3-card 9, not the absolute best rate in the world, but getting to use 3 of his cards, going to set up a red pummel in his arsenal to try to pair with a powerful attack next turn, or perhaps the turn after once his Tunic is up to 3. Looking on Nicolas' side, he's got a Command and Conquer in his hand. It looked like a red Hurl to me and something else. So just choosing to take this 4 damage.
And we're seeing him block with just a Nick here, which tells us that either he has another one already, or he doesn't have the attack to carry it.
Yeah, maybe something in his arsenal that he can't get out. No way to set that Just a Nick up for later. From Nicolas' side, he's going to start off with a CNC. Pitching.
Oh, there's the
two
second
reds.
Just a Nick.
So a little bit of an unfortunate draw here. He can't block with all of those cards. If he were to block the hammer for 3, his turn would basically just be Hurl. So this is kind of a rough start for him. Not really what you want to see.
Definitely not the opening hand that you want to draw in a matchup like this, where tempo is so important.
If you're Nicolas, in general, how are you trying to shape this game when Aaron attacks you with, let's say, like a huge attack that maybe doesn't have a relevant crush effect? Are you more interested in spending several of your cards blocking, or trying to keep a full hand to play back, or more of a kind of in the middle 2-2? Or does it really just depend on what those cards are in your hand?
I do think it depends a lot on your hand composition, but what's very interesting, and we actually see Aaron block with the Aura Mages here, maybe to set up cracking it later for a clash. It's very interesting on your hand composition as new, because sometimes she really does draw these 4-card hands that like you're basically just not allowed to block with because they push so much damage over your blocks. But a lot of the time, I think she's pretty content to block 12.
On Aaron's side, we see this Crush the Weak, a card we mentioned earlier today, in there as a great option for the Zen matchup. Just a classic clean 3 for 7, basically a red Raging Onslaught that definitely could have text in this matchup as well.
That card is astonishingly relevant in this matchup, actually. I think most everything in New's deck, Levels of Enlightenment, basically every stealth attack, can't be played under the Crush effect of Crush the Weak. You pretty much only get to play the 2 for 6s, Surgical Extraction, Leave No Witnesses. So if your hand doesn't line up well into this can actually be pretty pesky.
Yeah, so reasonably disruptive. If he wants to play most of the attacks in his deck, Nicolas is going to have to block at least 4 here, maybe throwing a piece of armor or just giving 2 cards. Looks like he's holding up 1 card to block with, so maybe he does have one of those few exceptions to the rule, because he will be getting crushed here. All the way down, Aaron is up 40-30 at this point, and we're heading back over to Nicolas's third turn with 3 cards in hand. Did we catch what that Arsenal card is of his? He's had it since the very first turn.
I'm not sure we've seen that one.
There's that
Here.
surgical. So from Aaron's side, you have to be thinking, Nicolas blocked with a Venomous Bite. He's got surgical. He got 2 cards hanging out in his hand in Arsenal. You have to expect another red react here. So if you're Aaron, are you considering just blocking 7 or even more here? You have the Tunic Arousing Wave available, but it hasn't blocked yet. There's kind of a lot to think about when you're going against new and they have all of these possible attack reacts floating.
What's very interesting here, actually, is if you look, I believe Aaron has a Test of Strength in his hand, which can really kind of let him block 2 cards without losing too many out of his hand here, even if there's a reaction. So he might be able to comfortably block 7 for a trick and not suffer too much for it.
Yeah, and we also see the classic Guardian combo, one of the best of all time. CNC and in hand, and that red pummel still hiding in Arsenal. Tunic is going to 3, so I'm sure Aaron is interested in going for that this turn, but it looks like he said no blocks on the surgical, just going to push it up to 7, give it go again. And
Sometimes the only way to win is just not to play.
there you go. Nicolas is going to get his pick of all 4 of those cards in Aaron's hand.
Aaron going down to 33 here. Still a little bit of a life lead, but the disruption is quite relevant.
Red card off the top, which is kind of nice for Aaron. Nicolas doesn't make a silver, doesn't have an opportunity to get a blue card for news ability. And we're going to peek at the hand here, and from Nicolas' side, this is interesting. If you have some sus on what Aaron's arsenal is, then that could influence your decision a little bit, if you know it's a pummel. If Nicolas were to just take the CNC here, then Aaron's best play would pretty much be pitch 2 blues, crush the weak, followed up with the pummel. If Nicolas takes...
He's also capable of throwing the disable, activating Tunic. Oh, no, I lied.
And there you have it. The CNC is gone. So we've got 2 blues in hand, crush the weak. Tunic is going to be going to 3 on Aaron's turn. We do have a Codex follow-up here, so he's going to get another opportunity to block if he wants to. So I think at this point, we're likely to see one of these blues blocking. And maybe... Do you think if you're Aaron here and you want to stop this Leave No Witnesses effect, are you giving the Gauntlet for 2 or destroying the Aura Magus on its last block to be more efficient with your armor?
It's a very interesting question because that Aura Magus is just so important for Visit the Goldmane Estate, and it actually looks like we're seeing him reach for the Gauntlet here. Blocking 5 here makes a lot of sense. You want to protect that pummel in your arsenal.
We do also have the Arousing Wave there, so I guess that's another factor that kind of plays into this. If Aaron were to block with the Aura Magus, it would be easy for Nicolas to just pop the Tunic, pop the arms, and the arsenal would be gone. So I think this makes sense for multiple reasons.
He hasn't gotten to block with that Arousing Wave yet, so it might not be the likeliest play, but it depends how much he values taking that card away from Aaron.
And over on Aaron's side, we're just coming in for a Crush the Weak for 7 again.
Nothing wrong with a 2-card 7.
Yeah, we'll have to see this time if Nicolas' hand plays without it, or if maybe he's going to cash in one of those armor pieces, give 2 cards to stop this potentially very disruptive crush effect. Nicolas is still sitting on, or it's a new arsenal card. It's off the Ponder from Codex. So mystery card, not the same one. He has another Codex of Frailty in his hand. So if
he's also holding a Levels of Enlightenment, which is kind of shut down by this Crush the Weak, which is maybe not what you're looking for with this hand.
Yeah, it looks like the 2 blues in hand are levels, and I think that's a persuasive prognosis. So nothing in his hand can be played through Crush the Weak, but he does, of course, have that Codex with which he can buy back any target, assuming his arsenal is something that can be cleared away.
Reaction?
Oh, it looks like
he has a defense reaction off that Ponder.
There you have it. And cashing in the Undertow Stilettos to make sure that he can make a Slither during his turn, give something go again. So his hand now is Venomous Bite, Codex, Persuasive Prognosis, and a Levels. So do you think maybe we'll see him come in with one of these blue attacks first and then buff it up, give it go again with... Oh, this is interesting. He's leading with a Mistblade. Okay, so...
What's especially interesting about this is that he didn't need to block with Undertow Stilettos to cover up that crush effect because of the Sink below, which already had him taking 3 damage. So it's possible he's looking to cash that in on this turn or soon.
I think so, yeah. It's possible we're going to see a Prognosis follow-up here, and then if he uses Tunic, he can both give this go again with the shoes and play that red Venomous Bite, pushing this attack all the way up to 6.
And this card is just so crushing with go again.
It's very strong. Yeah, you said at the start of the match how the Mistblade can be really strong once the armor breakpoints are out of the way. And with Aaron's setup here, he really doesn't have that much armor, doesn't want to spend that last Gauntlet's block on the Mistblade, so it's just getting immediate value, giving this go again and buffing it up. So in this case, I guess Nicolas is not going to have to use the shoes.
Absolutely not. This already has go again. But I think something to be said for the way you play new in a lot of matchups, especially with the Beckoning Mistblade, is that you need to always have a plan for if they choose to block your Beckoning Mistblade. And that's kind of what he's hedging for here, I believe, by blocking with these Undertow Stilettos early. Letting him kind of have a backup plan if Aaron decides he wants to block the Mistblade so that any following disruption, maybe he's afraid of a surgical extraction or something blocking there.
100%, yeah. And once again, Aaron just says, no blocks, show me what you got, I'm taking all of it. Send me the bill all the way down to 26, and we've got a Prognosis trigger here.
Ooh, and there goes one of those Visit the Goldmane Estates off the top. So he's going to get to take a look at Aaron's hand here and take away any card with a matching color. Oh, and that looks like the whole hand.
That is right. We see another visit there. So from Nicolas's side, this Rouse can no longer be played on this turn no matter what you take. So you have 2 attacks, but he is going to just take the second Visit the Goldmane Estate, get that very powerful card out of the game into the Banish Zone, and continue on with his turn here.
And he's going to gain 2 life.
That's true. Very strong blue in Persuasive Prognosis there on display.
And here's another Codex of Frailty.
The Crush of the Weak crush was stopped, so Nicolas can take his pick of the graveyard here. He is just going to go for that same Leave No Witnesses, threaten the Arsenal again.
And that's really just what you want to keep doing in this matchup. Take cards away from Victor. Don't let him hit you too hard. He says, I'm not comfortable letting you have that Arsenal. I want it, and you're going to give it to me once I get through all that armor.
And from Aaron's side, I wonder if we end up seeing a 2-card block here, because I doubt he wants to lose the Pummel in his Arsenal. But with the Visit the Goldmane Estate gone, his hand is a bit clunky. Doesn't really play 2 cards very well, so he's just going to block 6 here, hang on to 1 blue, and call it a day. And I wonder, if you're Nicolas, maybe you're starting to smell that Arsenal could be something like a Pummel, because if it was a defense reaction, maybe
he's protected it so rapidly.
Yeah, we haven't seen it cashed in to block a Leave No Witnesses. If it was a big red attack, he would likely be just blocking gauntlets and sending it here off of 2 blues, perhaps. So there are still some options for what it could be, but I think it's starting to look more and more like that red Pummel, which is an important thing to note as Nicolas. It's quite likely to inform the way he blocks in a couple turns here.
Hammer for just 3 here off of that Frailty is really not what you're looking for in Aaron's position.
Yeah, he's now a little bit down on life, 26 to 30. We're starting Nicolas's turn with a 3-card hand. Both players have an Arsenal. Nicolas also still has all of his equipment in play. So does Aaron, but a couple of those armor pieces have been cashed in. I'm really curious to see how this Traverse the Universe ends up getting used later on in this game.
Something I've seen it used for a lot, especially in these longer, grindier matchups like these Guardian games, is you actually try to transcend a few times, get these chi cards back in your deck, and then late game, close it out with a Cosmic Awakening for 20, which may just be the goal with that card here. Or it could be used to set up a powerful new play once he feels that Aaron's Banish is stocked enough.
That's interesting. Cosmic Awakening is one of my favorite kind of pet cards from the new set. I love seeing that thing pop off. And it looks like the Mistblade has hit again, so this is going to be an Art of Desire for 2 go again.
This is a fair bit less threatening than that Persuasive Prognosis we saw last turn, but Victor's deck is almost always rife with blues, so banishing a random card off the top here could just mean gaining a life, drawing a card, and having even more gas to continue to hit Aaron with.
That's right, yeah, and depending on what blue it is, it could end up being a 1-card 8 of sorts when you activate new ability and then just smash them with the Thunderquake.
Absolutely, and that's just so painful.
If Aaron chooses to block with a blue card, he also runs the risk of getting that banished just from news ability. And
there is that blue off the top, so Nicolas over here is going to gain a life, draw a card, and keep coming at him.
There you have it. Zooming in on Nicolas's hand here, we're looking at a Bonds of Agony and another Persuasive Prognosis. So 2 blue 0-for-1s in hand. He can choose how he wants to follow this up. I'm still not sure what card is in his arsenal. This is an interesting spot. He probably would much rather have drawn a React than just another attack card here.
Though what's interesting about this Bonds of Agony is because of these onboard tricks that New starts the game with, it's entirely possible he can just cash them in here to force that card to 4 and kind of threaten Aaron's hand.
100%, yeah. It's interesting to see how different new players treat their equipment. Oh, there's a leave no witnesses from the Arsenal, so he's actually going to be hanging on to that bonds, just coming in for 4 here. But with the stilettos and the arousing wave, we saw on that first turn where he thought it was reasonably likely he might use his stilettos, he cashed it in, used that block, and didn't end up spending it. But the arousing wave he's left in play to block a breakpoint later on, and we've had a couple spots where it starts to look like maybe he wants to pop his arousing wave. If his previous leave no witnesses had been blocked differently, it would have made sense to use Tunic for it. So what do you think is the right time to cash in the block on that? Do you just hard save it for a crush effect, and if you ever have to pop it without blocking, so be it? Or is it a little bit of a hedge where like the first time you think it's likely you might pop it, that's when you block? Clearly, Nicolas is not of the belief that you just send it immediately and gain the 1 life.
Absolutely not. What's so interesting about these cards is that they can be cashed in anytime you're generally looking to get the 1 life out of them. What's interesting about these 2 pieces of equipment in particular is that he did cash in the stilettos where it wasn't necessarily relevant for the breakpoint. The crush effect was not going to come over because he had a sink below on the 7 power attack, but he's held on to the block value on this arousing wave, which means he may have different plans in mind for both of these pieces of equipment.
The Leave No Witnesses has connected here, banished a red off the top of the deck, and took that pummel that Aaron has been trying so hard to hang on to. So 2 silver are created on Nicolas' side. He's now leading 31-18, and Aaron has a 4-card hand here to try to swing it back.
At some point, you just got to let go.
I'm curious to see what he does here. He's got pitching 2 cards for a chokeslam, it looks like. So he had the option available to him to pitch a blue plus Tunic to send one of these 4 for 8s. But he is pitching the Golden Sun instead. Didn't want to block with it. I wonder if
he's kind of representing another pommel in hand here.
That's true. We know he doesn't have it, but Nicolas does not. Do you think that trying to keep the Golden Sun in Aaron's deck is a factor here?
I think that's absolutely a factor. He probably wants to set that up on the bottom of his deck, get to the late game, cash in the Oramigas, kind of come over the top. He only has 1 Visit the Goldmane Estate left in his deck, so it's possible Gold Generation is kind of a hedge for the future, plan for the future, because he can't use that Golden Sun right now if he wants to ever turn on that last copy of Visit the Goldmane Estate.
On Nicolas' side of the table here, considering blocks, we see a Sigil of Solace in his hand.
This hand looks kind of clunky.
Yeah, a Siren's Call as well. Oh, I think that is the 3rd Leave No Witnesses, though, so he does have a target for this attack react. Blocking with the Hiss, taking 5 damage. Oh, so Chokeslam is activated. Nothing's going to be able to be buffed up.
No tricks here, nor will he get a +1 from Mistblade were it to hit.
Gonna stick that, I think it was another red Chokeslam into the arsenal. Draw back up.
And there is the pommel.
Ooh,
2 of them.
Pummels. 2 pummels is almost a little clunky here. He does not have 2 blues to make a Chokeslam pummel play, so we'll see how he navigates this hand. On Nicolas' side, it's just going to be that Leave No Witnesses, and we know his hand at this point is Sigil of Solace and Siren's Call. So he does have an attack react, but not one that requires buffing power up.
Siren's Call is just so devious with cards like Leave No Witnesses, because if you choose to cover up the on-hit, he takes a 3rd card from your hand. If you choose not to, he's going to still get his on-hit and take a card from your hand. And having 2 cards here just puts a lot of mental pressure on Aaron, and often, after Aaron chooses to commit, play around what could possibly be in Nicolas's hand with 2 cards, he'll just say, okay, I'm going to gain 3 life and move on.
Yeah, this block makes a lot of sense from Aaron, but if Nicolas does Tunic Siren's Call, it's going to be brutal here. He's going to take his only resource card away.
And then he'll just be stuck with that red pommel, unable to do anything on his turn.
Goodness, if you're Aaron here, you're basically hoping that Nicolas decides to give this Leave No Witnesses go again with the shoes, just so you can do something with your pummel and block with it for 2.
Just get some amount of conversion out of these cards.
Nicolas will draw a card off the top here, which is pretty interesting. I don't really think there are that many cards he could see that would cause him to cash his shoes. It depends a lot, I guess, on what his arsenal is. If he has a 2 for 6 and he draws a blue, maybe he decides to just pop it and send it. But I think it's more likely we see a gain 3 life and pass here. Can you make out what that card is that he drew? I think
it looks like a hiss.
Some color of hiss, yeah.
Which isn't even useful on this turn under the Chokeslam effect.
That's right. So, yep, gaining 3 up to 29. And it looks like he's just going to pass there, move it along. And Aaron on his turn has a red pummel and doesn't even have a pitch outlet for it. His only options are to tune it gold or pass it along.
And it looks like he has just passed it along, drawing up 3 more cards here. This hand is a fair bit more functional. Looks like he's holding E-Strike, CNC, blue, and a pummel.
So if
he can
he
convert incredibly powerfully if he gets to keep cards.
Yeah, there's always the fear that New's just going to pick your hand apart again, but if he does get to hang on to everything here, that's a CNC pummel without the risk of losing one of them in Arsenal. This is the spot Aaron's been looking for. His Tunic is on 3. He has that power play available to him.
And this is really not what you want to see when you hold onto your hand. He's got a Bonds of Agony, and it's always going to be online if Nicolas wants it to be because of these onboard pieces of equipment that activate attack reactions.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. It's incredibly likely the trigger is going to end up...
And he is holding several attack reactions on this. He's holding a Hiss, a Venomous Bite, a Blue, and a Justinic. So this Bonds of Agony is primed to be massive.
Yikes! That's insane. This Bonds of Agony could be pushing 16, 17 damage if he wants it to. I'm curious to see how he chooses to use his hand. Most likely, we see one of these attack reacts end up in the arsenal, but perhaps not. Nicolas chose not to start with a weapon on this turn. If he had led with something like Beckoning Mistblade, then he would have one floating and he could just do, let's say, a single Venomous Bite plus the Justinic and Arsenal Hiss. But the fact that he didn't already pitch the blue makes me wonder if he is planning to play both of them or maybe activate, I don't know, his Arousing Wave.
Arousing Wave makes it possible to present nearly lethal on this turn. And I'm sure you're thinking about the lack of the dagger swing. If you're in Aaron's seat, you're like, why didn't he swing that dagger? Why didn't he threaten even my block value with the Spider's Bite? You just know he has something massive in his hand.
Aaron, no block. Is this going to be the game?
This is so much damage.
We need to calculate again. I don't know if he can get above 17. You have 4 from the Bonds itself. Justinic gives +5. Venomous
Going to
gives
9. Venomous another 4 to 13. Hiss to 16.
And it would max out at 17 off of Arousing Wave, so he cannot quite kill him here, but this is a crazy, crazy combat chain link.
Absolutely brutal swing. And if you're Aaron, you're maybe kind of looking to another tech card in matchups like this that we've seen is Snag. That would be crushing.
That'd be
in a
absolutely
situation like this.
completely brutal here if Aaron was hanging onto a Snag. I think we've seen his hand in Arsenal, so we know, unfortunately for him, there's no bailout here. But I wonder, as a new player, are you reading your opponent's face, terrified that they might be sitting on that?
And that's absolutely a play pattern I see with a lot of the most skilled new players. Wow, he's cashing in that Arousing Wave, putting Aaron to 1. That was lethal.
That's going to be the game. Nicolas takes it over Aaron's Shantz, just pushing through with turn after turn of disruption.
Absolutely massive attack at the end there, too.
Yeah, attack reacts, and then the craziest end to a new game I've ever seen. That was insane.
I think that's maybe the first time I've seen somebody die from nearly half their life total to new.
Yeah, just killed a Blitz hero in one shot right there. Well, congratulations to Nicolas. Moving on. Congrats to Aaron as well, playing a good game, doing the best he can to navigate those tricky new turns, trying to block.
And he just never got room to breathe. He just had it every single turn. He kept getting smacked, these cards taken out of his hand. It's so hard to keep much up, but he really navigated those turns well, kind of finding his spaces to play his hand when and where he could.
Yeah, he was being very careful with his armor use, not cashing in that gauntlets on the Beckoning Mistblade, saving it for like tricky 4 breakpoints and stuff. I think being disciplined on certain turns where he saw the attack coming in, the potential for attack reacts, and just said, you know what, I'm not going to block. I'm going to let him do what he's going to do instead of trying to overblock and then getting completely, juiced by like a push to 7 or something.
And what's interesting is that he never cashed in that Gauntlets of Iron Will towards the end when it maybe could have saved him several points of life on that massive Bonds of Agony. So maybe he was kind of thinking, well, the way I win this game is that you don't have it here. So I'm just gonna kind of force you, put you on it, see where we can end up. And it sounds like we have a backup game that we're gonna go to here. Looks like we have a Zen Mirror here, giggling a little bit as I see these equipment loadouts. Everybody loves to see these. The Zephyr Needles. These kind of broke out with Evan Herndon's U.S. Nationals winning list. These very kind of, it's a little goofy. It's not really the card you expect to see in a constructed format, but it just lets you kind of rip cards from your opponent's hand, take a lot of tempo from them with just weapons on board. You kind of swing in, say, would you like to discard a card? And Nghia opening here with an Heart of War.
Yeah, starting off strong on turn 0. We have 2 prominent Canadian players in this match. Tariq Patel, of course, the King of the North, a former Canadian National Championship, and Nghia, who just came in second at that same U.S. National Championship at the Calling.
Yes,
he got
Calling
second.
Minneapolis.
Yeah, falling in the finals to Azalea, but making a fantastic run on this same hero, Zen.
And that was an incredibly close game versus that Azalea.
And it looks like we are passing over to Tariq's turn without too much damage dealt. Ticked him down to 39. Tariq's going to draw up a blind 4, and it looks like it might be all reds on his side, which is a little bit of an unfortunate start.
We're seeing a Command and Conquer, a Descendant Gustwave, a Tiger Swipe, and an aspect of Tiger Body. So maybe he's kind of looking to pitch a couple cards, throw a CNC, hope to take a few cards away from the Zen across the table from him, and slap something in Arsenal to set up for later.
That looks like exactly what he's doing. He had 3 options here of what to Arsenal: Aspect, Tiger Swipe, or the Descendant Gustwave, and he is choosing to put that Descendant Gustwave in Arsenal, get ready to set up a Bonds line. That makes a lot of sense to me.
That's exactly what Zen wants to be doing here.
Ooh, and it looks like on Nghyia's side, we're going to go ahead.
Double Transcend.
Yeah, doing it on the opponent's turn, which makes sense here because you're being threatened with a CNC. You want to just get that card out of your arsenal. But unfortunately for Nghia, he will lose out on the 2 free resources from 12 Petal.
Yeah, not being able to get that on your turn is occasionally pretty obnoxious as you're looking to kind of use these bonus resources to never have to pitch on your most powerful turns, which can be a bit of a bit painful. He's transcending this homage back to hand, and now it looks like he's resolving this Rising Sun Setting Moon. So we're going to see him put a card on the bottom of his deck and then kind of make some decisions about what he's doing with the rest of his hand once it goes back to his turn.
Yeah, for anyone unfamiliar with Rising Sun Setting Moon, this card is one of the best to double transcend with when you combine it with another transcend card, because you can let the other one go back to hand first, and then you have the option of just shipping it away, putting it on the bottom if you're kind of flooded with these blue no blocks that you don't actually want.
Absolutely.
Only the first one is usually incredibly powerful. In Nghyia's case here, he probably does want one more resource card for the turn. Oh, here we go.
Ancestral Harmony. Oh, that is not what you want to see off the top of your deck. However, Ancestral Harmony, quite a powerful card. Even when you miss, this card is primed to be a 0 for 4, 5, 6, depending on how wide you go.
Yeah, it has a pretty high floor for a blue block 3 that has the potential to draw you an extra card on top. One of the strongest cards in Zen's deck.
Absolutely. It even sets up Transcend.
Yeah, which Nghia likely does not need to do again this turn, as he already has the chi from his opponent's turn. He's going to start off with this Descendant Gustwave,
pitching another Descendant Gustwave to play it.
And interestingly, he has 2 combo cards in his graveyard right now. One is the Chase the Tail, which maybe we'll see a Bonds go fetch that, but the other is another Descendant Gustwave. So if Nghia does have 2 Bonds in his hand, we could see a pretty crazy turn right off the bat.
He could go quite wide here, choosing to use the Bonds to get another Descendant Gustwave and kind of keep hitting him. He does have a Tiger off of activating Zen here, so it's possible he chooses to use that Chase the Tail as well, even if it's just as a 1 for 5 with Go Again here off of the Ancestral Harmony buff.
There's the Bonds. What is he going to get? It's going to be Chase the Tail.
Oh, it is Chase the Tail.
There you have it. So he's going to go find another one from his deck, put it in the Banish Zone. This is coming in for 5 Go Again at Tariq, who I caught a glimpse of his hand a moment ago, and it looks like he's holding on to a pretty strong Art of War turn.
He also has a Transcend card in that hand. I believe it's a Stir the Pot.
So a lot going on Tariq's side, unable to cash in his Traverse the Universe quite yet because he hasn't transcended before this turn, but we might see him use those boots to get a Tiger in hand and get a free card to set up his Art of War play.
Absolutely. And it's always a little bit unfortunate when you're looking to go off a little bit as Zen and you haven't transcended yet, because it's just so painful to have to cash in that Traverse for anything less than 2 life and an entire card.
Absolutely. Chase the Tail is coming in for 5 Go Again here. It gives the next Tiger this chain +3, but I don't know if we're going to see another Tiger on Nghyia's side. I think he just had the 1.
He could be holding Aspect of Tiger Body, which would allow him to both come in for 4 because of Harmony and come in for even more. And there is that card.
He has it. That's arguably the strongest card he could possibly have in his hand right now.
This even sets up the trigger on his Tiger Stripe Shuko. So this next Tiger is going to come in for 4. That is one of the biggest Tigers you can achieve without something like a Wind Chakra or a Jade Tiger Domain.
This is a very impressive turn. About as good as it gets for an Ancestral Harmony that missed at the start.
It's just completely bonkers. There's no Art of War on this turn either.
It's true, yeah. Ancestral just carrying all by itself has a little bit of a Lord effect.
And here comes that needle.
And Tariq has to make a choice here. In the Zen Mirror, we often see these needles go unblocked because the game is so fast. You only get so many choices, or so many chances to activate them that it doesn't even matter if you kill them. But he does have the option to, cash in a 3-block there and get the needle off the board.
Get a card out of his hand, but when you see him go to 18 on that Tiger, you're really not thinking he's interested in blocking that needle. Nghia kind of said, "All right, well, I'll just kind of get in for a little extra 2 here, and then I'll send you on your way."
And this is kind of the classic Zen game. Tariq, after that big turn, is now down to half Nghyia's life total. But make no mistake, this game is not over. He is starting off with an Art of War, going to banish...
Anthem effect of his own on this turn.
Yeah, and he could push all the way back here. So choosing +1 and banish to draw 2 as we...
that Crouching Tiger.
The pretty common modes we see on Art of War here. Though I have seen Zen players use it to good effect with Go Again as well, on occasion.
Yeah, the Go Again is so interesting because you can kind of take some of these clunkier cards in your hand and help yourself convert them on hands where otherwise your Art of War might not be all that useful.
It looks like we have that Stir the Pot that you mentioned, as well as some color of 100 Winds, and I think that might be a Sacred Art in Tariq's hand.
Wow, we're seeing both of those Jade Tiger domains come out of these players' decks just so early in this game.
Yeah, those are, of course, one-ofs. All of the Transcend cards have that legendary keyword, so there are 9 of them in total, but you can only play 1 of each. If Tariq does have a 3rd blue in his hand, we could see, right off the bat, a double Transcend of sorts where he plays Stir the Pot and Jade Tiger, and all of his Crouching Tigers would come in for 2 on this turn.
And that is quite relevant. If you're on Nghyia's side of the board, you've got this 19-point life lead. I'm sure something he's thinking about is, maybe I just kind of block with my Traverse, my 12-petal Kasaya, and search my deck for a Chi, and just kind of cash in my Traverse for a huge amount of defensive value, make a Zen state by pitching the Chi to Kasaya, and make this game incredibly difficult to win. So those Tigers being capable of coming in for 2 if possible, and he is playing it out, this turn just makes it so much harder for that Zen state to shut Tariq down.
There you go. Sacred Art, Jade Tiger Domain, getting all 3 modes, so he's going to get a couple Tigers in his hand. Every Tiger will be buffed up for the turn, and of course he'll Transcend. And this is also going to give him 2 free resources off of 12-petal Kasaya. So he is unfortunately pitching a red to play it, but it doesn't really matter that much because of those free resources off the very, very powerful chess piece.
With 2 floating, it's almost like he pitched a blue.
Yeah. And I agree with you. I think I'll be really, really curious to see whether Nghia decides to make a Zen state on this turn. This
you
is
have to make an early call on it on turns like this, because you know they're going to go so wide that you're really shooting yourself in the foot if you don't cash in the Kasaya early. So you kind of have to take a look at the board, take a look at Tariq's hand, see what he opens with, see how many cards he has, and kind of make a quick on-the-fly call of whether you think it's worth it or if you just want to crack back.
This is an opportunity for him to do it. Tariq starting off with a 4 means that if Nghia wants to, he can cash in that Traverse and that 12-petal right away and make a Zen state as early as the 2nd Chain Link. You know he has both of those Tigers in his hand, so it's going to be a pretty wide turn. Interestingly, Tariq did not take the 2 resources off of the 12-petal, instead decided to just pitch one of those Chi. I wonder if, for his turn, he just only needs 3 resources, this and 2 needles perhaps, and that's all he's going to pitch for.
And you don't really want to get a Chi stuck in your hand in situations like this. Here comes the Bonds, looking like he's going to banish a card with combo from his graveyard, go get something else. Though, his graveyard is a little bit trim on choices here. We see him banish a Bonds of Ancestry here.
So, he has not activated Zen yet, if I'm not mistaken, so
That is correct.
He can go and search for another Descendant, and then follow it up with another Bonds. This is going to be quite the turn here from Tariq Patel.
This is absolutely massive. This is a yellow Bonds of Ancestry coming in for 4. I saw the 4 and just immediately assumed it was red, which is actually a pretty interesting inclusion. I don't think we've seen yellow Bonds all that frequently in a lot of these Zen decks, so it's kind of a hint here. Maybe he's looking to play these big Bonds turns a little more frequently, a little more aggressively, leaning his deck building a certain way as opposed to maybe other inclusions in that slot. What do you think of that?
It's interesting. I think it's very reasonable. Of course, the perhaps most prominent Zen deck list is Evan Herndon's U.S. Nationals first place, which did not include any of these yellow Bonds. But I think yellow copies of Bonds and or Descendant are very reasonable inclusions. As Tariq went through his deck there, we also saw a glimpse of Be Like Water, another card
that's spicy.
Yeah, it's a head jab effect that can pair very nicely with Descendant, basically a free +2 if it hits.
What's beautiful about that card as well is that if you play a blue one, you can kind of come in, leave that hit trigger on the stack, Transcend, and just foot yourself the mana to rename it for free.
100% true. That's a great point. So it looks like the second bonds is going to be grabbing an aspect of Tiger Body, which is no shabby card here. It's going to create another Crouching Tiger, which will, of course, come in for 2 because of that Jade Tiger effect combined with Art of War.
This card is such a casual 0 for 6 on this turn.
We saw both players use this card fantastically in this game.
It's a great effect. This card is just so powerful when you have the right setup for it. It's a little bit unimpressive on turns where you don't have the Anthem. It's kind of just a head jab with a few extra steps, though it does block 3 on the defense. But when you can set up the powerful Anthem turn where you can kind of make that Crouching Tiger into a bit of a real boy, it's a very, very powerful setup to be able to do combined with Anthem effects.
And here's the Tiger Stripe Shuko giving that once per turn +1 to the second Tiger.
I am such a fan of Tiger Stripe Shuko in the Tiger deck. It's so cute.
It's awesome. Zen has some incredibly strong equipment, and of course, yeah, that one is very thematically fitting. Here's the final Tiger, and Nghia's last chance to cash in Traverse if he wants to, and a Needle for 2 to end the turn. Actual last chance, but no.
Actual final last chance. The combat chain's so long that he has to put the Needle just kind of little cherry on top.
That's 10 chain links. Pretty insane turn from Tariq. And there you go. As we mentioned at the start of the turn, he took Nghia all the way down from 35 to 3, just hanging on by a thread. But both players do still have access to some armor here. So I would say this game would last probably 3 more turns. We're going to have a nice end game to close us out.
3 more turns is a big bet. Nghia took all of that on the chin. You don't think he has something pretty powerful to answer with here?
We will see. I mean, this is 100 wins blue to start us off, so likely going to be a Transcend afterward. And then, yeah, maybe he's going to go wild with another Zen for Bond's turn. Can we see what is in Nghyia's hand? There's that one Transcend
Stir
card.
the Pot. That is such a lovely Transcend card in some of the other Mystic heroes. Lets you kind of unclump those chi at the bottom of your deck if you're new or Enigma. Zen does a lot of shuffling on his own.
Yeah, and for Zen, you often don't even shuffle because you're like, I'm just going to Zen right away. I'm going to shuffle anyway.
I very frequently make a habit of playing the Stir the Pot and just kind of slapping my deck saying shuffled. We'll get back to that one.
Yep. And then going to fetch a, Key Unleashed in this case.
I am such a fan of this card. It's not in every Zen deck, but sometimes you just need a 2 for 7. A 2 for 7 gets the job done, and when your deck doesn't include that, it can occasionally be difficult to convert these stray resources. Needle makes up for it pretty frequently, but in matchups where you're playing your Tiger Taming Kakara, it's quite convenient.
I really like that we are seeing some choices from both players here, inclusions in their Zen decks that are maybe a little bit less common, but, players calling their shots, putting in that. I wonder if it's a 1-of or 3-of Key Unleashed or what, because I kind of like having these little 1-ofs in Zen that just, in these fast aggro matchups, hide in the middle of your deck, and then you can go fetch them when you need them, but
absolutely.
Cards that you don't necessarily want to see a bunch of in your hand.
That is something very cool about having a search built into your hero.
We'll have to ask Nghia about that later on, how many of these he's playing. Also, just want to point out in the pitch zone there, Nia's showing off this beautiful Marvel Chi. Those cards are so nice.
I believe he has a full set from what I understand. They are gorgeous. I wish I did.
I feel you there. Pitching another blue 100 wins to swing that second Needle. And we've got, I think, 2 cards in hand. One of them is going to be that Crouching Tiger from Zen and the Key Unleashed. And then one last card that I can't quite tell what it is, but will either just park in the arsenal or maybe we'll follow up this Needle here.
I believe it's a Descendant Gust Wave. I'm not entirely positive. Here comes that Tiger meowing its way in for 1 damage.
And going to end with that Key Unleashed. So Nia's going to try to set up that Descendant and Arsenal. He has that Traverse at the ready to go get him a Bonds for next turn, and he just needs to use this Armor Suite to stay alive and try to have one more last push here.
And here comes Tariq's Traverse.
Oh, man. Yeah, Tariq at this point sees, you're at 3, you've got some armor. I'm going to try to push through all of it and force you to give me cards from your hand because I do not want you to have any more chances to pop off.
And at 3 life, you've got to imagine it's pretty likely. Tariq's holding 5 cards here after searching this Chi.
We'll see what he can make of this 5-card hand. Has access to that Zen Tutor, so a lot of options at his disposal. If you're Nghia, do you think it's too late to try to go for a Zen State play, or could it be the move?
It might just be exactly what you need when you're this low. Though he does still have 7 life in gear on the board here. Looks like Tariq's leading his turn with activating Zen, putting a Tiger in his hand and searching his deck for a card with combo. Let's see what he gets to start. I believe he has an Art of War in his hand, so maybe he gets something that doesn't care about Crouching Tigers at all, and he's kind of just looking to banish this Tiger to Art of War.
there's a Descendant Gust Wave, so perhaps one of those other cards hiding in Tariq's hand is, in fact, a Bonds. Or maybe, it's interesting, when you have this choice, if he is about to play an Art of War and banish that Crouching Tiger, it's possible he doesn't have a Bonds at all, but he's just choosing to get Gust Wave because the payoff would be so high if he were to draw one.
Absolutely. You kind of got to give yourself situations the ability to kind of high roll into these powerful cards off the top of your deck.
Especially in a list like Tariq's where, after seeing yellow Bonds, I'm going to assume he's got 9 in there, so it looks like he did draw one off the top. I think, actually, exactly what we said, Tariq did not have a Bonds in his hand to start, but he just made that judgment call. Descendant is good enough on its own. If I do draw Bonds, it's insane, so I'm just going to get it, and he's getting paid off for that decision.
It looks like he also drew an aspect of Tiger Body off of this Art of War, which really sets him up to just be as explosive as possible. He's also holding a Mauling Chi. This turn could be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks like he has just enough resources to get everything done that he wants to accomplish. I can't tell what that last card is in his hand. We have Bonds, Aspect, Mauling Key, and one other. It looked like a blue card to me, but we'll have to find out. He's going to start off, it looks like, with this Descendant Gust Wave from the Banished Zone. Tariq's just double-checking everything here, walking through his sequencing, and yep, there it is. Descendant going to come in for 4, and immediately... Oh, maybe.
Feeling a little indecisive. Gonna take stock of everything. Kind of survey the lands before making a decision here. Kind of optimizing, thinking about what he could possibly get off the Bonds, I'm sure.
Both players still have access to all their needles here, which is, it's always interesting to see in this matchup whether a needle ever gets blown up. I think it's almost more common that a Zen game ends with all 4 in play.
Which is just so funny. And here comes that equipment block from Nghia. Gonna go get a Chi, and most likely looking to cash it in for a Zen State token here.
Yeah, the way he's blocking here, immediately dropping the 12 petal, I would agree that it's very likely we'll see that right away. Blue Bonds here, so this is what Nghia needs to see. Despite there being a Bonds play, at least it's blue. He has a little bit of breathing room, though this is once again going to be lethal. If he does make that Zen State token, he can take this down to 1.
Still, really not the position you're looking to be in when your opponent still has several cards in their hand.
Yeah, it's definitely a tricky spot for Nghia. Hopefully he can make it out of this turn alive and make something happen with that Descendant Gust Wave. He would need to hang on to a 3-card hand to be able to pitch and follow it up with a Bonds. And I think he might just barely be able to if he does have a blue and a Bonds in his hand there.
It does look that way after searching up this Chi. He does still have armor on the board, which is pretty relevant here. If he chooses to make this Zen State, he can actually cover this entire attack up just by giving up his Tiger Stripe Shuko. Looks like Tariq is using Bonds of Ancestry to search out another Descendant Gust Wave here, looking to go several chain links wide.
Interestingly, and fortunately for Nghia, it looks like this one is a blue. I think he may have used up all of his red Descendants, kind of showcasing how Zen is very explosive, but can run out of gas after enough time. Even in a fast game like this, all 3 red Descendants are gone, and he's forced to use this blue one.
And this is kind of an interesting sub-game you play with Zen, where you have to manage your threats, manage your resources left in deck. Katsu does a lot of this as well, especially with his discard mechanic. Zen, however, kind of churns through his deck even more aggressively just with all of these banish effects, with all of these ways to transcend, where you actually, while the Chi is powerful, as you get later into the game, you start to have these situations where these are cards with no face effect. You can't do anything with them but pitch. So something you have to keep an eye on is just how much gas remains in the tank.
I think it's an interesting turn 0 consideration as well, in spots where as Zen you can play out a combo card because you want to get it into your yard. On turn 0, I guess you pretty much always would, assuming you can do so and still set up a good arsenal. But as the game goes on, you often have to make choices like, would I rather this card be in my graveyard or in my deck? I want to have Bonds targets, but I don't want to run out of things to go get off of those Bonds targets, and it can be a pretty tricky balance.
And what's very interesting about that especially is that with cards like Preserve Tradition in your deck, when you're playing cards like that, trying to worry about how much gas remains in the tank, you actually have these interesting situations where it's like, well, I could put this card back in my deck. I could kind of refill the tank a little bit, but then I can't search it off of Bonds of Ancestry.
And it looks like Tariq did not have a Bonds follow-up for that other Gust Wave. He just wanted to get something with Go again. He got that Shuko value, and he took a lot of cards out of Nghyia's hand here, leaving him with only, I think, a Crouching Tiger and one other. So I think on Nghyia's side, we are unfortunately unable to make any sort of Bonds play here.
Though these needles are still going to convert his resources quite effectively into damage here.
That's true. A Zen left with needles is quite good at playing these small one-card hands in the late game.
Looks like Tariq is holding an interesting assortment of cards. It looks like he's holding that Be Like Water we discussed earlier. I believe he has a Mauling Chi in his hand, 100 Winds, and if I'm not mistaken, that's a pretty interesting Majestic in his hand there. Shifting Winds of the Mystic Beast. I believe we saw that card at US Nationals used to pretty great effect.
It's a really interesting one. Sometimes it's, to put it bluntly, the way I see the card is like 75% of the time it's the worst card in your deck, and then 25% of the time it's nuts. I think that's a quote from Evan Herndon. I'm not positive, but it's a really interesting card. It can do incredibly powerful things, but if you don't have any Chi in your hand, any Tigers in your hand, it can just be a blue block 3. But hey, blue block 3 is a great floor.
I am a known lover of variance. You give me a card where less than half the time it's good, I may still just ship it.
And it looks like Tariq's lining that card up for a block in this case. Going to blow up that needle. I want to see the rest of his hand. You said Be Like Water, Mauling Key. So it's interesting.
100 Winds. The last card is 100 Winds. He may not have a blue in this hand, which is an interesting problem in these late game scenarios. It's possible he's kind of looking to block with 2 of these cards and just kind of send back a couple cards to make Nghia's life a little more difficult.
It's interesting. I guess because the Zen State token is still in play, perhaps he's looking to play it a little bit slower and kind of wait out a turn, get that off the board, and then finally make that push to try to, take Nghia out.
And it looks like Nghia is closing the turn here on a blue Descendant Gustwave from Arsenal. And it looks like he's just jamming that Tiger in the Arsenal, which is actually very interesting. Instead of throwing it and clearing it, though it's not Makias Kakara here, but it can still enable some powerful plays in the future to kind of hold on to this card rather than getting rid of it.
Yeah, I think Nghia just drew into a Tiger Swipe. Oh, and it looks like it was actually a blue Be Like Water, not a red. So he does have a blue here.
Looks like Nghia is going to break this needle as well. Here comes that 100 Winds for 3.
Unfortunately, not able to get as much value off of the Zen State as Nghia would like, because all of these attacks are lethal at this point. So it's very difficult to block in a way that lets your Zen State get value. Like in this case, a 3-block and a 2-block are virtually the same.
Though, getting extra value later in the turn out of a 3-block can still kind of be a function of the Zen State if he were to give 2 value here.
Yeah, 100%. And
looks like he is giving a 3-block with this Mauling Chi.
Tariq does have an aspect here, so he's going to be able to go aspect into Tiger into Mauling.
That is brutal.
The Tiger itself shouldn't matter here because any on-hit is death in this case, but there you have it. Only blocking 3 on the 5. Zen State blocks 1, and Nghia takes 1 down to 0. Tariq to Patel advances to 1-0 on Zen Tamer of Purpose. We had a close game there in the end. It looked at the start like quite a haymaker from one side, and then Tariq ended up making an even bigger haymaker and eventually pushing it back. But what were your main takeaways from that Zen mirror? It's a matchup we've seen a lot lately.
I think something that is often said about that matchup is that kind of opening with the first hit often decides the game, which clearly wasn't what happened there. Especially after Nghia opened with such a powerful Ancestral Harmony turn, and Tariq was actually able to kind of wrestle the reins of the game away from him. He never even made his end state with that chess piece. He just got so far ahead on that absolutely colossal Art of War turn.
Yeah, one of my biggest points of interest as well was the Zen State. At the very end, I feel like on Nghyia's side, he wasn't able to demonstrate the full value of that token just because it was so late in the game and he was getting pushed for lethal, but it really can be very important in the matchup. So I'm curious to see later in the weekend if we see an early Zen State play a pivotal role in a Zen mirror. But right now, we're going to jump into a sponsor. The Realm Games is hosting the Realm Fest in New Jersey later this month.
Yes, in Princeton.
That's right. I will be there. You will...
It's likely for me. I believe this event is a qualifier for their 50K later this year as well, which I will absolutely be at, having pre-qualified from the Realm event last year, where I believe both of us top 8'd, which was a lot of fun.
And that guy.
Hi, Ethan!
So, if you end up making it to the Realm Fest, I will definitely see you there. Ellie and I will both for sure see you at the 50K as well, which is going to be, both of those are just going to be such fun weekends. All of these weekends are such a good time. You get to play in the main event for a lot of prizes. There's normally a follow-up side event if you don't make it in the big one, or even if you do, sometimes it's 2 one-days. It's action-packed all weekend. there's going to be at the July one a Blitz Battle Hardened,
Ooh,
as well as a CC ProQuest Plus. So plenty of action all weekend.
that sounds like a blast.
3 PTIs on the line, some gold foils, lots going on. So I will definitely see you guys there. I'm very excited for it. Shout out to the Realm.
Shout out to the Realm. They have put on some of my favorite Flesh and Blood events to date.
Last year's 20K was fantastic, and this year's 50K is going to be even bigger and better.
I know it's kind of like a little bit of a grassroots calling over in America we have here. I'm quite excited for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. So we are going to jump to a break. We'll be back pretty soon with round 2. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. We are here in beautiful Niagara Falls, Canada for the Canadian National Championship, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin, and we're getting ready for round 2. But before that, we've got a CC meta breakdown for you guys.
I'm excited. We get to see just how many players there are on Zen today. Looks like that number is a whopping 30 out of 122 players. The runner-up is about what you'd expect with New, the frontrunner in wins last week.
And after that, we've got KO with 13, and then a little bit of a drop-off to see Dash, Kano, Prism, and Victor all chilling there with 7 to 9 players. Azalea a tiny bit more behind with 6, but those all kind of closing out the top 10. And then dropping down even more, you have Enigma, Dorinthia, and then Boltyn, and it falls off into the 2s and 1s. We do see one Olympia in the room, one Vincent, a couple of these heroes showing up, represent.
They are my champions. I want you to know that. Everybody who's out here on Olympia, Vincent, Boltyn, especially Reinar, I want you to know that I am rooting for you specifically.
And we see in our 2 of bracket here, we've got 2 Uzuri and 2 Riptides, and we're actually about to see those 2 face off in our upcoming match, so that'll be exciting.
That is just so exciting. I actually happen to personally know the Uzuri player. I'm excited about that one. What's interesting to me about this breakdown is actually up at the top here, we have KO. He was kind of the vanguard, the front runner of our previous meta, especially when Stromae left. But you kind of see him maintaining a lot of this popularity despite him being kind of just all right, at least in my opinion, into the field. He's very consistent. He's very stable. But he's maybe not the exciting kind of best possible hero that you would expect. So for him to be so popular here is kind of unexpected to me. What do you think of that?
KO's definitely in an interesting spot. Like you said, he was definitely the top dog of the previous meta. And then when Mistveil first released, I was playing a couple of Battle Hardens around, and I was surprised how much KO totally fell off the map. Everyone was playing new heroes, New and Zen as far as the eye could see, with Enigmas sprinkled in. And then he started to kind of come back a little bit more. At US Nationals, he was represented in the top 5. Andrew Rothermel, of course, had a fantastic run on KO all the way to the finals.
Absolutely.
In a close game with Evan Herndon, who ended up taking down the whole tournament. So I think KO is in still a very good spot. Perhaps not as fast as Zen, but he does have a little bit of a different matchup spread. He has a much better Victor matchup, I would say, than Zen does.
Absolutely.
So there are definitely reasons to bring the Brute Menace, and as we saw in Andrew's deck, there are ways for KO to kind of try to target Zen and turn that into a favorable matchup. Maybe especially against players who are less experienced with armor use. But for right now, it's time to focus on Uzuri and Riptide. Let's jump into the table, and you can kind of tell us about what you see here.
So, Farah is actually a player about as local to Niagara as you can be. She is from Toronto. She's a long-time Uzuri player. A little bit of a fun fact about Farah was that there was recently a realm qualifier for the 50K at Invasion in Toronto. And basically the whole week, I spent all week saying, please, just play the best deck. I'll lend you my Zen deck. Please, I promise. I'll make sure there's a Zen deck for you to play. She stubbornly said, no, I'm playing Uzuri. And then she was the only undefeated player in Swiss actually taking down Matt Dilks on Kano at this event while she packed a whopping AB1.
Very impressive. And then through that event, I believe earned a spot at
not quite. I don't think she got there in top 8, but she was the undefeated seed in Swiss.
Very nice. Showing up with Uzuri, representing. We'll see here in this long grindy matchup versus Riptide, who comes out on top. Riptide is another hero that we've seen getting a little bit more popular in this meta. Azalea, of course, has been kind of the premier ranger for a little while since...
I'm sure you have thoughts about that.
I'm a big Azalea player myself. Since the departure of Lexi, she's been kind of the go-to. But Riptide's been showing up lately with a perhaps favorable matchup into the other ranger and quite a lot of play into this meta. He has some nasty tricks versus Zen. Collapsing Trap is a heck of a card if you land it well.
The first time I got collapsing trapped by a Riptide while I was playing Zen was while I was holding 3 Crouching Tigers, both from cashing in my boots and my Jade Tiger domain. I was pretty sad.
That's a wild sequence of events right there. So in this particular matchup of Riptide going into Uzuri, there are a couple different versions of both of these decks. Particularly Riptide, you see this kind of armor-heavy Dreadbore version with a bunch of traps.
Absolutely.
And then on the other end of the scale, you have New Horizon, Death Dealer, kind of more aggro bullseye bracers, and then, everything in between. I don't know which of those Joey is on, but what do you think about the Riptide Uzuri matchup in terms of who's more likely to come out on top?
Speaking to the equipment suites, I would be pretty shocked if we didn't see Dreadbore flipped over here just because of how powerful it is into a defensive deck like Uzuri. This matchup is very interesting. It has a lot of play to it, and there is that Dreadbore in that Riptide just has so many things with which to cover Uzuri's kind of tricks, the way she flips cards in. It looks like he has a pretty defensively oriented suite here, playing long draw half glove, both to get around Warmonger's diplomacy and to just kind of get a little bit of extra armor on the board.
Yeah, you see the classic balance and perch and trench, basically maxing out armor in all of those slots. I think it's unlikely we'll get to see balance used here, though there is a really interesting trick that can come up, which is if you were to land a collapsing trap on an opponent with a full hand.
No.
Discard 3, draw 2. Yeah, I'll take my free card, please.
I think I'll draw a card on my turn. Thank you very much. Looks like Farah is opening here with Isolate. I believe she is a strong proponent of playing 9 of this card in your deck. I know some Uzuri lists have kind of moved away from that, but she is a big fan, and she's opening with her favorite card. Let's see what tricks she has in her sleeve here.
So this is an interesting spot. Isolate, of course, has Dominate. On the Riptide side, there is a way to block 6 here. If you were to start off with a trap from hand and reload off of Riptide's ability, then you can get around that Dominate from Arsenal, which, if Joey has access to 2 traps, might be what he's looking at, because, of course, Farah is threatening to use that Uzuri ability, flash in something like CNC, Shakedown, any of these 6s.
And we're seeing him play a Frailty trap here. No trigger on it. This attack does not have go again. And we are flipping in an Uzuri card here. What is it? It's a Surgical Extraction.
Interesting. So only leaking 1 damage, but is going to get... Oh, there we go. We get around the Dominate right away with
and this
another
Pendulum trap is actually going to trigger.
Yep.
Pinging our Uzuri player here for 1 and sending the top 2 cards of her deck to the graveyard.
There you have it. Humble and Death Touch Red, it looks like. So getting some cards out of the deck, but also setting up a couple Codex targets for the Uzuri player.
Oh, and here comes the Shred. What a bonkers opening turn.
There's a lot of action here. It looks like players are making sure they've resolved that Riptide trigger. So there's a reload, I see. And then one of these traps is shredded, so it's now, 3 on 4, going to take 1 damage down to 37.
And the Surgical Extraction is going to come over and banish this Remorseless.
And the top card gets flipped. It is not a blue.
Another trap out of Riptide's deck, though. I'm sure that's your favorite one to see is Uzuri. Frailty Trap is just so brutal when you want to lead your turn with those daggers. Seeing 2 of them gone at this stage of the game has to feel good.
Okay, let's see what I can do.
On Joey's side, he's looking at a 4-card hand here. We have a CNC, so at least some action. I don't know if there's any go again in this hand. It looks like a Release the Tension, a Weakest Link, and another trap. So
that is a Spike Pit trap, I believe, correct?
I think so, yeah. So he's got 2 pumps that only work on arrows here, but unfortunately no arrows in the hand. So we're going to likely see him just drop a Weakest Link or CNC. In this case, I imagine CNC has got to feel better. It has that anti-dereact text. You know it has a relevant on-hit. But I guess the biggest question in Joey's mind is, what do you pitch for it? You could pitch 2 reds and keep that Spike Pit in hand, or could do a little bit of over-pitching. He has a lot of options for how to filter.
What's very interesting about Spike Pit Trap in this matchup is that it triggers specifically when an attack reaction has been played this chain link. So you may just find our Riptide champion Joey here pitching a red. It looks like he's activated Trench here to get 1. We may see exactly that. He pitches another red to throw this Command and Conquer here, pitching that Weakest Link away to put the Spike Pit Trap in Arsenal. Kind of stifle some of Farah's plans here with that Spike Pit Trap.
That makes sense. So here's 6. Must be blocked with 2 cards if we want to stop that Arsenal from blowing up. Also has the Crown of Providence available if she wants to use that to sink the Arsenal away and kind of have a get out of jail free. But it looks like it's going to be a 2-card block here, hanging on to an E-Strike and Shakedown.
Giving up a Isolate and a Weakest Link here. So I suppose it's kind of funny when you see a card like that, Spike Pit Trap kind of shoved in Arsenal here, only for Farah to be like, I think my turn is just a little bit of an E-Strike pass angle.
Yeah, just a 7. Very unlikely we're going to see any attack reactions on this. So it'll be up to Joey whether he wants to go ahead and use that trap for a 3 block or hang on to it for later. It'll depend a lot on what his hand is, which is currently lying flat on the table. Hopefully we can get a peek here in one
The
moment.
suspense is killing me. And there is just absolutely nothing wrong with getting 3-block out of Arsenal here. Looks like he's holding a Remorseless, an arrow that can be floated off of that bow there. I see a Death Touch. That's a very spicy one, especially interesting with Riptide's ability. It's very easy for him. I think he has the easiest time of any ranger getting that card into Arsenal. I
Yeah.
believe that last card in his hand is a trap of some variety, and it looks like he's holding a Seek and Destroy. So this hand is entirely red, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like his Riptide deck maybe kind of somewhere in between the two we talked about, both playing a lot of traps and still on this kind of like red line heavy kind of big pumps angle.
So taking 5 there, it looks like Farah chose the draw card mode on E-Strike instead of +2. On Joey's turn, we're just going to ship that trap away, choosing to cash it in for a resource. So in this case, he had the option basically of shooting Remorseless for 3 less damage or blocking for 3. And in this case, he's choosing that he wants to send more damage, likely going to play a pump and reload that Remorseless using that Trench resource to fire it off. I think that last card in hand might be a Release the Tension.
Oh, that would make a lot of sense. There it is. Now you really can't play defense reactions, buddy.
No D-Reacts from Arsenal, twofold here. If there were any in hand, they can still come down, but I don't think there are. So depending on what Farah's Arsenal is, she's going to have to cover 11 if she doesn't want it shipped away. I don't know what it is. If it were to be a D-React, this would be a pretty lethal combo. You see this in Azalea decks as well, combining that anti-D-React tech with Seek and Destroy or Lace with Inertia.
And it's just so brutal in this particular setup where you have the Dreadbore's static ability denying them from hand, and Release the Tension denying it from their arsenal as well. Were there any in hand, that could be just quite painful with the Seek and Destroy setup.
You are 100% right. It looks like, in this case, we've got to Leave No Witnesses, and that's the card we're going to be hanging on to. I think we're going to block with 3 more, including another Leave No Witnesses.
Looks like she's kind of giving a little bit of thought to cashing in some armor here.
Rain raises me, would you?
You wouldn't rain razors me, would you, she says.
Gonna toss that Crown of Providence, so really making an effort to cover up this on-hit, avoid the Seek and Destroy. That screams to me that Arsenal might in fact be a defense reaction.
It could. It could also just be an incredibly powerful card worth preserving. Maybe it's something like a Codex of Frailty.
11 is covered. Joey, of course, does not have that Rain Razor, so he's just gonna Arsenal and draw up.
See, you could trust him.
Yeah, that one.
And here's 4 threatening the Arsenal. We know that Arsenal is not a defense reaction.
I do not believe so. Looks like he's holding a defense reaction in hand here, though, with this Inertia Trap, an Enlightened Strike, and another card, an Endless Arrow, and a yellow. I believe it's a Tar Pit Trap.
I think you're right. So it looks like we're going to try to throw 1 piece of armor and cash in a trap here. And
Sure.
if that is a D-React, Farah will have no way to push this over the top, so Joey will get to keep his hand and stay safe here.
Hold on to his cards a little bit here.
But it looks like Farah is thinking.
She's giving this some thought.
Maybe just a little bit of a bluff there. We don't know what the arsenal is, but perhaps just taking a moment to think, being like, you know, it could be an attack reaction. Maybe I want to play it.
What if I were to pummel this 0-cost attack?
Go again?
And that's going to be an E-Strike for 5. Go again. We know the arsenal is a Death Touch, so to follow this up, Joey will either be able to just pitch the Endless Arrow away to play it, or if he wants to, he can Trench and activate Dreadbore to load in that Endless Arrow.
Both of those are quite interesting options. It kind of depends on how Farah chooses to defend here.
Yeah, it's like, I would say they're actually pretty comparable. 5.
Was a D-React in Arsenal.
Hey, there you have it. And she managed to protect it.
Using this Sink Below to kind of filter her hand out a little here. Maybe get rid of some undesirable cards, load up this E-Strike she has in her hand.
And Joey chooses to just send out that Death Touch. In this case, his options are 6 on hit, flexible something, or 5 on hit, I get an Arsenal. And it doesn't matter here because we're getting 2-card block either way. Joey's drawing up. On Farah's side, it looks like an Amnesia and a blue, so
It's an Isolate, but she's choosing to just throw the Amnesia. You think she's
Interesting.
playing around some traps here with this one?
Quite possibly, yeah. That's actually a really interesting puzzle from the Uzuri side. If you play Isolate, not only do you get to protect information a little bit, you also get that Dominate keyword. But I think what you said is very likely that Farah chooses to play this way to avoid those if you've played a reaction traps. I don't think she ever saw the Spike Pit trap. I think it got
That is correct.
trenched away.
So she has no clue where it is.
Yeah, it could be in the hand right now.
And that Pendulum trap came in so early in the game. I'm sure she's conscious of other cards that kind of in Joey's deck, kind of lying in wait for her to activate this Uzuri ability. Something she's looking to do basically every single turn of the game.
Yeah, another interesting choice on this turn is whether to use Tunic to send one of these daggers. Farah chose not to for, in my mind, two possible reasons. One could be that the Tunic is just more valuable than that and you want to keep it available for something else. But in kind of the same vein as not using Uzuri, it could be because we're afraid of some like anti-go-again trap.
And what's very interesting is he's actually holding a Frailty trap right now in that hand, I do believe.
Though in this particular case, it's interesting. If we had swung a dagger and Joey had chosen to use a Frailty trap, I think we would probably be happy with that exchange. So it's such an interesting puzzle.
Is such a cool line. Putting Codex on the stack, letting Riptide's trigger resolve, and then trenching away the card you chose to put in your arsenal so that you can pay for the Remorseless you search off of your Codex. That is fascinating.
I absolutely love this. Riptide is one of my favorite hero card boxes for this reason. When he was first spoiled in Outsiders, he was actually the one I was most excited to play in the limited format.
Actually.
That reload ability just leads to so many interesting lines.
I was very fixated on this hero in CC for a little bit because of just how badly I wanted to build just a Runeblade deck with him and go like buff, 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 endless arrow, just without ever having to pitch a card to a bow.
Yeah, and you can do cool stuff with Boltyn shots, like infinite reloading regardless.
Yeah.
They don't even have to hit.
Oh, what a cool hero.
And it looks like Farah is getting ready to discard an Infect there. So Remorseless is going to be for 8 here. Once again, we have this Seek and Destroy being threatened. No D-Reacts from hand. And if it were to connect, every action card that Farah plays is going to lose her a life.
Maybe not the most relevant hit trigger into Uzuri. However, the other line of text on Remorseless is often pretty reasonable in this matchup.
We do see a Codex in Farah's hand as well, so that's kind of a double up on the Remorseless ping. If you choose to play it, you have to play the Codex itself and then follow it up with an attack. And it looks like maybe Farah is going to be taking 2 damage here.
Very, you just never really want to see this Remorseless be worth 10 here.
Which attack did Farah choose to get back with the off of Joey's Codex? Hopefully something that she could give go again, because
I believe it was a Leave No Witnesses.
Okay, so Joey doesn't have an arsenal. He's not extreme. Oh, he has a Ponder, of course. So
you've played Codex.
Yeah. Ponder token is popping. So this is interesting. Farah's just going to pitch the Codex to Spider's Bite. This kind of makes sense to me. If you lead with the Leave No Witnesses, you
take 1.
Oh, it was a Death Touch.
From the Remorse.
So this is interesting.
Yeah, true.
I guess the option still stands to a Tunic and Death Touch and hold that Codex in hand as a mystery card. And then if it were to connect, you have the option to pop Black Tech Whispers and go ahead and follow it up with the Codex. But Farah is choosing to just pitch the Codex away instead, keeping it in deck so it doesn't get blown up by the Seek and Destroy.
And I think that's perfectly reasonable. If you can't expect your Black Tech Whisperer's effect to hit here and gain go again, you may just end up rotting that card in your hand. So just getting it out of your hand here seems perfectly reasonable. Don't want to block with it, don't want to lose my Codex, it's the best card in my deck. And I don't really want to roll the dice on my opponent having a defense reaction for my Black Tech Whispers, so I'm just going to gently put this card on the bottom of my deck where it can help me out later in this game.
Joey's cashing in that armor breakpoint here, using the Balance of Justice along with a card from hand, covering the Death Touch, and now that Codex is going to the bottom, Remorseless is all done, Delta damage, and we're back to Joey's turn. Managed to keep Farah off an arsenal, and now he's got a 4-card hand to work with.
Let's see what he does. Leading with Trench, I believe he's done this every single turn of this game. His deck seems very built to maximize this kind of momentum that you build from slamming a card in Arsenal and just converting it into one resource.
Using
like
that
Ravenous Rabble?
That's a red card.
We love to see red cards here.
4 go again. Farah's hand has CNC. It does have a Fate for Scene, so it looks like, yeah, she's just going to cash in that 4 block right away.
We
make
have
sure.
a clean block. Take a look at the top card of this deck here.
Joey has, of course, Dreadbore sitting in play, so that Fate Foreseen cannot be used on any arrow card, so you really just want to get it out of there as soon as you can.
Here comes a Remorseless for 8, where you may play no defense reactions whatsoever. I'm sure you're kind of wiping the sweat off your brow going, whew, I got to block.
Yeah, thank goodness we don't have an Arsenal here, but we're seeing a ridiculous amount of D-React hate from Joey early on in this game.
Absolutely.
So we've got CNC. Is that another Codex of Frailty?
I believe so.
Remorseless is going to hit again, so any actions that get played will be taxed.
What's interesting here is there's no Seek and Destroy effect, and the CNC is definitely not going to have Go again. Her hand is an Inertia Trap, a Codex, and a CNC, so she's kind of just cashing in some of this life lead she has just to put a card in her arsenal when and where she can. Also, sounds like we just hit 500 viewers on this stream. Pretty exciting milestone, especially for day 1 of this.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody.
Yay!
CNC here is coming in for 6. We see the Codex pitched here. This is not going to have an on-hit effect, but it could clunk up Joey's hand because of the anti-D-React text. If he has more than one trap, it could be tricky for him. He could try to pitch one away to Dreadbore. It looks like his hand is Searing Shot, Endless Arrow, and 2 mystery cards I can't quite make out.
And this is something that's just so entertaining about this matchup to me, is both of these heroes play a fair few D-Reacts, and also as many cards as they can muster into their pile to hate on defense reactions to keep the opponent from playing around their own personal gimmick. So this matchup ends up a little bit of a slugfest.
Yeah, it's such a grind. Joey perhaps has a little bit more way to filter out those defense reactions because of the trench ability,
Absolutely.
but he also has more of them to work with.
And more of them to be shunted by a card like Command and Conquer. Looks like he chose to block with the Searing Shot in his hand, joining Farah down at 26 life here.
Yeah, neck and neck. As far as the fatigue game goes, I'm not actually sure which player has lost more cards, but I think it's relatively even at this point in time.
I believe Joey may be just a touch ahead after that pendulum trap on the very first turn of the game. But it's interesting. We don't know how many cards each player presented, but Farah actually got in with that surgical extraction on the very first turn, also taking 2 cards out of Joey's deck.
That's true. So pretty much at parity with how many they've lost, but perhaps how many they started with, like you said, could be the difference maker if we do get to a fatigue game here.
I'm having a little bit of deja vu here, this Fate Foreseen on this Ravenous Rabble, just like last turn.
It's interesting, yeah, this Rabble, if it were to be a pump or something, would be kind of trapping these Fate Foreseens in hand, but it's almost giving Farah an out to just use that defense reaction for its full value.
And that's a very interesting trade you make, especially when you're running Dreadbore, because you have this card that is patently more efficient than your pumps, but it kind of lets your opponent convert cards you might not want them to when you make the choice to bring Dreadbore.
There's the Endless Arrow for 4. We have a block with the Concealed Blade, so Farah is, also going to cover that up with Inertia Trap. So the Inertia Trap doesn't trigger in this case. Joey will still get to Arsenal, but we cover up the last bit of the 4.
And that's very interesting. Farah is both clearing her arsenal here for this Oasis Respite in her hand that her opponent has no clue about. So we're going to see the decisions Joey makes on this card.
You see that classic kind of Uzuri player drop on the Isolate? Like, here it is. My hand could be anything. You're
What
going to
could
have
it
to...
possibly be? Sigil Pass.
And she's just like, Joey, figure it out. It looks like on Joey's side we've got that Boltyn shot we saw on the top, as well as E-Strike, the Pendulum Trap, and a Murky Water, Riptide's latest edition.
I adore that card. That card is just so cool. Seeing a really cool and interactive aim counter support. That aim counters do so much on that card that is already kind of loaded with very interesting text. And it kind of supports Barbed Castaway, the bow that's really only seen any play in Limited in Outsiders.
Joey's going to cover this up with a take cover from Arsenal. We know, of course, Farah has no Uzuri ability available, as that is just an Oasis Respite, so we're going to pass it along. We'll see if this Oasis can survive the turn until next time when Tunic is up on 3, and we could find, arguably the most efficient use for it off of that next turn.
And what's very interesting about Oasis in this matchup is that it just completely sneaks around Dreadbore.
That's a very good point. Yeah, it's like the one way to have a defense reaction-esque effect that does not get hit by Dreadbore or any of these releases and remorselesses we've been seeing.
Absolutely. This looks like an E-Strike for 5 with Go again. Farah kind of making some blocking decisions with this hand. She stares down two more cards on Joey's side. kind of make some decisions here.
We see the Warmongers in Farah's hand, which could be a really interesting card if you manage to mostly block out and then just land that as a one-card hand. Now Joey's in a tricky spot where he could have a lot of traps, have a lot of pumps. None of those can do anything. He just has to, be able to play one arrow card.
His equipment suite is actually naturally reasonable at playing around Warmonger's diplomacy because he just kind of already wants to be playing this Trench of Sunken Treasure. But even still, if you're holding a pile full of pumps, you're not as happy as you could be when that card comes down.
Farah's going to block 3 here, take 2. We see the Boltyn shot come in as a follow-up, and Joey's down to his last card in hand, so very likely this is going to be the last attack, and Farah's going to have to figure out how to use 2 of these cards in her hand.
No blocks, reactions.
No reaction.
This Boltyn shot is just a wounding blow here.
It looks like
Joey has no trick for it.
she's going to pitch one of these cards away to just go ahead and cash in that Oasis, gain a life up to 25. Players are still pretty close to life parity here, and head over to her own turn with that CNC and Codex in hand.
Doesn't get hit by that.
Yeah, it's pretty good against Riptide.
Looks like this is the third Codex she's going to pitch to the bottom of her deck. Maybe it's kind of a conscious decision here to be setting up the bottom of her deck for a longer game of Flesh and Blood here.
CNC for 6. Yep, keeping those codexes in. That's a great point. I'm used to playing some of these faster codex decks that want to jam it as soon as they see it, but Farah's getting it ready for the second cycle.
Absolutely. Taking a look through her opponent's graveyard here, kind of see what traps he has left, what pumps he has left, what attacks he has left. Kind of take stock of what's in that deck.
That's really important for these long fatigue games where, most Flesh and Blood decks contain a bunch of 3-ofs. You can start to paint a picture of what's going to be in your opponent's last couple hands. We're still probably less than halfway through first cycle, so you're just starting to get an idea now. But as the game goes on, that gets more and more important for figuring out what your opponent could be working with.
Absolutely. And here comes a Dreadbore activation. Trench with Dreadbore on the stack.
Very fancy.
Very, very fancy.
One resource floating, and there's the Codex. So just wanted to get that infecting shot out of the hand.
And that's such a cool use for these bows. That's always something I've found very nifty. Pitching a yellow to your Death Dealer in Azalea, leaving one floating, not loading a card, and going, haha, check out my cool book.
And that's actually another really interesting showcase of Trench being an instant. Like, at first I thought Joey was just being kind of fancy ordering it that way, but it's actually important because if you Trench first, then now you can't Dreadbore the red away because you would have to spend the resource on it.
Absolutely.
That's fascinating.
Your favorite?
Yeah, my favorite.
Yeah.
Going for 6.
And I'm going to discard just...
Oh, yeah, sure.
Wouldn't Codex be sweet if you didn't have to discard?
Oh, it'd be more sweet for the opponent. Card might actually be worse, but Death Touch is going to come in for 6 here. Farah is going to just block with a Fate Foreseen, so perhaps we will see this on-hit connect. We haven't seen many of those get through yet this game.
That is that third Fate Foreseen out of deck.
Hey, managed to use all 3 of them on non-arrows,
And there's a sink below. You've got to be... I'm just kicking my feet in excitement like, oh my gosh, I've gotten to block with 4 of my 6 defense reactions.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. Do you think if you're Joey, are you sad to see those D-Reacts used out of deck without being hurt by Dreadbore, or are you happy to see them gone, blocking 8 on 6?
It's very interesting because you kind of light a lot of value on fire, and it's still 2 cards of deck damage for 1 card.
I like the way you put that, light a lot of value on fire. CNC is going to come out of Farah's arsenal here. Once again, this is all she has access to, so no attack reacts, no pummels being threatened, no arsenal being set up, but Joey does need to find a way to block 5 here.
Very tickled by Joey's response of, oh god, to this CNC. Kind of sounds like he might be holding quite a few defense reactions.
He does have access to that Perch Grapplers if he wants to toss it and a 3-block into the fray to deal with the 5 breakpoint. Looks like a hand of 2 pumps and 2 arrows, I think, so thankfully going to be able to play through this CNC effect pretty well, but maybe he's just going to give up the arsenal here.
It's possible he also just trenches it away to protect the card in deck.
100%. Do you think there are any cards in Joey's deck where he would choose not to do that, or would he always just want to keep that card in his deck?
I think it depends a lot on what the card is, but it's very interesting. Sometimes there might be a less desirable card for your second cycle. Maybe there's a card you don't want on the bottom of your deck if you're setting up a specific pitch stack plan for the late game to counteract Farah's 3 codexes.
How many traps?
There's Premeditate. Okay, so he Yeah, cashed in the 3-block in the perch, actually had 0 traps in his 5-card hand, which, as the Riptide player, you have to be pretty happy about that if you're staring down that CNC.
And here comes a classic Azalea turn. Buff, buff, arrow.
There you have it.
Infecting shot for... This is a blue infecting shot. Not a card you see that frequently. Coming in for 9 off of 2 buffs, threatening 2 blood rots and a ponder on hit. This arrow is worth a treasure trove of value.
Yeah, 1 million on hits, but slightly unfortunate for Joey Boily that he had 2 blue arrows in this hand. And they were both 1 cost as well, kind of as not ideal as it gets having to pitch that Seek and Destroy away. Farah is just going to cover that up with 3 cards, avoid that nasty army of on hits, and looks like she is heading to just Arsenal on her turn.
Seems perfectly reasonable. Block out, set up my Arsenal, let you hit me again, and then I'm going to make you sad.
I kind of like this in this matchup against a hero with so many traps in deck, just doing nothing and passing on your turn, if it makes sense.
It makes it harder to convert.
Yeah, we see 1 trap getting pitched there. If Joey has any more in the hand, it's going to be Premeditate and Drill Shot. So I don't know what his last card is, but if it is a trap, it kind of makes this Ponder on hit useless because he's already got a card to put in Arsenal.
Absolutely. And this Dreadbore +1 is actually reasonably relevant here as Farah is holding an Oasis Respite in this hand. I'm sure you would be much happier if this card was coming in for 7.
This is a tricky hand because you have 2 red 2 costs, a 1 cost, but it requires being in Arsenal. So pretty much all these plays sort of demand your Tunic and pitching a red. I'm not sure what Farah's Arsenal is. We will likely see the Tunic spent on the Oasis perhaps, but it really depends a lot on the Arsenal.
Put off of Tunic.
Here comes that Tunic.
Targeting the drill shot. I gain 1 life.
And it looks like we are going to let the Drill Shot hit, which means Farah values the Flick Knives ability over the 1 block it provides.
And that just makes a lot of sense, especially in the late game. You have that Nerve Scalpel when you're trying to get back to the codexes you've clearly pitch stacked, and your opponent has some defense reactions in hand. You can hold on to that Flick Knives the entire game just to shut down his defensive plays with a reaction speed Nerve Scalpel trigger.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Tunic to 1.
Tuning back up, and that's
The
another...
weakest link.
Unfortunately, pitching 2 reds here. This is not what Farah wants to see, but, you know, navigating a rough hand the best she can.
Absolutely. Let's see how Joey defends here. I want to take a look at this hand. It looks like he's holding a couple arrows, maybe 3. I believe that's red Boltyn shot, infecting shot, and a couple cards we can't quite make out.
I think it's a Tar Pit Trap in Arsenal, but I could be mistaken. This weakest link likely has no real on hit. Farah just gets to see your hand, so Joey can kind of play this however he wants. The weakest link, a card from our newest set, Part the Misfail, and we've seen it make quite a splash in CC. Very strong, of course, against the Mystic heroes whose decks are full of these Transcend cards, and for Fi, also Art of War, 0 blocks that you want to just snag.
What's interesting about it is that it says specifically without base block power. This is almost never relevant, but with Rosetta coming up, not that the card is legal, Ball Lightning is actually not discardable to the weakest link, which is pretty interesting to me.
That's true. That's a great point.
Just a little fun fact there.
That's interesting.
It's also a particularly interesting card because we've seen a lot of cards with this CNC stat line, as it were, this Brutal Assault stat line, printed especially in recent memory, kind of trying to expand the generic arsenal of tricks that are out there. And not that many of them have been all that impactful, but Weakest Link in particular has really kind of shown out, especially against ninjas.
Joey's chosen to block 6 here, cashing in that trap in his arsenal for 3, as well as that last card in his hand. It was a Battering Bolt. So this Boltyn shot's going to be for 5 off the Dreadbore. It will be threatening a reload, and Farah doesn't know for sure whether that's relevant, but we know Joey does have 1 more bolt in his hand, so if he gets the reload, he could choose to send it this turn.
It looks like Farah's considering dropping 2 cards on this, an E-Strike and a Persuasive Prognosis. Another Part the Mistveil card.
Yeah, there you go. We've seen it pop up more in new, but also playable in Uzuri. Uzuri actually got quite a few new cards from this set.
That card is absolutely nasty in Uzuri. You have that card thrown at you, you're like, oh, I'll block 1 card. I don't want my pan picked apart. And they're like, guess what, dummy? This has stealth. Here's a Command and Conquer.
Yep. That's a Leave No Witnesses for 4. That arsenal's being threatened. Joey's starting to run out of armor here, down to just the Trench, which he probably doesn't want to give up. So
Looks like he's holding 2 traps here. A Command and Conquer, an Inertia trap, a Tar Pit trap, and a Lace with Bloodrot, and a card I can't quite make out in Arsenal. But so he definitely has the block value to cover this, but the question is how effective his turn is after giving up a couple cards.
I think that Arsenal is his red Boltyn shot from last turn, so very likely we see a Lace with Bloodrot plus Send It play, which means the other 3 cards all don't fit into his turn super well. He could follow it up with pitching the Tar Pit to CNC, but that would require blocking 4 with a trap in his trench, I guess. This is an interesting spot. I really don't know how important it is to a Riptide player to keep their trench around, but I imagine it's not something he's willing to give up this early.
I mean, it's like giving up Tunic, right? Except you get to use it basically every turn. Card's a little bit like Crown of Seeds in that it's instrumental in setting up this invisible pitch stack your opponent never sees.
Yeah, that's a great comparison. Crown of Seeds was really interesting to play and play against for that reason.
And what's very interesting here is even if he were to cash in a trap and his trench to protect this arsenal here, that Flick Knives is still looming.
Action?
No reactions.
And there we go. It's covered for 6. Farah's just going to Arsenal, and Joey gets to hang on to that 2 card 7 plus Arsenal a trap play.
Nothing wrong with a good old 2 card 7, especially with an on hit worth 2 extra value here, I'm sure. Oh, and there's a Sink Below in Farah's hand. A little awkward because she's not allowed to play it. So this 7 is pretty pesky of a breakpoint.
That's true. She's going to have to find a way to clear that Arsenal if she wants to set up the Sink Below for next turn. Joey's turn cycle here was quite difficult, I would say. He had 3 3-blocks he could block with and ended up choosing to keep that Tar Pit trap as the Arsenal choice. And Farah is maybe lining up a 2-card block here. If she wants to block the breakpoint, she would have to give... Oh, there's an...
Oh, the Inertia trap is devious here.
Very strong. Just going to take that trap right from the bottom, or right to the bottom of Joey's deck.
Which may not be where he wants it right now if he's been setting up the bottom of the stack.
And I'm gonna pass, so Inertia trap. Boom, boom.
There you have it. Farah does take 1 damage and get a Blood Rot, so that Lace with Blood Rot putting in work, leaking through. And then on her own turn, I think it might just be an E-Strike for 7 that we see, because we want to put this Sink Below into Arsenal.
Put off Tunic.
Oh, it looks like we're going to use Tunic, pitch the E-Strike, and go ahead and come in with that Shakedown, threatening to cash in one of these equipment uses if it goes unblocked.
And I'm sure you're just so happy to kind of get the opportunity to throw this Shakedown while your opponent's arsenal is empty here. It just reduces the amount of options they could have by so much.
Looks like Joey's blocking 3, waiting to see if Farah reacts. It's kind of an interesting spot. And yeah, just going to cover 7. I think that's
Arsenal.
probably disciplined of Farah to not try to use the reaction because it's so likely Joey is just going to have a trap.
Especially because even if she uses the aforementioned Flick Knives there, that take cover will still cover it out.
Then over here.
Yeah, it's coming thin, right? Mine too, actually.
Yeah.
How much did you present?
Here comes a Searing Shot, a little bit of a classic 0 for 5.
Yeah, we got a nice reload on this one from the take cover. So Joey did not have to pitch any cards to Dreadbore. And I think... I can't quite tell what is in Joey's hand. It looks like a Spike Pit trap, but we've already seen that go to the bottom. So I'm not sure what this could be.
Collapsing trap. You have to wonder how much utility that card has in this matchup.
Definitely less than some others, but the ceiling is still so high. I'm really curious to see what Joey can make of that card.
Ugh. It'd be just so cruel if she chose to swing a dagger on exactly this turn for the first time in several cycles.
I think Farah has 3 isolates in hand, so choosing to block with 1 of them here, keeping 2 others, which might mean we have a dagger in our future.
Oh, this could be disastrous.
The first one.
There it is, Nerve
Here
Scalpel.
comes the dagger.
1 go again.
No block reaction.
No.
Oh, here it comes!
Wow.
The collapsing trap trigger!
What a play.
One from the Riptide.
Farah had the option to use this pitch card for 2 block. Little did she know if she chose not to, there was a trap waiting from our Ranger Trapper here. Farah's going to take a damage. Her 2-card hand gets pushed down to 1 mystery card, and she's got to try to make the most of this now.
Oh no, and now she's just forced to pass.
Wow, that was devastating. That card blocked 7 damage plus, the CNC threat all by itself and dealt 1 to Farah's life total.
And it looks like we're back to the first codex she pitched away in conjunction with 2 isolates? No, I believe that's isolate and an infect and a shakedown. Here comes a battering bolt for 7.
There you have it. Very clean 2-card play from this Dreadbore deck. Joey does still have 2 cards in hand, I believe, so not sure if he's going to be able to follow this up with something. I don't really expect his deck plays Rain Razors, maybe Sigil of Solace.
It's possible.
Farah's blocking with that Infect, currently taking 4, but there's the Sink Blow from Arsenal to cover it all up.
What a clean block, especially when you want to clear your arsenal for this codex.
Damn. So much react.
And Joey's just going to kind of IP one here, hanging onto a card and arsenaling the other. I think he just made a comment about how many reactions there are in Farah's deck. Both players have so many.
Here comes the isolate. The classic.
So from Joey's side, looks like we're just going to likely drop 1 3-block, and if it's anything but a Command and Conquer effect, we'll be able to drop that D-React after Uzuri resolves, and Dominate goes away. And yep, it's a shakedown.
Shakedown. The one that she was forced to draw off the collapsing trap. Here's an inertia trap, and the Flick Knives comes in, throwing that Nerve Scalpel to shut this inertia trap down.
Very nice.
And now this will be 2.
And Farah has the option to pop those Black Tech Whispers now if she wants to.
Find it.
It's an interesting conundrum whether you arsenal this. Oh, she is cashing in the Black Techs. What a good shout, Brodie.
So if Joey were to have another trap here, he could stop that go again, stop that on hit, but it looks like he does not, so he's taking 1, and we're going to get the shakedown trigger.
And she named red, as I imagine you would against this deck, forcing this Ravenous Rabble into the Banish Zone and leaving him with just a Premeditate.
Farah says, I already got my Fate Foreseen trigger, or my Fate Foreseen value on your Rabbles. Get that other one out of here. And we're going to end the turn with a Codex of Frailty. Flick Knives goes back over to the equipment zone, still has the potential to swing a Spider's Bite in for lethal much later in this game.
And this pitch stack is just so crippling here. She set up this devastating sequence of, I believe, 3 back-to-back Codex turns.
And there's that classic Assassin target. Leave no witnesses, going to be coming in for 4, threatening Joey's arsenal. And once again, his only way out is likely blocking with that Trench here.
And something that's very interesting about this card, Codex of Frailty, I know this horse has been beaten to death, but this card is very interesting to me in this hybrid design space where the discard, when you're a ranger, isn't really necessarily -1 card. You get rid of a card, but you get 1 back. You filter it. And ranger doesn't have all that many ways to take cards away from your arsenal. But when you're an assassin, you have Leave No Witnesses. You have Command and Conquer. You have so many ways to take cards away from your opponent that it kind of shines in just the way this card is so different in both of these classes. And we're really seeing that on display in this matchup.
I thought Joey was blocking with his Trench there, but no, he's just activating it, putting the card to the bottom. Leave No Witnesses banished a Codex off the top of his deck, which is a little unfortunate because that's one of the strongest cards in the matchup in both of these decks, period.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Joey's just going to pass back, get rid of that Frailty, and we are back over to Farah's turn with a full hand.
Where she has the other Codex she pitched, a Warmonger's Diplomacy, and I believe an Infect.
And Farah's deck is looking quite thin at this point. Joey's is too. It's kind of hard to tell from the stream, but I think both of their decks are significantly smaller than their graveyards at this point.
Absolutely. And this Stagger just poking its way in for 1. It's very interesting when you get to these fatigue scenarios where Uzuri is capable of taking cards from you without you blocking. So it gets a little tense. Even with this Quiver of Abyssal Depths, it could be hard to keep enough cards to close the game. Whereas Uzuri has a real weapon.
It looks like the Spider's Bite has connected here. Oh, and
Oh, that's devious.
that could be... Well, so if Joey has any arrows or any attack cards, he is safe because Trench means he can always clear his arsenal. But yeah, when sitting on a 5-card hand, this is going to be probably quite a good trade up for Farah, stopping all those pump effects.
And, you know, especially if you're just not that happy with your hand, getting in with this Spider's Bite and then just rotting several of your opponent's cards can be devastating here. But that's also why he is playing Long Draw Half Glove.
That's a good point. This is a perfect opportunity to see that card used. Starting off with a Trench, we're going to see Dreadbore. He does have a Battering Bolt in his hand, so he could just pitch 2 reds and hang on to that long draw.
And end up converting most of the hand.
And it looks like maybe that's what this turn will be. He did also have the option to load in that Searing Shot, cash in the long draw half glove, and shoot it in for 9. So he could have used his long draw for +2, maybe +3 with the Searing on hit, but hanging on to it and opting for the Battering Bolt instead.
It looks pretty hard for Farah to conveniently cover up 7 here, but she has plenty of life to spare. It's just, as an assassin, how much do you want your opponent to know your entire bag of tricks?
Yeah, it's it looks like multiple blues and a Codex, so likely play pattern here would be, oh, it looks like no blocks. So we're going down to 12.
Blocks.
Going from parity to down 7, going to show off that hand. Of course, nothing will get discarded because these are all action cards. But it looks like Farah has a lot of cards without Go Again in her hand, so I'm curious what that arsenal is and how she's going to manage to use all these.
And there's just so much gas in this hand, too.
Yeah, we've got another Codex of Frailty. I wonder if she might lead with Codex and grab some sort of Go Again target and just discard a card, but it would, again, require clearing her arsenal, so we will find out soon what that card is hiding.
And we may see her kind of take advantage of Spider's Bite costing 2 to put a card under the Codex here. Oh, coming in with Surgical Extraction.
Interesting.
That's so interesting. I wonder if she has a plan for holding this card in her hand. Just kind of sandbag it for a few turns. It doesn't matter that I didn't draw up to 4 because you're going to give me some cards.
Is it possible we see some kind of attack react from Arsenal? I didn't catch what the Arsenal was last turn.
Surely there's nothing that could give the Surgical Extraction Go Again. I wonder what that Arsenal card is. I believe we've seen both players' entire decks by this point.
I guess we will find out soon enough. Looking over on Joey's side, he is lining up what looks like maybe a 2-card block. He's got a Weakest Link blocking there, and then maybe a trap. That's a Tar Pit trap, covering 6.
Ah, the Shred. And another defense reaction, the Spike Pit trap.
Big one.
Yeah.
All right.
There you have it. This is gonna this mill is pretty relevant at this point in the game.
Many.
Also deals a point of damage down to Farah, so Joey's leading by 8 points now, 19 to 11.
And it's going to deal some extra amount of damage depending on how many death touches are in Farah's graveyard. And I think the number is 3.
Wow.
So I take 3.
What a cool
Ouch.
use of this Spike Pit trap. We saw it not pitched, but sunk away with Trench very early in the game and coming back to bite now.
No, we're good.
Farah all the way down to 11, or down from 11 to 8.
From 12 to 8, just off a single defensive card.
Yeah,
It's all gone.
that's true. That's insane.
There's nothing.
Trench is going to ship the arsenal away, give us a resource.
Yeah. So up.
And
Farah has exactly 1 card left in her deck. Not much of a deck anymore.
I don't know how many Joey has, but it's definitely more than that. I think we might see this game end in fatigue very, very soon.
This Endless Arrow coming in for a brutal 5 here, especially with the way this card threatens cards out of deck by hitting and then preserves one in Joey's deck by going back to hand.
Look how many cards Joey still has. He must have presented more cards at the start of this game. He's leading pretty significantly in this fatigue race.
Spider's Bite.
Here comes the Spider's Bite. Just poke in for 1.
Joey's thinking. Oh, he's stressing me out, turning his hand sideways like that. Makes me think he's blocking.
Yeah,
block
just
12 on your...
drop 12 on the Spiders. No, the Frailty trap!
Oh, pushing Farah down to 2 life and giving a frailty for the rest of this turn. Making it harder to get use out of that Codex of Frailty that we know is hiding in Arsenal.
Go again.
Hey, there we go. Farah's putting some cards back in deck. 5 Go Again.
5 Go Again.
E-Strike is a relatively deck-efficient play.
Looks like there's 3 cards in her deck now. Walking with that Murky Water Riptide specialization and opting to take 2 here. I believe there's, yeah. Going down to 17. I believe that's the last Frailty trap in Joey's deck. So, as far as Farah knows, she can kind of swing those daggers with impunity now, but there's a much different problem.
Yes, I think you're right. We saw one blocked with very early and banished as well.
Just thinking.
Ours in the tank here should have close to perfect information at this point. Of course, the Codex in hand, or the Codex in Arsenal, rather. Spider's Bite on the field.
Codex.
Looks like we are just going to jam that Codex and discard our last card. There's a Command and Conquer.
Discarding and isolate. Ponder, Frailty,
Defensive, I think. And I'll
activating Tunic, and cracking in for 6.
it'll be 5.
There it is. Joey does have 2 defense reactions in hand, so he's not going to be able to stop this CNC effect. That arsenal will be lost or more likely trenched away. There we go, just getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Opting just to cash in his life lead here and take 5.
And Joey's turn is going to be a whole lot of nothing since he can't block with those, can't play them either. This is interesting. He perhaps is getting, you could say, a little bit punished for not cashing in one of those D-reacts on the Enlightened Strike, just getting the block value out of it. He ends up kind of IPing here. And Farah is down to her very last hand in deck.
This is her trusty last 4. Let's see if she can make something happen. Opting to pitch this Isolate and come in with the Shakedown. And this is another kind of heads-up opportunity to play around traps that trigger on attack reactions.
Yeah. We have that flick knife still in play, so Joey's at a virtual 11 if Farah ever finds an opportunity to flick that spider's bite for the game.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
But it's looking
No block reaction.
definitely tough at this point.
Oh, here comes the spider's bite.
Flick the spider's bite?
Yeah, so you flick the knife. It's an attack reaction, right?
Yeah.
No! What a question to ask.
Oh, that's 1 damage and...
To take cover. Not quite lethal, but I believe Farah choosing to extend the handshake there as she is completely out of cards.
Yeah, so Joey moves on to 2-0. Farah is now 1-1. As Uzuri, what matchups do you think she wants to see in the rest of today to kind of pull it back from here?
Do you remember what we talked about earlier? Zen. I believe she is absolutely looking to find Zen players. I have played the Zen matchup with her. It is not very pretty. You kind of just get disrupted every single turn. I think I went like 1 and 4 into her, which may be a skill issue. But there was definitely a lot of just like, wow, this deck sure is built to beat up on exactly Zen. And that game was... I really liked seeing the way the Lurker of the Deep there kind of navigated through Uzuri's bag of tricks there, especially with her text box, making it so hard to get value out of a lot of your cards. The Dominate makes it difficult to lead with your defensive cards, and then especially if she kind of flips in a Command and Conquer, you have Dominate on this attack, you flip in the Command and Conquer, and now Riptide can't play any defense reactions, which is, 20 cards out of their deck. But Riptide kind of took control of that game. Joey kind of took an early lead and just, how do I put it, kind of found the momentum and just kind of kept using his traps at really opportune times and making life really difficult for Uzuri.
Yeah, I agree. Both players managed to find their spots for defense reactions despite a bunch of anti-D-react effects in both decks. I believe our backup match is ready to dive into, so we're going to go ahead and look at that one. Still in round 2, we've got an Enigma versus Zen here. We are actually
into the middle of this game here, the middle of Zen's turn against an Enigma. We have Shawn Dhaliwal on Zen versus Michel Corvino on Enigma.
bringing it to you live. This game is still going as the other one finished, so we're just jumping right into where they are.
Can I tell you a secret?
What's the secret?
Shawn is playing my Zen deck.
Oh, very nice. Ellie is here in the booth, but kind of embodied in the tournament via her deck list.
My spirit lives on.
And we see 100 wins for 2 here. Enigma's life total seems to be under a lot of pressure in this game. No equipment left. Zen is at 13, so this Enigma player is going to have to land some sort of big aura and keep it around. Hopefully is able to stay alive enough to do so.
Or maybe, as Michael Fung showed us in the Battle Hardened and a few other Enigmas at US Nationals, but especially at Battle Hardened Minneapolis, where Michael Fung top-8'd, this Enigma could be a little more teched for this matchup playing CNC Pummel.
That's
Sometimes
true.
You don't necessarily expect an illusionist, especially one kind of elegant and graceful as Enigma, to just kind of say, actually, I think we're going to take you out back on this one.
It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle to survive this turn. Hopefully, those the cards in hand are something less threatening than what we're seeing right now. Maybe some crouching tigers. I didn't catch the very beginning of this turn, but I think at least one of them is a tiger. Enigma's going to have to block at least one card on this Bonds here. We're going to get an aspect of tiger, so that's going to be 5 more damage at least.
Oh, you're really staring down the barrel of the gun if you're here as Enigma. This is a red Bonds of Ancestry. I see coming in for 5. I was kind of curious if actually, due to the discrepancy on the dice there, if there was like a dense blue mist in play.
Oh, interesting. That would be really powerful on this turn.
It's such a powerful card against decks like Zen. Often that card can just be, I'll crack my Tunic counter, I'll play this dense blue mist, and I'll just block 11 on one card. Why not?
Yeah, that would actually, if that was landed at the very start of this turn, that could have been potentially a big swing for the Enigma player, but it looks like a hand full of 3 blocks and I think a red Waxing Spectre.
I believe that is a This Round's on Me, a Spears of Cereality, and a red Waxing Spectre. She's blocking with this blue Spears of Cereality and going to 1. These Spears are a very interesting piece of tech I've seen in a lot of Enigma decks lately. It's kind of an interesting way to kind of conjure some go again. Oh, this swipe is brutal.
And there you have it. The Enigma is not able to survive. We got to kind of catch the tail end of this game and see one more Zen pop-off turn. This is an interesting matchup. Like you mentioned, people have experimented with a lot of different cards like Pummel to try to force the Zen to interact some more.
Absolutely.
Combine it with CNC, other generic attacks like Amnesia or something. But in that one, it seems Enigma was not able to keep Zen under control.
She was definitely not able to kind of tame the tiger on that one. But it is a very interesting kind of way that you see decks evolve and adapt to a metagame where you have this deck where it's like, oh no, I can't protect my board at all. I can't keep myself safe from Zen's onslaught of just massive wide attacks. And then you go, well, if I can't keep myself safe, how about I make him unsafe and kind of start packing some extra hate for decks like this. Some other cards we've seen in that matchup is like Phantasmaclasm. There's a player here today, Lucas Ang, who I did a little bit of playing with leading up to Canadian Nationals. And I think that was the first time in my entire life I had had a Phantasmaclasm against me pummeled, which was horrifying.
And that's one of the things you see in these Enigma decks. I think what you just mentioned is one of the coolest parts of Flesh and Blood. When a meta develops over time, people start to try new tech cards, and then you see like one breakout list that counters what has been the meta. That kind of becomes the new go-to, and then like
Absolutely.
just goes in this circle. We are going to talk about one of our hosts this weekend, Red Riot Games, based here in Canada.
Absolutely.
I believe you're very familiar with Red Riot.
I'm not all that familiar. I'm actually super familiar with the other main sponsor of this event. Although, from what I understand about Red Riot, they have they were kind of the coordinator, right? So Red Riot and Silver Goblin collaborated to bring you this national championship. And I believe Red Riot was kind of in charge of a lot of the logistics planning, a lot of the TO setup. I believe they're handling scorekeeping, head judging, assembling the judge team, and all that sort of thing. They're also a store, a game store, card store vendor. I know Steve, the owner of Red Riot, kind of also takes initiative on himself to commission artists in the community to get some custom play mats, especially of hero art. You have these, sorry, the mirrored camera on this side. Let me just reach across Brodie here and smack him in the face. These Uzuri, Arachne, Riptide mats with community-made art, which is really fantastic. There's also some other stuff. There was a special piece of Lexi art, for example, that he got commissioned that was on some sleeves, I believe, a while back. And all these mats with all these characters and so many more, it's kind of bonkers, are on the Red Riot website at redriotgames.ca.
If you're interested in those, head over there right now, check it out. They picked some good showcases here. You can see Dorinthia in the corner. We've got, this is Ira, right, in the front and center.
And this just whimsical Kano mat saying, I believe you mean our turn.
That's amazing. It's the classic. All right, and we're going to jump over to Ethan on the producer cam now, who is going to talk to you guys for one moment.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much to the casting team and the viewers in chat. So that was the last round before we're rolling into round 3. Just a reminder, this is going to be the last CC round of the day as we then convert into the limited draft format. Tomorrow will be nothing but CC. So this is the last CC game. We're going to get Boltyn, so Ellie is going to be pretty happy on this last feature match on camera. But the real reason I'm jumping in here is we're about to show the ad reel real quick. And there's something pretty special about this ad reel, something that I worked on a lot over the past couple weeks. And I'm very proud to show it to you all. So don't tune out. For the love of God, see the viewers dropping. Went from like 600 to 488. You stay here, people, because you're about to see a new Flesh and Blood Lego stop motion live right now, and then we'll be right back with round 3. Here we go, enjoy.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it! James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say buy from Bazaar.
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG. Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SynFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game. Today.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the
Mist Veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Energy.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Arm, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Welcome back, everybody. How was that stop motion animation? Shout out to Manstamp for that. That was sick.
That was absolutely crazy. I am such a fan of Lego James. Ship it.
It was awesome. Lego Brian as well. Lego, multiple heroes represented there.
Mm-hmm.
That was good. We're getting ready for round 3 here at the Canadian National Championship. We're going to have a Dash.io versus a very exciting hero to you. You can tell us it is
my favorite. It's the Breaker of Dawn, Sir Boltyn.
Woo. So pretty interesting matchup here. I've played this one a little bit from the Dash.io side, and I imagine you've played it from the Boltyn side. So we'll have a lot to talk about.
Times.
Yeah. It's going in a matchup where I feel like Dash.io has kind of her classic issue of Boltyn has 3 blocks in his deck, and there is
He has so many.
Yeah, quite a few of them. So there's always a chance that the game could end in fatigue, but I think more likely than that, we're going to see both players just kind of pushing for these huge haymaker turns. As Boltyn, how are you approaching this matchup?
There's kind of 2 ways to take a look at this matchup, and I think they're both very interesting. In that, I think if you present Saber's combo, you have this very interesting dynamic with Dash.io where you're kind of trying to just like almost fatigue her, not truly fatigue her, but you kind of save your armor, try to navigate through the T-bones she throws at you, and use your armor to take this pivot where you throw this massive combo at her. And I think that that can be quite difficult. If she finds her max Vs, if she finds her boom grenades very early on in the game, life gets really hard for you, because a big part of pivoting into that combo turn involves not blocking outside of your armor, which also makes you predictable.
Right.
However, if you approach this with his trusty lightsaber, Raiden Duskbane, there's also this very interesting dynamic where it is a bit of a slugfest, a bit of a slobber knocker, where you're just swinging at each other with as many powerful cards as you can muster. But Boltyn tends to have more on-hits in this matchup than Dash.io would like to deal with. He says, block this, or I get a soul, which is often like drawing a card. He also has a lot of cards that just draw a card if they hit. He has, obviously, classically, Lumina Ascension, where he'll put some more cards in his soul. He'll gain some life if he hits, which can be so smothering in these aggro race matchups, where you just hit with Lumina Ascension, you played this 0-card 8 that's just in these mathy exchanges, just devastating for your opponent, hard to block, and then just salt in the wound, you're like, I think I'll just hedge back 2, 4, 6, whatever life, and just kind of be a little more belligerent, ignore what you're trying to throw at me, pull ahead, maybe I counter an entire symbiosis shot. And it looks like, on the topic of Boltyn's gear here, we're starting with a very classic Raiden loadout. He's presenting Raiden, he's presenting Warband of Bologna, he's presenting Iron Song Versus, Tunic to enable these powerful Via the Vanguard plays, and the classic Snapdragon Scalers. Dash.io notably is not on Balance of Justice, which is a very popular inclusion I've seen. I'm curious to see if their list contains both Crown and Balance for matchups like this, where your opponent's not likely to draw 2 cards in a single turn. We also see, new card from Part the Mistveil there, Stonewall Gauntlet, powerful against V of the Vanguard.
Aidan is starting us off with an Express Lightning on his very first turn. Just getting a card charged in Soul gives Mark the opportunity to filter a little bit. I think going first is probably very good for Boltyn in this situation. Not only do you get to charge, you deny Dash.io's ability to play 1 or even 2 items going first.
If you win the dice roll, you go first. And then also, if you lose the dice roll, you also usually go first.
Starting on Dash.io's first turn, we are lining up. He's thinking about it. Looks like a blue backup protocol. So just going to start off with an item, Crank there. Did he block with a blue card on the very first turn? If so, this could lead to some extra resources as well as that gun counter.
I believe we saw him block with a max V. Oh, he is opting to just play this boom grenade, not cranked, set up a couple counters on his gun, and just ship it back to Boltyn, see what Boltyn has for him. And it looks like Boltyn's hand is a Banneret. He's holding a V of the Vanguard. He's holding an Illuminate. This turn is primed to be painful. And here comes this Gallantry, this Banneret of Gallantry trigger, making a Quicken on this Bolt of Courage. And now he kind of asks his opponent the Dorinthia question, the classic warrior question of, do you think I have the trick? What are you going to do about this?
And less likely to have the trick than Dorinthia, but we know it's certainly still in his deck list. We just actually got to witness, if you noticed it, a really interesting part of the Dash.io puzzle, which is that I believe the top of Mark's deck during his turn was Tome of Fiendel, which explains why he chose not to boost. If he tried to, he would have to pop Achilles to continue his turn, because if you boost away a generic, your attack does not get go again. So that kind of influenced his decision to just drop a few items and have a setup turn instead.
And that's just never where you want to be, cashing in your go again boots the very first turn of the game. It kind of looks like Aidan's facing down a similar choice here with these Snapdragon Scalers on the board.
And it looks like Mark is actually going to overblock here by 1 if Aidan has a... It looks like he's giving a go again from Boltyn. I don't think he has any attack reacts in hand, so it's just going to be 4 go again, no draw. And he can follow this up with an Illuminate. What is that other card in his hand? Is that another Banneret?
I believe that is a Banneret of Courage, the one that makes a Courage if charged. He may be simply looking to pitch that card into Iron Song Versus and set up a Courage for his next turn with his Sword Swing. This is the classically disrespected but incredibly powerful on-hit in Boltyn. He just went up an entire soul. That go again on that Bolt of Courage was free.
Boltyn players will spend a full card to get a soul, and you just give it to him for free. No, it makes sense, though. On Dash.io's side, you have the Teklo Foundry Heart committed to the chain at that point, so you'd have to pretty much give a card in your gauntlet to stop it. And I think Mark likely wants to hang on to that gauntlet for later in that game during some, like, Illumina turn or something where everything is buffed up.
Absolutely. A situation where you don't want to break the combat chain, and he can get some value out of it. And he is opting to cover up this Courage token on-hit on his Raiden, which is actually very smart. I think the on-hit from Iron Song Versus frequently goes disrespected, but it's value, it's an action point, it's so many things.
And I can't tell what just happened if we're popping the backup protocol to get back a...
It looks like he used the backup protocol to get a blocking card.
Ah.
So it just I believe as with regards to cards in deck.
Starting off with a 0 to 60, going to boost away another mech card. And
a zipper hit, threatening a boom grenade.
So on Aidan's side, you're staring down this 0 to 60 plus 2 more cards from Mark, and you have to decide now whether you can block that boom grenade. And in Aidan's case, he's like, I don't think I'm going to be able to block it the whole turn. I'm just going to eat the damage. Here's another 4 to follow it up, and we're going to be able to park that Toma Fiandel nicely into Arsenal.
Taking both of these attacks straight to the dome. First, the 0 to 60 with the boom grenade down to 32. A second 0 to 60 down to 28. And then a symbiosis shot that I believe also went unblocked. He must have a powerful hand here. I believe I see a beacon of victory in this hand. And here comes a V of the Vanguard.
Lots of powerful stuff on both sides. Mark
charging spirit.
Ooh, there you go. That's the kind of setup you want to see early in this game from the Boltyn side. Mark also has that Toma Fiandel in Arsenal, and I believe he just got another one in his hand, so a lot of potential life gain from both players, actually.
And he's really taking steps here to minimize this card, the Stonewall Gauntlet. He made an active decision to charge 2 cards to Via the Vanguard off of his tunic, as opposed to just charging 1 and keeping an offensive card to throw, because he has this Beacon of Victory, because he can now keep his entire chain buffed up just by 1. You kind of light a card on fire to shut down their Stonewall Gauntlet. However, this gives him the opportunity to have a more explosive, more powerful Lumina Ascension turn, even through the Stonewall Gauntlet.
Yeah, Aidan is just barreling through that very powerful defensive effect. This is a great showcase of a legendary from our newest set that is primarily in the Dash.io deck, probably for Zen. It's very good on like an Art of War turn when you see that Descendant Gust Wave coming in. You know they're going to bonds you, can block for a total of 4 or more damage. But in this case, working similar magic versus V.
And here comes that just absolute 1-2 punch. He's seen every one of the most powerful cards in his deck on this turn alone. V of the Vanguard, I'll charge 2 cards. Here comes my Raiden. And just the way there's always thunder and then lightning. Here comes Beacon of Victory. You know what that card is getting out of his deck. Here comes an instant speed Lumina Ascension, buffing this attack and reactions to 6, threatening an on-hit that'll put cards in his soul, gain life. And since played as an instant, he gets an action point.
This is Boltyn at his finest. Very early in this game, but he has enough soul. He has the cards to make it work, and he is popping off. That last card in his hand, I think is just another charge card, so perhaps it's going to be arsenaled. So Raiden's going to be doing all the action this turn.
Yes, that is a red Beaming Bravado in his hand. Arguably the best possible start you can have, especially on a 2-card hand. And here comes Raiden for 5 again, threatening another Lumina on hit.
Using up that last action point, we have multiple soul still chilling there. Going to give it go again.
Oh, it looks like he's coming in with this beaming now, opting to take advantage of this V of the Vanguard pump.
We do lose a Beacon of Victory off the top, which perhaps is not the card you're happiest to see off that Lumina trigger.
It's definitely not where you want to be, but he hasn't committed the most fatal mistake of making the active decision to flip Lumina Ascension off the top.
And we are going to block with Crown of Providence. This Crown is so powerful in Dash.io when you know the top card of your deck at all times. Mark gets to filter into exactly what he wants there. I've played too many games with Runeblade where I just need to hit a blue off the top, but with Dash.io, you know for sure what you're getting yourself into.
Absolutely. And it looks like he opted to find a boom grenade to put in his hand. I'm very curious to see what his plan for that card is, because surely you would want to cast it off the top. I'm excited to see what he does with it.
That's really interesting, yeah. I wonder if the boom grenade is a resource card.
Oh, it is.
So he just didn't have any others. That's potentially very, very heads up from him. Banishing
a twin drive.
There you go. It looks like Mark is playing the style of Dash.io that I've played a lot more, and I'm a big fan of, which is kind of this max velocity, twin drive, Toma Fiandel style. There's another like more BIOS update based build that's been kind of getting more popular recently. I think both are strong, and there are definitely some versions in between, but this one I'm very familiar with.
And it looks like he's activating Foundry Heart, kind of turning his yellow card into a blue card on this turn. One of the really most powerful things Mech can be doing. And here comes Tome of Fendel, and he has another in his hand. He's going to draw so many cards this turn.
And this is the last opportunity for him to see an item on top to crank his action point back. Unfortunately, does not find it. He had 4 chances there, the first card, and then he boosted, and then he hearted, and then he tomed. None of them were items, so he is going to have to pop those boots to get his action point back here.
Here comes a Fender Bender for 4 with Go Again. This is surprisingly relevant in this matchup where Boltyn really kind of wants to shove his equipment on some of your on-hits. And if there's a boom grenade or something off the top being threatened here, the armor's just not enough to cover 5 or cover 4 here because it'll go to 5. Go to 6, actually. Wow.
In Mark's hand, are there 2 tomes? I think he might have had a tome from the last draw up and then drew another one off of his Tome of Fandel. So I think he might be looking at a boost card and 2 tomes as his cards remaining in hand.
One of those is a yellow and very easy to convert as a resource card. I'm curious what he does with the next tome. Likely that you think he'll park it in Arsenal, try to find an item off top?
I think so, yeah. He can pitch one to this zipper hit, ideally find an item with this final card that's now on top to spend that last resource on, and then that next tome will be a nice life gain setup for the turn coming after this.
I need like a baseball park, you know, like the kiss cam or whatever. I need the item cam. I need just like an X-ray on the top of his deck at all times.
That's true. Yeah, I wonder with this little side cam if we're very attentive, we could probably spot it next time.
Bring us down low on the helicopter here, Brodie.
And this overhead's gonna be for 4. Aidan's gonna block. Oh, with a slap happy, he's gonna get a vigor.
My favorite Boltyn card. This card is so unassumingly powerful, just this heavy hitter's rare. This card is so... In Boltyn, you very frequently only want to pitch 1 on a given turn. This card can kind of come in, cover 2 life, and pitch for 1, which is very frequently worth 2 cards.
And as a Dash.io player, I am so excited to see that very last card of the turn be an item. Tekla Core, one of the best ones to find here, is going to put a counter on the gun, set you up with 4 resources over the rest of this game, and make use of your last floating.
Here comes that Vigor token, that Tunic at home here. Let's see what he has. Oh, Command and Conquer.
This is a fantastic game so far. Dash.io spent up most of their armor. Boltyn is a little bit on the front foot here, still having all their equipment, a couple cards in Soul, and threatening a CNC effect. But Dash.io does have a reasonable setup here. Tome parked in Arsenal, Tekla Core waiting. This is a really exciting one.
Let's see how he protects this Tome. And Brodie, I just have one question for you. Would you describe this game as high octane?
Oh, he's taking it all. So we are going to see that high octane get played right now, most likely.
Fantastic.
2 resources coming off the Tekla Core.
That's right. Looks like Boltyn's hand here has a pretty nasty trick in it here, too. Holding a Courageous Steel Hand and a Command and Conquer.
Ooh, there you go.
Here comes Fender Bender. Yet again, it looks like Mark has really opted for a lot of this equipment hate in his deck list.
I can't tell. I think Mark's hand contains a Twin Drive, a Max V, and I think it might unfortunately be a yellow as the last card. If it were a blue, he would be able to go crazy here and Foundry Heart into a Max V play.
It does seem a little difficult to make that happen, but it's possible he can still throw the Twin Drive for some threatening damage.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of action points. He'll likely Foundry Heart after this chain link to get that last resource floating, maybe find an item. And if he does find an item off the top, then he would have at least 2 gun counters to make use of these extra action points. But unfortunately for Mark, doesn't quite have all the gas he needs to maximize every card in this hand. I think the Tome of Fandel that just got blown up by CNC actually would have helped a lot.
And we're gonna go gambling a little bit here. We're gonna play the Spark of Genius. Search our deck for an item, likely one with Crank, and try to just draw the blue off the top here.
That would be amazing. I wonder if he'll just get another Tekla Core. He does have an action point to play with because of that high octane, so he kind of has some choices. It could also be a boom grenade. He's going to grab that red boom. And he has the option to not crank here because he has extra action points from the high octane. It's a little bit of a tricky balance. Without knowing what he's going to draw, he has to make a decision. It seems like he is cranking and is going to stay at 2 action points. But I think both choices are reasonable.
At the least, he's always capable of converting these 2 gunshots, if nothing else.
Yeah, 100%. he is very likely going to play the Twin Drive no matter what he draws, and it's just going to be up to the pitch color of that card off the top, whether the Max V gets to come in as well.
And let's see what he drew. I believe, is that the Toma Fendel he pitched earlier?
We're going to try to catch the top card of his deck here.
Our item cam.
Be a little
It
spies.
is the Tome, and it's a Boom Grenade on the top of his deck.
Interesting. Okay, so he has the option to play this Boom Grenade off the top and then tackle a Foundry Heart to get the resources necessary to Twin Drive. But if he were to hit a generic off the Foundry Heart, he'd be in a pretty rough spot. So lots to think about.
Very, very true. Though I'm quite unsure that he has any generics left in his deck unless he's playing other than Toma Fendel. We've seen 2 of them enter the graveyard already, right?
That's a great point. Yeah, usually it's just the 3.
We got a little shell-shocked by seeing the 3rd Tome again so fast.
Yeah, they really came quickly in this game. Mark's thinking here. It looked like he was going to tick down one of his action points, so maybe he wants to send in a gunshot early just to kind of hide information.
It's distinctly possible. Looks like he's thinking about pitching this Max V. He's really in the tank. No matter what he does, this turn is primed to be powerful.
Pitching the Max V is reasonable. It's so he's gonna tackle Foundry Heart. He is gonna lose the ability to play that Boom Grenade off of Dash.io, but he's gonna get to keep an arguably more powerful arsenal in Tome of Fandel.
Absolutely.
Or maybe he's gonna choose to play that Tome. You never know. He does have the action point.
Going up 2 cards on your high octane turn certainly seems reasonable.
Could also depend on what he sees on top of his deck here. By activating Foundry Heart this way, he's just kind of giving himself options. Now he's seen the top card, and he's going to cash in the Tome.
No life gain on this Tome, which can make it occasionally a little difficult to get back into this game the same way that Boltyn tries to get ahead on Lumina life gain. It looks like he drew a 0 to 60 and another card I can't quite make out. But he's holding that Twin Drive, he's holding an Outpace, and he's holding that 0 to 60. He can come in for 8 here, threatening a Boom Grenade, and arsenal a Twin Drive.
Yeah, several boost cards in this hand, several ways to get action points. If he finds another item off the top, maybe he chooses to pitch another card for it. We've got Outpace coming in for 4 with that breakpoint, threatening a red Boom Grenade. And I think Aidan's lining up a 2-card block.
I believe the top card of his deck here is a red Backup Protocol. The 2-card 5 block here. The unfortunate downside of Courageous Steel Hand is that it's one of the only warrior cards that blocks for 2.
There it is. I think they're discussing making sure they have the correct number of action points represented here.
1 in hand.
And Aidan's down to his last card in hand,
which is a Command and Conquer.
And there we go, just using that gunshot, making him take 2 before we continue with our turn. And Mark has a choice here. He can play the red backup off the top if he likes. Oh yeah, so he's going to shoot his last gun counter, make it seem like he's out of action points, and then bam, there's the crank.
And here comes that red Backup Protocol, letting him grab an attack from his arsenal, cranking it to go up an action point, and getting an attack from his arsenal. Oh, he's found the Max V.
Wow, so he's choosing to just IP here to set up the Twin Drive and Max Velocity together.
That's so fascinating. I'm so excited to see what this next turn holds.
I really hope he's able to get it off. He does have the 2 Techlo Core resources, which helps a lot with setting up a big play like that.
And it was a very heads-up block from Aidan there. He kind of smelled that Dash.io was maybe out of boost cards there. Didn't really feel like taking a grenade straight to the dome. And just opted, all right, I think I'm going to block 4. I'm going to slow this game down a little bit, block 5 even on this Outpace, and shut down this Boom Grenade trigger because I'm going to call you out. I'm going to say all you have left is gunshots for me.
Yeah, Aidan's maintaining his life total lead. Of course, still has all of his armor completely unblocked. Spirit of Irina in play. So looking kind of up in this game, but Mark does have a very powerful hand here with 2 extra resources to help him get it started.
And it's so interesting because while he has this armor lead, while he has this life lead, Dash.io is just so explosive, especially with another high octane here, just threatening so much damage on this hand yet again. I believe he has 2 Max Vs.
And the high octane finds a blue card off the top, which is really what he was looking for. He's also got a red backup on top, so if he wants, he can choose to play that out right now. And he's going to do it. That's the one floating. Red backup comes in. He can crank it if he wants to, but he doesn't have to. He's going to have so many action points from this high octane. Chooses to crank it, so we'll see what the rest of his turn holds.
Oh, he arsenaled the Twin Drive. That makes a lot more sense. I thought he just drew a second Max V.
Oh, yeah.
Banishing another Boom Grenade off the top, though I guess he's already Dash IO'd this turn. Coming in for 5 here, threatening... Well, no Boom Grenade. I forgot that it fizzled at the start of the turn. Coming in for 5 go again here, but kind of pulling an action point out of thin air because of this high octane.
Yeah, he's up to 4 action points after Go Again resolves here, and also has 2 boosts of the 3 for Max V already fulfilled. Looks like a 0 to 60, and is it another Twin Drive in his hand?
Yes, it is. What's interesting about this turn cycle here is that it kind of seems like Aidan, you see him blocking early in this turn. He has this Command and Conquer in his arsenal. It seems like he's kind of made this decision to preserve his life total a little bit, play towards this Command and Conquer, kind of try to like wrest control of the game back from Dash IO. Here comes a 0 to 60 for 4.
Aidan is definitely taking it a little bit slow, being a little more defensive, trying to find dig in his deck toward something like another Lumina Ascension, perhaps.
All gunshot for 2. Take 2. 8.
Mark keeps kind of demonstrating this play pattern of gunshotting early, not showing strength, and then following it up with his real power play. There's that maximum velocity. And I think this is going to be the end of his turn, but he does still have at least 1 action point left after this if he'd like to use it.
No, I think it's 1 AP after
Looks like he's going to cash in a little bit of this armor on this maximum velocity here.
Yeah, so you got 3 from boosting. 3 from boosting. I spent 1 here, 1 here, so I have 1 left.
Looks like they're just clarifying how many action points he should have at the moment. Yeah, I believe he didn't represent the 2 off the Twin Drive. Easy to miss.
Yeah, it's boosted twice, so technically triggers High Octane twice, but you just think of it like another boost card. It looks like Aidan's going to finally cash in a lot of his armor here. Maybe he wants to be ready to pop that Warband, I suppose, at any time that he could want to.
Yeah, Warband is just so versatile, but you really want to find the 2 block before you have to cash it in. It's really painful to kind of light 2 life on fire that you could have found earlier in the game if you just value blocked with it early. But it does show a lot of diligence from this Boltyn player on this side of the table to kind of save the Warband, try to play around stuff like T-Bone.
Yeah, T-Bone is interesting. You don't want to lose the last point of armor on one of these or have to give up your tunic. Snaps is kind of nice, I suppose, to be able to cover up the first T-Bone in any given turn.
And this is just such a hard choice. Mark is 6 life ahead, and this Max V is threatening lethal.
He's blocking, it looks like at least 5 here, so going down to 3, or maybe he's going to give that last piece of armor and stay at 5 life total points.
Looks like he is going to cash in that armor, take 3 down to 5. And it looks like he's going to try and use this Command and Conquer to get a little bit of tempo back in his favor. Now that he's weathered the storm of those kind of back-to-back, the tempo generated by that Tekla core was really smothering. It looks like he's going to try and weather the storm a little bit here, throw this Command and Conquer, take a card from you, slow you down a little bit, and kind of let me breathe some.
And it looks like a hand of 4 3 blocks on Mark's side, so pretty likely to see the CNC covered up.
It depends how many cards he wants taken off of his turn.
He does have 1 Boom Grenade, so 1 no block there. His arsenal is that other Twin Drive that he's still hanging on to. It's possible he chooses to just eat the 6 and keep more power to try to push lethal with.
That definitely seems perfectly reasonable here, especially holding this Boom Grenade. I believe his whole hand costs... Oh no, he's holding an outpace, which is incredibly relevant with that Boom Grenade, a lethal breakpoint that he's not allowed to give armor on. He has a yellow 0 to 60, a red zipper hit.
So
outpace.
If he wants to block with the 0 to 60 and the outpace, he could end up using Boom Grenade as a resource card here to just play zipper hit and Twin Drive off of his heart. And it looks like maybe that's what he's going for. Start your turn off with the zipper hit, see if an item makes itself available on top, and then if not, you can just follow it up with that Twin Drive.
He is just taking 6 here, saying goodbye to that Twin Drive, and opting to keep his 4 cards.
There you go. He's got 3 boost attacks. I'm curious to see whether he is going to play this Boom Grenade out. He has the option of playing it or using it as a resource card, but likely just going to pitch the blue outpace in that case.
I wonder if maybe he's kind of trying to make a play for an item off the top of his deck here.
Yeah, this play definitely gives him more digging. He can boost twice, activate Foundry Heart, and also sets him up with a gun counter to end his turn on, whereas with some of the other lines, you would have just wasted an action point.
I wonder if he is... Did he opt to go to 1 on that boom grenade on the 0 to 60? It's a yellow boom grenade, correct? I suppose it wasn't. Oh, it's a yellow 0 to 60.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was a red, and I was a little confused as to how he blocked, how he did.
Yeah, just cleanly blocked in this case. The 0 to 60 and zipper hit. Some of the best mechanologist attacks, some of the oldest as well from Arcane Rising, just above rate.
Just patently.
Strong cards. You often play rainbows of these. Throttle is an interesting one because 2-cost cards aren't as strong in Dash.io, but you often see some copies of those as well.
And this is kind of a painful situation to be as Boltyn here. His hand really wants to be able to keep more cards, and he just can't with how much damage is being presented to him. He may just choose to kind of, sadly, block away this Lumina Ascension, try to arsenal this Slap Happy as a little bit more of a life hedge, put a little bit of block in your arsenal, allow yourself to keep more cards and take a pivot here. But we may see him cash in this armor on this zipper hit. Oh, he's cashing in the Slap Happy.
And there you have it, making another Vigor token. So, no ability to charge on this turn. Do you think he's going to be able to put that Vigor to any use? Maybe, I don't know what he could use it for.
Seeing that item go away when you activate the Foundry Heart there is just so tragic. But the pistol does come in for 2. It comes knocking. We have a 3 to 8 game here. This Vigor token on board, but he's not capable of doing all that much with it unless he does have a line here. He can activate Tunic, float another, crack Warband, and swing Raiden, charging his Lumina Ascension away.
That's interesting. What do you think about that option? I don't know if he wants to give up Lumina. Perhaps he's so low that he can't play it, but he's going to try to hang on to it here. Try to make something.
I think that's perfectly acceptable. That card lets you swing back into so many games.
If Dash.io has a bit of a clunker, maybe a couple items in hand, and Aidan can get away with just blocking 1 or 2 cards, he could definitely swing his way back.
Looks like he's casting a yellow backup protocol here. Not a card you see that frequently in Dash.io.
That's fascinating, yeah. And there's a throttle in hand. We were just talking about that. I can't tell what color.
I believe his hand is 3 reds, giving him kind of some awkward decisions to make here. Coming in with this outpace, pitching a throttle, I believe a yellow throttle, and holding a Pulse Wave Harpoon. No, the boom grenade off the top.
That's such a classic way for Dash.io to end the game. The red boom grenade, the attack react for the win. I do think, were it not for that item off the top, it's possible Aidan would have found a way to keep 2 cards and kind of push back into the game with that Lumina. So quite an interesting close game between these two.
Absolutely. I think if he couldn't find the item off the top there, and if it wasn't specifically like exactly outpace on that turn, I think it was very reasonable for Aidan, our Boltyn player, to kind of cash in those last 2 points of armor he has. And he still had Snapdragon Scalers on board, which can be especially brutal with the Bolt of Courage in his hand. I think if he was just that close to finding his way back into the game, because even when you're at 8, and Lumina Ascension kind of comes home to roost, and it comes down. It's like, well, this is my 0 card 8. I had to charge to attack with this. So I'm presenting lethal plus a card at least. What a fantastic Dash.io versus Boltyn game. Sad to see how it went. I'm always rooting for the Boltyn player, and I will continue to root for him for the rest of this tournament. He is my champion. We're going to dive into our backup stream game over here, and let's take a look at what we have here. It looks like Jimmy Niro Demers on Kano versus Avery Myles, actually local to BC. I know him. We've played some games together. On Azalea Ace in the Hole, Brodie's favorite.
Yeah, this is a matchup I'm all too familiar with. I've lost it plenty of times, which motivated me to originally add that Spellfray cloak. I also am a fan of the Spellfray leggings. In this case, Avery's opting for just Spell Void 1 and keeping up that Snapdragon Scalers to get a little bit more aggression. Always have the threat of going wide. Even if you don't have it, the Kano thinking that you might be able to make a go-again play can be really important. So we'll definitely see how all of Avery's equipment comes into play throughout this game.
And on the topic of equipment, Kano's gear is relatively standard. The Spellfire cloak is maybe not quite maybe not quite Tunic, but I do want to highlight just how blinged out this gear is. You ever sit down across the table from a Kano, you see gold foil of at least 2 slots of their equipment? I'm kind of thinking, man, I want to go home.
That's pretty fancy, and it looks like a legitimate Marvel Kano in the middle of the table as well.
Wow.
From the foreign history packs, so very fancy stuff going on Jimmy's side.
Looks like a Prognosticate off the top, a second Kano to keep digging, another Prognosticate. Can he find the third?
Pitching away a Blazing Aether there. What is this card going to be?
He's tanking on it.
Got 2 blues able to be played. I don't even know if he would want to play them on their own, just because you'd really be giving Avery a chance to filter away his hand there.
Yeah, it's very interesting. He's kind of giving some thought to the top card of this deck. Kano contains so many cards that you can't banish now. It's often like 6 in your deck. You don't really want to banish Cindering. It looks like it was just a spell that he wanted to leave there. But it's a very interesting idea that you kind of play these higher variance games of Kano, right? Where you have these cards that you don't really like you either don't want to or are incapable of banishing off the top of your deck.
Yeah. It's, in this case, we're choosing not to. We never saw what the card was, but we're just passing it along to Avery's turn, starting off with a Death Dealer load. There's an Infecting Shot. This is pretty much what you want to see on your first turn. You've got a yellow card, you've got a 1-cost arrow. Hopefully he has 2 more pumps to pair with it, and we can send in this arrow for 11.
Here comes a pump. Do we have more? Another! Here comes an Infecting, almost said Endless. An Infecting Shot for 11.
With 2 Blood Rots on hit, so if Jimmy's not able to block with 4 cards here, this is going to be quite a good start at knocking his life total down. If there are any potions or kindles in hand, he'll be unable to cover this all.
Especially, and threatening 2 Blood Rot on hit is just so scary here. If you can't block 11, this arrow's worth 15.
Yeah. This is definitely a strong start, but that is going to be a block of exactly, looks like 12 maybe, but that's the full hand.
It does look like he just ships the whole hand there. And the interesting thing about Azalea and Kano is that while your defensive capabilities are maybe not all that robust, your clock is horrifying.
Yeah, absolutely. A fast hero. Spell Void helps out a little bit with kind of shoring up your... You do have AB built in, but it's mostly a lack of resources.
Exactly.
Unlike something like Zen, which is full of blues, and you can often hold a blue until the end of your turn. Azalea has a trickier time putting all her damage on the table at once. Looks like the Kano just passed back, naturally hanging onto that arsenal. And over on the Azalea side, we're going to opt a pump to the top, Azalea into it, kind of clear our arsenal away so that we're able to get that Death Dealer value rolling.
And find this read the glide path here, letting him kind of, though he can't Azalea again, it does let him fix the card he's drawing, and he's looking at a Codex of Frailty on the top. Interesting in this matchup because it's incapable of forcing Kano to discard unless they're getting a little spicy with it. But it does still let you go get one of the most powerful cards in your deck.
And Knock is actually so perfect. This is one of those situations where having a blue is really helpful because Ivory's going to come in with the Infecting Shot for 11 and currently has no 0-cost targets in his graveyard. So having that one floating for the Snap Codex play is going to be quite critical here.
Something that always really entertains me about the way decks have shifted away from including blues and Flesh and Blood is that sometimes you draw up a blue and you pitch a blue and you go, man, it felt so good to get 3 resources out of 1 card this turn. I wish I could do that more. Anyways, moving on.
Back to my yellows.
Yeah, back to my yellows.
Blues definitely have their spots, and this matchup in general is one of the cases where blues are pretty strong in the Azalea deck. Just like we said, having access to that AB, it's not something she always has. A lot of the deck is reds, so just anytime you see a Knock, I'd say you're pretty happy versus Kano.
And it looks like Kano opted to just take 11 and a Blood Rot here. Sounds like he has some powerful cards that he wants to play out on his turn. Get a little bit of blasting done. Do some damage to Azalea.
Avery's choosing to hang on to those snaps, just pass the turn along, set a card in Arsenal, and set up. What is the Kano doing now? Is this thinking about putting a Kano on the stack, perhaps?
It looks like he is holding his official judge-issued Eye of Ophidia proxy, I believe, as I saw a Cracked Bauble enter his pitch zone, and that is not a legal card to register in your deck list. Whether you knew that or not, there's a fun fact for you. There's Eye Trigger, Kano on the stack, and we're going to take a look at the top 2 cards of our deck, get a little bit of card selection happening before the Kano trigger resolves.
Let's see if we can catch what this opt is. It's an E-Pot and a red Tome of Aetherwind.
Wow, you could barely ask for more.
That's pretty impressive. Do you think we just leave it in this order and just cash in the Tome? Or perhaps you fire off the E-Pot because it's such a good card to get set up?
I believe his hand contains another energy potion, and he hasn't quite used his action point yet.
I'm curious to see how he navigates this. If he has 3 cards in hand, so if he plays an E-Pot out and he Kanos once for the other E-Pot, he would be left with 1 card. If it's a blue, maybe he just YOLOs the Tome to see if he can get some more blues and make some action happen.
And here he is, just comfortably slamming that energy potion into his other weapon zone. He knows what it's for. It's for dealing damage.
Hey, that's right. And he's pitching this E-Pot, so it looks like he does want to continue actually playing out his turn here. He's going to fire off this Tome of Aetherwind, and if he ends up with 1 excess blue, he can just cash it in for 2 life on that Blood Rot. We'll just have to see what the top of his deck holds.
Kano doing Kano things, but Azalea is still sitting pretty at 40 life, and Jimmy just keeps digging. There's another Prognosticate. He found the 3rd so quickly.
We've banished all 3 of those to the Kano ability. Kind of funny. The E-Pot's going to be put into play now.
I thought 3 of a Kind was a Lexi card.
Oh, I have such memories of that card. Technically legal in the hero on our screen right now, Azalea. I'll admit, I have brewed with 3 of a Kind Azalea more than once.
Did you also try out the rapid fires?
Yeah, I've been down the rabbit hole. Yeah, I've tried it all.
Okay, yeah, that's about what I would expect from you.
So we've got some questions in the chat about the cracked bauble in CC. Can you clarify what you meant about not being able to register that card itself?
This is a fun fact I was told by a judge friend. It might be incorrect, but I don't actually think you can put cracked bauble on your deck list. And a funny thing I heard about this, right, where I heard this through the grapevine was about Tariq, famously not wanting an 80th card and wanting to register a cracked bauble in his deck for, I believe, Leo. And he asked a judge if he could put a cracked bauble in his deck, and the judge said, no, it's not a legal thing you can register. And he was like, so what do you do if I put an illegal card in my deck? And he said, well, we replace it with a cracked bauble. And so he thought, well, that'd be pretty funny. And the judge said, no. You also get an IP2.
Unfortunate. So he then instead registered a Coax of Commotion as his 80th card in that Briar deck. And I have a funny follow-up to this story, which is that was my very first competitive CC deck ever. And my mom and I just copied Tariq's deck list and each purchased a single copy of Coax of Commotion off TCG Player.
Which is actually, in the grand scheme of things, just so funny, because as time passed, as deck lists shifted, as things changed, and Briar decks leaned more into Channel Mat Heroic and playing these generic 0-for-4s, Coax of Commotion quickly became, like, my favorite Briar card.
Yeah, it actually ended up being quite a strong card.
Yeah, I used to pack 2 Quicken tokens, one that was like the first ed reminder textless foil Quicken, and then a crumpled up white border one for my opponent.
So Avery actually did find some action there on that turn. Ended up going with an Aether Flare for 4. 2 of it got AB'd, so took 1 damage down to 39, and then followed that up with the Prognosticate for 3, which I guess took him down to 36 as well.
Which is a very interesting position on Avery's side of the board here, where if you're a Jimmy, you're kind of like, wow, he's through 2 of his Knock the Death Whistles already. I can almost deterministically be aware that he has no blues in his deck.
There's an Endless Arrow flip. We see an Amplifying on top, and it looks like that's an immediate ship to the bottom. Avery's just looking for a pump here.
Maybe we'll see a blind Azalea this turn. And it looks like he's going for it.
And on the previous turn, he pitched a blue, so I guess he took 2 damage from the Aether Flare, down to 38, and that's why he took an additional 2 from the Prognosticate. There's the pump he was looking for. Rainrazor's out of the arsenal.
If you're looking for a pump, you have a Codex. Oh, the Boltyn shot. Rainrazor is exactly what you're looking for on this turn.
This is interesting. This is going to be for 6. We've got more cards in hand, so definitely some kind of follow-up coming. If I'm the Kano player, I'm actually very interested in blocking this reload because I want to see that Bullseye Bracers off the board.
Absolutely. You want to see that AB1 go, and that presents an interesting question for Avery, whether he'd like to give it up or not.
I have to wonder what's in his hand. Ideally, it would be something like another Codex, so he could follow this up without popping the Bracers. But yeah, popping that arm piece against Kano is a very dangerous thing to do.
Brodie, I have a question.
What's up?
Have you ever played Razor Reflex in Azalea?
I have put it in a Fabry deck list before. I don't know if I've ever actually played it.
Okay. I lost a PQ to getting a Remorseless Razor Reflex by an Azalea once. And I was just looking at the one floating. I was looking at that arrow on the board. I was looking at the exact Bloxies, and I was like, wouldn't that be funny?
So, we've got a lot going on here. Avery chooses to just pass. Being pretty disciplined, not popping that arm. I actually really like that decision. And then on Jimmy's turn, we've got a double Kindle on the stack.
And it looks like he's going to activate Kano with a Kindle on the stack, draw a card, pitch into Kano, find a Voltic Bolt here, and then I believe this card is in his hand. It looks like he's considering Kanoing again, trying to find a little bit more gas.
This is
Activating Crucible.
Oh, it was a red card. That's unfortunate. The whole turn is just down the drain.
Oh, and you hate to see 2 Kindles leave your deck in that way.
That's so interesting. I wonder, from the Kano side, you have to wonder, like, the debate between just playing out both of those Kindles, trying to make something happen, just getting rid of them, versus holding on to them and trying to cash them both in on a combo turn. I wonder what Jimmy's arsenal is, because that's got to be a big factor too. But I bet there's a school of thought for just passing and trying to, like, double Kindle on your opponent's next turn.
Absolutely. I think 2 Kindles in hand can occasionally be kind of clunky because it's double red, but he has that E-Pot on board to kind of hedge that out. If he has a Wildfire and Arsenal, it can let you do some truly disgusting things.
Yeah, we still haven't caught a glimpse of what his arsenal is. This turn, Avery found a drill shot off the top, so that's going to be dominated for 10 or 13 here. Looks like coming in for 10.
And these 0-cost arrows are just exactly what you want to see in this matchup. You kind of get to hold extra cards, withhold information, have more resources for AB, and this combination of Dominate and an Inertia token is backbreaking for Kano, because if you're not ready to go off here, you're going to lose that arsenal you've been planning on.
Yeah, Inertia tokens are so important in this matchup. Finding your 6 copies of Lace with Inertia combined with Seek and Destroy, that's a massive factor in winning this game as Azalea. We have, I believe, 2 cards left in Avery's hand, and at least one of them is very likely an arrow, because last turn we saw Avery pass with 2 cards, and I have to imagine if either was a pump, it would have led before the Boltyn shot. So at least 1 arrow left, maybe going to see some Snap Death Dealer action.
And we're going to see Jimmy start digging here, finding an Ether Spindle off the top. That can be the start to some really powerful turns if it comes in for enough that he gets to opt some powerful cards to the top.
Yeah, if he's got a Wildfire and Arsenal, he has to make a choice here. Are we going to Striders it in and try to have our pop-off turn now and, you know, find a Blazing with that Spindle or something? Or are we going to have just kind of a more tame Spindle for 5? He can survive probably at least 1 more turn before he's in extreme threat range. This turn could end up presenting 18 total, so might require a blocking card, but he's relatively safe at the moment.
And what's very interesting about Avery passing with a couple cards in hand last turn is that he might just be sandbagging some yellow arrows.
That's true. That's a good point in general, just holding up resources toward the end of your turn. With Azalea, ideally you're just holding 1 card to Arsenal, and you really want it to be a yellow or blue if possible. This is kind of a nice play pattern, and is one reason that the Snapdragon Scalers are nice and are sometimes better than the Spellfray Leggings that I favor, because in this case, you kind of force Kano to make a decision now before you have to commit the majority or entirety of your hands.
Right. It really threatens some extra options. And he is committing here. We're seeing 3 blue cards enter Kano's pitch zone here. I'm not quite sure what that face-down card is. I think it might be a proxy for a Kano activation or something. We see this Wildfire come out of Arsenal, Crucibled and Striders. Looks like it's coming in for 5, maybe 6 off of Metacarpus. He'll AB 2 and take 4 on this. Oh, he'll Spellvoid 1 as well. He'll take 3.
Very nice. So Avery's life total is quite high. I feel like he's in a relatively safe spot here, but he's also not presenting lethal. So you'll often see this happen where as Kano's starting to get low, he just sends his pop-off turn, takes you down not to below 0, but pretty close to it. If he can get Avery into the single digits, then he might be able to close the game out from there on future turns.
And we're going to see this Spindle come in for a massive amount. He has 2 floating already, so he doesn't have to take this last card out of his hand to play it. It's distinctly possible that this Spindle could find him a Tome, could find him some more powerful things like a Kindle, and let him just blow Avery up.
Yeah, and ultimately wants to try to end this turn on a Blazing. He does still have access to that Energy Potion and Ragamuffin's Hat, so he has quite a lot of play here. I'm really curious to see where this ends up going from the Kano side. He's going to end up opting 7.
That is a big look.
You know, I always joke that Kano players, when they get to opt like 5+ and look at all the cards in their deck, they never find what they need.
That's very true.
But they always find it when it's just 1 blind rip off the top. So we'll see if that holds true here. We've got, oh, that's a
There's a Blazing. I think it might be 2 Blazings.
I think so too. I think it might be more than 1. If he also has a Tome, he could potentially play them both in this turn.
He also still has his Ragamuffin's Hat up.
Yeah, if he has any way to gain 1 more resource, assuming that his hand is a blue, he'd be able to fire off both Blazings here. But he would need to have some trick because the Energy Potion only provides 2.
Looks like there's also a Cindering Foresight in this hand. This big old grip.
Yeah, I think it might be 2 Cinderings, 1 or 2 blues, Blazing, and then 2 cards at the back I couldn't make out.
Blazing is pretty much exactly what you want to see here. It's going to come in for 12, putting Avery to 14.
At the very least, that's That's not a bad position to be in. 14 is a little bit high, but you still have access to that E-Pot and Ragamuffin hat, so you have a lot of play to maybe try to close it out with a mini combo after this, if that's the best you can do.
My bad. I believe the Blazing would come in for... I missed that the spindle was for 7, not 6. So 7 plus 3, 10 plus 3, 13 is a big number.
Yeah, you're right. Take him all the way down to 13, cut his life cleanly in half. Kano's in the tank here. We'll try to catch a better glimpse of what these 7 cards are. We can see the Cinderings clearly. There's at least 2 blues in this pile, but it's just those 2 cards hiding at the back. I think one of them might be a Gaze the Ages, which would be potentially...
That could be pretty crushing.
It's interesting, though, because the real power of Gaze is it lets you see more cards, but...
It doesn't net you resources.
Right. In this case, like, perhaps you bottom 5 and you go, like, Blazing on top and then Gaze above that, and you get to just see 1 extra card below the Blazing, but it's kind of a tricky spot. I don't know if more ops is really what Jimmy needs.
Especially because if he kind of ships 5 to the bottom here, he sacrifices the opportunity to sculpt his hand a little bit more for the next turn.
Yeah, that's a great point. If he tops Blazing and then further tops, 2 blues, 2 Cinderings, and below that puts the cards he wants to Kano, he could set up for quite a nasty follow-up.
Especially because if he opts not to block, not to block here, he's going to find himself at 7, which Azalea is pretty capable of presenting. And when your Striders are gone, especially if he cashes in Ragamuffins here, it can be pretty hard to muster 12, 13, 14 damage in a single go off the top blind.
Yeah, and Azalea, especially spending their full hand, could present easily 10 or more dominate off of just 4 cards if they've got the right draw. So finding a lethal follow-up is pretty important here.
It looks like we'll see this Rags come out. Pitching a blue, activating Tome from hand. Well, Tome went to top.
Oh, that's incredible.
Looks like he'll find an Ether Arc and a Blazing. Is this lethal?
This is going to add 8 damage to the turn, so not quite lethal, but it is going to create a Ponder token and bring Avery all the way down to 5 when it's all said and done. So this is a very good spot for Jimmy. Oh, he pops the E-Pot and uses the node, so it's going to bring him all the way down to 2, actually. I think this might be the writing on the wall. We'll have to see how next turn plays out, but with only AB2, Avery's going to be in a really tricky spot.
Avery needs Jimmy basically to whiff now.
Yeah, so that's 4 damage from the Aether Arc. He creates the Ponder token. He'll be able to let the Inertia pop and then get that Ponder set up an arsenal after this, which might not even be that important, given that he's probably going to try to kill Avery on the next Azalea turn.
So, chat, I just want y'all to know, Brodie is, I'm watching the gears turn in his head. He is, like, climbing around his chair. He is pushing his hair back. He is holding his forehead as he tries to do this Kano math.
It's exciting stuff. We Make Best says clean in chat. There's that Inertia token.
Not going to matter with that Ponder from the Ether Arc.
Yeah, we just got to make sure we do it in the correct order, blow up the Inertia first, and yeah, you see Jimmy being very careful here, like, let's stack these the way they're supposed to go. We've got, 4 reds in the hand from Avery. A solid Azalea hand, but reds are not exactly what you want to be seeing when you're sitting at 2 life total points.
So a little anecdote about the Inertia Ponder thing. Once I was playing against an Azalea, and I had a bit of a moment where I was like, yes, Inertia, then Ponder. And I draw my card, and I go to tuck it in my arsenal, and they go, okay, you forgot your Seek and Destroy trigger?
Oh, no. Yeah, that's the worst. I've been in that spot as well. Loading off the Death Dealer. Maybe we draw a resource card here to try to help us out, but it's definitely looking grim for Avery.
Jimmy doesn't need to find much off the top here.
He's choosing to just send this in for 7, keeping some resource cards in hand. Maybe 2 reds, but enough to AB a little bit.
Here comes the Cindering Foresight. This card has kind of left Kano decks for quite some time and found its way back into them as these decks get a little more threatening, a little more explosive in situations like this. As you play towards these more powerful turns, you want to rig your ops for cards like Kindle, which he's looking at on the top of his deck right now.
Yeah, this is definitely a fantastic card to have off that Ponder in this spot, where you're just trying to close out the game immediately on your opponent's turn. No more Storm Striders, so you just need that instant card set up in the arsenal. Jimmy's thinking here, making sure he can find the kill, but anything that comes in for more than 4 Arcane, or more than 3 rather, with the help of Crucible should be enough to finish the job.
That's absolutely true. It does depend quite just how many resources are in his hand. Surely he has at least 4, but...
He's double-checking that he's doing everything the right way here, just resolving this opt. That's a Gaze the Ages, so has the potential for some more opting if he so chooses. The Kindle's a little bit awkward here. It doesn't help you too much from the top of your deck. Oh, and that's an Emeritus Scolding Blue. So yeah, as long as he has resources, I think he's just probably just
Should
playing.
be able to close it.
It's reasonable here as Jimmy. You just want to play around everything your opponent could have. He doesn't know this Azalea deck list. Maybe there's 2 Sigil of Solace in there, so you just want to be really careful. But this should be what he needs to finish the job.
Absolutely. Here it comes.
That's another Kano.
The last bullet in the chamber.
We're going to...
Gaze.
Go ahead and Gaze. We're opting to, because we've played the Centering Foresight, which is technically a wizard action card. We're going to bring this back to our hand.
Well, not technically. It just is.
It's true. It's true. It's an action card that acts as an instant.
Oh, here comes another Cindering.
Oh, Jimmy's not holding back. He's playing out everything he has access to here.
He's shooting for the high score.
There's a yellow tome with 2 blues on top, so that's going to make for a pretty easy Kano draw 2, gain some free resources.
Alrighty.
And
looks like the Kano.
There you have
Sonic Boom.
more arcane damage. Hey, Avery's being very patient here. You're like, you're going to have to put that lethal on the stack if you want me to die. But I think this is going to be it here. Emeritus for 6. And that's the fist bump.
He's on stream. He's making the most of his time.
There you go. Kano moves on to 3-0. Congratulations to Jimmy. Well fought by Avery. Played that game well, but just didn't find the inertia effect quite fast enough, and Jimmy was able to pull together that huge wildfire turn in time to close that game.
Absolutely, and you always get to do something crazy when you opt 7 cards off the top of your deck and kind of go, time to read. But I felt like he really just did such a masterful job of navigating the line, finding where he could use the Ragamuffins to kind of put the tome on top, get some extra cards in his hand, push even more damage to make the best of a situation that looked a little sketchy. If Avery was just going to 12, going to 10, whatever, on that turn, it gets a lot harder to close it when you're going blind off the top. Especially against Azalea, who can just present these crushing, dominated attacks.
Yeah, it was really cool to see that the tome was actually hiding in hand all along. After seeing those 7 cards, and it's like, he has a Blazing, it seems like he has some opt power, but no way to draw cards. And then, of course, he had it hiding all along.
Absolutely.
And that Aether Arc, for what ended up being, combined with the Epot, like basically 10, 11-ish more damage on the turn, plus Ponder, is pretty much what he needed to seal the deal.
And this is the thing. Don't let those Kano players convince you that they're actually upset about getting 7 more blue zaps. They're coming in for 12.
That's true. There you have it. Blue Zap is a 0 for 12. We're going to jump into a giveaway real quick. So if you're here, awesome. Bring your friends in. We're going to go over to Ethan. He's going to run a giveaway, so we'll be back.
All right, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. Before you tune out, this is now the transition period between the CC segment and the first limited segment of the day. And in that time, we have a giveaway to run. So this comes from one of the sponsors. There's no way to enter it yet. I haven't said how to enter it yet. We're just going to intro the sponsor. This comes from one of the longstanding, at this point, sponsors of the stream, Heavy Play. So Heavy Play has popped up a couple times now. They're at a lot of these convention floors that you see at any of the TCG shows with their own booth, showing off their product. You've seen them in the ad reel, and I actually really enjoy using their product as well. You can see it in a lot of the videos I make. But they're giving away one of their $60 USD value Heavy Play RFG deck box, max 133 count. And this one in particular is quite exciting for Flesh and Blood players because it can fit mini snaps easily. Specifically this size though. So we don't want to stipulate because it was a thing in the past when I brought in Dragon or Heavy Play as a sponsor. They didn't have any products specifically for Flesh and Blood players yet, and they are working on a couple things, and I'm quite excited for them. But for now, this box does work with mini snaps. It's quite large at holding 133-ish. So why not? They're going to give one away today. They're going to give one away tomorrow, and we are going to run that giveaway. All you need to do is be active in chat from, US, EU, AU also counts Canada. I didn't put Canada. Funny enough, we're in Canada. But yes, Canada will count for this giveaway. So that's my bad. I should put NA, North America. You get it. Anyway, the way to enter into this giveaway is to just be active in the chat during our game segment that is upcoming. That's going to be run by Brodie and Ellie. So stick around and engage in this looks like segment that we're going to play. And as long as you're around, as long as you're hanging out, then at the end of that segment, we'll draw for a giveaway. So give me a couple minutes to kind of set that up with Ellie and Brodie, remind them what they're doing, and then we will move forward with that. So if you feel like winning, potentially $60 USD value deck box here from Heavy Play, shipped right to you, and feel like hanging out with those lovely casters, and playing a pretty fun game, then just hang around. About a 3-minute break. We'll be right back to run that. Enjoy the... Well, actually, we'll just run the ad reel. Not even go to the break, because I'm not sure all of you saw the Lego stop animation yet. So as soon as the ad reel's done, we'll be right back with that game for you all and the giveaway. So have fun. Here we go.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, T. I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. He works for me.
Ship it!
Wait, James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today. In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Canadian National Championship here in beautiful Niagara Falls, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin. We are done with our first 3 rounds of Classic Constructed for the day, and we're getting ready to move into the draft portion. But as they set up for draft and as we're getting ready for that, we're going to bring you guys a quick fun segment here called Looks Like, brought to you by The Table Pit. This is an idea inspired by them. The Table Pit, if you haven't seen their YouTube channel, does fun game shows and things like that that I think are very cool. That they exist in the Flesh and Blood world.
From what I understand, it's like basically the only Fab content you watch nowadays, right?
It's one of my favorites. Yeah, I one of my favorite things I still tune in for is the Table Pit game shows, and I actually got to go on one of theirs.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think I knew that.
It was a very fun time. You guys should go check it out on YouTube. But for the current moment, we're going to be playing one of their games where we have a card here, but it's not the actual image on the card. It's someone posing. Are they all William? So it's all William from the Table Pit posing as a particular card art, and we have to try to figure out what that is.
Yes, absolutely.
So we're going to go ahead and dive into that. And if you want to be entered in the Heavy Play giveaway, make sure you enter something in the chat during this segment, and that's how you stay entered. We've got William here posing with a sword. We'll look at chat as well and see what people are guessing.
This one to me reads as Steelblade, Shawn, right? It's like the guy going bing, and he's like holding the sword like that, like deflecting it, dealing you exactly 1 damage.
Oh yeah, I could see that. I can't clearly picture the art of Steelblade Shunt in my brain, but I think you're right. That's a good guess.
In my mind palace.
Chat says cross the line.
The line. That's an interesting one. Yeah, the Boltyn card where she's like, hiya, with the like cool iron mask. I love that art.
Yeah, I could see that too. Though I think the angle of the sword might be different than cross the line here.
That's an interesting one. Push the point. That's the art of the dude on the horse, right? With the sword pointed at the proverbial camera, like riding them down.
Yeah, from way back when. We've seen that card make... I've mostly seen that card make appearances in like Blitz Iridex.
Yeah. I love that card.
It seems like a lot of chat agrees with you on Steelblade Shunt. One person said precision press.
Oh, that's a good one, right? They're doing that pose, right? That's the what is that? They're doing like that. What's that card do?
It's like a warrior 0 cost. Your next sword attack gets like +1, and then I think it's like piercing 3/2/1.
Wow, so it's like nimblism at home, but it blocks 3.
Yeah, but it's weird. It's like the red one, instead of giving +3, gives piercing 3. So it's like very narrow in what it's trying to do. But I think the blue one sees quite a bit of play.
I was gonna say the blue one I know sees a lot of play in like Kasai. It sees a lot of play in Dorinthia.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like a pretty common like blue block 3 action point enabler. In like dual wielder decks. I think Ethan's gonna show us now. I'm all in on Steelblade Shunt. That's my guess. Do you have?
We got so the 3 others we have are precision press, cross the line and push the point. I'll say precision press is the best guess out of those 3.
Drum roll.
Hey, congratulations to chat. It is precision press.
Hey, congratulations to Brodie. You cheated, didn't you? You looked. You stole the test answers.
Maybe. TBD. I actually also didn't even know what the card did, despite not looking at it. It was a 1 cost.
Oh, it's a 1 cost sword or dagger attack. I guess that exonerates you.
So I did accidentally get a spoiler on this one, but the rest of them I actually do not know. So we'll be playing fair for looks like number 2, which is...
Oh, that's good.
A giant hand point... I think you've got that. It seems like you know it, but I do not.
I'll stay mum for now. I'll let you kind of flail with this one.
I need chat's help.
It's from my favorite set.
It's from your favorite set?
From my favorite set.
I don't know what your favorite set is, but I'm going to guess Monarch or Dusk Till Dawn. I think that's an okay guess. So some kind of like light or shadow card. I feel like it's giving me brute card energy, like giant hand pointing down. Chat.
Is that like I guess it could be like, it reminds me a little bit of Send Packing. I love that art where it's like the big brute dude and he's like holding the club above his head and he's like, Grr! He's like holding the dude by the hair, you know?
Yeah. It's like a... Oh, what?
Art of War. That's a good guess. I like the... It's the like dude in the cloud like picking up the chess pieces. I love that art. There's some very like abstract art early on in Fab, like Art of War. Enlightened Strike is a really good one, and they followed up on both of those cards with like what is it? Commonly called Sea Strike Celestial Cataclysm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They kind of follow up on that with the dude stabbing the lightning bolt into the ground.
Yeah.
Seeing a lot of Celestial Reprimand. That
one person says, "Command respect?" ?
I like the question mark. just spitballing. All right, this one. Brodie, do you want to do the drum roll? Do you want to da-da-da-da-da-da us?
It was Celestial Reprimand. Congratulations. Ow. A lot of chat got it right. You guys are good at this. I had no idea on that one, legitimately.
Did you actually?
No, I legitimately had no idea.
I kind of thought I might throw you off when I said it's from my favorite set and then you were like, it's Monarch or Dust Dawn, and I was like,
at least I was right. I'm glad I got favorite set.
It's the Boltyn set.
Yeah, it makes sense for sure. Yeah, even when people said reprimand, I didn't know. But we're gonna move on to looks like number 3. This one is William opening a curtain, parting the mist veil, I would say, but I don't know if it's from that set.
That veil isn't mist. That's cloth.
That's true. He's parting the cloth veil.
Parting the cloth veil. This is I want to say this is an illusionist card, but I actually think there might just be so many that look like this that I'm not entirely positive. The framing reminds me a little bit of Fractal Replication with like the Lady in the Hall of Mirrors, but I know that one's obviously not correct. There's Blessing of Spirits, the one that's like it's like a 1-mana ward, 3 no-go again. Start of your turn, destroy this, make 3/2/1 spectral shields.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that.
I do think Illusionist is definitely the right track. I feel like once this is shown, I'm gonna facepalm because it's.
Yeah, I'm gonna feel really stupid.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's making me like.
Oh, the pose. Is it haze bending where she's like?
Maybe is there like a cloth or like some sort of like thing being parted in that one? I don't know.
Well, she's got like the misty stuff behind her. Chat says passing mirage, which makes a lot of sense. I think she's like lifting the curtain in that one though, right? She's like pulling it over.
I think you're right. I don't think passing mirage is this, but I'm not positive. I don't have any better guesses.
Shimmers of Silver, that's a great one. I like the just the like CNC, just like
lots of
Cosmic
blue auras.
Awakening.
Ooh, Cosmic Awakening is a spicy guess.
Cosmic Awakening is a spicy guess. I could see it.
All right, I'm locking in Cosmic Awakening. I agree with. Oh, it's moving too fast.
It's moving too fast. It's a blur aura. Oh, blue. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to just broadcast your typo live to the world. I think I'm gonna go with haze bending. I like haze bending.
All right, we got haze bending, Cosmic Awakening.
All right, drum roll with me. Oh, it is passing.
Very nice.
Okay, that's fair.
You were kind of right though. It's like lifting up, but it's also.
But I also see what he's doing with like the curtain on either side, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It was indeed one of the blue auras.
Okay. A blur aura.
One of the blur auras. Yes. Looks like number 4. We've got.
What is this?
Looks a little angry. Standing.
I feel unsafe. He's just like in my house with he's like
in the doorway, looking a little threatening. It's giving me brute energy.
It's kind of giving me assassin energy. You know all the like. You know all the assassin contract cards that are like the same assassin character with like the hood and the face mask, just like bullying people. You know, like there's like Plunder the Poor, and it's just like some homeless guy, and she's just like taking money from him.
Yeah.
And then there's like there's the other one, Rob the Rich, where she's like running with the dagger. It kind of reminds me of one of those contract assassin cards where they're just like kind of like an action shot.
I could see that. I'm trying to think of which art looks like this.
Rally the Rear Guard makes sense because you've kind of got like the door. He's like opening the door and Rally the Rear Guard.
Ooh.
Bad Beats. You might be. Something I really like about the guess of Bad Beats is I think you might be the only person who remembers that Bad Beats is a Flesh and Blood card, except for like Ethan, who has probably encyclopedically memorized the Brute card pool.
William is in chat and says, "Y'all ain't getting this.
Y'all ain't getting this." Already dead. Death Touch. Rally the Rear Guard is great. I see Rally the Rear Guard is my favorite against Azalea. I love discarding cards.
Somebody said Vipox.
Vipox? No way. That'd be crazy. I love the art on Vipox where it's like they kind of like lampshaded Arachne, and then it's art of him like with the potion.
Yeah, I feel like this pose is not Vipox, but I like that as a guess.
Am I allowed to say the name of the card that Mara said in chat? Am I allowed to say that because that's not a real card?
I mean, you can announce it.
Am I allowed to say fangs a lot? Am I allowed to like broadcast that? Funny thing about fangs a lot. A friend of mine, Hulk spoiler card for Uprising. A friend of mine got a copy of Fangs a Lot and brought it to the James White signing booth and asked him to sign it, and he was like, "I'm not doing that."
That's pretty wild.
Which is really, really, really good.
Makes sense. I wouldn't sign it either, but that's
Come
funny.
to Fight. That's a really good guess. It might be Come to Fight.
Here, I'm going to chime in live here. I'm pretty sure William is loving this because I don't think a single person has said the actual card yet in the chat.
Mountain, dude.
Not a single person out of like the 400-something people here.
I'll be the first to like admit, a little embarrassingly, that I have sat down and read through every single card in Flesh and Blood more than I would like to admit. Actually, the other night, as a point of curiosity, I was like, are there more block 3s than block 2s in this game? And it's yes, by a factor of almost 2. There's 780 cards that block 2 in the main deck and like 1,400 cards that block 3 in the main deck.
Wow.
So I'll be the first to admit, I am far more intimately aware of the Flesh and Blood card pool than I would like to admit. I'm stumped.
I think we need the rest of chat's help. If you're in chat,
All right, you guys want a spoiler?
Yeah, what's a spoiler?
Little hint on this. It's a Guardian card.
It's a No, you're lying to me.
Guardian card.
You're lying to me.
Chat is starting to pivot towards it.
Chat is starting to pivot towards it. Choke Slam. I could see that. Crippling Crush. Captain's Call.
What looks like
Glacial Footsteps. I could see it. The like big dude who's like.
Interesting. I don't know what Guardian card has like one arm up like this. Most of the Guardian cards show like you're like doing a move on somebody. Anyone in chat who hasn't guessed, come help us out. If you type in chat during this segment, you're entered in the Heavy Play giveaway. So
Macho Grande. I could. Well, no, that one he's like he's like flexing on him.
Yeah.
Towering Titan. Strength of Sequoia. Stonewall Confidence. Smack of Reality, Blessing of Deliverance, Buckling Blow.
Maybe it is one of those auras. Blessing of Deliverance, Stonewall Confidence.
Staunch Response. But he's got his arm up. He doesn't have his arm up in I'm like getting destroyed on this. Earth Lore Empowerment. That's you're probably right. It's the one where it's like she's got like she's like doing that with like the tendrils.
All right, we'll lock it in. Earth Lore Empowerment is our guess.
Chat, you might be my hero.
Drum roll, please.
Oh, it is Glacial. Okay.
Glacial Footsteps. Oh yeah, his arm's kind of like in the trees back there, or in the
That
mountains.
makes sense. He's a big lad. Glacial Footsteps. He's the spitting image, quite frankly.
It's so true.
I don't know how he got so tall.
Also, the right color of Glacial was chosen for this slideshow, which I appreciate.
Excuse you. I played red.
Some people played yellow.
That's...
we won't get into that.
If you played yellow Glacial Footsteps, don't come around here.
All three were great in draft. All right, moving on to looks like number 5. Oh,
I've got it.
I have an idea.
My lips are zipped.
I have an idea, but I'm not sure. Oh, I have 2 ideas. I know some. I don't know what card it is though.
I'll let you take some guesses, Brodie.
So I'll say this. I think it's a recent card.
How recent is recent?
In the last... Oh, that was actually a while ago, huh?
That's what I thought. I was like, I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
It was released in 2023, I'll say, this card.
Yeah. It is... Mara, I regret to inform you, Skyglow Lanterns is not a Flesh and Blood card.
Someone has... Okay, but there's...
Water Glow Lanterns. I'm seeing a lot of that one. Supercell. I could see Supercell. Sky Lantern. Okay. It looks like chat's pretty unified on this one. Water Glow Lanterns.
I agree, but... So it popped into my head. Aren't there 2 lantern cards? There's Water Glow and there's something else?
Skyfire Lanterns.
Skyfire. Okay, so I guess Water Glow is more likely with this low blue... Okay.
Yeah, it's like a low angle shot. They're sitting in the water. I want to see if anyone else has something else to say. Supercell. I like the Supercell guess. I'm not sure it's right, but I like it. Jack-o'-lantern, my hero.
That does seem like something William would do, though. Make it Supercell and then make it seem like it's the lantern card and everyone thinks
Yeah.
But I think we have you figured out on this one, William.
I think we sniped you. I think I sniped you.
Drum roll for the reveal.
It is Water Glow Lanterns.
Very nice.
I liked the creativity on this one. That it's not just like you. It's like something else.
Yeah.
Oh.
And if you want to see more from the Table Pit and from William, go over to their YouTube channel. You can just look up the Table Pit on YouTube. You can see more game show style content like this, along with their call-in show with hot takes and also UPF gameplay and I believe a couple other different types of content. They really do quite a lot of stuff. The game shows are my favorite. You should go check it out.
Brodie, can I hit you with a looks like?
Oh yeah, let's do it.
What card is this? I want to see what chat says. I want to see if chat gets this one.
Chad is better at this than me. Oh, I know it, but I cheated again. Ellie did this to me earlier today.
I did this to you earlier. I want to see if chat gets this one because I thought of this like doing this on stream the moment Ethan mentioned this segment.
But I didn't even put 2 and 2 together that it was the same thing you did earlier. So
yeah, I just want to know what card this is.
I'm very behind on this one. Chat, we need some guesses, and I've got some hints I can give you.
My arm's getting tired.
All right, it's a recent card, but it's more recent than Water Glow Lanterns.
More recent than a year and a half ago.
Plasma Fett says, I got nothing. Draw My Ash Artist. Mara, you would guess Draw My Ash Artist.
You know, you're in the right class, Mara.
True. All right, it's an equipment.
It is an equipment. It's a draft card. You'll see it you'll see it today in the draft segment that's upcoming.
I bet they'll get it now.
That's probably true. My arm is tired.
All right, chat, it's a race. Who's going to get it first?
I want to see who says it. I'm not... think only of my arm. Think only of my arm. This doesn't exist. Okay, You got it. It's Uphold Tradition.
Congratulations to Team 4 present for Uphold Tradition. That was correct.
Thank you.
All right. It is time now for everyone who entered in our giveaway to find out who won. We're going to go over to Ethan for that.
All right, everyone. Thanks for sticking around for that lovely segment. Truly, William is an all-star for making that entire... that segment not only came from his actual Fab Jeopardy cast, this whole show that he produces that is a ton of fun to watch. Like Brodie said, it's some of the only content that Brodie goes out of his way to watch. And so I reached out to William to make sure that he was cool if we collabed on this thing, and he was all for it, and he was hanging out in chat, and truly is a wonderful creator in this space. So if you want to see more of that, that was just a taste. Because there's that and more. He has this other segment that I'm just going to plug real quick during the Fab Jeopardy that I almost asked about, but it's Fab cards, like the title of Fab cards, as emojis, and you have to like figure out what they are just based off emojis. But I don't know emojis well enough. Like I don't use them other than like smileys. So I felt like it was a little too out of my element. But the looks like was just so fun. Had to use that. Had to show off William in all his glory. So if you had hung around during that, we're going to draw a giveaway winner. This giveaway is brought to you by Heavy Play, who is a sponsor of the broadcast. They also sponsored, I believe, UK Nationals. So you can tell that they're just trying to make a wave into the Flesh and Blood space. And one of their products that's specific to Flesh and Blood use cases is with these mini snaps. Is with this RFG Deck Box Max that can hold mini snaps. Now, the giveaway winner will be receiving one of their choice of any color of this run. You can find all the colors that they offer in the link in the description below. This giveaway is only live for US, EU, AU, and also Canada. I should have put NA, not US. That's my bad. So the entry winner needs to double check with me that they are from one of those regions, or maybe it ships to me and I deliver it, maybe at Calling Manila or something if I go there, if you're outside these regions. But anyway, with that, we're going to go ahead and draw the winner segment, the winner who was sticking with us for that entire segment. You do not need to be present in theory to win. You just need to be aware that you won so that you then email me. Okay, so here we go. Countdown time. You should see the chat pop up of the winner in just a second. 3, 2, 1. And there we go. Adrian F. With his guess of Sequoia. I believe this was Strength of Sequoia during that stumper of Glacial Footsteps, which makes sense because there were tons of chat messages coming through for that one. That was a really funny one. So Adrian F., congratulations. You are the winner of a entire RFG Deck Box Max 133 deck size that holds mini snaps. That's perfect for a Flesh and Blood deck, any color that you want. You just need to get in touch with me. The contact email is in the description below, so please reach out to me there. I'll tag you in chat just to make sure. Adrian, hold up. Adrian F. Here we go. Adrian F. Okay, cool. You're still in chat. Email me with the contact email below, your name, address, and region. And there we go. So there are going to be a couple other giveaways throughout the day today. There's going to be one more today. There's going to be two more tomorrow. So stick around. We are pivoting right now into the draft segment. So we're going to give Ellie and Brodie a bit of a break right now, so they can go ahead and take some time off because it's been pretty nonstop. We got to see basically 5 games in full and then the little tail end of that one Enigma Zen game. So it's only been 3 rounds, but we've seen 5.5 games, which is pretty cool. So with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. They'll be back, and we'll do some discussion over the ban list and the Boltyn deck. So stick around for that because Ellie is an absolute mastermind at Boltyn, and we really want to hear her takes about what this new Armory deck is going to do to the metagame as we approach Pro Tour Amsterdam. And even more exciting is the fact that once we talk about the ban list today, there's a chance that we actually see the ban list announcement tomorrow, because it's being announced on the 8th New Zealand time, which is the 7th Canadian time. So we might actually see what happens live on stream tomorrow, which I think would be really exciting. Brian, if you're watching this right now, you know you want to hit that article publish button a little bit early so we can get that all caught on camera, because this is going to be the last nationals to wrap up this weekend. We are in the latest time zone of the weekend. So as all the other ones conclude, all the ones in Europe and Asia and all that, we will be the last one wrapping up. So it'd be sick to get that announcement live. Anyway, with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. Congrats again, Adrian F. for the winner. I've let you know in chat what you need to do to get in touch with me. We will be right back after this, and then on to draft rounds for the rest of the day, into nothing but CC tomorrow. So, see you then.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SynFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lore Con, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lore Con, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are here after 3 rounds of CC at the Canadian National Championship, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin. We are in the middle of the first draft of the day. Players are working on that right now. We're going to be bringing you the draft rounds for that soon. But first, we have a few things to talk about. First of all, we have today is Saturday. We have total of 9 rounds to play today. We've just finished the first 3, and then the rest are all going to be part the Misfail draft. We're in the first draft pod right now. We're going to cover 3 matches from that feature pod, and then we'll go into another draft. And during the second draft, we're going to review the recording that's happening right now of Michael Jasker's draft in the top pod. We're not able to show it to you live because it interferes with the tournament integrity and what the judges have set up for the draft pods. So we're going to record that now, keep it handy on the shelf, and then we're going to dive back into it after the next 3 rounds. And that's today. For the rest of today, we're going to be focused all on Part the Misfail draft, get to watch 2 pods play out and talk a bit about that. And then that'll lead into tomorrow, where we have the final 3 rounds of Swiss, closing it out with Classic Constructed, and finally the top 8, which will, of course, also be CC. Ellie, do you want to walk us through some of the prizes we see on display for this tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to interject. To note, after Worlds last year in Barcelona, they announced that this year they would kind of be increasing the prize pool for a lot of these tournaments, especially the bigger nationals like Canada. And that's really reflected here, where it's big prizes. Everybody from first down to 12th, first and foremost, gets an invite to Worlds in Osaka, which is an incredibly exciting event that's coming up. The cash prizes have gotten bigger and bigger every year, and this year is no exception. First place takes home $2,400 US, $1,200 for second, then $600 for third, fourth, $400 for fifth, eighth, and then $225 for everybody else down to 24th.
And I want to highlight that World Championship invite. It has recently gotten harder to qualify for the World Championship. They took away XP qualifications, so now you have to qualify off of either ELO, a PTI, or one of these critical, very limited NAT slots.
Their goal is absolutely to make it as prestigious a tournament as possible, and I'm really excited for that to finally roll around. No less. Top 4 also all take home a blind bag gold foil. The graphic doesn't specifically say here, but I believe Nationals top 4 are legendary gold foils.
I think so too. It should be, yeah, a sealed legendary. And then, of course, first place also takes home that beautiful trophy.
That beautiful, beautiful trophy.
Here, I'll jump in here as well. So there wasn't a clean image of the Nats trophy, so I sniped the one from Evan holding it. So that's Evan's thumb. That's framing the bottom of that trophy, and then a Canadian flag slapped over the USA. So it won't exactly look like that, but it's the best we could do.
On the topic of Evan's thumb and holding that trophy, did you see that photo of him holding it like a phone and like pointing at the camera? Like, it is incredible if you can find that. I'm sure you'll love it if you go and find it on your own. Anyways, trophy for the United States of Canada with Evan's thumb. The beautiful Stonewall Gauntlet mat. I believe last year the top 8 mat was United We Stand. Obviously, I love that art because it has Boltyn on it, but this one is really, really, really gorgeous. I love the art direction in Mistvale, and I think this mat is just like all these like nationals top 8 mats that are like obviously in the world like 1 of 100 or something are so cool.
And I think it's also cool that the playmat also drops down to top 12. So it's kind of nice at this tournament for the people who unfortunately bubble out at 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th place. You get the playmat as well as the World's invite. So definitely a bit more than just the cash prizing. It doesn't feel quite so bad to miss out on the top 8 cut.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that is pretty much the schedule for today and tomorrow and what we're fighting for here. So let's talk about Pro Tour Amsterdam, our next major event on the horizon. We have a couple things happening in the CC meta before then. The first of which is, as this national season comes to a close and we watch these last couple nationals play out this weekend, we're leading into the band announcement that's dropping this Monday, which might end up being tomorrow, our time. We'll have to find out. But
absolutely,
we have a lot to talk about here. Why don't you start us off with some band speculations?
Can I interject briefly on the topic of band speculation? I do want to say one thing. If I can reach anybody out there, and I'm about to be a hypocrite and talk about bands, adapt instead of calling for bans. I just think it's a healthier way to approach the game. That said, I will now soapbox and call for bans. And I just want to say that, like, I think it's reasonably likely that Zen eats a ban. While I think new kind of catching up last week signals that there is some space for people to adapt, kind of find their ways to put this hero down a little bit. I think the way he's shaping the meta is maybe not the healthiest. And we saw Lexi in kind of a similar spot a year and a half ago eat a ban. A very minor ban. She lost bullseye bracers. It wasn't colossal, but it kind of kneecapped her a little, slowed her ascent to living legend down some. And I think it's possible that Zen kind of deserves something similar. I think there are a lot of decks giving up 4, 8, 12, 16 slots in their 80 just to have like a 50% matchup into this man. And I don't necessarily think that that's like where you want your metagame to be, where you have this best deck where no matter how much you tech for it, it's iffy. You might get there. That aside, some cards that I kind of expect. You can see it on this little thumbnail here. I think the thing I most likely think would go is Stride of Reprisal. As a local from BC, my friend Clay said something that I found kind of interesting. Is that card kind of feels like a lever? That feels like it was printed to be banned, where it's kind of this what do you call it? It's a bit of floodgate, that's the word. A floodgate where they can kind of axe this card to slow him down because he has pouncing paws that can take its place, where if he still needs a tiger to play out a larger turn, he has access to it. And it even has upside in some situations where Battle Worn lets him crack it when and where he wants. But it prevents him from abusing the tiger's position in hand with Art of War to have higher intellect than he necessarily should by banishing this ephemeral card.
Yeah, I think Stride of Reprisal is likely, of all the cards, probably the most likely ban, and you described it perfectly well. E-Strike as well is a way to kind of abuse that extra card in hand. I am really curious to see what LSS chooses to do here, because I don't think that anyone would claim that a ban is unjustified, but I think a lot of people would say it's not necessary, and it's still a relatively fresh format. Zen isn't winning every Nationals. We see New winning quite a bit, and there are ways out there to counter him. So I'm curious to see whether they take the Lexi approach and chop him down a little bit, or if mostly just because of the amount of time that has passed, they want to kind of let the players adapt for Amsterdam. I don't know. We'll find out. Not my choice to make. I would be okay with a ban in this situation. A couple other cards that are interesting to look at are, first of all, just the Bonds line. That's kind of Zen's premier thing that he does. Descendant Gustwave and Bonds of Ancestry, both of those cards are potential contenders for bans. Both of those would hurt Katsu a bit, especially Bonds. So that's always a consideration. When you ban a card in the top hero, but it just kind of cascades and also affects the other members of that class, it's not ideal, and I think that's probably a factor for them. If Descendant gets banned, then Zen does still have access to the Bonds line, but he has to try to find a way to make it work with Whelming Gustwave, which is quite a bit harder. It doesn't have built-in Go Again, so you have to either put Surging in your deck or find some other way to kind of fully switch plans, or maybe you just remove Bonds entirely.
Maybe we found that Be Like Water we saw earlier on stream today. That's a fantastic way to kind of get your Whelming Gustwaves going, because you can name that card Surging Strike.
That's true, yeah. We could see a red Surging, red Be Like Water build start to arise, possibly. That would be interesting if they banned Descendant Gustwave. And I think it would hurt Zen more than it would hurt Katsu. Katsu plays with the Whelming line a lot easier.
That's the thing, is Katsu already wants to be casting Whelming Gustwave. He loves that card. He's like, ooh, 0 for 4, block this or I draw a card. 2 cards, please. And he adores that card. It might be a little painful for him. The thing I think might be a very cool ban to happen, but I don't think LSS will do it because they've expressed reticence when it comes to having bans that are confusing or hard to approach for newer players. Banning specific colors of cards, but I think you could take the blue starters away from him, like Blue 100 Winds, like Blue Descendant Gustwave, without harming Katsu at all. He doesn't play, I think, either of those cards at present. He might play 1 or 2 Blue Gustwaves for pouncing links, but it lets you kind of bring Zen down a notch by making him play worse blues and kind of lean more into this setup combo deck where you're kind of preparing for this powerful turn, as opposed to, oh, sick, 4 cards kill you. And it forces him to be a little more thoughtful, both with his equipment usage and the cards he plays.
That is an interesting dial they could turn. I agree with you that it's unlikely we'll see LSS ban a particular color of card or a card in a particular hero, but as the makers of the game, they have that option if it's something they decide they want to do. I would be surprised, but really interested to see if they did do that. As far as just overall cards, and I guess in this case, there's only one color of these, Majestics, I want to talk about a couple of the really strong blues in Zen's deck. For me, the two that stand out are Ancestral Harmony and Levels of Enlightenment. Both of these are blue block 3s, so already have basically the best floor possible, and some pretty crazy ceilings. Ancestral Harmony, on most turns, you feel comfortable playing as just often 0 for 3 or 0 for 4 base, and then you have the potential to high roll into another card, and it kind of becomes this crazy 2 for 1 at blue.
And these cards let you transcend.
That too. That's another very good point. With levels, you can go play levels, pitch a blue, transcend, and then in response Zen, and now you have 2 levels modes on. And that card, levels as a ban, does hurt.
A little precarious.
It also hurts both of the other Mystic heroes.
Right.
Which, yeah, it's a bit tricky. It's a brand new card and is seeing, perhaps healthier play in the other 2 heroes. They aren't dominating as much. And very few people, I think, would point to that card as, like, the problem with Zen. It's just one powerful thing he could do. Banning it might not even affect his place in the metagame that much. It would just bring down his consistency a little bit. I personally don't think that either of these cards are extremely likely to receive a ban, but I also wouldn't be upset if they did.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at. Is what I expect, if anything, is something like Stride of Reprisal. What I would like to happen isn't realistic, so we can just nix that one. And then I think it would be kind of cool to see some cards like Ancestral Harmony. Ancestral Harmony is kind of sketchy because I think that card is very important to what Katsu wants to be doing. And again, they try not to because it's like if you have these 2 ninjas, one is just better than the other. You kneecap one, and then you also kneecap the other. One is still just better than the other, which is kind of the problem with bans like Ancestral Harmony. Levels of Enlightenment has the different issue of kind of letting Zen ruin it for the other 2 Mystic heroes, where I think it's like a very reasonable power card.
Yeah, I think all of those things combined kind of point to Stride of Reprisal as like the prime ban target. I think that's our prediction / hope, perhaps, is that tomorrow, maybe on stream, we can find out that they've banned Stride of Reprisal, or maybe they choose to go for no bans and, let people continue to search for answers to Zen, see how these, last couple Nats shake out. If Zen only wins one of them, let's say, they're like, you know what, we'll leave him until Amsterdam. Maybe by Pro Tour, people have found out even more of a hard counter than we've seen yet.
Absolutely.
I wanted to ask something, Brodie. Where did the idea for Descendant Gustwave as a bannable card come from? I'm not sure I've seen that take before today.
I think it's just because in the Zen deck, the Bonds line is the go-to powerful thing that you do. Besides, Transcending itself and tutoring is very strong, but there's no real way to ban that. You can't ban the Transcend cards. You can't errata the hero or anything like that. So I think that very often what you're tutoring is one of these 2 Descendant or Bonds pieces. And so it started with Bonds, but the reason I ended up settling as on Descendant as one of the cards I wanted to talk about more and to have in this graphic here is mostly because of the thing that we mentioned, that banning Bonds affects Katsu more, and I think leaving it as an option but harder to use for Zen, as well as leaving the Surging Strike Whelming line alone for Katsu, I think for those reasons it would be perhaps a little bit better to ban Descendant.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I pretty strongly agree with that. It's just the status of this card as this just has go again can be a little weird. I also think there's this interesting deck building texture that you get out of banning something like Descendant Gustwave, where you maybe want to start playing blue Whelming Gustwave, because what you can do with that card is you can play it and then you can path well traveled targeting it.
True.
Kind of because right now I think 99% of the time you actually cast path well traveled in Zen, it doesn't do anything. Except float you 1 mana if your Kazaya is currently on the board.
Sure, yeah.
So it's I think it creates a little bit of texture. It's a very good suggestion, honestly.
I would be really curious to try to bruise Zen if that did happen. Like,
absolutely,
what would the new deck look like? I think he would definitely still be one of the strongest heroes, but he would have a harder time consistently having a hand that just does the thing. You'd have to work a little harder for it. Maybe we'd see the go again mode on Art of War come up a little bit more.
Yeah, that's another one I think could be very cool.
Or it's possible that people would just be like, you know what? No Descendant, no bonds. Ship it all and then just play
We're going Meow Town.
Yeah, just go like all in on Tigers. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I do think Stride is the most likely. And at the moment, I would say I think we are likely to see a ban. I've been flip-flopping on that. I think LSS in general prefers to wait it out and let players find their own solutions in the metagame if possible.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think we're kind of in an in-between state right now where I'm on the fence about like whether Zen is strong enough that they'll feel the need to take action.
It's kind of a difficult decision to make because they've shifted the horizon clearly. Because I think it's been like there's very much been an example of this over the past few years where they kind of keep pushing the like meta shakeup closer and closer and closer to the Pro Tour itself. And I think it's a good opportunity to kind of like test people by shaking up the meta a little bit, tapping on the glass. And B, it might be... It's a hard decision because you have to decide how much have people adapted, how much have people shown that they've adapted. Amsterdam is in 2 weeks, week and a half. So something close to that. 2.5 weeks. I was close on neither. In 2.5 weeks, you kind of have to ask yourself as the people making this game, like, will this change enough? There aren't really that many events between now and then. And do we want the same meta to play out from one major season to another?
Yeah, you also have to wonder if LSS, they've tested this format before us, presumably. They've had longer with Zen. So you have to wonder if they have some deck internally that is better at beating Zen that the community at large hasn't discovered yet. And they're thinking, like, before Amsterdam, maybe someone kind of starts to find this thing that we already have that answers Zen better, and it would be like a breakout performance at Amsterdam. So I think like their like internal meta could also be a big factor in what they choose to ban.
Maybe internally, Prism is the best deck.
That's right. That's what Lego Brian Gottlieb keeps saying. So
that's right. And then the other thing we want to talk about is the Armory deck Boltyn, which could also impact the meta for Amsterdam quite a lot. And I'm just going to let you have the floor with this one.
This was kind of... My segue was going to be on the topic of like brews and bans. Is that I promise you, I solemnly swear, if Zen gets hit, you will see me at Pro Tour Amsterdam repping Mr. Breaker of Dawn. A fun fact about me is that I have a problem when it comes to Boltyn. And with US Nationals, I really wanted to succeed this year. I really wanted to force myself to play the best deck. And I did. But I did this by leaving Boltyn at home because what I knew was going to happen was I was going to play some testing games on Zen the night before Nationals, go 0-3 and go, we're shipping Boltyn right now, and then like update my deck registration. So I actually had to leave him at home. So we're apart right now, and I'm very sad. But absence makes the heart grow fonder, and so does new cards. And I'm really, really looking forward to all of the things in the Armory deck. I think kind of starting with the thing that I think is like the more fresh thing on people's minds is Solar Plexus. Actually not in the image to the side here, but it's a new light chess piece, notably not Light Warrior, that has no block value. You may crack it as an instant, banish this and a card from your soul. Yellow cards you control this turn cost 1 less. Doesn't mention a talent, doesn't mention anything else. They just, yellow cards cost 1 less. And I think this has the potential to do some really, really, really stupid and broken things with cards like Art of War. You can kind of set up this like almost Zen-like combo turn where you have this piece of equipment, or like a Savage Sash situation, where you set this up, you crack this, and then you go, all right, well, Art of War via the Vanguard, charge 1 Valiant Thrust, Valiant Thrust, Valiant Thrust, Valiant Thrust, Lumino Ascension, ba 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 ba. Do something really broken like that. Maybe. That's like probably the first card I'm exploring. I think that card is an open-ended question, which is my favorite kind of card design. I think that's very fascinating. That card exists to say, what are you going to do with me? 2 heroes have access to me. What are you doing with this card? I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be really interesting. I think it's going to be, if nothing else, a lot of fun. It reminds me of trying to crack Tome of Divinity with Vestige of Soul, like, forever ago in Boltyn. The other thing, Bracers of Bologna's Grace. While I don't think these gloves, I do like the art though of the guy like gripping the like parapet of a castle with his like iron gloves. I think it's really sweet. I'm not sure these are ever all that much better than Iron Song Versus. I think they frequently have some interesting edge cases where you can kind of manufacture a situation in your head where it's better. Like you have the new defense reaction, Saving Grace in your hand, you block with bracers, you charge a card, you Saving Grace, you get the courage, you kind of come out a little bit ahead on value. But I think Iron Song Versus' static effect is just so much more consistent. But these fill a really, really important role to me, which I think is like super significant, which is that you are new to this game. You decide, there's 2 armory decks so far. One of them is considerably higher complexity than the other. You decide you want to go off the deep end, but you don't have that much of a budget. You go with the Boltyn armory deck. And I think if this card doesn't exist, you get punished pretty hard for not having access to Iron Song Versus because they're, what are you playing, Gallantry Gold? It's just not that good. And like, fridges have gotten so big in this game. The premier aggro deck of the format, the best deck in the format, can shove 7 armor on your attack. If you're sitting there with Snapdragon Scalers, Solar Plexus, Gallantry Gold, and then like the new hat, you just start the game so far behind. And I think these fill a really important niche of being 2 armor that a new player has access to with an interesting splashy effect. That it's fine, right? It's 2 life, it covers something. It's fantastic. It's maybe my favorite thing from the product, just because of how accessible it makes my favorite hero.
I think that's a really good thing to highlight, to remember like kind of what the whole point of the armory deck is. It's for a new player who wants to compete, wants to participate in a CC armory, which is always a tiny bit more daunting to get into than Blitz, to just be able to pick this up and play and have access to a deck that is going to be able to compete with, you know, people who have had years to collect. So I'm glad you like brought that up and mentioned that it's like maybe it's slightly less optimal than the best in slot card, but in some cases it's better, and it's close enough that player, you know, feels like they can play at their armory and have a real shot of winning.
Absolutely. Something I want to shout out actually is that I had an interview with Brian Gottlieb that I've been meaning to publish for like ever at this point, where I talked to him a little bit about the design of cards. Maybe not directly in the armory deck. He wasn't going to spoil anything for me, and I respect that as much as I wanted him to. I didn't ask. I just hoped it would happen. But he talked to me about something that I thought was very like inspiring and important when it comes to products like the armory deck, because a lot of my questions were kind of in the vein of like, it's interesting that you chose a complex hero for a starter deck. And he was talking about cards like those gloves as removing stairs from the opponent, from the new player, right? The more stairs there are on the staircase, you have to just being able to play a reasonable flesh and blood deck, the less people are going to want to climb them. And I think that those, yeah, I've praised these gloves enough, but I think they're a very good way to remove a stair.
That makes a lot of sense.
Launching into the next thing, the boots. These are really sweet to me. Warpath of Winged Grace, they are called. Snapdragon Scalers have kind of been showing their age for a set and a half or now, so. Heavy hitters especially. That meta, I was playing a lot of Boltyn. And the KO matchup kind of really got my goat, because he had action points on a stick every turn that also blocked 3. And I was just like, man, life sucks. And like, so Snapdragon Scalers, they've been a fantastic card, almost a legendary tier piece of equipment for a very long time, but they're starting to kind of be phased out a little bit. And I think it's fantastic. These are considerably more interactive and interesting boots. They ask you to jump through a hoop in exchange for something considerably more powerful. They ask you to charge a yellow card when you block with them. If you do, you get a Quicken token. You can use that for anything. You can go again on a Command and Conquer.
It's true.
With that card. And that's so much more versatile and interesting than Snapdragon Scalers. We also see a little bit of this in the recently teased Azalea Armory deck. I believe there were some boots called Flight Path teased that are Battle Worn 1, attack reaction, destroy these, target arrow with an aim counter, gets go again. So they're doing 2 things with these where I think when you solve problems with a deck, you kind of set out to solve some of them, but not all of them. So they don't want to give you something too easy. So they say, okay, if you want something better than Snapdragon Scalers, jump through an extra hoop, but you can have it. And that's what Warpath is to me. And in addition to like doing everything else they do, you don't have to charge. They can just be 2 armor, which happens in a lot of games. Sometimes Boltyn just never needs to snap something. Sometimes the soul keeps flowing, the might tokens, courage tokens keep flowing. You would think I would know that one by now, but I don't. The courage tokens keep flowing, your action points stay plentiful, and you never really need to use snaps. And in games like that, it's like, wow, I wish this was like Iron Rot. And so I think this card is a really good compromise. It's a hoop to jump through for an action point. It's 2 life if you need to cover a CNC with some of your other armor. It's fantastic. I'm obsessed with them. I appreciate them. And they have really cool and interesting synergy with one of the other new cards in the set, the D-React. I wanted to hear your thoughts on the boots.
First of all, I really liked the way you described that kind of element of card design. And I think that's been consistently true through like pretty much all of Fab's history, where the stronger cards are stronger but require you to jump through some hoop. Like for me, the easiest example are old Runeblade cards like Revel in Runeblood. Very strong card. Viscera, it's basically a 0 for 5 go again, but you have to meet some specific condition.
Absolutely.
And I really like that. I like that it's like stronger instead of just like taking Wounding Blow, which is 4 attack, 3 block, instead of just making it 0 block, 7 attack, they just tip those scales a little bit. And maybe push one higher than they're lowering the other. And then the main balancing factor is that you staple some sort of condition on the card. I think it makes it so that you can print interesting and like more powerful cards without just making the old cards obsolete.
I think this kind of element is present in a lot of Boltyn's card design. And I think the texture it provides to your gameplay, if you're kind of using the wounding blow theory of card design as your baseline, it provides a lot of interesting texture to have these cards that are like fundamentally more powerful, but they ask you to do something, and that's like the basis of Boltyn's card design. He says, I want you to light a card in your hand on fire, but I'm gonna pay you back for it later. I'm good for it, dude, I promise.
Yep. And he usually makes good on his word there.
Usually. Sometimes you're sad. Whether he pays you back like a good friend, he pays you back like on the day, Venmos you a couple bucks while you're with his Raiden, or a month later he kind of pays off his bill with the Sabers combo. He always gets you.
Yeah. You can always trust in Boltyn. This is too much of a tangent, so I'll keep it short. But I think one of my favorite theories about Flesh and Blood lore is that Boltyn and Prison are actually like the villains of the story, and that Light is actually which is would be contrary to this idea. But for now, Boltyn's the good guy.
On that tangent, can I just like... Maybe it's a little mean.
Go ahead. At least if it's directed at me, it's fine.
I'm just not sure they're thinking on that axis. I think they were kind of like, yeah, good guys, bad guys. A little bit.
I don't know. We never know how deep it goes. I think there's some secret lore. I think there's like more plot twists to be unveiled. I
think Ethan just wants Solana to be the bad guy.
I mean, I don't know. All I want is that Viscera is the main character in the end.
Yeah, okay. He's on his quest. He's on his RPG quest. The last card in the armory deck, I actually almost forgot. The helmet. I think it's the best card in the armory deck. Well, Saving Grace is pretty deranged. I've kind of been saving that one for after I've talked about all the armor. But the last piece of armor, the Helm of Halo's Grace, I will fully admit, very early on in my assessment of this card, I was just wrong. I said, this is not that good. It's good for new players. It removes a stare, but I don't think this is ever better than Warband of Bologna. And after playing a few games with it, I've completely eaten my words. That card is just like... I think it provides a very interesting gameplay experience where... So what Warband of Bologna does is a box 2, it unbricks your hand while being neutral on soul. This card can still do that. It's just a higher kind of skill ceiling application because you have to identify what can I draw here? What are my outs? How bad is my hand? And all of that. But it still blocks 2. And it puts a card in your soul like Warband, and it draws you a card. So it can be more soul positive with less downside than Warband if used correctly, as well as being card neutral in your hand while fixing it. The card does some insanely powerful things. Even if it wasn't just kind of better than Warband in a lot of the ways that I've seen it played, I also think it's just like, even if they both go in your sideboard, that card does something incredibly powerful in, how do I put it? Allowing you to hold stronger, like kind of keep a tighter grip on the tempo in matchups where you need to. Say you kind of get like a big Spinal Crush thrown at you, right? Against Bravo, against Victor. And you really can't let this card skip your turn, whether it's by blocking out or by giving something else up. And this kind of lets me segue into talking about Saving Grace a little bit. But something this card does is it pretty consistently, if you're playing Soul Bond Resolve, lets you block 7 or 8, depending on your chess piece, with one card out of hand. You can block Helm of Halo's Grace, you can charge a card, and you can just flop Saving Grace onto the table after drawing a card. And what Saving Grace doesn't say, you may charge this, do something, like the armor does. Saving Grace says, you may charge this, period, line break. If you've charged this turn, target attack gets -2. This is a yellow defense reaction that blocks 3. It's like hard for me to overstate how insane this card is, and I'm so excited about it. I don't even lean like mid-range Boltyn player. I like aggro. I turned Boltyn into Viscerai. That's that's how I play the hero. I adore this card because like every single matchup where you wanted Sink Below, you just get to go, Sink Below is pretty cool. What if I put a card in my soul and blocked 8, though? I don't know.
Fair enough, yeah. No, Saving Grace seems insane. And it's cool that it pairs well with the armor, not only for the armory deck, but like, I guess I would ask you, which of these new armor pieces do you think is most likely to be played in CC? And, of course, pair well with our new Saving Grace.
If we're just going like singular piece that's the most likely, it's just Warpath of Winged Grace, because Snapdragon Scalers, it's old news, it's busted, I'm over it.
Okay, fair enough.
Outside of that, I think Helm of Halo's Grace is very, very, very good and should find its way into just about every single Boltyn build.
Cool. There you have it. 5 new exciting Boltyn cards, and maybe
One very happy Ellie.
One very happy Ellie, indeed. Maybe we get okay, I guess we're definitely getting Boltyn is definitely going up in his tier in the meta.
Absolutely.
If, let's say there are no bans, everything stays the same, but Boltyn gets these new cards, where do you think he stands at Amsterdam?
Do you want me to like be honest or optimistic?
Honest.
I don't think you can play him.
Okay, but with a Zen ban.
If Zen gets hit, you can play Boltyn. Boltyn has this problem where I think, okay, the new matchup is actually just miserable for new. You're just like, oh, all of your cards block 1 less. I don't have any blues in my deck, and I'm never going to block. Good luck. And she like throws a Persuasive Prognosis, and she like, flips Goblet of Blood Run 1, and you're like, my 1 blue, here's 2 reds and 2 yellows.
That's me every day with Azalea, like, knock 1 time, please.
You watched me play an Azalea game yesterday where I blind flipped 3 times on Azalea, and I flipped knock all 3 times.
It was pretty ridiculous. I don't actually think that's ever happened to me in a single game.
I'm your bad luck magnet. I'm just siphoning it.
I appreciate that, I guess. It was pretty silly.
It was very funny. But yeah, I think his new matchup is very good. I think his Enigma matchup is very good. There was a piece of tech I was running a lot last meta, and I kind of want to get into like last meta compared to this meta on this topic. I was playing a lot of Remembrance last meta. If I can share an anecdote a little bit here. Something I really like about Remembrance is I played a game in a Pro Quest last season where I'm playing against an Arachne. God bless you. I think that's beautiful that you chose to bring Arachne. I actually love it. Like I play Boltyn. Ethan's cackling. I play Boltyn. I love that you choose like lower tier heroes. I legitimately adore it. I also feel bad for you that you paired into Boltyn.
No, hold on. You know why I'm laughing, Ellie, is because for like 2 years of my life, when I showed up to Levia, everyone treated me like you just treated that Arachne player.
And this is so messed up for me to do this as the Boltyn player, where it's like I was in that position. Anyways, so I played this. I'm playing this ProQuest game against an Arachne, and he's really pleasant. I adore Table Talk and Fab. It's one of my favorite things about the game. We're chatting. We're just shooting the breeze as we play. And he's kind of talking about how his win con in this matchup is block out 2 Lumina Ascensions and hope to get one off the top with like a coercive tendency. Sick new card, by the way. He does. He blocks out 2, and he gets one off the top with my coercive tendency. And I'm playing this Remembrance tech, and he hasn't seen it. He didn't see the top card of my deck. I got it into my arsenal without him knowing. I go to my next turn. I do like Bolt of Courage charge. He blocks. I go Beacon, banish 1, hold priority, Remembrance, target 2 Luminas in my graveyard and a Via the Vanguard. And he sits there, and he thinks for a second, and he looks at the cards in his hand, and he goes... And he just scoops his cards up and he goes, I don't want to block more of those. And
Poor Arachne.
I felt so evil.
Hey, I mean, you're getting paid off, though. Was it a 1 of Remembrance?
Yeah.
You're getting paid off for your tech, but yeah.
It was so funny. But to that end, I think that card is how you beat Enigma, and it's very funny because she's just like, I'm going to line my Dense Blue Mist up with your Lumina Ascensions. You're like, okay, I'm going to play 3 more Lumina Ascensions. And you just kind of bully her, and I think she has a very hard time keeping a board around. And I also think, as these Enigma decks kind of shift more and more towards these like Guardian-style Enigmas, like Michael Fung showed us at that Battle Hardened with his Pommel Enigma. He was really trying to get me to play that list. I thought it was very cute. I still want to try it. But as they shift towards these like block out, CNC Pommel U kind of angles of play, I think Boltyn gets way, way better into her in a matchup that was already okay for him.
Sure, okay.
So I think that's where he stands with the new heroes. And then as far as the rest of the heroes in the game go, this is my obviously biased, like, Boltyn copium, like, kind of angle, but I thought Boltyn was, like, a top 3 deck last meta. I took him to everything except PT4, and I took KO, and I suffered for it, and I deserve that. For straying from the path, but I truly believed this of Boltyn last meta. I thought he was fantastic into KO. It took a little bit of finagling and getting my head crushed by Yuki over the kitchen table like 25 times by KO. But I figured it out, and I felt like I had some really solid tech in that matchup. I felt like I had really figured out how to play into it, and I was like favored into the brutes, which was so much of last meta. I felt good into the ninjas because you can combo them. Zen notwithstanding, he didn't exist. He couldn't hurt me a month ago.
Yep.
And then you could kind of play this very interesting pitch stack combo into Kasai that I felt very good about. That was like, my friend Annie Benner showed me that one, and I was, it like blew my mind. You just like, you sit there and you pitch stack like a specific like 8 cards at the bottom of your deck, and then you just go, all right, I have 3 or 4 in soul, I have Spirit on board. Here is Oath of Steel, triple Lumina Ascension. Please, good luck blocking. And Kasai was slow enough that she had a hard time closing the game. And that was like, those were the big questions last meta. You're great into Guardian. That's Boltyn's thing. And then everything else I felt like at least 50-50 into. And I was like, this hero is truly like a very high skill floor hero that is very, very powerful. I was like, I think this is the guy. I think this is the man. And so I think if they hit Zen, I think if they bring Zen down a little bit, I think like I would feel not only good for living my true self and taking Mr. Breaker of Dawn, first and last Sir Boltyn, Breaker of Dawn, to Amsterdam, to Europe, show him around a little bit. I would feel good about it as a meta pick too.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm excited to see where they land with the bans on Monday. I feel like so many things rest on that. I've been kind of on a tiny bit of a CC hiatus, just like waiting to see, testing Zen a little bit.
I've been drafting a bunch though.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. This is, I guess, one thing to mention as we're going into the draft rounds here today. I like that we got kind of 2 quote-unquote seasons of draft with this set.
Yes.
With Uprising, we had kind of 3 majors of draft, and it felt like a little too much.
It is a bit much.
And then some of the sets have been only like kind of one and done, and to me that felt a little fast. And I really like this middle ground of we have Nat season and we also have Amsterdam to get like nice 2 majors with the draft set.
How many majors did we have with Heavy Hitters? 1, right?
They did have the calling season, but then only PTLA for an actual major.
Yeah. I'm going to sound biased because I top 8 at a calling in Heavy Hitters, but I really liked that set.
Yeah.
I adored that set. It was very, like, fundamentals Flesh and Blood with just a little dash of juicing people, and I thought that was beautiful. I really liked that set.
I think it was one of their best limited formats for a couple reasons.
Absolutely. I remember watching you, like, play a game at the kitchen table with Yuki where you were, like, trying to pitch stack and intimidate kill as Rhinar, and she's just sitting there like a little bit exasperated, and you're like eyes closed, like moving cards around, like thumbing your deck, and you're like, I think surely this is it. This is my pitch stack, and then you like whiff.
Oh no, yeah, I do that all the time. oh my gosh, I won't even get into it. But yeah, heavy hitters for me. I really enjoyed like the sealed part of it.
Absolutely.
I actually have several draft sets that just personally I like more, but I felt like it was probably the single best set for new player experience, and also the sealed format felt like you could really play multiple heroes.
Yes.
Which is something that I think they've been working toward more and more.
Can I ask what your favorite hero was in Heavy Hitters Limited?
My favorite was
I know Michael Hamilton was a big fan of Olympia.
Yeah, he played Olympia so much in Hartford. It was funny.
Yeah.
I started off playing a bunch of KO. It's either KO or Kasai, which are like the easy go-to answers, but they are actually my favorite too. I would probably say KO.
Okay. Betsy is my girl. I love Betsy. Last RTN season, I was just collecting rainbow foil Betsy's in my binder. I have a page of like 12 of her, like the adult Betsy's. I love that hero. My Hartford run, day one, I went EXO on Betsy, and then I drafted KO begrudgingly, and then I drafted Betsy, and I was like, so it was like, I think my record at Hartford going into top 8 was like 10-1 on Betsy or something, and then I like also won an RTN on her. I don't even mean to brag, I just like want to tell you that I love her, I vibe with her, and I'm here to bet big.
All right, I like it. Hey, I like that. Betsy, I played Betsy quite a bit in Limited as well. Maybe not as much as the other classes, but I played her in the Calling Liverpool in my sealed pool. And so I got plenty of games trying to smash people with overpowers to end the game. Yeah, I mean, it's no one bets as big as Betsy. And none of the other heroes could go for attacks nearly as big. Like
That's why I like her.
There's
You're here to
nothing.
bomb people.
15 overpower on hit, 3 might tokens or whatever. There's nothing quite like it.
I did that to somebody on stream. I went like primed to fight for. I think you were commentating that game. I went primed to fight for like 15 overpower with the money where your mouth is.
In Hartford, yeah. Pretty degenerate. All right, so we have the standings ready. We're gonna take a look at that. Oh, okay. So we have a list here in front of us. The 3-0 heroes. We have 5 Zens, 2 News, 2 Kanos, and then 1 each of the following: Enigma, Prism, Victor, Azalea, Dash.io, and Riptide.
I believe the Dash.io is our friend Mark Boothroyd that we put on stream just a couple rounds ago. Joey Boily, the Riptide that played against my pal Farah on stream. He's apparently also from the Toronto area. He's their local lurker of the deep. And he is also 3-0, which is beautiful. I love that. Niro Demers, the Kano player, one of 2, is presently 3-0, as well as another Toronto player. I believe Jimmy is from Montreal. Victor Mercado, a personal friend of mine, I like him a lot, he's a blast, is also on Kano at 3-0. There are a few people on this list that I don't know. I know Michael Yazaker is on Zen. I know Michael Metallo is begrudgingly on Zen. I want to say he's on Zen. He might have like last minute pivoted Victor and been the Victor. I'm not positive. I know Emily Frazier is Enigma. She's very sweet. I met her the other day. Big fan. Ueda Sabasa is Jay of On the Bobble fame. Does a podcast with my girlfriend Yuki. He is playing new. His deck is particularly unhinged. I hope we see him on stream tomorrow. I hope he survives draft.
Exciting. Michael Jasker is currently our featured draft player.
Yes,
so.
I look forward to diving into that. Shawn Dhaliwal, also on Zen. Okay, that's everybody I knew.
Nice. Yeah, we got several. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention about the Kano player, Victor Mercado. I actually know him as well. I got to play against his Kano a couple of times.
Yeah.
When I came to Canada for some RTNs.
Yes.
I got to battle Victor a few times. But this is pretty much, I would say, more or less what we would expect for the 3-0 bracket. Quite a few Zens. We have 5 Zen, 2 new to follow it up, 2 Kano, and then, yeah, we got a variety. Azalea, Dash.io, Riptide, both Rangers in there, and then Victor, Prism, and Enigma. Illusionists hanging in, staying strong.
Yeah, there's about as much Zen as you would expect from the 3-0 bracket, but what I'm really excited about is the rest of the field, right? I kind of talked about that a little bit towards the start of our day, and you have these decks that are kind of making a point to try to put Zen down. Dash.io, she's here with 9 T-Bones in her deck to make you sad. Riptide, I think Like, you line up a collapsing trap, and it's just GG's. Like, you just blow their Art of War turn up. It's really cool. Enigma's been adapting a bunch of pummels. Prism is like, I don't know. If you play Prism, stay away from me. They just, like, go, like, Herald, go get this. Herald, go get this. Play an Arclight Sentinel after drawing 7 cards after swinging with my Angel. I think I'll Arsenal another Arclight Sentinel dummy. And if you don't have Scav Skins, good luck.
I think Prism has a cool role as, like, probably the premier comeback deck of the game right now.
Yes.
Kano kind of fits that vibe as well, where he blocks out, gets lower than you, and eventually pops off. But Prism in particular will be in a spot where, as a spectator, it looks like the game is just over.
Yeah.
But especially these Vestige Prism decks, like, she's been waiting, she's been setting up. You know, you've got the Angel, Soraya in play, and before you know it, like, Prism goes to 1, and
She
then
has like 8 cards in her hand, and she's just blowing you up.
yeah, for like 3 turns in a row. It's pretty cool stuff to witness. So
I feel like Kano, you mentioned comeback decks. Kano is like the opposite of a comeback deck. He's the don't call it a comeback deck. He's been planning. He's sitting there at 1. He's like, how much more damage can I take before I taps the table a few times to do my math. 67, you. Right?
That's very true. Yeah, he like he kind of masquerades as a comeback deck, but
yes,
we know the truth.
Absolutely. We all know what you are.
So that's where our meta's at right now. Players are wrapping up the drafting process. We're going to jump to a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with the very first round of this draft pod. We're going to be featuring the top pod. So don't go anywhere. We will see you very soon.
See you all around.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My Angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. He works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG. Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Welcome back to Canada, everybody. I'm Brodie Spurlock. This is Ellie Bird, and we are diving into the draft portion of this 2024 Canadian National Championship, brought to you by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin. We're going to take a look here at the feature draft pod. After 3 rounds of Classic Constructed, these players are all undefeated, and this is the actual order that they're sitting in. So, like, around the table, Michael's passing to Shawn, and so on. We have 2 news there at the top. Kind of the classic breakdown, I would say, of 3 Enigma, 3 Zen, and 2 new. Looking at this breakdown, the Zens are all in a row, as are the news. And then you have 2 Enigmas together and Brandon all alone. Who do you think is looking the most poised to come out ahead just based on these seedings?
If I can be entirely real with you, while it's very powerful to be a 2 of here, I think it's possible Brandon's deck is just very, very, very powerful because, and Jeff Barber as well, because Brandon just straight up had more first picks than either Enigma across the table, so he likely has the best Enigma deck. And I also think that's the case for Jeff Barber. For 2 out of 3 packs, he got his pick of the litter before Jay or Emily did.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And also Michael Jasker sitting directly next to Shawn. Pack 2 obviously wasn't great, but the first, he did tell me he started off new from pack 1, pick 1. So for all of pack 1 and 3, he was in, the best seat possible.
So trusting his expertise on the format, he has a better deck than Shawn.
I mean, that's what it would look like based on this. I guess we will have to find out.
Maybe pack 2 was all haymakers.
It definitely could have been. It is always interesting to see like kind of how the packs open.
Absolutely.
Sometimes pack 1, pick 1, or pack 1, pick 3. You're locked in your hero and you open up your pack and there's like a bunch of good Zen cards, but you can't find the new card you need.
Absolutely.
Anyway, we're gonna jump into Michael versus Jeff. It's Zen versus New here over at the table. Not sure which.
Very cool.
We'll find out very soon which player is going first. I think as Zen and New, in either of these seats, I think I would rather be going second in this matchup.
It's very interesting because I don't think you necessarily want to go first as New, but you can do some very powerful things going first. You can kind of really jump ahead on deck damage if you have the right stealth cards. Kind of force cards into your opponent's banished zone, make them make some decisions they don't really want to. Maybe push a little bit over with attack reactions. We kind of saw a little bit of this talking about the Victor versus New game in round 1 of CC today. But she kind of holds a very similar role in Limited, where she kind of wants to be starting the game with a little bit of deck damage and starting the game taking your hand apart, taking cards out of it that you don't want to give up. And another card that I really want to highlight in this Limited format that I think is like really, really key if you're going first is Intimate Inducement. 0 cost attack reaction. Target Assassin or Mystic attack gets +1. Look at the top 4, 3, 2, going red, yellow, blue, cards of your opponent's deck, which I also think is a very cool red, yellow, blue kind of modifier as opposed to just the power on the card. And choose 1, add it to the active chain link as a defending card. If it is blue, it blocks for 0, which sometimes you just kind of take a good card off the top of your opponent's deck. But when you are Miss Alluring Desire herself, and you take a powerful blue off your opponent's deck that you can play later, and you or rather, that you take a powerful blue off your opponent's deck, and you're attacking with a stealth card, you kind of start the game with an extra trick up your sleeve. You kind of stock something away for later for you to use later in the game. Zen, also exceptional at leaking damage. He likes to go 1, 2, 1, 2, 1 on the very first turn of the game. So he's also very capable of kind of starting out ahead here. And it looks like that's what's happening here. So he's going to, I believe Michael won the die roll and chose second, which makes a lot of sense. New's a bit of a defensive deck. As much as you can do turn 0, you still would really like to kind of block out, filter your hand if you get the opportunity to, and start the game with something a little more coherent than a random 4. And so we've kind of put the onus here on Zen to start out, show us some damage, show us why New should care.
Yeah, these are all great points. With New as well. Oh, sorry. Okay, we're good. Jeff is presenting equipment here, players are shuffling, cutting their decks.
Sorry about that. Looks like we had a bit of a confusion from the table there.
Everything is fine.
All is well. Looks like both players are presenting equipment. I just want to say, as far as layout goes here, I love two Mist Blades next to each other and the hero on the side. Looks like we have two pieces of cloaked equipment from each player here. Zen has a more full equipment suite than New does.
Yeah, in this case, we're missing a chess piece on Jasker's side, and as is classic with this Misfail limited format, we have 4 pieces of cloaked equipment in play. What are they? We don't know. They could be anything. I think the chest is one of the more interesting ones to speculate about as the game goes on. Is it one of those like 1 life flip at the end of the game, or perhaps just a 1 prevention that can be cashed in at any time?
And the 1 life flip cards are just kind of like, they really make you think, because it's like, is my opponent going to 1 because he has more block value on the table, or is my opponent going to 1 because he's going to go tutor a chi and then use that chi to make a powerful combo play? And it looks like we're coming in here with an Untamed for 2. Michael making an active effort to just kind of block, not take any damage, turn 0 here. He goes from the Untamed straight into a Droplet. The blue Untamed setting up the Droplet here actually makes a lot of sense. Kind of do an underrate thing to do an overrate thing when it comes to the blues.
And Michael is going to take 1 point of damage here, down to 19, so perhaps has a 0 block card in his hand, or just something that he values hanging on to over that 1 extra life he could get by covering it up.
Sometimes an entire card is just not worth 1 life.
And we're now on Michael's turn. We're going to try to zoom in on his hand here and see what we're working with. Looks
I see 3 attack reactions, which is maybe not what you're looking for on this very first turn. And he's decided to filter this hand with a little bit of action from the Aqua Seeing Shell. We'll get to block with it later. Looks like he drew another attack reaction. He was telling me about this card in his deck earlier. He's holding Just a Nick, attacking with a red Impulsive Desire here. Notably, even though he doesn't have another blue in his hand, if he chooses to play an attack reaction here, it will still get the if you've pitched a blue rider, because there is a blue hiss in his pitch zone presently.
That's a great point. Yeah, he's going to very likely just pitch one of these reds away to play out one of the red attack reacts, and he's going to have to choose which one he wants to arsenal. Assuming he plays Venomous Bite on this attack, he has the option of arsenaling either a red Tide Chakra or that Justinic, which I would love to see the Justinic arsenaled and, you know, see that card put to use in a limited game, because it's a sight you don't get very often.
Absolutely. Jeff's hand here is a little bit little awkward. Kind of looks like he drew 4 off of the top of his Blitz deck here. He's holding 2 Harmony of the Hunt and 2 Tiger Form Incantation. Choosing to block with one of those incantations, a blue one notably, so Michael can play it later after it's banished when this Chain Link resolves. He's coming in over the top, coming for 4 over with a red Venomous Bite on this Impulsive Desire. If he flips any reactions or instants off the top, he's going to gain some extra life here.
Not the strongest card in the matchup, but very solid against any of the heroes in this limited format. You know, if you find one of those Precious Transcend cards, you get that life.
Absolutely.
In this case, it is just an attack off the top. But that blue card, like you said, is getting banished. Later on in the game, if we ever see an activation of New, that will be free fodder for Mr. Michael Jasker.
And that's a powerful card off the top of Jeff's deck there, too. That's a red aspect of Tiger Body. That's one of the most powerful rares that Zen has access to in the set, barring cards like Chi Unleashed.
We see that card played in pretty much every constructed Zen deck.
Absolutely. It's his bread and butter. And Jeff's coming in here with a red Biting Breeze. Good old head jab with an extra kicker here. Michael just dropping a card in front of it. Comfy. Prepared to block, as New enjoys doing.
Makes
ready
sense.
Ready to kind of tank up. Throw what you let me keep.
Yellow Bonds of Memory there. Not the strongest card to play on offense. Only real alternative is pitching it away. So just getting that maximum 3 value out of it. Cashing in the Aqua Seeing Shell as soon as he would take damage, basically, just to make sure that gets blocked with before the start of his own turn.
I do really like that here. He's decided that he doesn't really want to wait for a 1 power in case his opponent just passes. Jeff's coming in here with I believe this is a yellow Harmony of the Hunt, so only 2 power. Maybe not exactly what Jeff's looking for here, but it does give him a Tiger to cash in the +1 value from his Tiger Taming Kakara.
And on Jacuzzi's side, I'm going to have to try. I don't even know if I should try not to call him Jacuzzi. That's his nickname among friends, but...
Looks like he's holding a blue Intimate Inducement, a blue Impulsive Desire, and a card that's a little bit obscured over there.
So he's basically in a tricky spot where he wants to block with more of these cards this turn, and he has to decide whether he thinks he'll get another chance to, or if he needs to just block 2 with a 3 block to make sure he finds a use for it.
And speaking of armor coming in for 1, there's a prime opportunity to get that arousing wave in there and kind of buy yourself a point of life on an otherwise tricky to block card.
You see him reaching for it. He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about it, and he's doing it.
There you go. Only one piece of mystery equipment left in the corner there for Michael.
Looks like Jeff's tapped on mana, looking to pass his turn here. Arsenaling another Harmony of the Hunt, deciding to use it later. What's interesting here is I believe he arsenaled a red Harmony of the Hunt and decided he was satisfied to throw the yellow here. He just wanted to take cards out of Michael's hand more so than cash in his powerful stuff.
And on Michael's side, we're starting off with pitching a blue, leading in with a Mistblade from the Hero Zone, as you so love.
I do love when the Mistblade is in the Hero Zone. And this coming in for 1 go again. Not the most threatening attack, but as is what Assassins love to do, this conceals kind of a scarier intention. And we know he's holding a blue attack here.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Jeff here, if either of those face-down cloaked equipment are Kaikois that you can cash in for 1 prevention, and please correct me because I'm probably butchering that pronunciation.
I believe it is Kekoi.
Kekoi?
It's Kekoi or Kekoi.
Okay. If he does have one of those, then he can prevent this effect and stop the on-hit, and I think it's probably a good time to do it. The new deck has plenty of on-hit effects, so you have to be careful with when you choose to use those, but I think Mistblade is probably one of the best opportunities.
And he just answered our question about what his chess piece is earlier as well.
There you go. And immediately getting it paid off, this blue pick to pieces is not going to be for 2. It is not going to have go again. It is just a measly 1.
It might be a little bigger than we expect it to because the card in Michael Jazaker's arsenal right now is Just a Nick. One of the more powerful Assassin Majestics in the set, maybe the most powerful. He was telling me he was excited to use this card, and we're seeing it early. He's parked it in arsenal, and he's ready to punish Jeff if he doesn't block.
He's excited to use it. I'm excited to see it. In Jeff's hand, we see this yellow evasive leap. So this card pretty much has no way to be spent for more than 2 value. I'm curious to see whether he chooses to block 2 with it or ends up pitching it for 2 on his own turn.
It's maybe not the most premium defense reaction, nor are any of the defense reactions in the set. But it's a role player. It does what it needs to. And he's shipping the Justin Nick here. Even if he plays that yellow evasive leap here, he's taking 5 straight down to 11 and losing a card off the top of his deck.
That's right. Potential more blue fodder for the new hero ability. And it looks like he's turning it sideways. He's thinking about just cashing in that defense reaction.
I think he's kind of trying to make a decision between parking it in his arsenal later and doing what he did and cashing it in for 2 block right here, right now.
Go down to 11.
So we've got Jacuzzi leading 18 to 11 here. No arsenal, just going to drop to 4. And Jeff is going to have almost a full hand. There's another blue card off the top.
Just rip a blue action straight off the top. There's no life gain text on pick to pieces, but Justin Nick did let him kind of park another card later. I kind of like to refer to my opponent, like New's real arsenal is your opponent's banished zone.
Hey, that's fair. That's a solid way to look at it. It's a little bit of an interesting hand on Jeff's side. He has some flexibility, especially with this yellow Breed Anger, whether he wants to play it or pitch it to the Tiger Staff. Very likely playing this Companion of the Claw off the blue at some point in the turn.
And it's very interesting here because he has this Companion of the Claw, but he also has this Harmony of the Hunt. And his curve is a tiny bit awkward on these cards because he's holding 1 blue, but the cards in his hand and arsenal combined cost 1, 2, 1, and then he has a staff that costs 1. So I think he has to make some decisions on how he's going to navigate this turn.
So he does lead off with the Companion of the Claw. Because he's pitched a blue, it's going to create a tiger in his hand. And then he has a couple follow-up options. He can either start off with the staff for 2 and then another 1 on the Crouching Tiger, or he could send the tiger first and follow it up with a Breed Anger, also for a total of 3. He could play out the Harmony and end up arsenaling a Crouching Tiger on the turn, but I think it is perhaps slightly unlikely. Maybe that would make sense, though. If he does choose to go for the pitch the yellow to the staff line, he would have this extra 1 floating and nothing to do with it. So perhaps you play out 1 tiger to take advantage of the staff, and then you set the other one up in arsenal.
Absolutely reasonable. And we're seeing Michael just do what New does, kind of take the stable line. I'm not going to convert this card for 2 on my turn. I'm going to convert it for 3 on your turn by blocking 4. I'll take 1. Not a big deal to me. Kind of just trying to keep his life total high. That's a lot of news game plan in this matchup. Kind of keep your life total high. Try to tire Mr. Tamer of Purpose out a little bit. Run him out of gas, and then hit him with his own medicine.
Here's a Crouching Tiger follow-up, which to me means we are not going for a staff line this turn.
And this Tiger is for 0, but it enables this Breed Anger that's coming in here.
So Jeff is opting to keep that Harmony of the Hunt in Arsenal for a future turn. Just chilling for now. Give Michael less chances to block right now. That's a Blue Venomous Bite to cover the 3, and then one last Crouching Tiger for 0. Get it out of the banish zone.
He's just like, I don't want to represent this card. I don't have that many Crouching Tiger tokens. I'm going to clear this one.
And now we're back over to Jasker's turn. 2 cards in hand. Looks like maybe another Blue Venomous Bite along with some sort of stealth.
I believe that's another pick to pieces.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
he's choosing to come in with the dagger here just for 1, threatening the same on hit, both from the dagger and then kind of also concealing, hey, there might be another on hit this turn.
I'm not sure what the color of the pick to pieces is in hand, but I think Jeff might have gotten paid off here for his choice to leave that card in Arsenal. If he were to have attacked with it, I think Jacuzzi likely would have blocked with this Venomous Bite.
Absolutely, and he's representing this trigger, so it's likely that he's throwing this pick to pieces. It's red, though, coming in for 3, just a little bit of a head jab here. And this kind of gives Jeff the space to take a second here, take stock of his hand and go, well, this is only coming in for 3. I don't have to give any cards if I don't want to, but maybe I should.
It looks like Jeff has a hand that will play pretty nicely off of 2 blues here, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him no block. On Jasker's side, you do have the option to cash in your Arousing Wave for 2 damage right now, giving +1 and then an additional +1 on the pick to pieces ability. I feel like if I'm him, I am pretty open to that. I think it's already blocked. Cashing in the remaining activated ability for just 2 extra when Jeff's life total is already pretty low is something I'm pretty happy to do.
He can also kind of split the value up a little bit here. He's presented with the opportunity to take a 2-card 6 using his Arousing Wave here, going dagger 3, actually it's 5. But he can also activate Arousing Wave just to turn on pick to pieces' text, and then just kind of tuck that Fang Strike away in Arsenal for another pick to pieces or another stealth card later.
100% true, yeah. I think that's actually a pretty interesting puzzle as a new player.
He is cashing it in here.
I'll be curious to see what he does with it. I think it looks like he's just passing and saying take 4. This makes sense. You want to keep it to push other breakpoints over, but it runs the slight risk of ending up with a clunky hand where you aren't able to play the Fang Strike and you need to put another card in your arsenal.
Yes.
So there's always a little bit of tension there of whether to play it or save it.
Sometimes you just want to block out, pass, and tuck a card away. It does look like he's drawn some stealth cards, but Jeff took a lot of damage to play this turn out, you know? He's kind of held on to this Harmony of the Hunt for a while, and he's showing us this flex clause here, trying to set up an undeniable turn. And we're going to have to see if Michael finds it even worth it to do anything on his turn, because Jeff wants to hurt him real bad here. He wants to hit hard.
I wonder what Michael's leg piece is. If it is a Skywalker, I think he might want to cash it in.
It looks like he's taking 1 here, so it seems a little bit unlikely that it's the prevent one, or he didn't think it was necessary.
Following that up with a Tiger Staff for 2 go again. This first Tiger will be buffed up, and then we know about this Companion of the Claw in hand. I wonder, since he has a Companion, and I believe his arsenal is still that same Harmony of the Hunt, I don't think any of these follow-up Tigers are going to end up being super relevant.
Yeah, it looks like Michael's opted to just kind of take 1 here, or take 2 rather. Kind of looks like he's planning on taking this Tiger as well, so taking 3 in net. He's looking at Jeff's hand and he's like, well, you took a bunch of damage for this turn. I'm not falling for the leading question. I'm gonna make you show me the powerful card in your hand, and it looks like we're kind of waiting to see what Jeff does with these cards.
Yeah, Michael, I can't see for sure what his hand is, but even if he wants to block some more, he feels pretty confident that with 3 total cards left on Jeff's side, he's going to get the chance to block with 1 more 3 block if he wants to.
Absolutely. And with a 7 life lead, he's comfortable waiting. And here comes that red Companion of the Claw, leaving 1 floating to play out that Harmony of the Hunt, putting a Tiger in his hand, and presenting 4 whole damage here.
So Jeff is definitely still on the back foot in this game, down 6-13. Michael's got almost a full grip, and Jeff's turn is almost over. So he kind of needs Michael to stumble on this turn cycle, ideally not percent lethal, and give him 1 more chance to kind of keep a full grip and really push back into this game.
Absolutely. Once Snooze got you under her thumb and you're blocking, life gets a lot harder.
On Jasker's side, let's try to zoom in and see what he's working with here.
That's a Bonds of Memory. I see... I see 2 more reds in his hand. I believe one is a stealth card, and I'm not entirely positive of the other. I believe it's a red Bonds of Memory as well. Yeah, he's holding 3 stealth cards. 1 blue, 2 red. Red Bonds of Memory is particularly punishing to wet hit in this matchup. And he did just let this turn through. He just took the Companion of the Claw. He said, send me the bill. And this Harmony of the Hunt is remaining in Arsenal. I'm very curious what his plan is for it.
That is an Aqua Lapse. We just caught a glimpse of it there. So it's possible this turn is going to be some sort of Mistblade into Stealth, go against Stealth, and really just try to push lethal. Jacuzzi currently has that health lead, and he just wants to capitalize it and start forcing the Zen player to block.
He already kind of led last turn with like, I'm gonna cash in a little bit of my life total, and I think he's ready to keep doing it. He wants to kind of hit his opponent real hard with this turn, take cards out of his hand, take agency away from him so that he can continue to pick him apart. And he comes in with the Mistblade for 1 here. Just good old 1 go again. What do I have?
Makes a lot of sense on Jeff's side to give up the waves here. You need to block with it at some point in this turn, and you don't want to let this on-hit connect. But we know it's not a real on-hit. 2 reds in the hand.
And like any good new player, something I really want to highlight here is that he always has a plan for if you block the Mistblade. I mentioned this earlier, and I want to kind of circle back around to it as we're in Limited. It's so important to not let your opponent control what your turn ends up looking like if they block your Mistblade.
This Desires of Flesh is coming in for 3. If Jeff blocks with an attack, Jasker gains a life. If he doesn't block at all, Jasker probably gains a life because he's going to find a card off the top. And most of the cards in Zen's deck are going to be attack action cards. But it looks like that's all he has in the hand other than that 1 Preserved Tradition that does not block at all.
It's interesting. He has 1 floating, so he's representing nearly any attack reaction in the set. So I'm sure if you're on Jeff's side of the table, you're like, man, what am I blocking with in this hand? And it kind of looks like he's saying, well, I'm mostly interested in just blocking with some equipment. We'll see if he decides to give up any cards here. But I think knowing the Fang Strike is in Jazaker's arsenal, it's a reasonably heads-up block here.
Looks like, yeah, maybe considering an overblock for 4 or even 5. His turn looks pretty functional if he can survive. He's got a blue. He's got that Harmony of Hunt.
He's only blocking 2 on this. He's putting the Tiger in his hand. He's resolving his Mask trigger. Which means that Michael's going to get to present lethal. He's going to come over by 2 here, putting Jeff to 4, and then come in with another attack.
Yeah, so Jeff's just doing his best to stay alive and keep as big a hand as he can. In this case, the Desires will get go again, and Michael does not need to play the Fang Strike yet. It looks like he's considering it, but nope, just taking 1 down to 5.
Alrighty.
That is an attack action card, so Michael is going to gain 1 life, putting his lead up to 4 points, 9 to 5 here.
And then he's coming in with that 2nd stealth card here. Bonds of Memory is so punishing to let hit here.
So everything is face up. Jeff knows that if he wants to, he can take everything here and go down to 1, or 2 if Jacuzzi so chooses, and he can keep his whole hand. But does he want to let this Bonds of Memory connect?
Jazaker's also generated a piece of armor on his side of the board here now.
That's true. He's got a lot of life total to play with, especially counting that Aqua Lapse. If you're Jeff, I think the decision really is between saving some life or presenting more pressure, but it's going to be pretty impossible to block this on-hit regardless of what you do because of that Fang Strike hiding in Arsenal.
Unless you want to give 2 cards, and then, you know, you've taken 2 cards out of your hand on the turn, you've decided to take a pivot.
Yeah, and at that point, Michael would get to keep the Fang Strike in his arsenal for a future turn. So I don't know for sure what all 4 of the cards are in Jeff's hand in addition to the Crouching Tiger, but I think this makes sense. Taking it down to 1 and saying, you know what, now is my time. I've got to find a way to push back and see if I can get you into lethal range.
And let's see the top card here.
Banish a card from graveyard.
It is a Battlefront Bastion. I don't think he has any in his graveyard, but that's still a devastating card to lose off the top of your deck.
A red one, too. What a card.
Looks like he's kind of deciding. Taking a blue Untamed from his graveyard makes a lot of sense. Set up my Transcend turn for later. Put you to 1. Now you're in range where I can just kind of start poking you with my daggers, taking cards from you. And it's on Jeff now to present such a powerful turn that Michael has to give up more cards. He has to play into kind of slowing down with Jeff.
All the equipment is revealed. Everything comes down to this moment. Michael Jasker is at a virtual 10 before he has to block any damage. And on Jeff's side, it looks like we're working with a hand here that can present
a pretty reasonable amount of damage. And he's leading with that blue Harmony of the Hunt from Arsenal, leaving 2 floating, put a Tiger in his hand. I presume he intends to use that for some combo attacks this turn. Here is 1 go again. I feel like we're going to see the Aqualapse get blocked here.
I would not be surprised by that at all. I think this could end up being quite the close game. Multiple of the cards in Jeff's hand are, of course, Crouching Tigers, but he has access to the Zen ability if he wants it this turn.
And that's interesting. Michael chose to just take 1 damage here. Maybe he's waiting for something like a blue Biting Breeze or something later in the turn that carries a little more weight, has an on-hit that matters.
Yeah, perhaps another one of those Flex Claws threatening a Tiger on hit.
Absolutely. And here comes Water the Seeds, just a good old 3 go again, but it has an effect very similar to the Tiger Taming Kakara in this matchup, where it's going to pump his next attack with 1 or less base power by 1. Now, generally speaking, there's a few blue attacks with 1 power, like the Harmony of the Hunt currently on the combat chain, but I think it's likely this buff gets consumed on a Crouching Tiger.
Yeah, 100%. I am surprised that, like you said, Michael didn't catch the Aqualapse, but at this point, he's just going to save it for a breakpoint. Very likely we see a 3 block here, and
cleanly cover this up.
Jeff is concealing information as much as he can here, hanging onto that Transcend card and keeping it secret. He already knows what he's going to fetch, so no reason to tell his opponent.
Absolutely, and he still has a Crouching Tiger in his hand. He's holding that Preserve Tradition. I believe that's a red Breed Anger. So he's trying to make this turn count. He's coming in for a lot of damage here. This is presenting, putting him to 3. He knows he has a Crouching Tiger in hand, but he doesn't know that last card in his hand. He's held on to this as long as possible.
The fact that Michael has so confidently not blocked with that Aqualapse tells me a little bit that he doesn't plan to do a bunch of blocking on this turn. Maybe 1 more card, or maybe none more at all. Maybe he wants to keep this whole 3-card hand to attack Jeff while he's at a life total of 1.
And something that's pretty relevant here while Jeff is at 1 is actually that he just took that Battlefront Bastion off the top of his deck, which is a fantastic card at blocking the Mistblade when you're low on life total.
That's a great point. That would have been critical. If he does manage to find another one, that would potentially shut down 2 of the cards in Jacuzzi's hand if he goes, pitch for Mistblades.
Absolutely. What a way to turn the tides here. It looks like he put a red Flex Clause back on the bottom of his deck, and here it comes. The first hero ability activation of this entire game, tandem with the first Transcend of the entire game. I'm excited to see what he goes get.
It looks like he does have access to a red...
its own
Thank you, Ethan.
Very nice soundbite there. Red Pouncing is going to present 4, and it's going to demand that Michael blocks with at least 1 more card this turn.
And that is brutal when he's made clear that he wants to just keep as many cards as he possibly can.
He's got 2 Tigers in hand, maybe hoping that Michael has forgotten one of them is a Crouching Tiger, but if we know Michael Jasker, he probably hasn't. A very accomplished player here, many top finishes of his own.
Absolutely, and it looks like he's kind of holding onto the steering wheel here. He knows what's going on. He knows the card in his hand. He knows the situation here. He's taken 1 on this Pouncing Chi, and he's saying, all right, you can go ahead and put that Crouching Tiger in your arsenal. I know it's not a threat to me right now.
This has a chance of bringing up...
And
the
looks
start
like
of his turn, the Aqualapse is going to pop.
What is Michael holding on to? Let's see if we can...
Looks like he's coming in with the Mistblade. Even if it's just Dagger Stealth card, he's asking for as many as 3 cards depending on how well Jeff's hand blocks. And I think his hand is entirely 2 blocks.
He's got 1...
Oh, he's holding the... he has 2. He has 2. 2 3 blocks.
Yeah, a couple blue combo cards there, thankfully for him. But yeah, every attack is lethal. Jasker is still at 3, so definitely leading from this position, but it's reasonably close. The Zen deck is probably a little bit better at playing small hands than the new deck.
And he opts to block with the Breed Anger here, giving up that 3 block. And this is just a double trouble for 3. He doesn't really have any tricks to pump this up, but still 3 damage demands to be respected here. And he's leaving Jeff with only 2 cards in his hand. I believe it's a blue Gravekeeping and a red Flex Clause, which can present a powerful 6, 7 on this turn with Kakara, Tiger from Arsenal, and 4 from the Flex Clause.
That's about as good as it gets for a 2-card hand here. If the Flex Clause hits, then he gets to keep that Tiger in arsenal, and if not, he still has it as a backup. Jacuzzi's going to draw up 4 cards here. If both players were at 1, I think Jeff would be favored in this game. Because they're not, I would still give the edge to Michael, but very close endgame.
And it's very interesting. It's very important how he chooses to block this staff because he has that life lead cushion, and if he goes down to 1 by taking this staff, those Flex Claws and that Tiger are going to take extra cards.
Yeah. I think he pretty much has to give a blocking card here and on the Flex Claws, and then assuming he wants to keep 2 cards, he'll take 2 and go down to 1, and his next turn has to be a good one, or else if Jeff keeps up this pace, he might get ahead. This is...
And I think this is a really heads-up block here with the first tentative T tied here. He covers it up. He knows that he doesn't want to go to 1 and risk having more cards taken away from him by this breakpoint. This Flex Clause coming in, saying, "Hey, if you were at 1, I'd take 2 cards, but now I'm just taking 1." And it looks like he's keeping 2 cards. And even if his turn is just Dagger Stealth, when you don't have an arsenal, things get a lot more complicated.
That's right. And there we have it. Both players are at 1. This is as tight as it gets. Michael only has 2 cards in his hand, so this is kind of the classic flesh and blood endgame where you keep 2 cards, you try to force 3 cards from your opponent, but if you don't manage to, it kind of goes on in this swing 2, back and forth game until somebody can put together a turn that will rip 3 cards away from their opponent.
And it looks like Jeff has kind of drawn up a hand without very much go again here. So it's unlikely that he's able to throw more than staff into another attack. He's blocking with a Breed Anger on this Mist Blade for 1, and we're going to see what Jacuzzi has left for us.
I think we might actually see a comeback from Jeff here because that one other attack is going to be a red Breed Anger. He's going to be able to go 2 into 4, which, unless Jacuzzi has some crazy tricks, is going to demand 3 cards. And that'll put Jeff kind of firmly in the lead in this race.
And I'm sure if you're Michael, something you're concerned about is you haven't seen a Transcend card yet. You could draw a card that doesn't block at any moment.
That is definitely a big concern.
He's getting an efficient 2 block with this Deep Blue Sea on the staff here.
If you ever get back to your own turn with just a Transcend card, your only option is to send a Mistblade. And as Michael, you have to be just devastated to see a 4 here.
That is so painful.
You pretty much need Jeff to draw up a bit of a brick hand here, maybe all reds or something that doesn't play quite well. Otherwise,
he is going to have to block. It looks like he's held a Desires of Flesh. This could be huge. It demands him to block. He could gain a life.
Jeff has 2 Homage to Ancestors in his hand, I think.
Oh, the Tiger Form Incantation is so clutch here.
Wow, what a hand from Jeff. He can Transcend twice up to 3, and then perhaps Zen something with Go again into that fact-finding mission. I think this might be the end
this
here.
Might be it. What a run back this game has been.
Yeah, it really looked like Michael was firmly in the driver's seat for a long time, and then tried to capitalize when Jeff was at 1, tried to force him to block, and couldn't take quite enough cards. And I don't want to call it early, but this is looking to be firmly in Jeff's favor at this point.
It does look like if he just comes in with this fact-finding mission, Michael's going to get to keep 1 card. If he keeps something just good enough. Oh, he is opting to activate Zen here, so maybe we'll see that fact-finding mission just go into his arsenal.
Oh, Jeff is even lower on cards than I realized. Both players are...
Oh, he has just 3 cards left in his deck. Maybe if Michael can just block out from here.
What an endgame.
Oh, but the staff is going to come in for 1. Or the Tiger, rather. The Tiger is going to come in from 1 off the staff. He's going to have to give a whole card to it, but all he has is this Breed Anger for 2, and he has nothing left floating.
I like the way he played this, hanging onto the fact-finding mission for a future turn when he has too many resources, and finding another way to take 3 cards here.
Tiger for 0. Interesting. Just clearing the banish. I do believe Michael got to keep a stealth card here, but I believe he only has 2 cards left in his deck.
Oh, so Jeff might be winning on damage and fatigue at the moment.
Basically every axis possible. And being at 3 here is just so crushing. The double homage is so painful here.
I think if it plays out like we expect, yep, Jeff's down to 2, and he has at least 3 cards worth of attack value in this hand. All he has to do is execute now.
Here comes the staff. Oh, maybe not.
It makes sense when you're in this position. Stressful, end of the game. It looks like you have everything.
You just want to make sure you don't mess it up.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're executing well. Yep. Shuffle the 1 card. Get a tiger.
Just activating it for the Crouching Tiger. Take as many cards from Jacuzzi as possible here. Staff for 2.
It's really interesting how each hero kind of has their own weapon-esque ability in the end game, like Enigma making shields, Zen making these tigers. And there it is, the fist bump. Jacuzzi can only block 3, goes down to -2, and Jeff, with quite a comeback of a game, moves on to 4-0.
Absolutely. What a well-navigated game from Jeff there.
It ended, I would say, even if the game wasn't going to fatigue, I think Jeff had just barely cemented his lead and was probably going to eventually be able to leak enough damage to kill Jacuzzi, but it's interesting that kind of right around that time, it also ended in a fatigue game.
Absolutely, and it's just so interesting to see how he started with that explosive Justin Nick turn, kind of took the driver's seat from Jeff for a long time, and Jeff was like, all right, I'm just going to be patient, I'm going to wait for my moment, I'm going to sit on this Harmony of the Hunt, and I'm going to wait for the perfect turn to just take everything from you.
And he did it. He started down, like, I don't remember his life total, but Michael was at 9 with an armor. I think Jeff was at 1 at that time. And then, yeah, he came all the way back.
And what's really interesting about that game is that I talked about him kind of running the risk of drawing these chi in the endgame. But as we reached the end of the game, we realized his deck contained no Transcend cards.
That's true, yeah. It's an interesting... I wonder if he just, throughout the draft was prioritizing other things and just didn't end up with any. I wouldn't say it's necessary to have them in a new deck, but it definitely can be helpful.
It's certainly very important. I mean, I think if he could have activated new, that game looks entirely different.
He definitely had several blues in the Banish Zone that he potentially could have put to good use. Yeah, especially like for purposes of fatigue. That's quite a few cards you lose access to.
And I think it's very core to kind of news like play patterns is having this chi and kind of finding these spaces where these situations where he was kind of forced to keep one card in the end game. If that's a chi, your opponent can just explode.
Yeah, 100%.
But he lost so much closing power by not drafting any.
Yeah, that's a pretty good takeaway from this game. I think, I don't know if having a chi would have saved him, but it's quite possible. We are going to jump into a sponsor segment here. Ethan, are we passing this one over to you? All right. We're going to talk about Fabric.gg. Fabric is a website you can visit. They have 15 articles a month or more. Basically just Flesh and Blood strategy content, all kinds of content. They have a variety of authors over there. And you can see we have a little image here. You can see a couple like samples of the kind of stuff they do. We have like tournament reviews, a couple deck techs, pre-con, like this pre-con progression, I believe, is basically taking a pre-con deck and then kind of upgrading it. So for players of all skill levels, different kind of content to catch up on recent tournaments or help you out on your competitive journey. Thank you to Fabric for sponsoring the stream and helping us out. And yeah, make sure to go visit them. I think we're taking a break pretty shortly, so a perfect opportunity to head over to fabric.gg yourself. We're going to jump over to Ethan for a second.
Valiant effort, Brodie. Valiant effort on the unexpected sponsor segment. Just going to close it with some final statements about how amazing these guys have been as a sponsor of the stream. And not only a sponsor of this stream, Fabric also steps up for any of the AGE tournament series that you've seen out in SoCal. Fabric is a sponsor out there as well. And you see them just hanging out in a lot of stream chats regardless. They're hanging out in this chat, hanging out in a lot of other nationals chats that I've seen. Of course, the Flesh and Blood premier chat rooms. Well, Fabric is there for sure. But there we go. They are an incredible website and sponsor and personal friend because it's not one person. There's a lot of lovely people who work at Fabric, and they're peppered throughout the Flesh and Blood communities worldwide. I know when I used to live in Kalamazoo, Michigan specifically, one of my locals was someone who works at Fabric, and same goes for the SoCal scene. Out there with their AGE connection. On top of Fabric just being a website with incredible statistics, earlier Ellie mentioned her breakdown of 3 blocks versus 2 blocks, and Fabric was right there in the chat with the quick search up on Spellvoid, one of their other websites, to give you the exact number breakdown of 2 blocks versus 3 blocks that exist at all. And that's one of the tools available to you when you do use these websites like Fabric and Spellvoid because they're just statistic machines and give you all these data points that you could ever need for deck building and breaking down percentages of prevalency of cards throughout different builds and different metas, things like that. But one thing that I don't think Fabric gets enough credit for, hence the slide here, is the articles that they are churning out, which is something in the Flesh Blood space that you see kind of across different websites. TCG Player puts out some content. We have the Wraith Times. We also have FabRec, of course, and I am one of the writers for FabRec, and really enjoy the entire behind-the-scenes process with them anyway, and all the content that is put out is incredibly useful stuff, a lot of fun reads, as you can see in the example articles here. It doesn't stop there. It's 15 articles a month. Literally every other day, you can be reading a fresh article from FabRec, which is pretty incredible. So please go check them out for any and all of the things that I have so far mentioned. Now with that, we are going to be jumping to a quick break. The round is over. No time for the backup. The backup was an Enigma mirror, 20-0, as Enigma mirrors go. But there we go. We'll be running right into round 5 after this quick break. And if anyone hasn't seen the Lego stop motion, the ad break's like kind of the best part of the show for me because I love seeing this thing. So here you go.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SynFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, first form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Plush Buddy, you can play Lorcan, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcan, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Canadian National Championship here in beautiful Niagara Falls, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin. We're getting ready to go into round number 5 of today. We're going to be following the same draft pod. Ellie, what do you think about this draft pod in general? We saw 2 of the decks so far.
I think it's very interesting. I think it's not entirely been what I've been expected. There was 2 news in the pod, and one of the 3 of Zen's actually came out on top in our last game, and now I believe he's playing against an Enigma next, and he is the same player who we saw on the backup stream 2 rounds ago, I believe, in CC, the Kano player versus Avery on Azalea, Jimmy, Niro, Demers. And we're going to go there right now, actually. We're going to check in with these 2 players. Both at 4-0, just an absolutely fantastic performance so far today. You know, you're halfway through the day at this point, or just about right at the halfway mark. You're still undefeated. I imagine you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, 2 players we've seen already. Jimmy over there repping Silver Goblin, one of our hosts.
Absolutely. I have a good friend who works at Silver Goblin. I love to see it, but it will not affect my biases when it comes to this match.
Fair enough, yep. And I think going first versus going second is an interesting question that to me is a little bit more debatable in this matchup than the one we had before.
Absolutely.
In the Enigma versus Zen matchup, I think there are plenty of people who would argue for both of them, and the community's perhaps relatively split down the middle. You could argue that you want to go first as Enigma to potentially set up an aura, land something.
Build a bit of a board.
Yeah, possibly arsenal a defensive tool, or at the very least just set up that arsenal. If you get 3 or more value in auras, then you've roughly broken even going first.
Absolutely.
And so, the same is true in any matchup at mirrors. On the Zen side, you might want to go first just to prevent that. But at the same time, you have the classic going second advantage if no one is able to land any value going first.
Start the game ahead.
Yeah, if the Zen player were to go first, there's also some interesting stuff where the Enigma actually sometimes is more likely to land an aura going second, or at least is able to. In this case anyway, the Enigma is going to be going first. It looks like at a bit of an equipment disadvantage versus our Zen that we saw last round.
And that's so interesting because we saw this Enigma come out ahead. So they've clearly made some drafting decisions in deck building where they felt only 2 equipment was powerful, and were clearly proven right.
It's tricky while you're drafting the set, like taking equipment early versus late.
Right.
Obviously there's a whole scale of cards that you have to choose between an equipment and taking X card. But in this
case,
case,
like we just got a little bit of a peek at his equipment. I believe his head is Truths Retold, but I didn't quite catch what his chest piece is.
As Enigma, I really like having access to at least one of those kind of just on the spot preventions. So if it is the Sky Body, that would be really nice. It could also be one of those 1 life flip ones, which is always kind of exciting to see for a stream game if we get down to that point.
And we're putting a preserved tradition in our pitch zone and casting a single-minded determination red. You definitely are often kind of looking for these instant speed auras or maybe something to do with go again, but I think specifically single-minded determination is so powerful going first.
If you're able to protect this, yeah, it's just a 1 card swing in for 5 next turn.
And Jeff says he wants to take that away from him. He's coming in for 2 with the staff here. 2 go again. He's asking him the question, do you think you can keep that thing alive?
Pretty quickly, Jimmy is willing to just slam a 2-block down, and this is 7.
Just a big 7 on this Battlefront Bastion. We saw this get banished Jeff's last game, but here it's up front, bright and early, ready to really kind of send some punishment Jimmy's way.
Another preserved tradition being pitched on the other side of the arena. That's kind of funny to see.
Yeah, the same G card immediately.
Both of them going to the bottom untranscended. Jimmy has a couple choices here. I think he has multiple 3-blocks in his hand, in which case he could go ahead and cash in that chess piece if it is a Sky Body Kaikoi, and block out the 7 and just swing in for 5 with single-minded. Or he could block 3 cards, or if he wants to, he can just go ahead and let that aura die, get the ward out of it, and try to present some other threat on his own turn.
It's a very interesting question. A 5-power weapon is fantastic. It looks like he's moving to not block here, satisfied to have gotten some value out of going first, just kind of drop some ward on the board and say, all right, I'll pre-block your next turn so that I can have some space to do something. I believe he's holding a Spectral Manifestations in his hand, pitching a blue one. Let's see what he does with this.
I think his arsenal might be a red Waxing Spectre, and if so,
playing it.
Are those 2 blue manifestations? So this will just be a
I believe
shield.
that's a blue Solitary Companion.
Ah, gotcha. So just, yeah, the 1 blue manifestation's in hand. Shield's going to be coming in for 2 go again here. It seems that the 7 breakpoint was just a little bit too tricky to cover, so yeah, you just let that ward die, and now we're starting to build up some more threats.
And Blue Spectral Manifestations, I think, is often kind of an underrated card. Lets you kind of just make your hero power. And you're right, that is a red Waxing Spectre. He's cracking in here for 4 go again.
One of the strongest commons in this whole set. I'm super happy to see this anytime I'm drafting Enigma. Jimmy now has basically 6 attack on board and 4 prevention. If possible, I'm sure he would love to just kind of block out and keep these powerful auras in play and just keep swinging with them over and over. But we'll have to see how it plays out. The Waxing Spectre in particular does have Ward 3, so it has the ability to just drop in, swing for 4, and then, you know, blow up.
Yeah, and that's something very interesting about this, is because while using 3 cards to kind of send 6 at your opponent is a little bit under 8, you're only getting 2 value out of each card. The back end of this is so important to how Enigma plays out, and he's functionally gained 4 life this turn. He's put 4 ward on the board. If he can kind of piece it out and get the value where he needs to, this is an incredibly high value turn. And we're shipping it back over to Jeff here, who opted to block with a blue Companion of the Claw over here. And it looks like he's holding a Droplet, a blue Gravekeeping, and a yellow Harmony of the Hunt. So maybe he wasn't as satisfied as he possibly could have been with this hand, decided to get some value when and where he could. A lot of blues in this one. He's got an homage to Ancestors in his arsenal, letting him possibly transcend this turn, but he's given it some thought. He's thinking about how he can possibly convert this hand in a way that really busts up Jimmy's board.
It's a tricky spot because there's no way to transcend and pitch the Chi card to Zen this turn. If you were to like play Droplet or something or Gravekeeping, neither of them have Go Again. He doesn't have any way to give Go Again with his leg equipment. So it's possible we actually aren't going to see the Homage to Ancestors come out to play quite yet. Maybe this is just going to be a nice 3-card 5 Go Again off the Harmony and the stick, and then end with a Droplet for 2 because that's the best he has.
Absolutely. And he's just giving it a nice little 3 block on Jeff coming in with this yellow Harmony of the Hunt. He's got a Tiger in his hand. We'll see how he chooses to use it.
Honestly, not the strongest turn you could hope for on Jeff's side when you really would like to clear these ward auras out of the way.
And just threatening 5 can be so crushing when your Enigma opponent has kind of started to build this board. It's really not what you're looking for. And here's that Tiger for 1.
It is, yeah, the 2-2-1 is very nice. Much better than just sending 5 Go Again that can easily be covered by those 2-3 blocks. In this case, Jimmy just straight away says, yep, my shield can die. I'm going to try to hang on to this Spectre if I can, but not going to pop my equipment yet, saving it for a more important card to protect later.
It's so interesting. Looks like he's ending on this 2-power attack, deciding, well, there's nothing else I can really do with this card. It's not the best way to convert a card, but a blue for 2 is better than just holding the card and lighting it on fire. Jimmy's covering with the 3rd of the same card. He drew all 3 together. There's the same 3 of a kind joke I made earlier. Holding back 1 card to likely get to swing with this Waxing Spectre on board that he's managed to protect this turn. He let the Spectral Shield go, but... oh, and it's coming over the top.
So he's choosing to get that Transcend card out of his arsenal, cashing it in just to push that over and take away the Waxing Spectre. I think this play is pretty cool. It makes sense. He isn't going to be able to use the Zen Tutor this turn, but he can either hang on to the Chi or just go grab a Crouching Tiger to arsenal. And he's basically converting his arsenal to 4 here or more, getting rid of the Ward 3 on the Spectre and gaining 1 life.
Oh, and it looks like he's activating his Truths Retold here just to keep this Waxing Spectre alive, putting that red Single-Minded Determination back on the bottom of his deck.
To me, this screams that he probably does not have a Skybody chess piece. The fact that he's willing to pitch a full card to the Truths Retold to keep that Spectre around, I think if he had a way to do that for free, he probably would have. So this chess piece is more likely a Koi Blessed Kimono or the Rabbit Hide that flips into a Ward 4.
Yeah, one of the 1-life chess pieces, absolutely. And it looks like Jeff's drawn up another pretty blue heavy hand here. He's holding a Chi, the second homage that sealed Michael's fate. He's playing this blue Tiger form incantation, making a Crouching Tiger, giving it +1. Maybe not the most threatening turn here, but I'm not sure he cares as much about damage as he does clearing this red Waxing Spectre.
Does have, yeah, that other homage in hand, so can tutor with Zen if he wants this turn. Starting off with a 1 Go Again, we know he has some prime combo targets in his deck. I think it's not unlikely we see that red pouncing key grabbed here.
We're seeing Jimmy kind of kind of have to sit here and make the decision of like, well, am I giving an entire card to block 1 when he still has 2 cards in his hand? It looks like he's going to. We're going to see what Jeff has to say about that.
Jimmy's really valuing this Waxing Spectre here, though in theory it's pretty reasonable. Waxing Spectre at its floor should be worth 3 life, so you're just choosing to lose out on 1 card in hand, which is also worth roughly 3.
Absolutely. And here comes that Breed Anger for 2. Leaving 1 floating, 1 card in his hand. You may not necessarily know that he's holding the other homage, but I'm pretty curious what my opponent's up to right now if I'm Jimmy.
Yeah, it looks like on Jimmy's side, we have a hand that has a couple more 3 blocks. He's got a Wounding Blow, which of course is pretty flexible in this situation, and then some other Illusionist cards that I think both block 3. Maybe one of them is just a Mystic Blue.
I'll block 3.
Looks like he is going to block 3 with this yellow Vengeful Apparition. I wonder if Jeff's going to transcend here, try to push more damage. Or maybe he just opts to jam that homage in Arsenal, set up for a stronger turn next time. It looks like he is going to transcend, pushing himself up to 18, flipping this into a Chi, and I imagine he searches his deck here.
There we go. Gonna go search for a, I don't know what, maybe a red Breed Anger, maybe a Pouncing Key.
Some sort of breakpoint here for sure.
The Breed Anger ability kind of nice here. He is going to be able to play that Tiger from Banish Zone if he needs it to combo, and then be able to Arsenal this one in hand.
That's very true. That's actually an exceptional point.
And
lets you kind of hold on to another 1-power attack for breaking up Enigma's board on a later turn when all you have is your staff.
Yeah, so this turn is going to end up being 0 into 4 more. If Jimmy wants to protect his Waxing Spectre, he would have to give 2 cards on the 4, and I'm curious to see whether he will. I think it's reasonable for him to just let that Spectre die, take a point of damage, and perhaps swing back with the Wounding Blow and Arsenal his last card, though I'm not positive what that last card is. Might influence the decision quite a bit.
It may not be worth arsenaling. That's very true. So he's coming in with this Breed Anger for 4 with Go again, but Jimmy knows that his hand contains no secrets. He's letting this Waxing Spectre go. He's finally saying goodbye. He knows he'll just fatigue if he sits there and blocks for it forever. Looks like we're going back over to Jimmy's turn, and I imagine he converts that Wounding Blow here. Oh, it's a Preserved Tradition is that last card. What a fantastic arsenal.
Third one we've seen this game. Maybe this one finally will get transcended, and yeah, I think this play makes a lot of sense. I guess as Jimmy, you didn't even have the option to block 4 here. So just going to set up that Transcend card in Arsenal and open yourself up to an Enigma use sometime in the next couple of turns.
And Jeff didn't even take much time to think about that. He was like, oh yeah, this one's a good one. Send me the bill. I'll take 4. Going back over to Jeff, let's see what he's so excited about.
Life totals are pretty even here. Jeff pretty much has all the tempo and has more equipment, so looking kind of ahead in this game. How does his hand look? He's got 1 blue and 2 reds and a yellow, so relatively functional. Biting Breeze has Go again. He might run into... no, actually, his curve is kind of perfect here.
This hand is really impressive. It looks like double Breed Anger, triple Breed Anger, I believe, and a Biting Breeze.
Leading off with 2 Go again here on the stick, as I like to call it.
The stick. That's a great name. The Tiger Stick.
Yeah, classic Tiger Stick. Jimmy knows about this Tiger in Arsenal that'll come in for 1 red afterward. And no Ward Ors to worry about this turn. He can calmly just take all that damage. Doesn't have to throw his 3 blocks at these breakpoints.
Yeah. Nothing left to fight for on the board. This is your chance to kind of cash in some value. Try to find your way back into this game. And here comes this Breed Anger for 4, punishing any pivot Jimmy would like to take here with a big attack. Looks like he's giving up another... Oh, this is a red Vengeful Apparition. This is one of my favorite cards in the set, actually.
That one is a really interesting card. It's I've managed to pull off some crazy tricks with it, even though a lot of times when I play it, I'm like, I don't know if this card is great. Spin a card for Ward 1, and then it always ends up being... Pretty crazy, especially the red one, the things you can do.
I think if you draft around red Solitary Companion, the card ends up being quite powerful. Here comes a Biting Breeze. He has a lot of cards in his hand of people with their fist extended forward shooting fire out of it.
It's true.
There's another head jab with a kicker. He's holding that last Breed Anger. He has 1 floating. We'll see if he decides to just come in for 3 here, or if he decides to hold on to the extra card. Jimmy only has 2 in hand, 1 in Arsenal. It's up to Jeff to see if he wants to kind of pressure his ability to...
I think that 1 floating might actually be a mistake here, because I think we spent the last one on that red Breed Anger. So I wonder if that's just a floating resource die that needs to be removed.
Oh, this Crouching Tiger is from the Breed Anger.
Coming in for... should be 0 here. And I think we're double-checking that die over there.
Yes. Okay. discrepancy solved.
Everything is fixed here. Crouching Tiger coming in for a whopping 0. Jimmy says no blocks, and we're going to just move to Arsenal and pack it up.
Good thing he didn't get Razor reflexed on the Tiger for 0. We're going back. Jimmy's managed to keep 3 cards, and he's only down about 5 life here. We'll see what he can make happen on this turn. It looks like he's holding a red Waxing Spectre.
Another one. Oh, going to the bottom.
Of Tides coming in here for 6. 2 card 6, maybe not the best thing you can do in this format, but also not terrible.
We see Jeff tossing that Mask of Wizened Whiskers pretty much right away, perhaps going to put that red Breed Anger back on the bottom of the deck.
It seems like he really favors that card.
And the rest of his hand has a couple of 3 blocks in it. The red Fact Finding Mission, which is a great way to spend these kind of blue heavy hands. You know, swing your stick, pay for that Breed Anger. In this case, I don't know if he has
I believe that is a blue Chi Unleashed, a blue Harmony of the Hunt, a blue Tiger Form Incantation, and a red Fact Finding Mission. His hand is quite blue heavy, but he's drawn a lot of quite blue heavy hands and navigated them well in a way to kind of, if he can't push a lot of damage, he's certainly pushing it in ways that annoy the opponent and make it difficult to block out.
I think what Jeff is thinking about here is he has that Breed Anger in Arsenal, and the only way to give it go again is with a Crouching Tiger. And currently, he has 2 cards in his hand that can create tigers, but they're both blue. So he's probably debating whether he wants to play one of these slightly underrate cards or block with the Stride of Reprisal. And it looks like he's going to choose to just keep his whole hand, jam out one of those blues, and go for a 4 or 5 Chainlink turn here.
And we'll see. We will see just how powerful this turn ends up being. Jimmy still sitting on this Arsenal. I'm unsure if we're aware what it is, but that the 2 card 6 is definitely one of the better things you can do. As far as just having a couple cards left, they didn't seem super easy to convert, but he got to block down to that red Waxing Spectre, kind of tuck it away for later, come in for 6, and we're going back to Jeff's turn here. He's leading with this blue Harmony of the Hunt, pitching the Tiger Form Incantation. It's interesting to me that he values the Hunt more. So I suppose 1 into 1 is reasonably similar. It's the same thing as breaking up his damage so that his opponent can't really block it effectively. And here comes the stick for 2.
Kind of in that same vein, another interesting thing to unpack with these Zen turns is how you sequence, because a lot of times it feels like it really doesn't matter that much. Do you staff first? Do you harmony first? And especially when there's no ward in play, I think it's really interesting to try to focus on that and answer that question, like what makes it hardest for your opponent.
And Jimmy is full sending this turn. He's just taking it straight on the chin, going all the way down to 5, and Jeff still has 3 cards left to hit him with. Here comes that yellow Breed Anger for 3. Go again. Makes another Tiger.
And we're starting to push into lethal range here. Jimmy needs to find some action. Jeff is all the way up at 9. I believe his Arsenal is still that preserved tradition from earlier. So depending on if his hand has any blue cards, that could make some action happen. But looks like maybe just a blue Sigil of Solitude.
He does have this red Waning Vengeance, which is interesting. He can pretty comfortably cover up 3 damage here and then kind of come in for 1 with the Spectral Shield while preserving a little bit of life for later.
Let's see if Jeff gets to go fact-finding and uncover some truths today, or if it gets blocked out.
Looks like he's blocking this with at least 1 card. That is a yellow or red Spectral Manifestations.
And Jimmy may be a bit disappointed here that he has to block. I imagine he was looking forward to playing this Manifestations on his own turn, but such is life sometimes.
He just cheekily flashed his opponent his 1 life equipment when he was like, why are you going to 1?
There you go. It is the Heirloom of Rabbit Hide going to come in as a Ward 4. Hopefully for Jimmy, Jeff presents some sort of 4 breakpoint and he gets full value out of that.
It looks like he's holding this this Waning Vengeance and a Sigil of Solitude. I imagine he's kind of looking to cast this aura, crack in with it, and then kind of use this Ward 4 to protect it, set up a bit of a board, and try to find his way back into this game.
It's tricky. His 2 main options here are to just play the Waning Vengeance or to go ahead and cast that Sigil, also cast Preserve Tradition, and activate Enigma. And it looks like he's just opting for the Waning Vengeance and swinging with it for 3.
Perfectly acceptable. It's good to push back some damage when your opponent's so far ahead like this.
Yeah, I think this play makes sense. The other play puts a total of Ward 3 into play as well, and you don't get to attack at all this turn. And it is a little bit more split up for breakpoints, but I think this play makes sense. You need to try to slowly whittle Jeff's life total down if you're ever going to win this game.
And what's very interesting is he's kind of setting himself up for success here by putting this Waning Vengeance on the board. If he draws into another Transcend card, he can very well pitch a blue on his opponent's turn to turn its text on.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. It looks like, unfortunately, he did not draw into any instant speed blue cards, but hey, there's a 4 for his Rabbit Hide. That's kind of just what he's looking for.
Yeah, this is a perfect block. Here comes this red Companion of the Claw, 4 go again.
Makes a Tiger in hand off of that blue card.
He's letting the Rabbit Hide go, saying, all right, well, 4 is about as good as Ward 4 gets. I'll let you have this one.
And Jeff's hand is reasonably strong, but perhaps a tiny bit awkward. It's actually pretty good. Water the Seeds turning these Tigers into more 1s.
When he's flipping that Waves of Aquamarine, pushing this over, threatening that Waning Vengeance on his board, that's so painful if you're in Jimmy's position where you're trying to claw back into this game.
Yeah, I don't think Jimmy has any way to counter that. He's just going to lose both of these ward effects here. I don't believe he has any way to pitch a blue during Jeff's turn either.
I feel like we've kind of had this discussion multiple times where we're like, Jeff's hand looks just a touch clunky. And then we kind of look a little deeper at it and realize it's actually quite good. I kind of wonder if he kind of has a unique approach to this draft format that's really working out well for him.
Yeah, when I agree this has happened multiple times. When I first looked at this hand, I thought, yeah, it was a little clunky, but he keeps finding ways to turn these Tigers into 1 break points, which in both of these last 2 games has mattered quite a lot with his opponent just sitting right at 1.
And that's just an example of being such a master limited, right?
On Jimmy's side, we're looking at,
I believe, a blue Solitary Companion. He's going to pitch it here and cast something, I believe. Here comes, that red Waxing Spectre. That's not what you want to see here, but it does let him turn on the Waning Vengeance.
Yeah, so at least he's going to get a Spectral Shield out of the deal. Still kind of rough, though. You'd probably rather just have a 3-block and a 2-block. Oh, he's going to keep the Rabbit Hide. This is a pretty interesting decision to have to make. It makes sense, though. If he expects that these wards are all going to get blown up at some point, may as well keep the Ward 4 in play.
Especially if he expects to have to block a card on the staff this turn. That's such a fantastic decision here. He's giving up a 2-block on the staff. He's going to let a Tiger eat the Spectral Shield, and he'll have 4 for whatever he ends his turn on.
So it's going to be a Water the Seeds next from Jeff, which likely, if I'm Jimmy, I'm just going to let the Rabbit Hide die on that. And, okay, he's going to block with a card here. And finally, the Tiger will eat his chest.
Oh, that's so painful.
Jimmy is out of cards, just that 1 Preserved Tradition hanging out in Arsenal, so he's just going to have to pass it back over to Jeff, who still has a whopping 7 life total points. This is looking pretty doomed as it goes on.
It looks like he has drawn into that other Preserved Tradition. He started the game by pitching, but it may be too little too late as far as transcending is concerned. Here comes another red Companion of the Claw. This is something on the topic of the way he drafts. I feel he just prioritizes this card so much more than other people, and it's really paying off for him this pod. He's edging his way towards being 2-0 in this pod.
Yeah, it looks fantastic right now. Jimmy's going to have to commit 2 cards here. There's a 2-block and a defense reaction to cover it up. And from Jeff's side, you've got a handful of action here. I think it's pretty unlikely your opponent can cover everything you're going to be able to present.
Here comes an aspect of Tiger Body. And this is pretty interesting here. I'm not sure he needs the Tiger, but just having 3 go again is fantastic.
Jeff is actually hanging on to a Pouncing Key in hand. So there you have it. That's 4. And Jimmy can block a total of 1 off of Enigma. And that's going to be the game.
Wow, what a showing from Jeff there.
Yeah, moving on to 2-0 in the top pod here. Going against some of Canada's best, taking 2 of them down. We'll have to see who the other 2-0 is. Maybe that other new player, 1 of 2, at the end of this bracket for Jeff. But congratulations to Jimmy, playing well in this game. Still 4-1, a very respectable record. Went undefeated with Kano in the first Classic Constructed part of this tournament.
Absolutely. It's just such an impressive bracket so far. I feel like Canadian Nationals is a little bit on the smaller side, but I think it's a lot stiffer. You kind of find these really strong players in Canada. I mean, every year they come down to you and I's Nationals and just spike it. Nghia Tran came down to calling Minneapolis and made finals. This is actually something that was pointed out to me recently, is that there has never been a calling at a U.S. Nationals that has not had a Canadian in the finals.
I think that's super true.
Which is really bonkers. And it just speaks to how exceptional like Jeff has done at navigating this draft and navigating these games. Not only has he done an amazing job at kind of crafting this deck that seems a little bit off the beaten path for Zen, he's prioritizing these 2 costs that a lot of people generally think are a little bit clunky in this draft format. These Companion of the Claws, it's this who for 4. You're not really interested in a card that's even lower rate than Surging Strike. And several other cards in his deck that just seem like maybe not the most exciting choice, but he's really crafted this pile that is just, I mean, it speaks for itself. It's 2-0. He's annihilating people.
Absolutely, yeah. A lot of the turns are quite impressive. I feel like his deck is built to have quite a few of these pitch 2 blue turns. You know, you go like Companion, Tiger Taming, and then end with a fact-finding mission or something.
Absolutely, it curves out so well.
And I think our backup match is ready to dive into here, so we're going to jump over to the table. It is going to be, I believe, a Zen Mirror.
This one's in limited. It's okay. It's okay. We can have a Zen Mirror in limited, just not CC. We're watching this game a little bit faster than typical, so Brodie and I are going to be dancing around trying to keep up with it. This is another 4-0 match from this pod. It's the Zen Mirror, so it's the other 2 Zens. So I suppose that tells us whether the new one or not.
Oh, we're just getting word that this one is actually not from the same pod. It's from the second pod. And it looks like we are... Okay, this first turn is just kind of a wash. We're presenting some damage, taking some cards. If the Zen had some 0 blocks or a bunch of 2 blocks, maybe you could have leaked in damage with that Blanche, but not in this case.
Alright, this is a Biting Breeze for 3. I love seeing head jabs. There's so many head jabs in this set.
It's true, yeah. And does Hunter want to block it? This is a card worth blocking a lot of the time if he has any 3 blocks that are kind of the same on offense or defense or that he wants to block with at some point in this turn. Now is the time. But, you know, sometimes as Zen, you just want to keep your full 4-card grip and say, send me the bill. And I think maybe that's what's happening here.
He's definitely got to make a decision here on whether or not he lets him have this Tiger. If you don't have a Tiger Maker yet on the board, and he has chosen to let him have this Tiger, coming in with the staff, and now he's just kind of let him convert this Tiger for an entire point of value that he wouldn't have gotten otherwise.
Yeah, we see a blue Wind Chakra hitting the pitch there. That's a card that has made some splashes in CC as well.
Absolutely. And here comes an Untamed. Wow, he's getting... it is quite a big punish on Sunny's side to let this Biting Breeze hit and then turn this Tiger into 2 damage. Hunter's going all the way down to 9 on this very first turn from Sunny.
You have to be excited as Sunny to present a 3 with an on hit and watch as your opponent waits. You're like, he's not blocking immediately. Maybe there's a chance. And that Tiger does end up getting created.
Oh, and here he comes with a red Tiger Form incantation. He took 11 damage for this turn. Let's see what he has for us.
I'm trying to peek into the hand here on Hunter's side. It looks like a yellow Key Unleashed as well as a yellow Untamed. Okay, so some yellows, you know, a little bit of yellow action here, but looks like a pretty strong turn. I guess the Key Unleashed is probably going to end up parked in the arsenal, and I didn't catch what his arsenal card was.
Oh, he's using it to swing the staff here. That's so interesting. I'm curious what his arsenal card is here and what the plan he has for it is. Here comes this Tiger for 2.
You never know watching on camera like this how many combo cards these players have in their deck, but it's possible that he really wants that Key Unleashed back on the bottom of the deck as a Zen target as well. And
yeah, absolutely. He wants to be able to go grab that later. Looks like he said no blocks, and Sunny also mostly said no blocks.
Sunny is only down to 13 here with quite a few cards still in hand, kind of firmly taking the lead on this game. I would say the Zen Mirror in this format is probably the matchup where going first or second has the most obvious effect.
Absolutely.
When you go second, you are really able to get off to the races, assuming the first player wasn't able to catch you with 0 blocks. And yeah, in this case, Sunny is just pushing his advantage, hoping to maybe send Hunter into lethal range on this turn if he can manage it.
And he's just coming at him so fast. These hands are converting so well. He's got these powerful turns just off the rip. Here comes another Companion of the Claw for 4. We're going to see what Hunter has to say about it.
On Hunter's side, we are in a tricky spot, but the game is certainly not over yet. We need to find a way to maybe block with one of these cards to stay alive, make sure we don't end up in a point where we're at 1 getting hit with 1 break points. But other than that, he needs to be able to keep as many of these cards as he can. He is going to start off with a block here, getting rid of that yellow card.
Oh, and he's pumping this Companion of the Claw on the Waves of Aquamarine. No on-hit here, but it seems like he's decided to convert his card just like this.
Interesting. Gonna swing in with a Tiger thingy to follow it up. Tiger Stick.
Looks like he has a Crouching Tiger and another card in their hand. Hunter's giving it some thought. Ends up blocking with a red pouncing chi here. Tiger coming in for 1.
It's interesting to see.
Pouncing chi for 4.
Hunter's doing a lot of blocking on this turn, just kind of shoring up, keeping his life total mostly unaffected, and perhaps kind of trying to stall the game out until he gets an even stronger hand that can give him like the real burst he needs. Perhaps hoping that Sunny draws into a little bit of a brick off the top here to get back in it.
Yeah, throwing just an aspect of Tiger Body. No go again because the combo is not online. Just kind of clearing the arsenal, presenting a little bit of value, cracking in here, and then throwing it back to Sunny.
On Sunny's side, this hand will likely be a big decider in how the rest of this game goes.
That is a red Flex Claws. One of the most powerful ninja cards in this set. 4 is such a brutal breakpoint to have to deal with here.
That is definitely the kind of start you want to see. It's possible on Hunter's side that some of these face-down cards hiding in the corner are in fact Kaikoi equipment.
I wonder if he's trying to get himself low enough to where he can kind of manipulate the game state to let himself go get a chi off of his kimono, but he has to transcend first.
That's interesting. Yeah, the one life equipment create such fascinating little mini games.
Absolutely.
Toward the end of these games, we saw that happen last time with the heirloom of rabbit hide.
Yes. He kind of pushed himself on purpose into a position where he went to 1 so that he could get this forward to try and crack back into the game. And it looks like he's just playing a Blessing of Chi and passing here. It sets him up for a more powerful turn in the future, but it also leaves Hunter with a lot more breathing room.
Hunter's really got to capitalize on this hand here. That Blessing threatens to create Sunny's biggest turn yet, and with Hunter at 3, if he's not able to take any cards out of Sunny's hand, it might be impossible for him to ever keep a hand again. So let's see how big this turn ends up being from Hunter Platt.
And here comes this Tiger Form incantation into red Untamed. What an insane sequence of just 2 cards here. And then the Tiger is going to be absolutely massive. Coming in for 4, threatening to put Sunny at life parity with Hunter, but he does choose to give up a card, taking just 2 down to 5 and letting the Blessing of Chi carry his next turn.
We know Hunter's arsenal is still a Transcend card, which, because of our speculation on his chess piece, he might need to get used up pretty quickly.
Absolutely. Though it could also be the 1 life heirloom that has Blade Break 3.
That's true. That would definitely be helpful in this game. Sunny, of course, also has a mystery chest of his own.
Oh, and the Battlefront Bastion is such a heads-up block here. Covering 1 on the next chain link can shore up a less valuable blocking card here.
And it looks like the rest of Hunter's hand does block too, so perhaps he wants to combine one of those with the Bastion ability to shut down this red biting breeze. We saw how devastating it was earlier in this game. He's like, you're not getting this on-hit effect again.
Oh, that's a Prismatic Ley Line. What an interesting card here.
Oh, he had a block
Tiger
3 after all.
4. +1 from the staff, and then also 3 from the Blessing of Chi is brutal to have to deal with here. But he's navigated this well, giving up a 2 block as well as the 1 prevention from Battlefront Bastion. Here comes 4.
What is that last card? It's a 2 block, and that's going to be the game right there. Wow, this Zenmir. Hunter never got the chance to use his grain that tips the scale, which not only is a Transcend card and could potentially be fetched off the chess piece, which I guess we'll never know what it was.
But it can also push an on-hit over.
Yeah, push an on-hit over, sometimes push lethal. If Hunter ever got to a spot where he could just keep something along the lines of one of those emissaries or even just a wounding blow, and he just presented that for his turn, if he could trick Sunny into being like, I'm just going to go to 1 and kill you, then boom, Grain could get it done.
Absolutely. And sometimes when you're so far behind in these aggro mirrors, you kind of have to play towards your outs like that, where maybe your opponent gets greedy, maybe they decide they have to win this game by going to 1, and you can punish those decisions. And I really enjoy seeing players kind of take a moment, and instead of just giving up, going, well, all right, so I suppose my outs are this, so I'm just going to play towards this situation. I'm going to try and manufacture this game state where I just hang on, and I just try to find this one moment where I can just push over for 1 and get it. And even if we don't quite get there, I love seeing that kind of understanding and skill of the game really expressed in matches like this.
I agree 100%. I think that's one of my favorite parts of Flesh and Blood is matches that feel lost, and you have to come up with a scenario in your head, like, in what world could I possibly win? You come up with like 4 cards that could be in your opponent's hand, like, if they had this combo of cards, I would have a chance, and then you just play to that timeline because it's your only chance, and sometimes it works out.
Sometimes you find your way to Magical Christmas Land. We're going to send you over to Ethan to talk about our next sponsor. I'm going to whoop.
All right, beautiful. All right, so the round has ended in real time, so there shouldn't be that much of a turnaround into round 6. But there's enough time for us to talk about one of my favorite sponsors. All the sponsors of the stream are my favorite sponsors, but Terry Ty in particular does me a solid because if you've noticed those stream dice, and if you've heard the ad, these are not the official stream dice that were put out as a content creator kit that are pretty hard to get your hands on. A little overpriced and on the secondary market, of course, and then also don't actually have all the numbers on them. But I'll tell you what dice do have all the numbers on them, if not more, and that is the dice that you can buy with tiecards.shop. If I go into that link in the description, as you can see the dice scrolling on this side of the screen, great product because you can elevate not only your play on the table to looking a lot more legible for you and onlookers and your opponent, yada yada. If you have any streaming needs of your own, these dice show up beautifully on camera. All the dice that I'm using at this point have completely swapped over to being provided by tiecards.shop by Terry Ty over here. Specifically, I use these ones, the marbled version, because I like a little bit more opacity in the die itself, but they also come in glitter, which you can see here, and transparent. Which is the next one. There you go. Boom. So these are a product that I absolutely stand by. Use them nonstop. And you can too if you just go check out that link. There are some cool new drops as well that you've seen on the stream actually debuted here, which is the Go Again, Dominate, Overpower, like all those dice also combine into a tunic counter, which is kind of an interesting product. That one's new. So anyway, if you want any of those for your own ventures into the world of streaming or your own play, whatever, there you go. Link right there. So it should be a pretty quick break. Like I said, turnaround time is minimal because the round is over and we should have pairings in just a second. So we won't sit you with the ad reel. Just enjoy a bit of the music. We'll be back within like 5 minutes or so. Here you go.
Welcome back, everybody. We are 5 rounds into the Canadian National Championship here, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin. I'm Brodie. This is Ellie. We are getting ready to dive into round number 6, looking at some of our last undefeated players in the room. It's going to be Shawn Dhaliwal on New, one of the 2 news in our feature pod. And what was the opponent that Shawn's about to face up against?
I believe that's our friend Jeff, who we've watched annihilate 2 people and who I was just praising so heavily about his draft strategy and his draft deck. So I'm very excited to see this game. The other New, who was 2-0 after I mistakenly misunderstood how the previous how the backup match was constructed. I'm both excited that there's still a live New, and I'm excited to see how he navigates this matchup. The first New had an incredibly powerful deck. He had powerful cards and even made some very interesting and unique draft decisions. I'm curious how Shawn is going to stack up in this game versus the Zen that has already conquered 1 New. That's supposed to be his bad matchup.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I feel like the New Zen matchup, in theory, if there is a triangle in this format, probably swings a little bit in the New's favor.
Absolutely.
And, of course, there are only 2 News. So we're going to go ahead and jump into the table, look at the players shuffling up here. How could I forget our other player in this match is Jeff, who we just watched twice. I don't know why.
I forget. You were teeing me up.
Yeah, setting Ellie up, all planned. Didn't think he was in the other pod or anything like that, which the other pod is going to be our backup match for this round. So hopefully this game wraps up in time and we'll get to go jump in and look at some other 5-0s.
And I'm just so excited about that one. I actually believe that we are going to watch it no matter what after this one, since we're going to be setting up for the next draft. We're going to go straight into that backup game for y'all after this one. And I'm so excited to have 2 2-0 games back-to-back to show people.
Yeah, we've got a New and a Zen. In the other pod, we'll have to see which heroes have triumphed so far. We've got Shawn going first in this game. So we had another New Zen game, and we talked about this a bit. I feel like as New, you don't necessarily choose to go first. It's not your preference, but there's a lot you can do once you are, set on the play, starting us off. You can leak some damage, and often you can get a couple cards into your opponent's Spanish zone, maybe as, fodder to play later on in the game.
Absolutely. It looks like Shawn's taking a little bit of time to actually sideboard and take stock of everything in his deck, which is very interesting. I think if there's any hero in this set that gets the most out of having just a couple sideboard options, it's New.
I'm glad you brought that up. I think sideboarding in general is a pretty big talking point and highlight of this Partha Mistveil format.
Absolutely.
In both sealed and draft, it's pretty interesting the cards that you want versus different heroes. New sideboarding herself and then also sideboarding against New are pretty big parts of that. Like, you don't want really, really strong blues or really expensive blues in your deck. If you're playing against New, you run the risk of her banishing those and playing them against you.
And there's kind of 2 approaches to playing around that, where A, you can kind of build your blue base in your deck in a certain way where she can't really use those cards to begin with, or you can actually just draft extra blues as you kind of mentioned there and switch some things out. This set also has like the archetypical sideboard card that has the archetypical type of sideboard cards. We have defense reactions returning. They were absent from heavy hitters. We had block cards in that set. We had some instants that were a little similar to defense reactions, but the rate was maybe not always fantastic. And we've kind of returned with cards like Wide Blue Yonder and I believe it's Big Blue Sky. Wide Blue Yonder is the attack reaction.
Oh, those ones are so confusing. Yeah, Big Blue Sky and Evasive Leap.
Big Blue Sky, Evasive Leap. And these are fantastic cards for the New matchup in particular, especially if you're Zen. I'm curious to see if maybe Jeff is packing any for this matchup in particular.
Yeah, Jeff's sideboarding is something that we can focus a lot on. We've gotten to see his deck in 2 rounds now, one of which went pretty late. So we pretty much have a good idea of what his whole 30 was. And I wonder if we missed any cards in game 1 that'll be coming back in, since this is going to be another New matchup.
Absolutely. It's very interesting. I believe in that game we saw a yellow Evasive Leap, which I don't believe we saw in the Enigma game.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's likely a card that he sideboarded out versus Enigma. In game 1, it ended up, I think, just getting blocked with for 2 in a situation where it being a defense reaction didn't really
Yeah, it was on the
matter.
just a nick.
Yeah, so I'm curious whether he chose to keep it in and, stuck to it, and it's like, I want this defense react, I want this effect. It wasn't great in game 1, but I think that it's valuable in the matchup, or if he maybe decided after that game that he didn't want it anymore.
All right, and here we go. Already a big difference from Michael's deck. Shawn is starting the game by pitching a cheat card. Coming in with Beckoning Mistblade here for 1. Jeff pretty quickly slammed that card down on blocking that. He was like, turn 0? Absolutely not. You may not have that Mistblade trigger. You're going to have to show me something else.
And there's something else right there. It's a blue Mind's Desire. If this gets blocked by any action cards, they will get banished from News ability. And also looking over at Shawn's equipment, he does have a little bit more to play with than Michael did.
Absolutely. He actually has both of the pieces of classed equipment, which are just so important. And he's going to come over, turn 0 with a Venomous Bite, pushing straight over, punishing this 2 block immediately.
Wow, there's a lot going on here. Not only is Jeff taking 3 damage, that blue Untamed is going to be banished, fodder for Shawn to use as the game goes on, and we're going to get to see one more card off the top of the deck.
And yeah, he's going to get to take a bite at the apple here, the apple that is Jeff's deck, kind of try to gain a little bit of life. I mean, starting this game at 21 could be so powerful. And that's the same card we saw banished first the last game.
That's true. Last time it was on an Impulsive Desire. Neither time satisfying the condition, but at least you get it out of Jeff's deck, I suppose.
Absolutely. And both of these players are clearly here to play clean, play quick, and try to crush each other at 2-0.
And here's another one of those clean 2 blue hands that we were talking about in Jeff's deck. He's got a nice 5 resource curve with a Flex Claws, Stick, and Fact-Finding Mission. I think what he's thinking about right now is when he wants to play this Flex Claws to maximize the chance that it'll connect.
And I'm sure you're also thinking, if you're Jeff here a little bit, on whether or not you just want to Arsenal something.
That's true, yeah. I think with this particular hand, he would be hard-pressed to find something to stick away since it's difficult to play the turn without pitching 2 resource cards. We'll see how Jeff chooses to navigate it.
Looks like he's going to lead with that Flex Clause. Content to, rather than connecting with it, let it kind of take a card or 2 from Shawn's hand. Maybe he follows it up directly with the Fact-Finding Mission.
I would not be surprised at all to see Shawn give one of those 2 blocking equipment here. Whichever one he is more likely to use on this turn cycle, just go ahead and cash it in and cover up that Tiger.
And there it is, covering up the deeply punishing breakpoint with some boots that can be deeply punishing later.
There you have it. A blue Bonds of Memory blocking as well. And Jeff gets to choose what he wants to do next. Likely going to see this staff come in for 2 go again, but perhaps he wants to set that Tiger form incantation in Arsenal and just play out the Fact-Finding Mission.
Looks like he's going into the tank for a second here, making a big decision.
And that is going to be the staff.
There is the staff.
We know that Jeff also has the Waves of Aquamarine available to him, so he will be able to use this last resource on his turn to push that fact-finding mission up to 7 if he so chooses.
Here it comes. Just a good old 2 for 6. One of the most classic stat lines of all time. 1 floating, as you said, threatening that Waves of Aquamarine. And Shawn's kind of taking stock of his hand here. It looks like he's holding a pretty powerful rare, one of those 3 for 5s that has an effect if you've transcended this turn, and a couple other cards, making some decisions on whether he thinks it's worth going to 12, giving up a card, taking his full turn with all he has, or somewhere in between.
And he said, send me the bill, down to 12. Jeff chose not to pop the waves in this case, so valuing the hidden information and the potential to push over a breakpoint over that 1 resource that he could spend on it right now.
Looks like he just opted not to see Shawn's cloaked equipment and instead see his arsenal, maybe valuing the threat of an attack reaction over knowing what his chess piece is. It's a yellow Bonds of Attraction. Maybe not the most powerful on rate, but those cards are devastating to let hit if your graveyard is well stocked.
Yeah, thinking back to Shawn's first turn just a moment ago, he had the option to arsenal that red Venomous Bite, which was perhaps his plan if Jeff overblocked, but since it ended up getting played out and we were able to leak damage, we had nothing left to arsenal but that yellow stealth card.
He's coming in on for 1 with this Beckoning Mistblade, and he's just immediately throwing that Stride of Reprisal. Decided pretty quickly that he wants it to power a strong turn here.
That was fast, yeah. We should be getting a Tiger in the hand from that Boots effect, following it up with a red double trouble from Shawn, so
I believe he may have missed his trigger.
That could be a little bit unfortunate for Jeff. I think maybe players are talking about it right now.
And there's straight to reactions.
Another Venomous Bite. This will be perfect for the double trouble. Pushing it all the way up to 9 here on hit. Banish the top 2 cards of your deck.
And this is just reminding me so much of the first game we played where Jeff early on took a massive hit from an attack reaction he may or may not have been able to play around. And we're going to see some cards come off the top of his deck, and we're going to see his life total come crashing down to 8. And we're going to see how he's going to find his way back into this game, how he's going to find his way back into the driver's seat like he did with Michael, or if New's going to edge ahead here.
It does seem like Jeff's hand looks relatively powerful there. I think they're just now noticing that Stride of Reprisal trigger that was missed, and we're going to call a judge over and let the judges handle that. Between Shawn Dhaliwal and Michael Jasker here, they have quite a few red attack reactions.
Absolutely. It seems like it may have just been, I mean, there were only 2 news in the pod. You only want so many red attack reactions. But even still, some pods are heavier on them than others. There's always the likelihood that a lot of your red attack reactions that are possible are just yellow attack reactions instead. It looks like we're kind of handling this judge call. Do you know what the last card? Oh, I believe Shawn's arsenal is still that yellow Bonds of Attraction, correct?
Yeah, you're right, which both players know about, and they are going to go ahead and give him the Tiger in hand here, so he's going to be working with technically a 5-card hand to start us off on Jeff's second turn. And he's got multiple cards that combo off of Tigers here. I think for one of the first times we might see this Breed Anger effect really come into play, where creating that second Tiger is going to be able to turn on his Pouncing Key in hand.
And he's leading with this Tiger Taming Kakara coming in for 2. Shawn knows he has a Tiger, but he doesn't know that he's holding a Preserved Tradition here. While it's likely to just be more resources on this turn or end up an Arsenal, this turn is still looking to present a fair bit of damage between this Pouncing Chi and this Breed Anger.
Over on Shawn's side, he's just taken that 2 damage. We'll try to take a peek in at his hand. One of my favorite Transcend cards there, Path Well Traveled, alongside what looked like perhaps a red Bonds of Attraction. We know he has the yellow one in his arsenal. And I think a card you mentioned earlier today, Red Intimate Inducement as well.
It looks like Shawn is largely saying, all right, send me the bill. I've got the cards I'm looking for, and I'm going to make you hurt.
And this is a reasonably close game at this point. Jeff is a little bit in the driver's seat. Both players still have 3 pieces of equipment left at pretty much life total parity right now.
Coming in for 4 go again. Bit of a leg tap with extra steps here, and he's holding another over 4 in this hand. This could be brutal. If Shawn decides not to block, he could go all the way down to 1 or 2.
Yeah, it's I can't figure out what that 4th card in Shawn's hand is, but it's kind of tempting to just keep a big grip here and try to threaten Jeff's life total perhaps all the way down to lethal range. You have those shoes available to give go again.
It looks like a blue Mystic Assassin card. It's a blue Intimate Inducement to pair with the red one in his hand. So he can even lead with a stealth card, play the Intimate Inducement, give it go again with the Path Well Traveled, and set up a powerful turn with his new activation.
Yeah, he already has that 1 blue Untamed in the Banish Zone. I think if Shawn manages to survive Jeff's turn unscathed, which we know he's going to, he's going to have quite the haymaker to send back.
I believe this is a good old Tiger for 0, just here to say meow and move on to this Pouncing Chi for 4.
And Shawn, he's double-checking, thinking about everything. He does not know the last card in Jeff's hand, so he has to consider a potential follow-up. Something like a Wounding Blow could present lethal after this, though he does always have that Arousing Wave to fall back on if he wants to keep.
Absolutely.
I imagine he wants to keep the rest of his cards here. I guess we have full information at this point. We have a red and yellow Bonds of Attraction, as well as that blue Intimate Inducement and a Path Well Traveled. So I think his turn is very likely to look something like lead with a Bonds, go ahead and buff it with the Intimate, give it go again, and then try to go nuts with New and perhaps end on that final other Bonds of Attraction to close it out.
That's a fantastic headliner name, Nuts with New.
Nuts with New.
And it looks like he is going to get this Arousing Wave in there. Just get the 1 value out of it really quick, no problem. Set up, just get your life where you can. It's battle worn, he'll crack it later. He's got both of his equipment set up and ready to go for this turn.
Jeff's drawing up to 4. It's 5 to 8, and Shawn Dhaliwal is ready to punch his ticket into lethal range if he can manage it. This is going to be a Bonds of Attraction yellow to start us off.
And little does Jeff know, this is going to come in for 3 and have go again.
Yeah, whether to block this is kind of interesting. His hand looks to be a red Biting Breeze, a red Breed Anger. I think that's an homage at the back. So he has multiple Transcend cards that he has access to, it looks like.
Looks like he's blocking with his Mask of Wizened Whiskers, putting that red pouncing chi back on the bottom of his deck. Here comes the Intimate Inducement. This could do so much. It could set the top card of his deck up to be a devastating play on New. And there is a blue card there, though it's just a second or first tenet of Chi tied. Maybe not exactly what you're looking for, but there's a blue Chi Unleashed in there.
Ooh, that could be quite the end to this turn.
What a swing that could be. Both he can steal it and play it. Maybe even if he has a Tiger Generator and Banished, which I believe he might, and turn on the combo for it, as well as taking that powerful finisher out of Jeff's deck can be so painful.
Yeah, I know there's an Untamed in there. Is there also a Tiger Form incantation? I can't remember. That would be quite the crazy turn if so.
Looks like this is going to be blocking for 0, coming over by 2 presently. Seems like he's deciding... Okay. Going to damage, saving the path well traveled for resolution step, so that just in case there's an evasive leap lying in wait.
Banishing that blue card off the top here and gets to choose a card from the graveyard. None that are of the same color, unfortunately, for Shawn, but he's still really happy. He's going to get a life gain when he banishes that first tenant off of New's ability as well.
And here comes that path well traveled after he's resolved his trigger and gotten a little extra information. Putting that chi back in his hand, setting up to use it.
Transcending away. At this point, he can pretty much resolve the next few steps in any order, but he's going to want to banish that, gain his life up to 6, I believe, and eventually go ahead and activate New as well.
Oh, that's right. He does gain 1 life there. Activate New. Banish a blue Breed Anchor off the top.
Wow. Do we have a way to create tigers?
Activating New. This could be devastating.
I don't know if he has any way to create the initial crouching tiger he needs, but if so, he is set.
Pulling some blues out of his banish zone. I believe there's a first tenet of Chi tied, an Untamed, a Breed Anger, and that Chi Unleashed. So maybe he can't necessarily make a tiger, but he can maybe cash in that card in his hand for a Slither just to push lethal into Jeff.
Fascinating, yeah. Multiple cards without going in here. Is it a first tenant tied, you said?
Yes, so this can be an Untamed for 4 go again.
There you go. Not much of an on-hit on this one, as Jeff knows there are no... Oh, wait. Yeah, it's Untamed for 4, coming in 6 to 5. I don't know if Shawn actually did gain that life off of his Bonds of Attraction, and we just missed it. But it's possible that it's also 6 to 6, and the stream life hasn't been updated here.
Yeah. Looks like Jeff opts not to block, feeling a little more comfortable with that homage in his hand, just in case there's a little trick here. Coming in with Breed Anger, presenting lethal, asking for a card or a piece of armor from Jeff here. It's scary to just cash in a piece of armor here because he does have the Fang Strike online and represented in that Arousing Wave.
Yeah, Shawn kind of hesitating there. Which of these 0 for 2s do I want to play if I decide not to use my Slither this turn? And wants to keep the Key Unleashed in Banish Zone. But
so he is just cashing in a piece of Kekoi. Is he going to play the Fang Strike?
Oh, man. He's going to pitch here. I believe Jeff's other...
Oh, that was a yellow. I didn't even realize. He has Fang Strike and Slither.
Oh, yeah, I also thought that was a red.
So this goes to 3 power. He's only... Oh, cashing in the Homage and a Preserved Tradition to double Transcend here. Going to 3, so this attack will only put him to 1.
He's going to go to 1. He's going to then be forced to block with 1 more card, but he will get to keep several cards to try to bring Shawn Dhaliwal down from 5.
3.
He has that Chi for Zen's ability as well as the other Chi, which can just be used as his blue for the turn. Still.
Oh, it looks like we're not going to see the Slither come in here. Oh, he is going to cash in the Slither?
There you have it. Going to send 2 more in. Jeff does still have access to that Waves of Aquamarine, which could help him try to close on his turn and, you know, give him a little bit more life to play with if Shawn is able to keep some cards.
And something I want to point out here, just a small thing, as Shawn comes in for exactly 1, just saying, please, please give me a card, is they had kind of already started to mark damage, but just as a show of good faith between 2 players who are here to play the best game of Flesh and Blood they can, Shawn said, wait, I'm sorry. I wanted to activate the Slither here, and Jeff just said, no problem.
Yeah, just being very courteous opponents here. Moving back over to Jeff's turn. It looks like his 2 non-Chi cards in hand are an aspect of Tiger of some color. Maybe it was another red one.
I believe so. And he's zenning, making a Tiger, searching for a card with combo. I'm not sure what he has left outside of this red Pouncing Chi.
Hey, that's a great grab, though.
It absolutely is.
We've got the Chi in hand to swing our Tiger Stick with. Tiger will be for 1. Pouncing Key will be for 4. I think Jeff could certainly have enough damage on this turn to start to force cards from Shawn and turn this into a pretty real endgame.
Absolutely. Shawn knows about 2 of the cards in Jeff's hand, and information is New's favorite thing to have. He knows he has that Chi, he knows he has that Tiger, and he knows about that Pouncing Chi, so I'm sure he's already trying to make some guesses, some educated guesses, some inferences about what's left in Jeff's hand. And it kind of looks like the way Jeff's hand is going to play out here is he's going to play this Tiger, he's going to swing this Staff, he's going to play this Breed Anger, he's going to come in with this aspect of Tiger. He's going to go pretty wide.
It's interesting how he chose to lead with the Crouching Tiger for 0, just kind of a little ploy, I don't know, but it's going to not matter in the end because he can create more Tigers in his Banish Zone.
Shawn opting just to block 3 here, go to 4. He's probably by now got a reasonably good idea of how much damage Jeff can present. If Shawn can keep even as much as 2 cards on this turn, he's got a pretty commanding position. But we've seen Jeff claw this exact position back before earlier today.
Yeah, and I mean, he's making a really good swing at doing it again. This is quite the strong Zen turn. For a moment, I was like, okay, Shawn's in a pretty good spot. And then I remembered there's still 2 resources floating for that Tiger Taming Kakara.
This is 0, 4, 2, 1. Good heavens. I believe this might rip Shawn's whole hand.
And Jeff is really maximizing his sequencing here to make sure he gets to use all 3 of those Crouching Tigers from Banished, even though it's not absolutely necessary. I kind of like that. It's fun.
Absolutely. I wonder what that last piece of equipment on Shawn's side of the board is here. A Keikoi or the Kimono could really swing the game in his favor here.
But perhaps it is not a... Well, I guess maybe even if it is a Keikoi, he would want to block here and, you know, force Jeff to draw up and use his whole hand. But I feel like if it was a Keikoi, we probably would have seen it cashed there and see Shawn go to 1.
It's interesting. It looks like he's drawing up. He's got a Battlefront Bastion in this hand, so he's capable of at the least throwing a difficult to block 7. He's drawn that yellow Evasive Leap again, and I believe there's a Companion of the Claw at the end of this hand. So it looks like he's holding just another powerful hand. You know, this is at the least Companion of the Claw into Battlefront Bastion. That's 11 across 2 breakpoints. That might be more than Shawn can block.
We also know he still has access to that wave, so if Shawn blocks only 3 here, Jeff could try to end it on the spot just by flipping that over. It's actually an interesting puzzle because if he chooses to, he wouldn't be able to... I like this a lot, the discipline from Jeff saying no attack react, I'm just going to follow it up with a 7, because if Shawn were to have something like an Evasive Leap, and Jeff kind of spent his last resource for the waves and got blown out, he might actually lose the advantage he has here.
Absolutely. And he's still holding a card in hand. He's still representing that Waves of Aquamarine. Shawn's going to block 2 cards here. And he's cashing in this piece of Keikoi.
It is a Keikoi after all, so on his last turn, he chose that he did not want to send in a stealth card for 3. He'd rather hang on to the Keikoi and avoid kind of these brutal 1 breakpoints.
Able to keep 1 card here. Jeff has plenty of 3 blocks on this hand, but Shawn is still asking for a card.
Jeff has a couple 3 blocks. He's deciding which one he wants to spend. It's either going to be this Breed Anger or this Tiger Form. And it looks like he's leaning toward the Breed Anger here, going to be able to hang on to a hand that can pitch to Companion of the Claw and Staff, still have resources available for that Waves of Aquamarine.
This is just such a difficult situation to claw his way out of. He's done it yet again. He's really kind of turned these games back on the new, who's been trying to run him out of cards, kind of take the late game tempo, and he just keeps saying, no, I think I'll cobble together a turn that takes away your whole hand and pushes you on the back foot. He's really obviously just a complete master of these 1 HP scenarios.
Jeff is the Canadian king of going down to 1 and, yeah, coming back. Here it is, Companion of the Claw for 4 go again. He's got another Tiger, and Shawn has no choice but to block multiple cards.
Staff coming in for 2.
Making sure his sequencing is in line here, just double-checking everything.
Doing some math, making sure you don't mess up.
He's going to start with a Tiger for 0 here.
And here comes the wave.
Congratulations to Jeff Barber, moving on to 6-0, the champion of our top draft pod here, besting Shawn Dhaliwal in the finals. He's one of the only two 6-0s remaining after this round. We are going to soon find out who the other one is in our other pod. Congratulations to Shawn making a great run with that new deck, making it to the finals here. But at the end of the day, Jeff's Zen and his piloting was just too strong.
That was absolutely fantastic. That was a masterclass in both how to draft Zen. He clearly understood every pick he was making, as well as he understood basically every single move he made in all of those games so well. He was thoughtful. He took the time to really analyze every option he could have, everything his opponents could have, really read the board state, and make just the correct decision at every single juncture.
Yeah, he really understood how to kind of play those endgames, when to block a little bit more, when to find his window and keep his full hand and, push back into the game, and felt very comfortable dropping to low life totals without giving up. I think sometimes in Flesh and Blood, we see games where people fall down to 1. If their opponent has a lot more life than them, it starts to feel like it's over, but not for Jeff. He knew that his 5-card hand was enough to push back into that game.
Absolutely.
And eventually take over.
And even after having a card ripped from his hand, he was just capable. I mean, imagine how much more explosive that turn that pushed Shawn down to 1 and took his entire hand could have been if he had even that one card that Shawn took from him. I believe we are going to kind of push our way into our backup stream game, the other XO draft. This is where we're going to find out who the other 6-0 is today. I'm excited to find out. Let's see what they've got for us on the backup stream.
Let's jump into it. In our pod number 2, we've got another... Oh, it's a Zen versus Enigma. The graphic is being updated here, but it is not a Zen mirror. We've got Cosmo on one side, Tiger Stick on the other. Who will reign supreme? We will find out very shortly.
They're also both 5-0. I just believe there's a little bit of technical difficulties on the... It's okay. It happens. We're going to start this game off. Sunny coming in with a red Harmony of the Hunt. Kevin making, heads up block. It's turn 0. I don't really want to take any damage. Maybe I don't think this card's very good.
Yep, just covering it up. He is going to follow up with a red Biting Breeze. So on Kevin's side, we're going to block with our only other pseudo 3 block here, covering the full 3 damage. And his hand is potentially going to start getting... pushed past after this, depending on what Sunny follows up with. If we see Stick into Tiger, then Kevin will likely be taking at least 1 to start us off in this game.
It does look that way.
Though, with that said, I believe the aura in his hand is a red Waxing Spectre, which you've got to be pretty happy to be holding.
Yeah, it might just be worth the 3 life to him. And I believe he's representing the mana to swing Staff for 2 here, but he's taking some time considering he might just want to pass and see if Enigma gets greedy and casts something.
Oh, this is interesting. He's choosing to play out this Blessing, which is a really great turn 1 setup, but the way he played, he now only has a Tigered Arsenal instead of one of those red attacks.
And it looks like Kevin opted not to cast that red Waxing Spectre into this Blessing of Chi.
I think it's possible the other card in his hand was also a red. So perhaps he didn't have the option. I'm not sure. I think maybe it was a red Spectral Manifestations.
That would make sense. I think I thought it was blue.
Hopefully he has drawn a blue here. It looks like, maybe the Waxing Spectre was the blue all along.
The blue was the friends we made along the way. Red Spectral Manifestations is just one of the most premium cards you can have as Enigma, making this 0 for 4 that as long as you can keep it on the board, you can just keep punishing your opponent over and over. Cracking in for 4 here. We'll see what Sunny has to say about this, but I kind of imagine that they might not be that interested in blocking with this Blessing of Chi on the board.
Yeah, you love seeing this start at the beginning of the game as Enigma. I'm curious to see if we do have an Uphold Tradition here, if we use it, but nope, it's just going to be a companion follow-up. And I think there actually was a red Waxing Spectre in the hand that is now in the arsenal. Just Waxing Spectres for days, we can't figure out which is which. One of my favorite Enigma cards, Astral Etchings off the top here. If Kevin is able to make it to his turn with 2 cards in hand, he could potentially land that on the Spectral Shield and make it very massive. It's a tiny bit of a dangerous way to play because if it ever gets blown up, your 7-power stick just, gets ward 1 and then goes away. But that's one of my favorite things to do in Enigma is just make a big giant and then cash in everything I have access to trying to defend it.
Absolutely. Every time I play an Astral Etchings, I tell my opponent I'm pummeling it.
It's pretty much what you're doing, yeah.
It's pretty much what you're doing. It is a very risky way to play, but the reward is just so massive if you can manage to protect your little Ward 1 weapon. You do get the 1 life as a consolation prize when they inevitably die. It looks like he's actually just made the decision here, like, nope, I can't protect this. I'm just going to get 2 Ward out of this. And here comes an Untamed for 4. The next Tiger Sun he plays is going to be absolutely massive, and we know he already has one.
Hey, Kevin knows his deck better than we do. I think it's possible that this is actually a really disciplined play we're seeing from him, rather than, trying to burn up his equipment now and use his whole hand blocking. He's just like, I've got more threats. I'm going to let those ones die. They did their job.
And here comes a Tiger for 5, I believe. I think that's the biggest one we've seen on stream today, CC included.
That's true, it is. That's a pretty crazy Tiger right there. All thanks to the blessing that's sitting over there in the graveyard. On Kevin's side, he's got a hand of Transcend card, Rising. Is that a...
No, that is a Drop in the Ocean.
What's the blue... I think it's a Rising Tide in his hand, yeah.
Yes, Rising Tide.
And then,
the Astral Etchings.
Blocking with that red single-minded determination.
Oh, wow! What an end to this turn. This, on the topic of Zen hands curving out quite well. This is just this is really impressive. I mean, Staff, Untamed, Massive Tiger, Fact-Finding Mission. You're presenting some pretty serious damage here, and if Kevin wants to keep his hand and play it out, he has to go to 8 so early.
And also an interesting on-hit effect to think about. If you do hit with this, do you want to look at the Enigma's arsenal, or do you want to choose one of these 3 equipment zones to peek at? Between the 3, I feel like perhaps the chest reveals the most, but all of them have, potential secrets. The arms could be relevant for on-hit effects later on if Kevin were to have any.
It looks like he's blocking 5 here.
And he is going to look at the arms. It's an uphold tradition.
You did call that correctly. It's very interesting that he, on the topic of disciplined plays, he opted not to use that uphold tradition earlier, maybe because he was staring down that Blessing of Chi, and he thought, I'm not really convinced that I can keep this around through this turn.
I think that's very reasonable. It also, as the Enigma, has to do with how many threats you have in your deck. Perhaps Kevin knows he has enough that he doesn't need to desperately hang on to that Spectral Shield. He'll have more auras later on.
Absolutely.
Just like this one right here. So Red Waxing Spectre, poking in for 4.
And this is something Enigma loves to do, where she just kind of takes the damage you present her and then goes, all right. I've blocked as much as I can. Here's life parity back to you.
Yep. 13 to 12. If Kevin wants, he likely could try to defend this Waxing Spectre and keep it in play. But this is going to be a stick for 2. Kevin kind of has to decide right off the bat how he wants to treat this turn, because if you want to block out the stick, it's going to be a little bit inefficient.
And this is something I see a lot as far as skilled players playing into Enigma goes, where you have these games where when they lead with their weapon into your board, no matter how big or small your board is, you immediately have to make a decision. You say, can I protect this? They have shown me as little about their hand as they possibly can. He's holding back 4 cards that Kevin hasn't seen at all right now, an arsenal and 3 in hand, and there's already an attack coming his way. It's like, well, can I protect this through 4 more cards?
Yeah, it's somewhat unlikely, though it is interesting. If Kevin's hand already plays better on defense than offense, there's not too much cost to just dropping a blocking card here, since if he were to lose the Spectre, it would also be 3 damage wasted.
Absolutely.
But if he has a hand that could be good on offense, then he's really pressured to, figure out now how he wants to play the whole turn cycle. And it seems like maybe that's what's happening. He wants to hang on to these 4 cards if possible, just letting that Waxing Spectre go.
And to the topic of Enigma kind of playing for these life parity situations until you get to these late game scenarios, he's holding a fact-finding mission, which could have been a clean 2-block on that staff, prioritizing letting the Waxing Spectre die, maybe so that he can just make a higher value play when they get back to their own turn.
Now we're being presented with this Biting Breeze, which kind of throws a wrench in things, as if you don't want to give your opponent a Crouching Tiger, you're going to have to block this out with 1 card. Not too difficult. We're going to see that Essence of Ancestry blocked on the Biting Breeze, covering it up.
Here is a Tiger anyways, coming in for 1. Looks like there's not much hand-wringing over that one. 1 damage is 1 damage, and here comes a Breed Anger, a red Breed Anger for 4. Go again, make another Tiger and banish. Let's see what they do with it.
Another Tiger in the bin indeed, putting Kevin down to 8. Tiger for 0, going to follow it up, and then most likely we'll see this card get dropped in Arsenal, but you never know.
It could be a Tiger Swipe, Brodie.
Judge, help. Going back over to Enigma's turn, we are going to start off pitching that Wash Away to Oh, he's double
Maybe
checking.
not. Just kidding. Just kidding. A little bit of a pump fake. He's holding this Waning Vengeance. This turn curves out so well. You know, you have 3 mana to spend. You have 3 in cost, and you get to present 6 and put Ward 3 on the board. It's technically just on rate for 3 cards. You present 9 value, but being able to pre-block your opponent's next turn is so powerful. And if Kevin chooses to make use of a instant on his opponent's turn and put a blue card in his pitch zone, whether it's transcending, whether it's casting another aura, this Waning Vengeance is going to be worth even more.
Yeah, so indeed, coming in with the fact-finding mission, gonna probably drop that Waning Vengeance afterward. I'm curious what he was thinking about there, perhaps considering just attacking with the aura and holding on to his fact-finding mission, but ultimately going to send it in for 6.
It's certainly a very interesting decision. And on the, with Enigma making these value plays, they're threatening to put Sunny down to 6, which is even below them on life, and then gain 3 by putting 3 ward on the board, possibly even 4 if they can get a blue card into their pitch zone next turn.
We've also got that very interesting on-hit effect. Once again, if it hits, Kevin will be faced with the choice Sunny had to deal with. Which zone do you look at? 2 equipment here and an arsenal.
Absolutely. There's so many cards to consider.
I'm actually not sure. I think it's even a little bit more difficult of a choice than Sunny had. If this does connect, perhaps you want to look at the arsenal to see what kind of threats await, and that is what is happening.
That is a red Companion of the Claw. And when you're an illusionist and you're holding this instant aura, it's so valuable to know what your opponent's turn is going to look like by checking their arsenal.
Kevin's hesitating here. He's thinking about whether to play it or perhaps just drop it in arsenal. He does have that 1 floating available. You never know when the next time is you're going to be able to cleanly play it. Though, if he chooses to arsenal it, he doesn't have any other auras to protect, so it's easier for him to just hang on to cards. His life total is getting a little bit low. We are just going to drop it in arsenal there, perhaps valuing the ability to keep it for next turn and attack with it over the resource efficiency.
Maybe feeling confident he can get through this turn alive.
We're going to start off on Sunny's side with this Companion of the Claw, a card we've seen so much today, putting a Crouching Tiger in the hand. Coming in for 4 we go again. Zooming in to Kevin, what are we working with here?
I see a Haunting Specter, a Wash Away, a Single-Minded Determination, and an Undetermined 3rd blue. I'd maybe be a little concerned here. This hand doesn't block that well.
I think he might have a First Tenant Moon. So, yeah, a lot of cards that don't do too much by themselves. Starting off, taking that 4 down to 4, and we're going to follow it up with a Tiger Taming Stick. He's going to block that one.
Clean block for 2 there with the Haunting Specter. And here comes a Tiger in for 1. Probably not many questions asked about it. And a Pouncing Chi blue just to go again, but that's nearly lethal.
Threatening to put Kevin to 1. Does he want to drop down? I don't know what this last card is in Sunny's hand. He does have 2 floating, so it could be something as big as another red fact-finding mission.
Oh, that would be absolutely devastating here.
From Kevin's side, it looks like he said no blocks, and that's going to be a Waves demanding some sort of interaction right away.
Is this a piece of K-Koi in the chest slot? He says, all right, all right, all right. You got me. I'm not dying, though.
There you have it. Staying alive, going to 1.
And here comes Rising Tide for 5. Not Pouncing Chi had such a role to play by turning on the text on Rising Tide.
Yeah, Strong Finisher here is going to take 2 cards from Kevin's hand, leaving him with just that Wash Away, heading back over to his turn where he can drop that aura. And I suppose at this point in the game, it is pretty much time to cash in your Uphold Tradition. We'll see how Sunny blocks. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kevin flip over that arm piece, in large part just to get Ward 1 available and stay alive.
And it just makes so much sense to block with the Waves of Aquamarine here. Just get the value while you can. It's going to explode at the start of your next turn. And Kevin's turn is pretty face up.
Kevin's thinking. I think he's deciding whether he wants to pop up his Uphold, or perhaps Sunny's still double-checking on blocks.
It looks like he is going to cash in that Uphold, putting a +1 counter on this Waning Vengeance, technically giving it go again, though he doesn't really have anything left to spend it on. Getting over for 3, pushing Sunny down to 3, and, you know, putting an extra point of Ward on the board. Kevin's nowhere near out of this game.
I agree. Life totals are pretty close here. Sunny's definitely got a little bit of a front foot, but that Waning Vengeance is going to help keep Kevin alive, along with the Ward 1 sitting in play on the arms now.
And I'm just wondering so much at this point what Kevin's feet are. I imagine it's a Skywalker Kikoi at this point.
Yeah, I'm trying to think back if it was an Aqualapse, would we have seen it used yet? Perhaps not. It could still be that hiding.
On 4 go again is pretty brutal here, but Kevin does have 4 ward on the board. I'm sure he's thinking long and hard about whether or not he can kind of keep this Waning Vengeance alive. It's his path to victory here.
He has the option of blocking with this Vengeful Apparition and losing the arm piece to cover the 4, and that's what he's gonna go for here, covering up the 4. Sunny's got 2 cards left in hand. It's gonna be a Biting Breeze for
1.
Just a blue one here. I wonder if we see this drop in the ocean get played. Oh.
And it is Skywalker Kekoi.
Pretty nice there.
Oh, the 4 is not what you want to see here. His hand can't block 4.
Dang. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I so often play Enigma myself and worry that my opponent might end on one of these emissaries or a wounding blow to close it out. And
It's like Kevin's turn is just going to be arsenaling and Oh, that was not the aura I thought it was. I thought it was a Haunting Spectre. Solitary Companion is actually quite a good 1-card play here. If you're coming away from that turn, staying at the same life total, you certainly can't be upset about it.
Yeah, Kevin's really refusing to die here, staying in it. He has some ward on the board to deal with breakpoints. And we see Sunny double-checking at the start of his turn. Just wants to make sure he's sequencing everything correctly to try to close this game out as fast as he can.
4 cards in both players' hands. 4 ward on the board. Wow, Solitary Companion is such a powerful card. It impresses me every time I see it.
You also see Kevin counting his deck there. Looks like perhaps only 7 or so cards remaining, so we could see this game start to enter a fatigue territory.
It's certainly getting there, and it looks like Kevin's drawn up this Haze Bending. Not necessarily the optimal blocking value that you want to see on a turn like this.
We are starting off, after all, with a red Wind Chakra, and then following up with the stick, basically doing this so that he can get both of these effects without ever closing the combat chain.
Absolutely, and this Wind Chakra is functionally just a red head jab here.
Pretty much, yeah. Gonna stick that 3 over onto the next Tiger that gets played. Though, I'm not sure how Sunny's going to create a Tiger in this hand, and there's your answer.
With a red Companion of the Claw coming in for 4, Kevin has 4 ward on the board, but that Tiger's going to come in for another 4. It seems pretty hard to stay in this game from here. Looks like he's holding a Waxing Spectre, an Essence of Ancestry, and another card.
I think that might be a red Haze Bending in the middle of the hand.
You mean Haze Shelter?
Haze Shelter. And
if my opponent had a Haze Bending in this format, I would be kind of concerned.
I would be calling Judge. Yep, you're correct. He has multiple options here. One is he could just pitch the blue and drop the Haze Shelter. He could also block with the 3-block and lose the shield, or he could give up the auras he has in play and try to hang on to the Haze Shelter to swing on his own turn. But the Haze Shelter play on his own turn is a little bit risky because he needs to find a way to pitch a blue on an opponent's following turn to manage to get the full 4. Which perhaps he's waiting for a double Transcend draw.
And he is just casting this Haze Shelter here, letting it be a 2-card 4-block. Maybe not the best thing ever, but it only takes 1 card out of your deck. And, I mean, Essence of Ancestry Mind is so good here. When your opponent is likely to still have quite a few blues left in their deck, and this is your only aura, this card can be worth as much as 4 or 5 life.
Kevin's just prioritizing survival here, doing what he can to stay alive. Looks like Sunny's going to do a 2-card 4-go-again play to start it off, so not the strongest thing in the world.
And this card is also just word 2, which is going to shore up his ability to block here. It looks like his hand is a little bit awkward. He's holding a red Gravekeeping and a red Pouncing Chi, so not very much go again to work with in this hand.
So he's going to have to either attack for 3 or spend his arsenal to bump it up by 2 more. But yeah, this could actually be the window that Kevin needs. We'll see how he navigates the blocking end of this game.
He's been blocking. He's been waiting patiently. He's trying to find his moment.
And Sunny has a choice to make here. He chooses push damage. That makes sense to me. Gonna come in for a full 5 and demand 2 cards from Kevin's hand.
And it's just so unfortunate that playing this blue Essence of Ancestry lines up exactly with your opponent drawing the only 4 red hand they've drawn all game.
And, oh yep, banishing because of the Gravekeeping's trigger. There you go.
And that is a Waning Vengeance he has that looks like it's just headed straight for his arsenal. If Sunny draws another hand like that, Kevin has an out.
You have to imagine Kevin was hoping to see the Haze Shelter and the Waning Vengeance together, but unfortunately they came 1 hand apart.
It looks like Kevin has gotten back around to the cards he pitched earlier this game. Here comes a blue Flex Clause, kind of threatening to seal the deal here. but Kevin is holding both a drop in the ocean and 2 washaways. Maybe not amazing blocking cards on their own, but this washaway can cover something quite big. And this drop in the ocean is capable of something truly big.
It is a tricky start here because he can't play the drop without playing the washaway first, and you don't really want to spend 5 block on this blue flex clause, so perhaps he can spend that 4th card in his hand to cover it up. Or
well, it looks like the Waning Vengeance is going to come out to play here. I believe it's a blue. Dropping this down to 1 makes a lot of sense. Ward 1, don't want to go to 1 if you can help it. Let this die, make a Spectral Shield, gain a fair bit of life, and kind of split your block up across several attacks here.
Yeah, this is perfect. Get a Spectral Shield in play. Gonna follow it up with a stick here.
Coming in for 2.
Oh, I think the 4th card in hand is a Waxing Spectre, so several options here. Most likely going to land the washaway on this turn at some point.
I believe Sunny has a Biting Breeze in hand.
Do you know, is it a blue card?
I can't quite tell the color, but I do see it.
So
Looks like he's going to activate Enigma here, make a Spectral Shield with a +1 counter on it, and then let them both eat the attack from the Kakara.
Staying at... It's actually unclear to me whether Kevin's at 1 or 2. Stream says 2. I guess we'll find out right now, most likely.
He's certainly playing like he's at 1.
Yeah. It looks like he's...
I believe he may be at 1.
I think so. I think several turns ago he went to 1 and it just wasn't reflected on the stream here, but gonna have to cover that up with his washaway.
On the droplet for 4.
That's GG's.
Wow, and there's our other 6-0 for today. Sunny Yang absolutely crushing their draft pod there. Notably, both of our 6-0s from each pod, both of our 3-0s, you know, CC not necessarily relevant to how their draft performance went outside of player skill. But both of them were Zen.
Is Zen in CC, yeah. So, interesting, Zen is the only undefeated CC hero left in this tournament, but...
As well as the only undefeated draft hero.
Correct. Oh, my bad.
I think you might have said it backwards, but that's okay.
Moving in to our second pod, Zen is the hero of the tournament, as I guess we all kind of expected coming into this weekend. We have the draft breakdown graphics, so we're going to look at that, kind of see how the pods shook out with 39 Enigma, 39 New, and a little bit of a
5 Zen. Zen being the underdrafted hero is just so fascinating here. I suppose it kind of makes sense with how powerful these Zen decks kind of ended up being, but I think there was this sentiment very early on in this draft format that Zen was the most powerful hero, that you should be forcing Zen, that you should be drafting Zen. So to see him be the least represented deck in this first set of drafts kind of tells you a lot about how things shook out in these pods.
Yeah, it's interesting. I normally expect, in general, for New to be the 2 of in these, like 3 Enigma, 3 Zen, and commonly 2 New. It can go anyway, but yeah, Zen is most represented in CC, least represented in draft at the moment, but did end up taking down both of the 6-0s in our draft portion.
I mean, that's absolutely what happens when you're the least represented hero in draft, right?
That's fair. I know in our first pod we had 3 Zens. Perhaps in the game we just watched,
it was a 2 Zen pod?
Yeah. I'm not positive.
Sunny's deck was quite impressive. The Red Blessing of Chi was very, very strong. And it was kind of a different style of Zen deck than Jeff ended up with. It felt a little bit more kind of always throwing these 1-for-4s, which I don't think were quite as present in Jeff's deck.
Yeah, it did still have some Companion of the Claws, which that was a card we saw across both of those decks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, perhaps is a little bit less common in these 3-0 Zen decks, like you said before, but those players putting it to great effect.
Absolutely. They both drafted so incredibly well.
So that is our first draft. Pretty soon we're going to go over Michael Jasker's draft recording from the start of this one while the players are going into their second actual draft in real time, and we're going to kind of get to look at his thought process, how he ended up, choosing that new seat. I believe he said it was a pack one, pick one decision, and so we'll get to see how he navigated it from there, being a new with 6 non-new seats to his right. That's a pretty unique draft experience, so it'll
Absolutely.
be pretty interesting to unpack. Until then, we're going to jump to a sponsor segment. We're going to look at Green Tree, Green Tree Sports Cards is hosting Camp Green Tree later this summer in August. So this is going to be August 15th through 18th. It's kind of this whole celebration they're putting on with a 5K Classic Constructed tournament into a 2K Blitz tournament the next day. Tons of people showing up, kind of this whole like camp experience. It's going to be a really exciting time. I don't know for sure if I'm going to make it to this. I think it might be at the same time as something else, but yeah, it's the same time as the Calling in Manila. So I'm actually going to be going overseas for that, which is also really exciting. But if you're here in North America, this is a fantastic event to go attend on that weekend. If there wasn't also a Calling going on, I know I would be there. So yeah, thanks to them for sponsoring, and I'm pretty hyped to see and hear about how this event at Camp Greentree goes.
Absolutely. I'll get some amount of first-hand accounts. A few people I know, Zoe Gerstner has been on a few points of coverage before, Natalie Hunt, Anastasia Benner. I know they are all going to this event. I imagine that'll be a blast. Get to see some high-profile Fab players at this quite fun kind of camp-style 3-day event for Flesh and Blood.
It's a cool kind of resort style. You can also go and buy entry to the event right now at www.tonguetwisters.gstfab.com. And that playmat pictured on screen is I don't know, is it a raffle style thing or just
it's
comes
the
with
registration promo? You get it for entering the event. They give you that playmat at the door.
Everybody gets one. That's pretty sick. I saw it and I was like,
Brodie, you don't get one.
I don't get one because I'll be in Manila, sadly. But I saw it and I was like, this is too cool to give away to everyone. It's probably like a one-off raffle thing. But no, if you enter, you get this playmat. And yeah, I think it's really cool when people host cool like themed Fab events like this. Like this one is like an outdoorsy camping style thing. It's always fun to go play the game, but get some kind of like new experience along with it. It feels kind of like when you like travel to a new place, but in this case, it's just going to be like a special outdoors instead of like going to visit some other culture. It's just like a camping thing. To me, that's really cool.
Absolutely. I really appreciate these kind of community, like grassroots Flesh and Blood tournaments in general. I think it's very cool. Obviously, we appreciate everything LSS does for the tournament scene, but it's just so cool. It reminds me of some SCG stuff about a decade ago. Seeing these like homegrown tournament circuits popping up because this game is so well loved. This game is so popular. There are people that, you just want to play more tournaments. You want more games to play. These people are hosting more events for people to come out to and compete for prizing.
Yeah. So don't miss Camp Greentree this summer. We're going to jump to a quick break, and then we will be back, and we'll be watching Michael Jasker's draft POV. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. He works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG. Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, No longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SynFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest! July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the Canadian National Championship here, hosted by Red Riot Games and Silver Goblin. I'm Brodie Spurlock. This is Ellie Bird, and we are ready to dive into the Nationals wins breakdown for this season so far. In Classic Constructed, we've got 9 Zen leading the pack, followed by 6 New, and then a drop-off down to 3 Enigma, 2 KO, Dio, and Victor, and then 1 each of a couple others. Azalea, one of my personal recent favorites, Prism, Dorinthia, and Dash, which we just saw win New Zealand Nationals in the hands of Dr. Daniel McKay.
Absolutely.
Playing the same list as that Haydendale, I think, took to a top 4 in Australian Nationals, and several others in their group have been working on. And I believe either the same or a pretty similar list is what Matt Muse chose to bring today to this tournament. And he said, we got to talk to him a little bit, he's currently sitting in 19th place, 4-2, still hanging in there, doing pretty well. And he said he feels favored into most matchups and particularly feels favored into Zen. And that's why he's bringing this Dash deck.
That's actually very interesting and kind of leads me to something I wanted to say about this Nationals breakdown was we've heard so much about Zen. Everybody knows about Zen. Let's start from the bottom. Let's kind of, let's start with these 1-win heroes and kind of work our way up as we talk about these. How's that sound?
I love that, yeah. So, I mean, kind of starting with Dash, I think that Dash's Zen matchup is, a lot of the Dash players are saying they feel like it's a bit favored. Yeah. I know Zen players who are saying they feel like it's a bit Zen favored. It's something I'm kind of curious to test more depending on how these bans go. But all in all, probably a reasonably close aggro race. And Dash has, in general, just one of the fastest starts in the game with that. If you start the game with Teklo Pounder, just kind of a plus 6 damage on board, a fair amount of armor to work with. I think Dash lists are playing Stonewall Gauntlet now into Zen, which is, a +4 life buffer there.
Obviously a hedge for several points. It can be even more if you kind of find them in a situation where they need to double bonds.
Yeah, that's true. In the same chain. And then looking at... Yeah, go ahead.
I want to pause on Dash just a second. This hero is very interesting because I feel like Dash is kind of like one of the best balanced Fab heroes. There's basically never been a meta where she's like unplayable or just like terrible. Basically ever since Crucible of War kind of came out and finished her pistol package up, she was a menace for quite some time. Fell to the wayside, but never really left entirely the greater mind space of the Flesh and Blood community. And this hero is she's so capable. I mean, Baltimore, Lexi's breakout event post Outsiders, she didn't even end up winning, but really what happened that weekend is everybody was like, oh, Lexi is like a real deck. Rexy is a force to be reckoned with. Dash won that calling.
That's right, in the hands of Merritt Kemp. Shout out to him.
Shout out to Merritt Kemp. I love that guy. Incredibly nice individual. And I just want to like keep coming back to like Dash is fantastic as a hero. She's the closest to LL, kind of showing her merit in a purely metric form. And for very similar reasons to Daniel McKay, to Matt Muse, our friend Dark Peter, Peter of the North. And they keep kind of talking to me about this, their philosophy in the Dash versus Zen matchup, where it reminds me so much, like it's really shades of the Lexi matchup, where you play this hero because you feel really good about other matchups, right? You're good into the best deck, or at least solid into the best deck, but you're really here because you can't lose to Victor with your pistol package, and maybe Zen is bad into Victor. You have a harder time losing into other heroes than Zen does into those heroes, so you kind of choose it to hedge those and then take your coin flips into Zen. But Zen feels considerably closer of a race than Lexi did with Dash. Lexi kind of had these frostbites to put you down, where Zen doesn't really have all that much disruption to speak of. And then it all comes back to this one card that just keeps her relevant no matter how smothering the best deck is, and it's T-Bone. And she's playing 9 of them, and it's Magnetic Shockwave. And she loves to just go, all right, I don't care about your New Horizon. I don't care about your 12-petal Kasaya. I'm going to start this game, and I'm going to hope that I draw several T-Bones, and I'm going to make you start the game by spending resources you don't want to.
Yeah, if Dash ever goes first and draws the dream hand of 2 T-Bones, blue, yellow card, and a Magnetic Shockwave, the game flips from maybe a little favored, maybe a little unfavored. You can debate it to Dash is easily in the driver's seat. Your Traverse is gone. You have this Tiger in your hand that
you can't get rid of.
Yeah, if you had to block with any other cards, now you're kind of like you're on the back foot there because you have a fake card. You don't get to tutor a chi. Your chest and arms equipment create value for you throughout the game. Boom, those are gone.
Yep, they're just completely gone. You just start the game naked. You start the game with almost nothing to work with, and a hero who generates so much of his equity in these matchups, in this metagame, by having this gigantic shove on the board that sometimes it's so powerful that you pass to your turn with 2 cards in your hand, you say Arsenal pass.
It's a pretty interesting angle of attack that only Mechanologist has access to. They really don't have that many on-hit effects, at least in the class itself, but just being able to tear all your equipment apart from the start of the game sometimes. Very interesting.
Absolutely. Very fascinating. Very excited to see how Dash does. On the topic of Matt Muse, a couple others, there's quite a few good Dash players in this room doing reasonably well. I'd like to see them again in top 8.
Hopefully they have a solid enough draft 2 today and make it into tomorrow's CC portion, and yeah, maybe all the way up to the top 8. Also down here, kind of joining Dash at the bottom of the pack, we have Dorinthia, Prism, and Azalea. Azalea, of course, a hero I've played quite a lot recently. I think
Me too, actually.
Yeah, you were just playing Azalea yesterday. In Heavy Hitters meta, I think Azalea was incredibly strong, one of the very best decks, and I think the release of Part the Misfail knocked her down a little bit with a not really necessarily a bad matchup into any of the new heroes, but just more
50-50 ones.
Yeah, I was trying to find a better word than Heavy Hitters, our most recent set before this, but just...
Oh no, all these heroes are such heavy hitters. What do I say?
It's true though. Zen, Enigma, and New all really showing up in CC and just giving Azalea more cards to kind of spread her sideboard out to deal with, and ultimately just the Zen matchup, despite having a history of really putting aggro decks in their place and shutting them down with disruptive effects like Red in the Ledger, Zen has a lot of armor, and he's so fast, and he really only needs one big turn to get you.
True.
So, and also, he has a really easy time playing Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yes, which is her least favorite card in Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely. Gives Azalea a rough time. So I found that matchup to be quite close and not as dominant for Azalea as some of the aggro decks of the past.
Yeah, and these other 2 heroes at the 1-win bracket that I kind of want to point out, all of these heroes that have claimed 1 Nationals win have one thing in common, and that's because if you take one of these 4 heroes to your Nationals, it's because you think you're good into Zen. Dorinthia. Zen does not play defense reactions. That might be a bit of a newsflash to a lot of people, but every single Zen deck I've seen contains literally 0. I tried a few Flick Flacks early on, and then I think by the 3rd time I drew one off Ardor, I was like, oh, good lord, get this out of my pile. And that makes life hard for Zen when you're doing the Iron Song. You have this sword that they can't really stop you from stacking up, except by hitting you so hard you kind of drop all the cards in your hand. And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it kind of devolves into a bit of an aggro race for these 2 heroes, but I think Dorinthia has a little bit more agency on how this game plays out, because she has the ability to just, block up. She has a really impressive fridge, too, which is something I feel we keep coming back to today. And she can let her Dawnblade just get really out of hand, and if Zen can't close the game quick enough, if he can't find the turn he needs... The writing's on the wall instantly. Dorinthia's going to drown you.
I do think it's interesting to highlight the kind of 2 schools of Dorinthia. In the meta before this, Hatchet Dorinthia was really on top, kind of had a good matchup into KO, and we saw it rising in popularity. And then the existence of Zen kind of sent that one off the map.
Absolutely.
Dawnblade Dorinthia definitely can challenge him, can threaten him, but I think any of these kind of dual-wielding, slower, grindy Hatchet decks have a really hard time into Zen.
They give him too much space, you know. Zen answers a complaint that was very prevalent in the Heavy Hitters meta, and it's a bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because he's maybe a little too good at answering it. But everybody said, I'm so sick of numbers decks. Take the numbers decks away from me. Give me something that does something with synergy. Give me something explosive. Give me something where I have to do a lot of line finding. And he said, okay, here's this guy. I'm Chain in a different outfit. And he does just so thoroughly punish those math decks for saying, all right, well, I'd like to get 16 value out of this hand. And he's like, that's so cool that you got 16 value out of this hand. Here's 60 damage.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to describe it. But it's cool that Dorinthia players have a different build they can turn to that is
absolutely
quite strong in him. perhaps even favored. That's a matchup I'm also curious to play if I end up on Zen for, Pro Tour Amsterdam coming up. And our final one of here, if we want to talk any details about Prism, I know there's kind of multiple Prism builds floating out there. You have the more Vestige-leaning build, the more Rapture-leaning build. Some of them have both. And then, of course, you also kind of have this Iris build that's often a sideboard package, but it's cool to see how the three kind of mix sometimes.
Yeah, and to the point of Zen kind of shaping how this meta has developed, Prism has kind of very much consolidated herself towards these Rapture, Luminaris, Angel's Glow kind of builds where you're just going, all right, I'm just going to throw 14 at you every turn, and I'm going to hope that it's enough. And you get incremental value. You get free ward. You get cards out of hitting. You get to stack up soul. You get to swing with these angels. But it's still so hard to keep up with Zen without having like a proactive game plan. And so it's kind of less about her developing the angels, developing this board state, and it really just kind of boils down to something I've seen a lot is like the return of like red angelic wrath, because it's just this very overrate instant speed trick where you can just blow your opponent up. I mean, Zen doesn't have the space for more than 3 to 6 poppers in his entire deck, so she kind of gets to get away scot-free with at least a couple heralds every turn cycle. And I think that kind of puts her in a good position to outrace Zen if he stumbles. And I think that's what all 4 of these heroes are good at. Maybe if Zen always pops off, they don't win. Because it's very hard to beat the best deck when he has the thing he always wants to have. But all 4 of these heroes are very good at making the promise to Zen that if you stumble, I will kill you.
That's right. And looking up above that, we have 5 other heroes kind of between our one-ofs and our Zen at the top. KO and Victor and Nu and Enigma are all pretty popular decks right now. Victor maybe a little bit less so, but I think Victor is one of the very best decks into Zen. And so
absolutely
kind of falls into the camp you were just talking about. Comes to the tournament to target that hero. Nu, of course, can do the same thing. Our second place hero. KO is still just a really strong aggro deck. Has some sort of targeting and disruption as well that he can stick into his sideboard for Zen, showing up, winning some nationals. Honestly, I don't know if we can say the same about Enigma. I feel like she has a little bit of a rough Zen matchup sometimes, but we have seen, like we were talking about earlier today, people adapting and starting to play these more attack-heavy pummel builds, and that's kind of how you bring that matchup back. And then finally, Dash.io, our other mechanologist, doubling the wins of Dash. I'm a little bit of a Dash.io lover myself, so I have to try to hype her up.
Feeling a little pride about her being you, but cooler.
I mean, she's like basically Viscerai, right? She's like
okay, buddy.
She's like current Viscerai. It's not really true. She's a bit different, but to me, she feels like playing old Viscerai. So that's like part of why I love her so much. I like that style of like these sequencing decks where you have a lot of options every turn. With Dash.io, you see so many pieces of cardboard.
Yes.
Every turn.
That's also why you like Azalea.
Yeah, Azalea has a similar feeling with the ops. Yeah, I every time I switch back from Dash.io to Azalea, I have
to look at the top card of your deck.
Yeah, I have to be careful. I play them in the same sleeves too, so it's bad. I start reaching for it, and they're like, wait, Skullbone. Okay, now I can do this.
When I was testing a bunch of Dash.io right before going into Worlds at Barcelona, I remember getting kind of like a funny look at an armory because I was like playing a bunch of Dash.io, and then I brought a completely different deck. I think it was Viscerai or something, and I checked the top card of my deck, and I'm just like, that's a Mauve Sky.
I almost, I caught myself almost doing that at Worlds. I played Dash.io and CC, looked at the top card of my deck, and then, I go into draft rounds.
Right,
I'm still
and
playing.
You draft like Max, and you're just like,
yeah, it's like they're all mech cards still, so it was really hard to stop the muscle memory. But I'm excited to see Dash.io winning some nationals, and that kind of rounds out all of our heroes here. We're going to go ahead and move into reviewing Michael Jasker's draft from earlier today. We got to see him play in round 1. Drafted Nu alongside Shawn Dhaliwal in that pod. Let's check it out.
Let's take a look. Good old pack one, pick one situation. This is always my kind of favorite thing to see. Looks like he's taken a little bit of a look through the pack, counting it. I believe he set a token face down with which to cover any chi cards he drafts. Doing the usual kind of like procedure. If you have never participated in a called draft before, the thing they always lead with is telling you to take the cards out of the pack, keep them face down so you don't gain any information, and count how many are in the pack to verify that there are no issues with the pack. This is especially important at like Pro Tour level events where they give you a black envelope filled with cards that have been taken out of a booster pack like this and stamped to verify the authenticity. And now we're kind of getting into his draft process. We heard it was a pack one, pick one situation that pushed him into new. And we're kind of seeing, I mean, I would almost certainly take a new card here too. You're seeing a red Venomous Bite, a red Double Trouble, a red, and there's a red Untamed, but there's also a red Intimate Inducement in this pack. Maybe slightly less premium than the Venomous Bite or the Double Trouble, but they're still amazing considerations.
This is a pretty interesting pack one, pick one. Yeah, very strong new cards here, but one thing that has to be going through Michael's head is that if he takes one of these new cards, he's passing two other pretty strong ones, at least one other, in my opinion, very premium one in either the Double Trouble or the Venomous Bite that is likely to kind of signal to his neighbor,
Shawn Dhaliwal, who ended up on new.
Yeah, that maybe like new is something to be looking at here with one of these really strong cards. So
and that's I feel like we've just had two of our questions about this draft really answered so quickly that it was like, how did these two end up next to each other on new? And it's like, well, he instant slammed this red Double Trouble and then passed a red Venomous Bite and another red reaction, and Shawn was like, I should think about taking some of these cards.
It does make sense, yeah, when you see it from this perspective. I think there were some other options in that pack one, pick one, but taking the red Double Trouble makes a lot of sense. It's a very strong card. You could argue it's the best stealth card that New has access to at common and rare. And we're going to look at the next pack here.
Oh, wow. Path Well Traveled is... there's a bit of a saying when you draft in BC over in Vancouver, where it's like, if you get past, like, you will never get past a Path Well Traveled. You open that card or you never see it because it's just by such a margin the most powerful Transcend card in the set. It's an action point on a stick, and then you get to do whatever you want with that chi.
So we'll have to see here. We know that Michael ended up with 0 Transcend cards, so I guess he is not going to take the path from this deck, or from this pack rather. He's got 2 red stealth cards as options. Pick to Piece is a really strong card versus Enigma, of course, and also has that red fact-finding mission that he could take. It's interesting, if he thinks that there will only be 2 news in this pod, he could choose to take the Path Well Travel, or sorry, rather the fact-finding mission and hope one of those reds wheels. But in this case, gonna grab that Pick to Pieces, a very, very important card in the Enigma matchup. That pick makes sense to me.
And that does just make a lot of sense. You're kind of trying to signal to the person left of you, or the people left of you, that new is maybe not that open. And here's a red Hiss. Getting past this after taking that has to feel good. And also, Pick to Pieces is just such an important stealth card in that it's one of the only ones that's quote-unquote on rate. If you have the trick, it's just a 0 for 4.
Yeah, that's a good point. In this case, if I'm Michael, I'm thrilled to take this red Hiss here. He's just going through the rest of the pack, trying to see what he's working with, maybe memorize what's going on so that when it gets back to him, he can see what the other 7 players at the table were taking.
And this red Evasive Leap is also just such a fantastic card to consider. And second tentative Chi Moon. I feel like all 3 of these cards are cards I'm quite happy to have as new. Let's I really appreciate that he's taking his time to survey the pack and like memorize what's in there for the wheel. This is something I definitely don't do enough as a drafter. Making the red Hiss makes a lot of sense, but I want to point out how early he clearly made his decision. That card stayed at the front of the pack, but he took the time to survey what was going on, how many class cards are missing from each class, and kind of just like made sure he understood what was going on to the right of him, and he'll get more info when it comes back on what's going on to the left of him.
I think that's something big that kind of separates the good drafters from the great, and I mean, he's putting that on full display here, making use of that full 50, 45 seconds, whatever it is, to get as much information as you can. In this case, we've got another red stealth card, a blue one as well, and if he wants it, he could take an equipment piece here for the arm slot. He also has the option of a Transcend card, but we know the future, and we know that that one is not going to end up getting drafted here.
It is kind of funny how I keep looking at these packs and going, wow, that's such a good Transcend card here. And I know for a fact he took exactly 0 of them, and I don't doubt his draft process for a second, because I am almost certain he is a better limited player than me. However, I think it's fascinating. I asked him a little bit about this, and he said that he just felt like he took good cards, and he felt like every single card in his deck was good, and he did have a reason. I asked him, he said he didn't really take the Transcend cards because he just felt like if he played them, and he played into a hero who was going to tax his hand, he doesn't want to have this card quality issue where he's just holding this brick that can't do anything. So it's really like a minimizing your variance kind of decision he made in this draft.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, the blue 0 blocks can be pretty clunky.
Absolutely.
New doesn't always want to swing a Mistblade. Some amount of the time she wants to just block, send one stealth card, and maybe Arsenal, call it a day, whatever. And the Transcend cards kind of force you to either like pitch them or play them immediately. You have to deal with them somehow unless you have a free Arsenal.
Absolutely. And they can also end up, if they require a target, like the Pathwell Traveled we saw, like the Preserved Tradition we saw, they can end up gumming up your arsenal. We talked about this a little bit when the Fang Strike entered Shawn Dhaliwal's arsenal on the stream game earlier against Jeff. And it's just such a consideration to be making on a hero who is so content to block 9 and arsenal a card, that if your arsenal's full and you can't clear the card, life gets pretty hard.
Looking at this next pack here, we've got a red Desires of Flesh. I'd be pretty happy to pick that up. Again, a blue stealth card to go with it. So if you're Michael, you're pretty happy to see these premium assassin commons still here. Also just 2 assassin commons. It seems like it's pretty open at the moment.
Absolutely. Seeing a red stealth card this late in the pack is usually pretty encouraging.
It looks like he's once again just kind of trying to take stock of the pack. What's a rare? What's a common? How many commons of each class are left? It looks like maybe 3 ninja and 1 or 2 illusionists. But yeah, just going to grab that red Desires of Flesh and pass it along.
Absolutely. I look forward to seeing the next pack. I've been pretty interested in how this has kind of developed. I think I would be thinking a lot about the way I have, you know, he's 5-6 picks deep at this point, and he's still seeing red new cards, like this red Bonds of Memory. And these Bonds cards in new in particular are so powerful because they let you pick cards from the opponent's graveyard, not even to mention that they're more likely to hit on life gain than a random card off the top of your deck, or like the ones that ask for your opponent to block and they just get to choose whether you gain life or not.
Yeah, these, I agree, are extremely strong. He's got a red, a blue, and once again, a Skyhold Kikoi if he wants to take it. But yeah, just going to take another red stealth card, starting off strong with several of those in his first couple picks.
And that blue hiss was such an interesting take, because while I know you kind of try to keep your attack reaction sweet to somewhere around like 4 or 5 red cards, I actually kind of like the blue attack reactions, because if you need something that turns on with an attack reaction, they're very useful for kind of staying in your resource base, being a block 3, and being capable of being converted as an attack reaction if necessary. Blue Hiss really excels in that front to me, because sometimes all that matters from Hiss is the action point.
I think that makes sense. And I agree with you. And I'll also bring up a counterpoint, which is that it can be dangerous to be holding on to one of those in the new mirror if it ends up getting banished. Though on that same coin, despite Blue Hiss being dangerous if your opponent banishes it, it's also not an action card. So it's a little bit more immune to ending up in your banish zone than something like a blue stealth card.
Absolutely. If you choose to block with it, you're usually feeling pretty comfortable that it's not going to end up in your banish zone, unless your opponent drafted a Gorgon's Gaze, in which case you're kind of thinking about some other life decisions at that point anyways.
I think it's funny, we have a frozen image of Mr. Michael Jasker here in the corner. A couple times I've glanced up at it and I'm like, what is this card he's examining so closely? But in fact, it's just a still picture.
25 minutes from now, you'll be like, I can't believe it. He's been looking at this card the entire draft.
I don't know. Yeah, where's his third hand? We can't see it in the camera.
And this is, on the topic of not wanting too many attack reactions, this is kind of a difficult pick. He is examining this blue hiss, but I think sometimes when you're new and 3 new cards come to you, and they're all attack reactions, you have to really consider what's going on to your right.
You also have to consider there are... Okay, so we're now at 8 cards in the pack, so no more wheel is possible. Up until this point, he had to consider potentially taking non-assassin cards because one of the 2 would wheel. In this case, just going to grab that blue hiss. He is taking it over first tenet of Tide there.
Yes. Which, that card is reasonably powerful for what it is. I think the kind of yellow-blue nimbleism that blocks 3 effect is very, very interesting, but it can also be quite clunky, and you just usually don't want to keep that many cards as new.
Yeah, and I think the new mirror, once again, is a good reason why you could take Hiss here. If you block with that blue block 3, it's not going to get banished if it's a Hiss.
Yes, absolutely. And it looks like he's pretty quickly made up his mind on this blue Bonds of Memory. Also a consideration of the yellow Mind's Desire if you're kind of more concerned about card quality and wants a slightly higher attack power average in his deck. But the blue buttons memory just makes so much sense. The reason New doesn't draft those tentative chi cards all that frequently outside of the second tenets, the 3 for 5s, is because her blue block 3 base is just filled with stealth cards.
This next pack has a red Intimate Inducement still in the pack. We've got a Deep Blue Sea as well.
This is his wheel, no?
Yeah, this is the very first pack he started off with. And so I guess that means that Shawn Dhaliwal took the red Venomous Bite. That makes a lot of sense. No other new players at the table.
And so there's no reason this Intimate Inducement would leave the pack. And Jazaker, still not really that interested in the red Intimate Inducement, opting for the Deep Blue Sea. A very powerful card in the right hands, especially when you transcend. You can kind of activate your hero ability to get an extra blue card into your pitch zone to pump that attack up.
2 picks into the wheel now. Michael's going to take another blue block 3 and is likely feeling really, probably really happy and pretty confident that there are only 2 news at the table.
Absolutely.
Little does he know that the other one is right to his left, but he'll probably be finding out very shortly here.
And this is never something I like to see this late in the pack. The blue generic is just acceptable, but every single time I kind of get my pack back or get a pack with like 3 or 4 cards and there's none left in my class, whether it's rational to or not, I start to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, it's better to be a blue than a yellow here, but blue 2-block is not the best thing in the world. In this case, he has no playable cards in this pack, so has to try to just pick the best hate draft possible.
I would imagine you're taking the Territorial Domain just because that card is so good against you.
Yeah, get it out of there. Though it's interesting, if that card is left in your opponent's deck, you always have a chance to banish it and play it, but probably not as big a factor as what it does from their end.
Surely you don't want to leave them with a defense reaction that's a blue 0 for 5.
A bit concerning, for sure.
And it's kind of interesting how the end of this pack landed. It makes you wonder if... So the generics obviously got snapped up, but there were new cards that got snapped up, and there were more than just 1 new cards in a lot of these packs. So maybe somebody was kind of, at this table, was kind of considering being new at some point. Maybe they were hedging a few options, not wanting to commit too hard too early, and spent their pack 1 trying to stay a little bit open, took a few new cards, and then kind of landed somewhere else.
Yeah, that's not uncommon to see. Michael's now entering the review period here, so looks like 4 red stealth cards, 4 playable blues, this hiss, and we're going to get another look, 5 red stealth cards, and then 5 blues as well. I suppose my eyes were not fast enough, but it's 5 of each of those categories, as well as this red hiss in the front, kind of leading the pack as the only attack react at the moment.
You've got to be feeling great about your card quality at this point in the review.
Yeah, I think this is a very good start for him. The blues, 3 of them block 3. One of them, of course, is the Deep Blue Sea, which has the potential to be a pretty strong card. And then you have that blue fact-finding mission, which is probably the worst card in your deck at this point, but it's very passable.
Absolutely. He also has a blue block 5, but he's not allowed to play it.
I think at the very back, his last pick of the pack was also a yellow Evasive Leap,
yes.
Which maybe is unlikely to get brought in, but perhaps we see it in the new mirror, depending on how his deck ends up looking.
Absolutely. Looks like they're moving on to the next pack momentarily here. I'm excited. I always enjoy the pick 1 situations. They're my favorite part of any limited format.
Yeah. It's interesting how every set it differs. I feel like in this one, you have a lot of, perhaps more strong options that are playable in all the heroes, like the Transcend cards and a lot of the strong Mystic cards.
So while he's counting this pack, something I want to point out is that there's kind of a weird issue with not wanting the players to gain information here with these G cards being double-sided. Especially when you pass the pack face down. It's kind of an interesting thing that relies a lot on like player integrity when it comes to like not looking to your left or right and checking the Chi cards in the rest of the pack.
Yeah, they also have judges walking around in case players need help, and also to make sure everyone's eyes are where they should be, staying right in front of them.
Thank you, judges. We appreciate you.
Yeah, shout out to the judges here this weekend.
It's an interest. Yeah, and another thing that can often happen is not to belabor the point, but you can kind of know if you open a Sacred Art, right? Because you'll be like, why are there 2 Chi cards in my pack? What's going on? Oh, happy birthday to me.
That's so true, especially if you make a show of being confused and anyone else spots it. It's
yeah.
Hopefully they wouldn't see it.
That was actually it's kind of an interesting like point of game design conjecture when it's like, is this like an issue with our draft integrity when you're building a card game of like, this card is double faced? People will know. Uprising had the dragon insert cards, but I think they weren't necessarily like as hotly received as they were hoping. So we actually don't have checklist cards for the dual faced cards in this set, which is very interesting. And sorry, I'm just kind of rambling a little bit on the like the game design front of it, but it's kind of cool to see the like, well, it's 1, maybe 2 cards in the pack. It's not really devastating to the draft experience for them to count this, and like you don't gain that much of an info by knowing there's a rising sun setting moon in your pack ahead of time.
It is an interesting change from Uprising, where they did include those single-faced cards to switch in for dragons.
Yes.
And at Pro Tour level drafts, they would go in and switch it out. I think with those, it was sometimes a little bit difficult to
read.
Yeah, to know which dragon it was, and maybe not everyone had all the dragons memorized, so you had to make sure going in you knew if the checklist card said Dracona Optimi. You have to know what Dracona Optimi does.
Yes, and Flesh and Blood as a game kind of has these... It's difficult compared to maybe other card games that exist to have these checklist cards, because you can't just like have the name and then have the reference, because you need to be able to block with these cards. You need to be able to quickly examine like how you're using this card, whether you're pitching it or whatever. And if they have different colors, you're just like completely swamped with information. And I think it's maybe just a little too much information to kind of put on a single piece of cardboard.
Yeah, that makes sense. And while the judges in real life here and in our video from draft number 1 are organizing everything, making sure people are ready to proceed, I want to just kind of shout out the judge team. We've got Frederick, Jabril, Felix, Grant, Antoine, David, Aurelia, Matthew, and Gerald as our judge team here at Canadian Natch. Just wanted to give them all a quick shout. Thank you. This event would not be possible without you guys.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I appreciate the judge teams at every single event I've ever gone to. We literally could not play Organized Flesh and Blood without you guys. We appreciate the work you put in so much, and obviously you do it for compensation. You're not doing it for free. You're not quite that saintly. But we do appreciate you just as much regardless, and everything you do to organize these events, keep them running on time, keep them running smoothly, and keep the game playable for everybody at an organized level.
And speaking of keeping things moving smoothly, we are into pack number 2 here. Jacuzzi setting a card. Oh, we got a 10,000 year reunion at the back. I'm not sure this card is even particularly strong and limited, but always kind of excited to see a Majestic opened.
Absolutely. I got completely smoked by that card at US Nationals.
It can do some crazy things. For Jasker's new deck here, we've got Aqualapse as our potential first equipment if he wants to draft that. Wounding Blow is also always a solid card, and we unfortunately know the future that he is not going to take this Rising Sun, Setting Moon, but in my opinion, that's another one of the strongest Transcend cards available.
He's also considering this yellow Battlefront Bastion, which, as a yellow, it's not quite the 7 breakpoint you're looking for, but it very much falls into this category of good enough when it comes to these 6 power attacks in Limited, but I don't think good enough is what you want for your first pick from the pack, and he's going to land on this Aqualapse, which was an equipment we saw him use to great effect.
I really like
limited game.
I'm a big fan of this pick. I think taking the equipment in a pack like this, when none of the other cards are totally amazing standouts,
Absolutely,
is nice. We're already in pack 2, and he doesn't have any equipment yet. And I think getting at least one each of these kind of legs and arms effects is a pretty big goal I have when I'm drafting new. And then in the other heroes, getting the corresponding equipment. In general, I try to take it pretty early.
Absolutely. Something Yuki says to me very frequently about equipment is that if you pass it, you will never see it again in this format. It reminds me almost of Welcome to Wraith with how much I think you should be prioritizing the equipment.
I think it's not a bad mentality to have, yeah. In this case, once again, Jacuzzi is tempted by a Transcend card here. Looking at this blue Battlefront Bastion as another pseudo 3-block option, or maybe the blue Venomous Bite. I don't think there are any red stealth cards in this pack, and maybe this is where he starts to realize, oh no, Shawn to my left saw that new signal and jumped on it.
Absolutely. And he takes the blue Venomous Bite, perfectly reasonable in his deck as a blue block 3, Though I'm kind of curious on his process and what the deck he's kind of choosing to draft towards by not taking that blue 3 for 5. It's certainly a liability in the mirror, but those cards are just such incredibly powerful 2-card plays and can do even more when you're new.
Did he end up landing on the Venomous Bite there?
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of like this pick. You were talking earlier about kind of the strengths of these blue reactions.
Absolutely.
I think any of those 3 picks would have been reasonable, but this one is, yeah, perhaps the safest in the mirror. You could have also taken the Transcend card, but of course this one blocks.
That's absolutely true, and I think that might be something he's kind of thinking to himself that's really shining through in a lot of this decision-making is, I want a new deck that can win the mirror if there's only 2 of us at this table, right?
Absolutely. And in this case, he's pretty confident at this point that there are only 2 at the table. Just really staring intently at that one Flesh and Blood card in his hand there.
I'm a big fan of this still image of him here. He's loving it. Whatever that card is, I think he loves it. He's been looking at it for 5-10 minutes now.
I'm going to have to ask him later, what was that card? He probably doesn't know.
There's no way he remembers.
In our minds, it's like 20 minutes. For him, it was probably just a moment.
It's a fabled CNC. He doesn't know how it ended up in his Mistveil pack, but he's just looking at it and he's like,
if I call the judge, will they take it from me? Can I? Yeah.
Yeah, dude, do I say something? Do I draft the foil card? Do I take the expensive card?
The fabled CNC? Oh, I mean, if he, yeah. I think he's still waiting for this next pack here, so getting his cards from the right at this point, or rather from his left being passed to the right.
Passed to the right.
To him. He probably feels relatively confident that Shawn's on new after seeing that pack of just 1 assassin card, no red stealth.
After 1 pick.
Yeah, despite it being the only pack we've seen from that direction, pretty different to every single pack he got to see for the majority of round 1 of this draft.
Absolutely.
So,
seeing a little bit of feet kicking around on this camera. I know that's something Flesh and Blood players are pretty big on nowadays.
No comment. Here's the next pack for Jasker. He's got...
Oh, and you love to see a red stealth card here.
Yeah.
Especially when you've kind of deduced that the person passing to you here... Wow, 2 of them. When you've deduced that the person passing to you here is also on new.
There are a lot of strong options here. Solid headpiece, 2 red stealth cards to choose from, a Transcend card if he wants it, but we know he doesn't. And I think there are some pretty good Mystic attacks in the back as well if he's interested, like a Spillover and a Droplet. Or at least one of the 2.
It's very interesting between Impulsive Desire and Mind's Desire because they make you good into different matchups, right?
Yeah, I think between the 2, Impulsive Desire is like pretty much the same into everybody. You're just trying to hit those Transcend cards. All decks have some. Perhaps it's the best into Enigma. And then Mind's Desire is probably by a significant margin the best into Enigma. And
absolutely.
Better than Impulsive, but becomes worse into the other 2 heroes.
And I really like this pick of landing on this Aqua Seeing Shell. I believe we saw him use it quite early in the game he played on stream, where he just kind of decided, man, this hand stinks. I want this card out of my hand, and I'm just going to filter, and I'm just going to let this card gain me 1 life, and I'm going to draw another card. And I think that's a perfectly acceptable use of that card. I think there's a little bit of philosophy on equipment where people belabor it a lot.
Yeah.
And just getting 1 life out of it and filtering a card is perfectly acceptable.
New can be prone to these kind of only stealth or only react hands, and I didn't catch it for sure when we watched his stream game, but I think it's possible that the Aqua Shell actually bailed him out and drew him the attack he needed to be able to cash in on those reacts.
Right, I do believe he drew a react-heavy hand.
And I would say it's actually one of my very favorite cards in this limited format. It enables a lot of interesting plays and gives you some flexibility. I couldn't see which card Jasker selected out of that.
He ended up taking an Emissary of Moon, the 0/4 blocks 2 red card that if you attack with it, you may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw a card.
Interesting. So just grabbing a rare there, another red for his deck. We see, once again, a red stealth card in this pack. So Shawn's getting some good stuff and leaving a couple red stealth cards for Michael if he chooses to take them. Looking at this red bouncing key, which is kind of interesting.
He's maybe just considering hate drafting it. Something I really like about the way you often end up drafting new is, and we saw it with his last pick, is that you can kind of... Assassin's terminal issue is rate. They struggle with the rate of their cards, and he's taking the red Bonds of Memory here to pad out his red stealth attack segment. But you also see this over 4, and you kind of want to take these and weave them into your deck so that you can combat this issue where your cards are maybe not amazing on rate.
I think in the last pack, perhaps rather than thinking about hate drafting the pouncing key, he was more just kind of gesturing to the camera like, wow, this thing is still in the pack. There are no Zens over there.
I prefer to think that he was thinking about hate drafting it because that's incredibly funny to use on like pack 4, pick 2.
In this next pack here, we have a couple options. None of them are like incredibly fantastic, but we have a blue block 3. We have Tidal Surge if we want it, only blocks 2, but a really potentially strong card when combined with other blues. He doesn't have any Transcends yet, but in this timeline, he could still get some.
In this timeline. Another really juicy card that you see there is the red Nimble Strike. I'm almost certain he ends up passing it just because he doesn't have any Nimbleisms in his deck so far, and you're late enough into the draft that it's kind of difficult to plan on seeing another, but that card is fantastic to consider.
I think Michael Jasker is faced with the single most difficult decision we've seen all day here on stream. Pick to pieces or foil pick to pieces?
Well, it just depends so much on whether you want your deck to be marked or not.
Honestly, it's actually an interesting question to consider. It's unlikely to influence the draft that much, but you can either take the foil to give your opponent a little bit more information, a little bit less information about which card was taken from the pack, or in this case, take the non-foil and tell them, you know, hey, there's one less assassin card here. The foil was also an assassin common. So in this case, Jasker is choosing to tell his opponents a little bit more about what was in the pack.
And here's another powerful red stealth card lining up with another blue reaction. And Intimate Inducement, in my opinion, is the best reaction to have at blue. But this red Bonds of Memory is also just such a juicy pick.
Yeah, he has a lot of red stealth cards, and yep, we're just going to add another one to the pile there.
I feel like there's often two kinds of new decks where you either end up with a bunch of red stealth cards or kind of just a few.
And in this case, yeah, there's just so few news at the table that Shawn and Michael kind of get as many as they want. Though Shawn has actually been passing a lot of them. So I'd be curious to kind of look at his deck and see.
I believe it's obviously Shawn is kind of drafting in a different direction than Michael is.
Yeah, two different styles of new.
And this is kind of weird. There aren't that many really attractive cards, which is kind of what you would expect with only 6 remaining in the pack. Seeing that 10k reunion kind of wheel here is pretty interesting. He ends up settling on this blue Water the Seeds, which makes a lot of sense. It can enable some powerful Transcend plays. Don't spoil anything, Brodie. As well as just be a blue that is very good at splitting up damage. And that card also has a unique property of buffing or beckoning Mistblade.
We now see a pack with 3 ninja cards and 1 illusionist, leaving Michael only 1 playable option here in the yellow Bonds of Memory. And he's just going to go ahead and snag that. None of these cards are worth hate drafting, so just going to get 1 more playable in case he needs it.
And there's yet another red stealth card for the pile.
Yeah, we saw with 4 cards left last round, we got a blue fact-finding mission, but not this time. We've got a pretty strong card remaining. If I'm Michael here, I'm feeling pretty good about things. I'm still hoping to find a chest equipment and especially an arms, if possible, in the coming pack 3.
Oh, and there's a blue Nimbleism.
Another blue block 2, not bad.
Not horrible.
Also not great.
Also not great, but what I was going to say is that blue Nimbleism is just fantastic at enabling Transcend plays.
That's true, yeah. And it can also pair well with any color of Nimble Strike if you were to end up drafting one of those.
Yes, Nimble Strike is one of my favorite cards in this set. It's not from this set, but I do still love her.
And wrapping with a Haze Shelter there as the final pick. Obviously unplayable in his deck, but still not a bad pack for Jasker despite being passed 2 by the one other new.
Absolutely. I mean, when there's only 2 of you, the other new can only take so many good cards from you. Kind of wheeling back to the card he got on the push, the foil Haze Shelter. Not that it's relevant that it was foil, I'm just easily distracted by shiny things. But it's very interesting that it kind of wheels, and it's like an interesting thing about drafting Enigma in this draft, that in this format, that I think is very interesting, which is that not very many cards matter very much for Enigma. She's very content to draft a bunch of just Mystic Block 3s or Mystic Blues and generic cards, generic block 3s, evasive leap, big generic attacks, that sort of thing. And so it's occasionally kind of difficult to gauge, even if there's like Enigma cards left late in the pack, it's occasionally difficult to gauge how many Enigmas there are at the table because, sure, you're seeing 3 Illusionist cards in a 4-card pack, but you don't see the red Waxing Spectre that never got past its first pick. And that's kind of just like something to do with how these Enigma decks end up being constructed, that these auras, because of how they function, that are underrate, are just not even worth considering.
Looking at Jasker's review here, I think he has 8 red stealth cards, still that 1 red hiss, and something in the range of 10 blues here. So a pretty balanced deck. A lot of these blues do block 3, which you're happy to see. And he has a couple copies of Pick to Pieces, which is something important that I'm always on the lookout for that Enigma matchup. I feel like the things I'm most excited to potentially find in Pack 3 here are a few more red reacts and those last few pieces of equipment, as well as those Transcend cards that I would be, really trying to find, but we know he does not end up being able to. I'm kind of curious to see how this last pack goes and what he ends up prioritizing over those Transcend cards, because I think he's a very strong drafter, and so far he's had some tough decisions where he's decided to let the Transcend go and maybe I'll get it later, and we know that it doesn't end up happening, so we'll kind of see his journey to end up on that final deck list with 0.
It's kind of interesting because it's very easy to think to yourself, I'll just pick these later, but how many other people at the table are thinking, oh, I'll just pick my cheat cards later? And it's possible he said that there was a bit of an intent going into it as well. But it's also possible that he said, all right, I'm going to push this off. I'm going to take these later. And then he just never saw more cheat cards. They never came to him.
That's certainly possible, yeah. Just counting this pack once again, confirming it is 14 cards there, getting ready to flip it on over.
And also on the topic of review, something I'm thinking about if I'm Michael right now is go again. His deck lacks a little bit of it right now. You have the Mistblades to threaten it with your blue stealth cards, but it's maybe good to prioritize picking up a few more sources of action points, like maybe another Hiss, maybe a Nimble Strike to pair with your blue Nimbleism, something to that effect.
And that's a good point. Yeah, you were kind of talking earlier about how Assassin can have a hard time breaking rate, and I feel like part of that can be a lack of multiple action points. Sometimes
Absolutely.
They can get stuck with these bigger hands where they're just forced to convert their cards into Mistblades.
Yes.
And it's not the best thing you can be doing. So yeah, I think Red Hiss is probably by far the best available way to get a couple more of those effects. But also something like Nimble Strike would be great. We already saw a blue Nimbleism. Maybe you pick up a red as well.
Absolutely.
And Nimbleism in and of itself is also a go again effect where you can convert a card to 3 kind of as a head jab.
Something a friend of mine often says, that Nimbleism is secretly just an Assassin class card.
As a Briar player, I
can't
let
me
that slide,
me too. But, Brodie, we have to let her go.
She's gone.
She's gone. The accident was a year ago now at U.S. Nationals. She was wearing Crown of Seeds.
It's true. The crown is gone too. She's been gone for a while.
It's true. It makes me sad. I am very much looking forward to Aurora, though.
Yeah, Rosetta's going to be hype.
Florian will be cool. I like their vibes. I like Florian's whole situation. But truly, in my heart, I yearn to make more embodiments of Lightning.
I totally get that. It's been a minute since I've made one myself. It was really fun getting to play Lexi again in LL format a little bit. But
yes, your game at the Invitational.
Yeah, I played her at the Invitational, and then also the Battle Hardened in LA. I got to play her again. Here we go in pack number 3.
Oh, looking at an Arousing Wave. A fantastic pick to take here. There are so many good new cards in this pack. Wow. There's several stealth blue block 3s that you're just happy as heck to see. You've got the Path Well Traveled. You've got this Arousing Wave. This pack is loaded. You even have the foil Intimate Inducement filling up that slot. A 4 new card pack is quite fascinating here.
This is another case of a pretty strong Transcend card tempting you, but I'm just so tempted by this Arousing Wave. We need that arm piece equipment filled out, and it looks like Michael's kind of between that and a blue Double Trouble here. I
believe he ended up taking the Arousing Wave, right? He had one. Did he? I might be misremembering.
I'm definitely a fan of that pick here. We're kind of running out of chances to get that arm equipment, and yet that's what he's going to end up taking.
I mean, it's distinctly possible he never sees a piece of equipment again in this draft.
Yeah, and Based on how his deck ended up, I think it's possible he's never going to see a Transcend card again. Or perhaps it's just, we are in pack 3 here. There are no Assassin players to his right, so it's possible he does pass some more Transcend cards, but...
And then never see them again.
Yeah. But, like, maybe the packs he's getting might just have assassin class cards that are so strong. Classic cards that you just can't pass up. Like, something like another red hiss or more red reacts. We'll have to see how it unveils here. It's been, I would imagine, almost half an hour, and Michael's still just entranced by that Flesh and Blood card in his hand.
I'm telling you, it's the Fabled. It's the Mist Cloak Gully.
The Mist. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that could be opened in a pack in this Nats. Unlike US Nats, we have actual booster packs here, so somebody could get a Fabled.
That's true. Not stamped, though.
Not stamped.
Never stamped.
I guess, yeah, it's impossible to have a stamped Fabled.
It is impossible to have a stamped Fabled. I believe they take them out when it comes to those because they're not part of the draft.
We can take a moment here to highlight just some of Michael Jasker's successes in the past playing Flesh and Blood. He made the finals of a Battle Hardened all the way at the start of last year in January at Battle Hardened, New Jersey. And then a couple of his most notable achievements are a top 8 in that same year at Calling Indianapolis. And we're going to have to get back to the rest of it because we've got another pack here. There's that foil Justinic.
We did see him play this card, so I think it's possible, unless somehow this card makes it back around to him, which I don't think happens, it's possible we have a pretty solid idea of what he ends up taking here. And I believe he already drafted that Aqualap, so he may not be really that interested in upgrading his boots to these Undertow Stilettos. And this Justinic is just, I'm sure he's just surveying everything else in this pack to make sure he's not passing something bonkers on accident, but I mean, this card does everything you want it to in new.
That is actually fascinating to consider, though. If he didn't have the Aqualaps, I feel like you'd have to take Stilettos here and just pass the Majestic.
It's a painful decision, but I do think you're correct.
But thankfully for Jasker, he already got that leg piece, so he gets to check out for himself and showcase for us how Justinic works in Limited. We got to see it played earlier today.
And it was on the prime target, a blue pick-to-pieces, turning it into a 2-card 7 and ripping a powerful card off the top of its opponent's deck. And there's a Nimble Strike. That's certainly a card to consider. There's also a yellow Bonds of Memory in this pack, as well as a red Intimate Inducement, and bit of a sleeper pick, this first Tenet of Chi Tide. It's a blue block 3, it costs 0, it's easy to convert. You generally prefer your blue block 3s to be your stealth cards, but it's not a terrible card to take at this point in the draft.
Nimble Strike is interesting. It doesn't block 3, but at base, it's not a worse rate than the most of your deck with those stealth cards. However, with that said, it doesn't have any on-banish effects, on-hit effects. So without Nimblism, it's a bit weaker than the rest of your cards. I'm curious to see whether he takes this and maybe tries to get another Nimblism later on in the pack, if one makes it to him. But perhaps with only one blue Nimblism so far, it's just a little bit too narrow.
And that does make sense. Blue Nimblism isn't really a card you want to be slamming, especially without any Transcend cards, or blocking with.
Yeah, 100%. So, first Tenet of Chi Tide it is. Just another solid blue block 3 to go in the deck. I really want to see some red attack reacts if they... Oh, and there's one.
Speak of the devil.
Right on time. Tide Chakra. And here's another example of a potential candidate Transcend card, a drop in the ocean there, just being outclassed by another one of these really strong assassin cards.
I was going to say, that's really what we're seeing here, is he may have just decided, all right, I'll just pick up those Transcend cards later in the draft. I'll just pick them up then and it'll be fine. And then he gets this pack where he has this Chi card he's looking for, and there's a red Tide Chakra in there. What are you going to, like, how are you ever going to take the drop in the ocean there?
I'm not passing the Tide Chakra. Yeah, it just is what it is. Though Tide Chakra notably has a reduced ceiling in a deck with 0 Transcend cards. Unfortunately, just a 1 for +3.
That is very true. 1 for 3 isn't embarrassing. It's what all of your rate is, but it doesn't have any extra effects without Transcend cards.
Michael has the opportunity to... Oh, I was about to say, let's pick up that chess piece, round out our equipment suite, but I don't know if you can pass this red Venomous Bite here. It's always like a little bit sad when the two things I'm really hoping for show up in the same pack
in
like
the
this.
Exact same pack, and you're like, oh man, I really have to make a decision.
And I mean, on one hand, that's hard, but on the other hand, I'm thrilled to see this Venomous Bite. I think with only 2 red attack reacts, rounding it out with this third one is pretty much just what he wants to see right now.
Yeah, presently he only has the Hiss and just a Nick, correct?
And the Tide Chakra we just
and
picked
the
up.
Tide Chakra, but it's far from premium without any Transcend cards in your deck.
Yeah, so there we go. Moving it up to 4 red reacts. I somehow forgot about our majestic friend Just a Nick. So he's sitting
Okay, I forgot about Tide Chakra.
Fair enough. And so now we're at a pretty solid number of those cards. We've got a solid number of red stealth attacks, equipment, blues. Our deck is looking solid. The only 2 things that are really missing are a chest equipment, if you can manage to find one, and then, of course, those Transcend cards.
And there are just so many new cards still in this pack.
Yeah, I feel like this is just a pretty easy Desires of Flesh, extremely premium card into Zen. Great in the mirror as well. There's also a Water the Seeds if he really wants a lot of action points and go again effects. But yeah, I think this makes sense, just picking up the stealth card.
And there wasn't any Chi cards left in the pack. It's possible he just never sees another again after that Tide Chakra decision.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of his decisions in pack 3 here, passing those Chi cards. It just kind of is what it is.
It is what it is. And Pick to Pieces has to be something you're just so happy to see this late in the pack.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty solid grab. If it was any other yellow stealth card, I would consider just taking one of the blue 3 blocks instead. But I think because of the Pick to Pieces importance versus Enigma, it's pretty reasonable to grab it as a sort of sideboard card here.
Absolutely. And it's, again, just on the rate issue, it's still fantastic. You know, a yellow 0 for 3 in Assassin is perfectly acceptable. It's nowhere near embarrassing.
100%. Yeah, you're not too unhappy to just play this in any matchup.
It even swings a Mistblade.
True.
Have I ever told you how much I love yellow cards?
I'm sure you have. I mean, bananas.
Speaking of, Art of Desire Soul is fantastic.
Who does not love a good banana?
Banana.
We've got several options here. Red Intimate Inducement, Soul, Mind's Desire, another Pick to Pieces at blue this time.
Yeah, another Pick to Pieces. And he does slam down that blue Pick to Pieces.
Michael does not seem to be valuing Intimate Inducement very highly in this draft.
Yes, absolutely. I feel like I've made clear how much I value it, and so it's interesting watching the perspective of another drafter who just doesn't agree with me.
It's cool, though, to see how people kind of draft the same hero different ways.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the solely is a positive.
So we've got multiple blue block 3s here, 3 of them, and then also that Rising Tide if he wants a different option. But with no Transcend cards, I don't think it makes a ton of sense to be taking those 2 block Mystic Blues at this point.
Absolutely. Even if you can play another blue card ahead of it, swing your Mistblade, come in with a blue Pick to Pieces with Go Again, play your Rising Tide. It's still not really where you want to be on rate.
And we have, at this point, I think 4 or 5 Pick to Pieces in the decks at varying colors. I think only 1 red, but a lot of ways with those attack reacts to blow up Enigma's board.
Wow. If you weren't sure that there's only one other new at the table before, you certainly are now when you get a pack of 6 cards with 3 class cards remaining.
That's pretty crazy. Yellow Hiss is actually a tempting option to me there, but Red Desires of Flesh, one of the best stealth cards out there at common.
I think if it were a yellow Venomous Bite, I might be interested.
Hiss perhaps just a little bit lower down on the scale.
Well, when you're not transcending, when you don't really have any powerful generic attacks to speak of in your deck, it's hard to want to take Go Again.
Oh, he almost took an Intimate Inducement there, but it ended up being a spillover.
He certainly just teased me a little bit. And there's a blue Venomous Bite. Not a bad pickup here. But I think I would be taking the red Stealth card at this point in this draft.
Yeah, I think it's a ratio thing at this point. He's taking the blue here. It's
and
interesting.
both just make so much sense.
Yeah, both very solid cards to round out your deck. I think either is totally fine. He's probably a little bit more intimately familiar with his exact ratios than we are at this point. And he's about to pick this up. And
new card.
Bam, it's the still frame. That was the one card. He saw it, we didn't, though. In the top right. That's what he was looking at all along.
We'll find out when he goes to review. We'll find out. I think it was an assassin card based on the glimpse I saw of the border. I think it might have been a yellow stealth.
That's always such a great feeling. Very last pick of the draft, you just get a card in your class for free.
It's so affirming. You're like, I'm in the right seat.
Absolutely. So I think we are not going to get to see the Pack 3 review because these guys, right after this, go into deck registration. They take their pools, take their sheets, move to a different table, and then kind of switch with the person across from them to fill out all the cards they drafted, hand that in to the judges. Very standard practice in an event of this level. But there was a draft. That was a new draft. I think
that was a draft.
Michael Jasker navigated it quite well. He ended up with 0 Transcend cards, but it was cool to kind of get to see his process for how he ended up there.
Yeah, see the story of how that occurred.
It made a lot more sense once we saw it from his perspective. Early on, perhaps you could argue that some of those picks could have been sacrificed to get a Transcend card, but it wasn't unreasonable to say, I'll probably get those later at the points he did, and then later just never came. Pack 3 was so strong, full of Assassin cards.
I mean, his last chance was that red Tide Shocker, and he picks that pack up, and he's like, yeah, I think I should take this drop in the ocean, and then he just, finds this red Tide Shocker, and it's like, well, what are you going to take?
And then, yeah, after that, I think that was the very last Transcend card he saw.
It was, absolutely.
Is what it is. And in the end, he had a very strong deck, plenty of blues, plenty of red stealth cards, several red attack reacts, and a pretty full equipment suite. And we'll have to check in later to double check how he ended up doing in that draft. He went 1-2, we just got word, losing, of course, to Jeff in that first round. And then I might talk to Michael later and see which other hero he won or lost against, because I think that's a pretty solid new deck. But if you don't see your pick to pieces at the right time, perhaps Enigma could be a tricky matchup.
Yeah, it can absolutely be quite difficult for you if you don't really find, it's what, 5 cards out of his 30. He has to find them.
So Michael is now sitting at 4-2, but he is still alive and well in this tournament, going into the second draft, hoping to manage a 3-0 to go into day 2 kind of at the top of the pack. And I believe we have the standings available, so we're going to take a look at those in just a minute. Until then, let's just talk a little bit about this upcoming draft here. We have the same players. They've now kind of spread themselves out a bit, demonstrated a little bit of their limited knowledge, and the very best of the best are up at 6-0. So we're going to dive into the standings.
Only 2 of them.
That is Jeff Barber and Sunny Yang. Those are your 2 6-0s. And then quite a few people with 5 points here all the way down to 14th place.
And notably, we actually see the other new from that pod that we just followed. Shawn Dhaliwal up in 3rd place at 5-1. Kevin Constantino, who we watched play against Sunny Yang in that high octane last EXO game that we got on the backup stream. Hunter Platt, Michael Metallo, Jay Subasa, and Victor Mercado make up your top 8 pod.
That's right. This is the pod that we will be featuring next, coming very soon. And then looking at the pod below that, a lot of notable names as well. Yuki Lee Bender is there in 9th place. We have Hayden Jensen, Matthew Dilks. These are names I recognize, as well as plenty of other Canadians here. Jimmy squeaking into that pod.
Mark Boothroyd, who we watched play Dash.io on stream. Daniel Dreisiger, who has not been on coverage today, but I know him. He and I played, going back to the word high octane, an incredible Dash mirror at Barcelona Worlds. It was one of my favorite games of Flesh and Blood I've ever played.
And then finally, Michael Jasker right there in 17th place, still doing perfectly fine in this tournament after just a little bit of a rough draft. In 19th, you see Matt Moose, who we just talked about his Dash deck. It is his pick for this tournament.
Our friend Peter of the North, Dark Peter.
That's right, Peter of the North. And that's kind of the top of the standings right now.
Another name I can point out here is Madeline Abernathy. Good friend of mine. Actually, I rode in her car down to Niagara from Toronto.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Really excited to see her doing quite so well right now. I mean, 4-2 is just such a happy place to be. I imagine she's feeling good about being in the top 3 pods. I'll have to check in with her later.
Yeah, I think anyone doing 4-2 or better right now is feeling perfectly good about where they are. 3-3 is looking a little rough, possibly even dead for top 8. But if you're X2 or better, you're in it. You're alive for, still having a chance to become the Canadian national champion.
I actually believe you have a chance of becoming the Canadian national champion, even at X3 right now, as long as you never lose another game for the remainder of this tournament. Circling back to another name on this list, we have Yuki Lee Bender, who we do know 3-0'd her pod as she went 2-1 in CC, losing her first round. She brought Zen in CC, if you were unaware, due to much egging on from myself. She really wanted to play new, and I was like, please, just bring Zen. She, the limited queen that she is, something she's proved repeatedly. I mean, you go back to the stream at Barcelona where she 3-0'd both draft pods in Worlds, while the first seed at both. You're in the most powerful, player-wise draft pod that you can be in. And she's clearly keeping it up here, having 3-0'd while in the second draft pod just a moment ago. or I think third because we had the second on stream, but you know what I mean. Having 3-0'd a highly seeded draft pod. I believe she drafted new. I know it's her favored hero to draft. She showed me her deck. I believe she had some pretty high quality cards in there. Certainly excited to kind of see where she ends up. Just barely not in the top pod, the one that we're covering, but we'll certainly have her on the backup stream.
It's always possible that's a fortunate thing. Ending up in the lower pod, you know, you get a couple of players who were 4-2, maybe some people with weaker draft runs. You never know for sure, but you know, you get to dodge those absolute menaces of undefeated players.
And I mean, something to be said about losing early. Have you ever heard of Pablo Pintor?
That's true. That's one of my favorite stories to tell. Pablo Pintor at the very first Pro Tour of this game
0-2 into never lose again.
And became the very first Pro Tour champion with Chain. That's such a good story, and it's so cool that it happened in our first like really high-level worldwide premiere event.
Absolutely. It's so fantastic.
No one for the rest of time can ever say, I'm 0-2, it's over.
Exactly. I do this frequently, though, so it doesn't matter whether you can or not.
Hey, at least your friends have that story to cheer you up when it happens.
Oh, that's true. I just gotta believe in myself. I gotta believe in Pablo, and I gotta believe that we will be back in about 10-15 minutes here with our next streamed game. Looking forward to seeing this EXO pod. It'll be the two undefeated players on our both of our EXO players. We have Jeff Bridges and Sunny Yang. Playing each other. We're going to find out what heroes they've drafted, what their decks look like, and we're going to find out together with y'all on stream live. I'm excited to see our backup game that we'll go straight into after that one is Yuki Lee Bender, as mentioned. And we will be back with good games of Flesh and Blood for y'all in 10-15 minutes here.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us. What kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG. Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Hemel Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in Flesh and Blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before. Before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a Blitz battle harden. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcana, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcana, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Canadian National Championship here at Niagara Falls Convention Center. I'm Brodie. This is Ellie. We are 6 rounds into this thing, and the players have finished their second draft. So we're going to tell you a little bit about this draft pod we have at the top of the standings, and then we're going to jump into the first game.
So we actually have a really interesting pod breakdown here where you have 4 news almost entirely in a row. And I did a little bit of walking the floor between rounds here, and I found Sunny, and I found Jeff, and also Shawn, and I kind of asked them some questions about their draft, about their deck, and what's very interesting to me is despite both of these new players, and we actually have a mirror coming up for you between Sunny and Jeff, a new mirror, which is a great way to start off and learn a little more about this 4-hero pod. Both of them said they felt like they made good decisions once they realized they were in a situation of being a 1 of 4 hero. Sunny has some pretty interesting stuff going on in his deck. I also saw Jeff's deck and I felt pretty good about it. I think they both kind of navigated to a very similar solution to being a 1 of 4, and I think it's going to show in their game. I'm very excited to see. Because I think their decks, they kind of navigated the draft in similar ways that you would expect of a strong drafter when they realize they're a 1 of 4.
Yeah, finding ways to navigate perhaps outside of their class cards. We won't spoil it, though. Let's just jump into this game here between Jeff and Sunny, our 2 6-0 players, the top of the pack right now, the only undefeateds, going head-to-head. We could talk a little bit about going first, going second in this matchup. I think it has a lot of similarities to the Zen new matchup we saw earlier today. You see the die roll right there, and the players are deciding it's going to be Jeff going first and Sunny going second.
I have a question for you, Brodie.
What's that?
How many dice do you think they used to determine first and second?
I only saw 1 die roll, but, you know, a fun fact for the stream. It is equally likely to be odd and even whether you roll 1 die, 2 die, or 496 dice.
But there's no way that could be possible. If you roll 2 dice, there's more even outcomes possible than odd outcomes.
I'm glad you mentioned that because it's true. But because there's no 1 and 7 is the most likely, it like balances out, and it's actually okay. Here's the actual best way to think about it. If you roll 1 die, then no matter what the number is on the first die, when you roll the second die, there's now 3 outcomes that make the total even and 3 that make it odd. And that's the best way I had it explained to me.
Thank you for putting it so succinctly. It looks like we have both of our players here drawing up at the start of this game. We can see their equipment suites here. Jeff Barber standing here with just 2 pieces of equipment, one of which is cloaked, and Sunny Yang has 3, 2 of which are cloaked. Interestingly enough, we can assume that Sunny does not have the arousing wave, and Jeff obviously does not have the undertow stiletto, so maybe their equipment kind of got broken up across several of these news. I'm curious to see what's in these slots for them.
Yeah, the chess piece, as we've been talking about all day, is kind of a big mystery in some games, especially if we never see any like 1 or 4 breakpoints. We can go all the way until the end of the game without ever getting that one flipped, but sometimes it still ends up being a skybody when we expect it to be a 1-life flipper.
And it really can just be the make or break card here. And it looks like he's going to come in with this Rising Tide, pitching this blue pick to pieces. And we, the casters and the audience, know that he is holding a Transcend card going first on turn 0, which obviously that's what you want to have.
Has the ability to bump this all the way up to 6. We're likely going to see Sunny block with 2 cards just to be safe here. But regardless of whether he leaks damage or not, Jeff has the opportunity to go ahead and activate New if he wants. He also has this Hiss in hand, so if he wants to, he can push the Rising Tide all the way to 9 attack and just Arsenal a Slither. He has quite a few options available. I'll be curious to see whether he activates New on this turn and just starts milling his opponent a little bit.
And the absolutely most exciting possible outcome. And we're going to see, actually, immediately, this very notable card in Sunny's deck just getting blocked with, this Cosmic Awakening, just a blue block 3. And there's an interesting bit of texture with that card in the new mirror in that you can't actually ever play it for anything more than 0 power if it is banished.
Yeah, so it's like it's one of the most powerful blues that you can have access to in the end game if you can set it up, but it's totally insulated from your opponent kind of like stealing it with their hero power.
And it looks like you really did just kind of predict the future here, Brodie. He's coming over by 3, pushing this attack to 9, coming over Sunny's block of 6, still holding this chi. Let's find out if he opts to activate New on this turn 0 situation or just hold the chi in his hand for the next turn cycle.
It did seem like he was on the fence about it. Jeff showing us he's a very thoughtful player throughout the day, but
Oh my goodness! He's gonna. What an insane start to this game!
Yeah, just fires off the Slither right away. He's just going to go straight into the second tentative Chi Tide. It's going to be coming in for 7 at 0 cost. Sunny better have two more 3 blocks in hand, because otherwise he's going to be taking a whole lot of damage here on turn 0.
What an explosive turn 0 here. It does have 2 3 blocks here, I believe. We're going to get a little closer look at this combat chain. And he actually, I believe he cashed in his Undertow Stilettos to not take any damage, or he's at 19 and we haven't quite updated. Either or, pretty fortunate to be able to block on that 7 power attack on the very first turn of the game.
It was an interesting choice on Jeff's side whether to play the second Tenet or not. He had the option to just arsenal that Slither and leave the second Tenet sitting in Banish Zone for a point later in the game. When he could, guarantee that it was going to be worth the full value. He took a tiny bit of a gamble there, hoping that one of Sunny's cards didn't block, perhaps, to try to leak more. And I think he kind of got the least ideal outcome where Sunny's hand just blocked a total of 12.
And speaking of the least and most ideal outcomes here, Jeff drawing straight into this Battlefront Bastion. He has shown up, and he's here to tell us that despite being 1 of 4 of a hero, his deck is obviously well crafted, and he's just drawing straight gasoline.
Yeah, blocking
both off his deck and the opponent's deck.
100% true. Yeah, what better hit than a second tentative Chi Tide off of that turn 0 new? This Mistblade is covered up. We've got 1 prevention floating, and it's going to be a spillover next for Sunny.
Coming in for just 4, but when you're new, it's really never just 4.
Could be an attack react sitting in hand, could be any transcend card to buff it to 6 and perhaps activate new on Sunny's side. If that was the case, he would also have 1 floating to cash in those Undertow Stilettos. We're not 100% sure whether he blocked with them because we're still getting stream life totals updated. But regardless, if he were to find a tempting target off the top, he does have an action point available.
All right, and that's what I thought the game state we were at was. Going all the way down to 15 life on the very first turn of the game is like, not only have you broken the difference between going first and second, you've slingshotted yourself ahead of your opponent.
It's pretty wild stuff. Sunny here does not have any tricks. It's just going to Arsenal and pass it along. On Jeff's side, we have a Tidal Surge and Homage to Ancestors, and I think it's just another Tidal Surge. So, that
is actually a pass over, I believe, in Jeff's hand. So he's going to get to snipe the spillover or the second tentative Chi Tide out of Sunny's graveyard here. Pump this attack up, transcend, and activate new again.
You're 100% right. Passover is such a strong card in this hero. When people ask me my favorite transcend card, it's always, Rising Sun, maybe Path Well Traveled, with the huge asterisk that Passover is crazy and new.
Passover is something that's so amazing about this set is the contextuality of all of these different transcend cards and how they're good in different heroes. Really, that question comes down to what hero you are. I prefer Preserve Tradition. That's my favorite Zen transcend.
Yeah, that one is very good in Zen. It's cool that they all have transcend cards that really work particularly well.
And he's sniped another blue off the top of his deck, taking his Passover away from him. Can Jeff draw any better?
Wow, keeping those Tidal Surges in his own yard safe from the opponent's new ability.
Coming in with the Mistblade here for 1 from Sunny, pitching a second Tenet of Chi Moon. 1 go again. This on-hit is basically always relevant with how much blue we've seen in both of these players' decks. And Sunny is holding another if you've played a blue style attack.
Takes the 1 down to 17, so to me this is the first sign that perhaps that chess piece is one of the 1 life flippers, because if it was a Skybody, maybe he would have just cashed it in right away.
Absolutely. It could also be the Heirloom of Snakehide.
Yeah, it's true. Wait, that's the... Oh, I think... Yeah, no, you're right. Heirloom of Snakehide. Heirloom of Rabbit Hide's the Illusionist one.
Yes. It's a Tiger Hide for the Tiger Man, Rabbit for the Illusionist for some reason, and then Snake Hide for the Assassin.
We've got a lot.
Like they didn't have an animal to assign, so they're like, Rabbit.
Yeah, I feel like we have a lot of snake themes, bunch of tiger themes, and then just a nice little bunny for Enigma.
There is a little bit of folklore about rabbits and the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's coming in here with a red Desires of Flesh for 3. We're going to see if he...
And it's not an attack!
It's not even an attack. He doesn't gain 1 life.
Jeff is just... These decks are about as well stacked as they could get for him. I guess you're not
insanely happy to see a red Venomous Bite leave the top of your deck behind, but also when you don't want your opponent to gain any life because you've dealt pretty significant damage to them, you can't complain. Coming in here with the Mistblade, getting shut down by the Undertow Stilettos makes a lot of sense to just kind of get that involved, cover up a meaningful weapon on hit here. And now Jeff kind of has to think about what he's doing with the rest of this hand.
That block does seem relevant here. His hand is pretty much all blues, and it looks like it's going to be Mistblade, and then ending with a Dense Blue Mist.
And what's really interesting here is he has this kind of option here to choose between attacking with this Droplet for 3 go again if it hits, or just throwing this Deep Blue Sea.
Dense Blue Mist is the -1, isn't it?
Yes.
Ah, these cards are too confusing.
A 4th card with blue in the name. Wide Blue Yonder, Big Blue Sky, Deep Blue Sea, Dense Blue Mist.
Flesh
There's
and
a
Blood.
tongue twister for you.
Yeah, Flesh and Blood naming patterns are always kind of interesting.
Right.
And hard to keep up with as casters, but very fun. There's a blocking card from the hand, so really trying to stop these Mistblade on hits on this turn.
And it's such a heads-up block from him, but unfortunately, he's coming in for a whopping 8.
Incredible.
Sunny going down to 3 from this massive attack.
This
and
is
he's cracking his Arousing Wave to cash in a Fang Strike here.
Ooh, he's thinking about it.
Maybe he's just thinking about it. Oh, no. He's got it. He's doing it.
Jeff saying we're late enough in this game that I want to just cash this in when I have the resource for it. Push you down into lethal range as fast as I possibly can. So all the way down to 2 Sunny goes. He's got 8 life deficit to make up here, but he does have a pretty full hand to do it.
And 2 pieces of equipment we still haven't seen join the fray.
And they could be anything right now.
I believe he's holding Path Well Traveled. So this Tidal Surge is nothing to mess with.
It's going to be 7 go again. What's the other card he's flicking around in his hand?
I can't quite tell. And we'll never find out because it's face down on the board right now.
Oh, we can zoom in. Let's catch it.
It is a Blanche, a red Blanche. So maybe his plan for this turn is to path this Tidal Surge, give it a little bit of go again action, and then just come in for 7. Just a little bit of a 4-card 13, which is quite an impressive rate, or 14, 4-card 14, which is quite an impressive rate for this format.
With Blanche on hit too, yeah, this is pretty much what you need if you're going to make your way back into this game. Very impressive turn from Sunny. It looks like he's hesitating here, considering the possibility of a new activation.
Oh, he is choosing to just activate new.
Gonna keep that Blanche set up for later. And in this case, the only blue in Jeff's Banish Zone is a pump, so we're going to leave it alone for now. But
this is such an interesting decision he's made here. I'm curious to see what he's planning to do. Maybe he just thinks it's better to arsenal this Blanche, hold on to it, and then kind of present it at a more meaningful time.
Yeah, letting Jeff hang on to a full 4-card hand here. Though Jeff's 4-card hand doesn't look
all that impressive. He's holding an Intimate Inducement, a first tenet of Chi Tide, as well as a blue Water the Seeds and a blue Rising Tide. God, both of these players' decks are so blue.
Yeah, which, I mean, I imagine this was kind of what you were talking about before the game, how they managed to navigate this pod. Despite being 4 news, you just have to lean a little bit more into the Mystic synergies.
Oh, absolutely. This is exactly what I was talking about. I felt like both of these players really, saw that they had a problem on their hands and were like, well, what's the best deck I can make? And they both, I personally feel that these decks are fantastic. I think both of these decks are capable of 2-1-ing.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool element of this format where it's a little bit easier to be the 3rd or 4th of a hero because you can just lean out of your class cards and more into the, generic of the set, aka Mystic, whereas the 1 and 2 ofs just kind of stay within their class, and it works out that way.
And on this Mistblade swing, we've got a Sky. Oh, I don't know this one. Sky Watch? Sky Asterisk K-Koi coming out to play. And here we have a Rising Tide coming in for 7, buffed by 2 off this Sky Crest. Thank you so much, Ethan. The first tenet of Chi Tide here. On this Rising Tide, coming in for 7, threatening a fair bit of damage more than Sunny Yang has to give.
It's going to be a 3-card block from Sunny to stop it all. Oh no, we lost a Mistblade to the yard. It's gone forever.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We'll never see that misplay again. Apparently, he played a hurl.
This is a somewhat common mistake when you've got weapons on the chain, other stuff on the chain. You can just go grab it back out of there. Jeff just found it.
I love when this happens because every time it's just a nice smile and giggle from the players, and then you move on.
Yeah, nothing to worry about. Here's the Blanche we saw Arsenal that's coming in now for 7. Demanding at least 2 cards from Jeff, most likely here.
I mean, when you're forced to give up 3 cards out of your hand, it's hard to complain about a 2-card 7.
It's true, yeah. Sonny still has a little bit of blue fodder in Jeff's banish zone should he ever get a chance to play it, but it's looking kind of difficult right now to have another chance to transcend.
I mean, especially when your Passover gets ripped off the top.
It's true, yeah. Maybe doesn't have that many transcend cards to work with. If he ever gets back to his second cycle where he has that chi card waiting, he could get a little bit more new action going, but I don't know if this game's going to get there. The players are pretty low right now.
And it looks like Jeff kind of has some decisions to make. This turn is entirely face up from Sonny. Commanding as 7 value is here. He kind of gives control of this situation to Jeff, and he's all the way down at 2. He has a piece of equipment that we're not positive what it is. But at the most, it's 1 more life here.
I think that Jeff might be in a little bit of a tricky spot where he has no fantastic attack action cards to play here. That Tidal Surge maybe is the best one, but he doesn't have a great way to play another blue. Maybe he's just going to go with this blue Bonds of Attraction, but I don't think his arsenal is a red stealth card either. It looks... Oh, it's the Intimate Inducement.
The Intimate Inducement, yes. Which is interesting. If he can make this Tidal Surge happen, he can pump it up to be absolutely massive. Oh, but if Blanche hits, it's not blue.
Yeah, Blanche showing its strength here. 3 for 7 with an on-hit. Quite an impressive rare. And it's going to be a block for 5 from Jeff. This is going to take him all the way down to 1. No floating resources for Sonny to represent a Waves of Aquamarine kill, thankfully for Jeff. And those Undertow Stilettos still just sitting in play unused here. We saw Jeff a couple turns ago pop his...
Oh, the Koi Bust Kimono.
Wow. I think this is has the potential to be a pretty impactful flip here at 1 life. I feel like it's the best one we've seen today. We saw a Rabbit Hide get flipped earlier today, but it was in a little bit of an already losing game.
Absolutely.
And Sonny has navigated Jeff rather has navigated his way all the way down to 1 life and could probably put this chi to great effect.
And what's very interesting about this Blanche trigger here is that it doesn't matter if the Blanche trigger doesn't matter here when Jeff intends to activate new, because Blanche's cards you own are not blue this turn. So when he plays his opponent's cards, they're still blue.
That's a fantastic point. It's kind of like the reverse of the Icelander Channel the Bleak Expanse thing, where back in the day you would like stop yourself from fusing Ice Veins because of your own Channel the Bleak. Sonny wishes his Blanche turned off all his cards too, but it doesn't.
Absolutely. And I believe Jeff has seen that as he's chosen to activate new here. What an insane sequence of events here. And the best part about this Passover in Sonny's Banish is that Jeff hasn't played a blue card this turn.
That's so true. He can grab whatever he wants and it just gets blown up. Blanche actually ended up being arguably a helpful on-hit in this situation.
This 3 for 7 that Sonny saw as his path back into the game is now his own unmaking.
That's fascinating. Jeff is passing along here. I'm not positive what cards were in the Banish zone there. For Sonny.
Possible he was feeling a little reticent to give his opponent the opportunity to have a chi back in their hand here. Oh no, he can't block anymore.
And Sonny ends up coming back and winning this game with a nimble strike at the end. I want to see... Oh, he's going through it right now. So Sonny does have those tidal surges and stuff, so... Maybe we're missing something. I feel like the Passover could have led Jeff to a 5 damage play to follow up those Mistblades.
Yeah, it's very interesting, this sequence of events here. I'm positive he had a plan when he chose to pass there. Sometimes you just kind of make a decision planning on the future, and then you just draw 2 cards that don't block.
Yeah.
It's such a devastating way to lose a game where you were so far ahead.
Congratulations to Jeff, though. You know, playing a draft on stream all day has to be a little bit stressful, but piloting his way to 6-0 with Zen, now here in this top pod with New, has a chance to stay alive at as good as 8-1 into day 2 if he can win his next 2 rounds, or however many games he can win in this draft pod.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw his deck. That was clearly impressive. Even if he couldn't close this one, I have like utmost faith in one of the best players we've seen today to finish this day X1.
And Sunny is moving on to 7-0, the only undefeated player left. So congratulations to Sunny at the very top of this Canadian National Championship bracket right now.
And we have our backup game for you. We're going to jump into, pretty soon, we're going to jump into a game with Yuki Lee Bender on stream. I believe she's drafted a pretty sweet new deck.
Yuki is in our second pod. She's currently in the 9th place in the standings. She's in a pod with 6 X and 1s and then 2 4-2s kind of bubbling up in there as well.
Yes, absolutely. Kind of the well ran a little dry on the X1s there, going out of the first pod and into the second.
We are ready to jump into that backup match, so let's go check it out. We've got Yuki on New up against Matthew Dilks on Zen. Another very strong Canadian player. This match is going a little bit faster because it's the backup, so playing it on extra speed. It looks like players are drawing up here. We will find out very soon who's going to go first. It's always interesting with Flesh and Blood. With Part the Mistveil now, you normally have equipment face down, but on Yuki's side, it's possible that these are actually all cloaked. I was waiting for her to turn them over, but
I was too. I've seen her deck, and I was waiting for her to turn them all face up, and none of them are not cloaked.
Oh, we got a glimpse there. It's an
sorry, I lied.
Okay, so we do have an arousing wave.
There's one.
And we got a special little treat here, which is that we got a glimpse of that Aqualapse in the shoe slot, so we have some extra information as casters this match.
Yes, and I believe her chest piece is Keikoi.
Nice, okay. So a lot of information about Yuki's side. Matthew Dilk's equipment, we're not so sure. Oh, he's got an all-red hand, so just going to ship some of those away here on turn 0.
Coming in for 4. No Tiger Maid on this Companion of the Claw. Kind of content to just throw a breakpoint, filter my hand a little bit, and say go.
Yuki also gets the opportunity to filter now, likely lucking with 2 or more cards here, depending on what she wants to keep. I can't tell exactly what cards are in her hand, but it looks like maybe a Passover at the back.
Pretty interesting decision. You kind of see these Transcend cards early before your opponent's graveyard is as stocked as you would like it to be, and you kind of have to decide, am I going to pitch this away as a blue and use it later to close the game, or am I just going to arsenal this and wait for the time to be right?
It'll depend on the card she draws, but yeah, I'm really curious to see where Yuki falls with that choice. Looks like Matthew just drew his first Transcend card of his own, Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and I think at least one other blue in that hand, so he should be able to hang on to that one.
Absolutely, and here we see a Mistblade coming in for 1, pitching that Passover just as a resource card in this hand here.
Perhaps the only blue, or, perhaps Yuki just sees a line here. I think that is a second Tentative Chi, I want to say Tide in her hand, so perhaps she's valuing that above the Passover right now to end up in Arsenal, or maybe it's just going to be a 2 blue turn.
It could just be. Sometimes you go 2 cost, 2 cost, 2 cost, and you're feeling great about having 2 blues in your hand.
From Matthew's side, we took 1 from the Mistblade here. We see another Mistblade, which in theory you could block, but I imagine if you let the first one hit, you're going to let this one go pretty quick as well. Likely all the way down to 18 here. Yuki dealing those first points of damage. And what does she have to follow it up? Drum roll, please.
A red stealth card. Makes a lot of sense, when the first Mistblade isn't necessarily directly followed by a blue attack. You're kind of wondering if they're just, filtering their hand out, converting a little bit.
Leaving 2 resources floating here, it's possible that we have some sort of attack react follow-up, or perhaps just an arsenal. Mind's Desire is not the most threatening on-hit versus Zen. As Dilks, you're pretty much just trying to optimize your own hand, like, does my hand work better with 4 cards on offense or perhaps 1 blocking, but you don't really care about trying to stop the news on-hit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just never going to be all that relevant unless your opponent has really drafted something insane, like a Persuasive Prognosis. There are not that many disruptive on-hits, and especially not at blue in this format. Oh, and there goes an homage to Ancestors off the top of Matthew Dilks' deck. I feel like the past couple games of Limited that we've seen have just been an absolute bloodbath of watching people's Transcend cards just get milled off the top of their deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the strengths of New, taking the important threats out of your opponent's deck. Despite being probably not thrilled to lose that homage, it's also nice to see that it is not anything that triggers the mind's desire.
Looks like a red Tiger form incantation, not an attack itself, but presenting a Tiger for 3 a little bit later down the line. We'll see if he opts to convert this 2 floating into a staff or into this Harmony of the Hunt, coming in for 3 go again, making yet another Tiger in his hand. Yuki opting to block with a blue Venomous Bite here.
Perhaps we'll see one of these Tigers end up in Arsenal. This play makes me think of something like Chase the Tail, but that's not an extremely a common card to see in limited decks.
But it is quite a bomb. And we're seeing him pitch this Rising Sun Setting Moon, pitching his own Transcend card just as a blue on this turn, deciding that he'll find it later.
Coming in for 2 with the stick, it looks like that is going to draw a blocking card from Yuki, a 2-block here, so just cashing it in at the first opportunity.
Looks like this is a Tiger coming in for 4. She's thinking about full covering this. It looks like she drew a bit of a clunky hand, 2 blue Venomous Bites, and a wide blue Yonder.
Yeah, a bunch of blue attack reactions that aren't doing much without something to react to.
Oh, wow. A blue Chi Unleashed, I believe, coming in here for 5. Not an easy attack to ignore if you're Yuki.
And not a bad finish for Dilks. Ended up having a perfect 2 blue hand, as we saw with some of the Zen decks earlier today, just capitalizing on all 6 of those resources.
You know, I was over here saying that maybe Yuki's hand is 2 cost, 2 cost, 2 cost, but it was Dilks's.
Yeah, Yuki, I think, has had a pretty clunky start here. Her very first turn was pitch 2 daggers, a total of like 3-card 5, and then this turn had to do a lot of blocking just for 3-card 8. Gonna come in with a Bonds of Memory here, try to win a little bit of value back with that hit trigger, and hopefully set up a nice card in Arsenal to start to draw this game back.
And she is holding a card in her hand. There are attack reactions this could be, even if it doesn't go straight into her arsenal. This could be a wide blue Yonder, like we saw her block with. This could be an Intimate Inducement. It could also be nothing. It could be a stealth card or a defense reaction or something else headed straight to her arsenal.
The beauty of Assassin, we will never know until 1 minute from now. On Dilks' side, I can't quite make out what's in his hand. He's thinking about blocking here.
Looks like there's a blue Battlefront Bastion. There's a Battlefront Bastion of some variety. I believe a Harmony, and then 2 Ninja cards.
That is a dangerous card right there. If I'm Matthew, I'm kind of hoping that card gets put on the bottom of my deck, not in my banish zone.
Yes. You really don't want to see that Battlefront Bastion.
He's blocking with it.
I believe it's blue. That's such a brave block at this stage of the game. Maybe he's hoping to just kill Yuki before she ever gets the opportunity to transcend.
That's true. I mean, if he gets the game done with fast enough, she might never get to activate New, but definitely a bit spooky. She now has access to a 0 for 5 if she can find the window to use it.
And here comes another blue Chi Unleashed.
Putting that one back in the deck for some late game Zen searching, perhaps.
I believe this is a yellow Harmony of the Hunt, coming in for 2, making a Tiger, kind of taking this stable value play. Here's Yuki just blocking 2 efficiently when and where she can with this Water the Seeds, getting the most out of every card she can.
Yeah,
not those. Oh, go ahead.
Not the strongest play of all time on either side. Oh, but we're gonna
immediately prove it wrong.
Spoke way too soon there. Key Unleashed for 7 this time. I think Matthew Dilks has a pretty strong Zen deck.
It definitely seems that way. I mean, we've seen 3 Chi Unleashed from his deck just so far.
And this is for 7. On Yuki's side, we're looking at, I think, a blue Mind's Desire, red Intimate Inducement, and maybe one more stealth card, but I can't tell what that third card is. She's lining up a block of 6 here, 7 with the Arousing Wave to cover it up completely.
Opting to cash in the Arousing Wave. Maybe she has plans for it soon.
Yeah, I wonder what we'll see. This is a blue. Going to go straight ahead with Fact-Finding Mission. There you go. Maybe we want to put this to 7. Yuki really valuing the ability to, just use up that resource on the +1 attack while you have it, and also getting a peek at one of those precious secret zones.
Yeah, and kind of using this Arousing Wave, too, if she chooses to cash it in here. Maybe the on-hit isn't as relevant as it could be, but it can just let her stay in the value proposition of these turn cycles by just converting 2 cards for 7.
Absolutely. I'm quite curious, should this connect, to see which zone Yuki chooses to use it on. One of the best players in the world, a known very good limited player. I think in each matchup, it's a little bit different what you want to see with Fact-Finding Mission. And I have to imagine she's going to choose an equipment zone over an arsenal. So which equipment zone she chooses to use will be very interesting. Ethan is going to pull us out real quick. We are going to try to go ahead and move along, I think, into the next round because people are... Oh, we are just on a short pause from the backup match. He's going to speed it up even more, so we're going to be watching at lightning speed. We'll have to keep up with players moving perhaps even faster than I shuffle my cards.
Very true. Sometimes, I don't know about you, I certainly don't do this, but I know some people who just like listen to podcasts at 2 times speed.
I do that sometimes, or like when I'm watching coverage back, especially if I want to get through a lot of it, it can be helpful.
And speaking of coverage at 2 times speed, we are back with this game.
Oh, you can see it. It is quick. If you saw the hand in the bottom left corner there.
You can even see the timer going tick, 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 tick.
So we'll just have to keep pace with them. No! We missed what? Oh, maybe it didn't hit. Okay, I don't... Okay, so the fact-finding mission actually did not connect, so we never got that answer.
It looks like she opted not to cash in the arousing wave to come over for 1. This Tiger coming in for 4. Yuki blocking 1 card after Dilks gave up 2 on the previous turn. This is a Mistblade for 1, pitching a spillover. I feel like when you see that card go into the pitch zone, there's kind of 2 things that could be happening. It's her only blue, or she has something powerful to show you.
Yeah. Beckoning Mistblade, you never know what you're going to get with this card. I feel like if Matthew Dilks has any Kikoi equipment, he is considering just cashing those in right here. Perhaps the Stride of Reprisal as well, but you want to save that until you really want the Tiger. So in this case, popping that Sky Crest.
Oh, Art of Desire Body is one of New's most powerful cards in Limited, given that it can just draw you an entire card.
Yeah, if Yuki has any sort of red 1-for-3 react here, it'd be very powerful. Dilks is going to cover this up with a blue card, but there's that red Venomous Bite to push it over the top.
I believe that's a yellow Venomous Bite. This is coming in for 6 now, so.
I stand corrected, yeah. Just taking 3 over, and that is a red card. Yuki
coming
goes
over by 3, drawing a card and gaining 1 life.
What a powerful effect. Yuki putting it to full use here, emptying her hand out to maximize the benefit of that redraw, landing an Arsenal, and on Matthew Dilks' side, we're just going to start off with a blue Biting Breeze for 1 here.
Certainly you're thinking that he plans to transcend here. I believe he's holding an Homage to Ancestors and a Droplet.
So potentially a very powerful turn lined up here.
Absolutely. He can go search his deck for either a card he can just pitch the Droplet to, or if he has a Pouncing Chi, he can just activate Zen and then just on 3 cards go like 1, 0, 4, 4.
Zen's ability and just the Transcend mechanic in general really makes these all blue hands look quite a lot better. Turns your below rate start of a 1 card 0-for-1 go again into we'll have to see, but most likely an on or above rate turn in the end.
Absolutely. It's such a powerful way to convert 3 blues.
I'm curious to see what he searches for here. We've already seen some Key Unleashed leave the deck. There's a red Breed Anger.
So maybe he's looking to pitch this Droplet and go Staff, Tiger, Breed Anger.
Yeah, and do you know what the last card is in Dilks' arsenal there?
I'm not certain.
So perhaps 1 more follow-up after that, but at the very least going to present 7 more damage this turn.
Not what you want to see if you're Yuki here.
Yuki is slightly on the back foot. Life totals are close to even, but Dilks has a little bit of tempo on his side. Looks like she's
coming in for 2.
I see an Emissary of Tides in her hand, perhaps lining up a block for 2 there.
Efficient use of the card.
Tiger for 1. Unlikely to see this little breakpoint blocked. Down to 9, Yuki goes, and there's that Breed Anger for 4. Potentially last opportunity to block with a 3 block if she wants to.
1 for 4 go again is just so powerful. Especially on a block 3.
I'm curious to see whether this go again ends up getting used, whether we have anything in the arsenal we want to dish out, or if we're just passing it along for next turn.
And that is the beauty of a well-crafted new deck, is that sometimes you can just block out and move on with your life.
There's that red Mind's Desire. Gonna block 3, take 1. Life totals are still pretty even. I would say this game is still relatively close. Both
Looks
players...
like Dilks is just going to pass here.
Nothing else. Whatever that arsenal card is, it is not a wounding blow. And 2 cloaked equipment still in play for both players.
Seems like Yuki's found some sort of transcend or chi, asking to check her opponent's banish here, or just taking stock of what threats he could have left.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea to do this once in a while when you don't have the transcend card, so your opponent can never figure out based on your tells whether you do. I think
we have a buddy down in Texas who every time he's holding a pummel, he looks through his graveyard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to Joel Griselle.
And it's funny seeing the people who like announce they're two floating versus don't and try to play mind games with you.
Yeah. One in hand. Two floating.
And there's that venomous bite. It's all reds for Yuki here, so we're just going to push it to 6. No Fang Strike created, no dagger leading here, but still a powerful on-hit, going to gain that life up to 9.
Wow. Her hit rate, I think, is 100% this game on cards off the top.
And it's another blue card that can be played should she ever find that ability to transcend later on.
And that's just such a consistent way that New kind of stays in these games where Zen comes out swinging and puts her low early. It can be hard to make a comeback, to stage a win to a game of Flesh and Blood when you start, by turn 3 you're down at like 5 life, but she's gained 3, 4, 5 life this game.
Yeah, I mean, Yuki has a little bit of a life total lead right now. Dilks does have almost a full hand, so this game is starting to look pretty close. I think her current hand contains a red Tide Chakra, and I'm trying so hard to see what those other 2 cards are, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
It's difficult, both with the combined increased speed of the game as well as both of these players kind of physically, literally holding their cards close to their chest.
It's a blue Intimate Inducement on the block, choosing to block 2 with a 3 block, which is interesting here.
Maybe she had no plan for it. Blanche coming in for 7 at the end of this turn. If she was looking to transcend, that could be painful.
7 is a lot. That's almost lethal for Yuki.
Blocking 6.
Oh, yeah, so it was a yellow double trouble, and the rest of the cards were blue, so really just trying to block out with that hand.
That's fine. Maintain your life total lead. Looks like she's drawn into a Transcend card, as well as a second tenet of Chi Tide. If she can manage to cash in her life total lead and keep some strong cards here, this could be incredibly impressive. Looks like Dilks is back around to this Rising Sun, Setting Moon in his deck after shuffling it a few times.
A little bit of a weak start here with blue Companion of the Claw.
Not really what you want out of a 2-cost attack. It looks like his hand is quite blue heavy.
Swinging in with that Tiger Taming Kakra for 2. The Tiger that we know is in hand is going to get +1, and I think that's a spillover to end the turn. I still don't know what Dilks' arsenal is. They're hiding.
Looks like 2 coming in here. Tiger for 1, putting Yuki to 3, and then spillover for a devastating 6. That's twice her life total at this stage of the game.
Yeah, Yuki has to give at least 1 card here. Depending on what her equipment is, it might be 2. We'll try to take a peek at her hand. It looks like a second tenet of Tide is blocking, and then 3 other cards with which she needs to find a way to put some pressure on Dilks. Try to make him block despite being at 5, and stop him from having these big 4 or 5 card hands. And you see Dilks checking Yuki's deck there. I think both players are getting pretty low on cards as well.
It's possible here that we see New's hero ability come out to play pretty soon.
Yeah.
That's how she tries to close games.
It's also probably going to get her back in this game in terms of fatigue racing, because I think Dilks is up on cards at the moment.
Absolutely. Taking her time, making sure she makes no mistakes on this blocking decision.
There's a lot to think about. You've seen a lot of both players' decks. You have quite a bit of information about cards coming up in the second cycle now. So just playing a little bit of chess here. Yuki, one of the most accomplished players in the game, and her decision is this is going to be a block for 5. We're going to take 1 damage down to 2. And what can we do with this 2-card hand? We're about to find out.
She's holding a Path Well Traveled. I have a feeling that other card in her hand might be a blue stealth card.
I think I might have seen a Double Trouble.
Blue Double Trouble would be devious here. Oh, it's red.
Red Double Trouble, so threatening the buff effect with a Rousing Wave alone. And did you say you think her hand is a Path Well Traveled?
I believe it is a Path Well Traveled.
So in this case, unable to transcend. This is interesting. Perhaps she caches the Arousing Wave, or I guess just the threat of it if Dose doesn't block is nice, but more likely perhaps going to Arsenal this Path Well Traveled and try to keep 1 blue card next turn. Double Trouble is actually quite nice here. You can represent more than 5 damage without actually having to commit to it. just put this double trouble in the stack. Dilks must block with a card, and now you can arsenal and only have to weather his 4-card hand total.
Absolutely, and she's chosen to just pass here, put this Transcend card in her arsenal, draw the last 4 cards in her deck.
New's ability is going to be critical in getting her way back into this one.
A Flex Clause for 4?
A bit of a scary start here. Hopefully Yuki has one more Kaikoi to cash in.
Maybe she's just planning to go down to 1 here.
I see a blue fact-finding mission in Yuki's hand. I think that Passover that got pitched is there as well. And one other card.
I believe there's a Tiger for 0. Oh, this is the blue Chi Unleashed.
For 5. Going to demand 2 blocking cards, which is a bit rough because Yuki has only 2 Transcend cards left after that. So she kind of has to decide whether she wants to have a resource card available on her turn to swing a Mist Blade and perhaps a Rousing Wave, or if she wants to activate New on her opponent's turn to get access to one more card and, mill him a bit more.
And this is an interesting situation. I believe her hand only blocks 4, but I think she might be holding 2 Transcend cards. If she needs to, she can maybe activate New and take that Homage to Ancestors out of Dilks' Banish Zone. Gain 1 life to stay alive.
Oh, that's fascinating. I think that's exactly what she's going to do, unless she does have access to one of those prevention equipment effects.
She's doing her math. She's taking her time. Yep. A Passover. Transcending, giving the Tiger earlier on the chain go again. Careful not to give the Chi Unleashed go again and then put a Chi in Dilks' hand.
Gotta love that. Crouching Tiger, 0 cost, ephemeral, go again, go again.
Absolutely. Gain 1 life, lose 1 life. Looks like he's activating the waves of Aquamarine.
Is that going to be the game right there? She can at least... Wow. What a way to end.
What a way to end it.
Oh.
Wait. She's going to New again. It stays. Okay. There's the fist bump.
There you have it. Aqualapse, unfortunately, is an attack reaction, so you cannot cash it in on your opponent's turn for that 1 block.
And that's quite unfortunate. Even if you could, you might have to give their attack +1.
And that was the first thought that popped into my mind. Like, can she have a last-ditch play with these boots? But it is impossible. So congratulations to Matthew Dilks in that game. Moving on to 6-1, I suppose. And Yuki is now staying alive at 5-2.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Still doing well. 5-2. I believe you said X and 3 is still alive for top 8, so she's still doing perfectly fine.
I believe that is the case. If you just don't lose. The greatest advice of all time.
Fantastic advice. That's what Pablo did, right?
Yeah, coming back to that, that's very true. I want to talk about, I'm biased. Yuki is my partner. But I do want to come back to talking about New being played in Limited. And I also want to talk about how well Dilks played Zen in that game. Because I think something he did early on in that game is he had the opportunity to throw a blue Chi Unleashed and opted to pitch it. I saw 2 of them, actually. And he made the active decision to preserve these powerful cards in his deck for the late game, which I think was very important, especially when you're against a deck who is kind of trying to run you out of cards to close the game. That deck, New, I think she's particularly difficult to play in Limited. I think she's quite punishing if you don't know what you're doing. And I really enjoyed seeing the way that Yuki kind of took her time and paid attention to every single point of decision or variance that she could find. She played the Homage out of Dilks' Banished Zone. She found all of her outs. She checked everything. And something I see a lot of people do, I've seen people scoop with the blue cards, Big Blue Sky, with the defense reaction in their opponent's Banished Zone because they're not really taking their time to pick through everything they've taken away from their opponent. Which is, kind of fundamental to playing a hero that cares about every single blue that they take away from their opponent.
Absolutely. Yuki, as normal, piloting perfectly. I think we are ready to dive into Sunny versus Michael Metallo in our feature match now. It's Enigma versus New, and these players are... I think we need one more round of record updates, but somewhere in the 6-1 range. Sunny is our 7-0, actually. So 7-0 versus likely 6-1 for Michael Metallo.
Yes,
and
most likely.
Michael's going to be leading off here in this Enigma game versus New.
And this is kind of a classic matchup you don't really want to see if you don't believe that much in your New deck.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough as one of 4 News, unlikely to have that many copies of Pick the Pieces.
Absolutely.
Pick 2 Pieces, rather, a very important card in the matchup, but we just saw 2 new decks from this pod that are quite strong despite being one of 4, and Sunny's is one of them.
Absolutely. And the pilot is just so important, especially into Enigma. This hero loves capitalizing on mistakes you make. New does as well, don't get me wrong, but Enigma is so good at saying, it's kind of the Illusionist classic, right? I'm sorry, you misjudged the board state? You're gonna die. I have like 8 value on the board, and I'm coming in for 10 every single turn off of 1 card.
I do think
something about it.
It is kind of a classic Illusionist class thing. You have to know how much to value their permanence at and how to play the game. You have to sometimes take below rate lines versus Enigma, not blocking, just to keep your whole hand, because threatening her for 1 is worth more than blocking for 3 sometimes.
Absolutely. And obviously, Sunny Yang has proven himself to be one of the best players in the room. He's drafted a fantastic deck in a draft that could otherwise be seen as having gone quite poorly for him. He proved that it was a good deck after he won on stream just last round. We're going to see how he navigates this Enigma game. I have a feeling it'll be pretty exciting.
And I wanted to touch on something you were talking about just a moment ago with the way that game kind of boiled down. First of all, in the New side of the matchup, I think Yuki was in a position where she was poised to quite possibly swing the game back if she could at any point activate New on her own turn.
Absolutely.
She was literally 1 point away, but she was kind of at the point of fatigue, which just in general, I want to comment on the pace of this format. It's something that I like quite a lot, where a lot of games end up getting very close to or at the point of fatigue, but it doesn't feel like that's the only thing going on. Like some limited formats of the past have felt a little bit too fatigue-centric, and these ones feel like right as the game is already naturally nearing its end, you also start to run out of deck and kind of deal with the last remains of what you have.
And it's such an elegant decision with the switch to more cards available in sealed and a 30-card limit. I love the 30-card limit. Never let anyone tell you I don't love the 30-card limit for limited.
Yeah, I think LSS has made a lot of really good decisions with this set. Looking at the player's equipment here, we do have the classic 3 cloaked deal going on Michael's side, and over with Sunny we have 3 equipment as well. One of them is face up here in the undertow stilettos. No arousing wave on his side.
And so it looks like Sunny's hand contains a path well traveled straight off the rip here. Michael gonna open with a blue spectral manifestations. Ooh, he's got the little new moon spectral shield here.
Oh yeah, the kind of green one.
I believe there are different symbols on it, but don't quote me on that. It looks different though, right? Maybe it's just the green.
I can't tell. I think you might be right. And he is going to, it sounds like he's attacking with it for 2 go again.
Giving his opponent the chance to filter, but also presenting some deck damage in a matchup that, as you stated, often goes to fatigue.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing to consider. Oh, perhaps he never attacked. I saw Sunny turning one of his cards sideways, but I think he was just thinking. Michael's just developing some ores here and passing it along.
Passing it over to Sunny's turn, he's just going to lead with this red Blanche. Content to just say, here's 7. I'll hold back a 3-block. I'll arsenal a path well traveled. I have no complaints about this turn cycle. Deal with it.
Sunny did have the option to swing with the dagger first if he wanted an arsenal that hiss, but he just values both of these cards highly, it seems, so hanging on to both of them.
Absolutely, and this is this kind of conscious decision-making that I think you often see some of the best players in this game coming up with.
Yeah, valuing, even though he has to IP, he's valuing the quality of these cards over the 1 extra damage he could get from the Mistblade. Michael's thinking on blocks here. Looks like lining up 2 cards, perhaps. If it's 2 3-blocks, he can use... It's 1 2-block, so maybe grabbing at an equipment here.
Looks like he's planning on cashing in a piece of K-Koi to keep his 2-power Spectral Shield alive. Notably, when it comes to the Spectral Shield, he hasn't actually transcended yet, but he does have a Spectral Shield with a counter on it on the board.
This is true.
Looks like he's being asked for another piece of equipment here by Sunny, and he is happy to oblige, giving up 2 pieces of Kekoi just to keep the Spectral Shield alive.
This is interesting. This is very different than how we saw Enigma playing earlier today. Pretty willing to let their ward die and, go later into the game with some of their bigger and better threats, or threats that they were more able to protect. In this case, Michael's like, I want to keep this shield around. It's going to hit you for 2, and you're not going to stop it.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is this is just how Enigma wins games, right? She builds the president, she creates the president, and she protects the president. This Spectral Shield right now, this is the president. Maybe a new president will be elected soon. However, for now, this is the president. And the president's coming in for 2.
And Michael has some other strong cards in hand here, that red Waxing Spectre and an homage to pitch to it. Going to follow this up with... Oh, that's going to be a Battlefront Bastion.
A yellow Battlefront Bastion from Arsenal saying, I don't really want to develop this board. I don't want to lose this Waxing Spectre to getting picked to pieces. I'm just going to show you 6, kind of put a little pressure on your life total.
So Michael basically cashing in those equipment value for 2 points each. 1 each blocking and then 1 each on this Spectral Shield attack. But it's likely to get lost on this turn, especially because he didn't develop another aura. I imagine he's ready to let it go.
Going back over to Sunny here, he's got a 4-card grip. The only thing he gave up that turn was the Waves of Aquamarine he already flipped to block with just before it left the field, leading off with a Mistblade. And this is something that I think is really important to prioritize in the Enigma matchup. As I mentioned earlier, when you lead with your weapon, you create a situation where your Enigma opponent has to make a decision.
Yeah, and in this case, Michael's decision is, you can have my shield. There's no way I'm going to block out your whole turn, so I'm just going to let it go now. And it looks like Michael's hand does block very well. At least three blocks there. Sunny's following up with a spillover that is currently for only 4.
But we know he has this path well traveled in his arsenal.
So kind of deciding which of these blue cards he wants to hang on to as a follow-up. If he chooses Droplet, he can swing a Mistblade before it, or maybe he wants to Rising Tide and...
just come in for an overall larger amount. He's also going to get to Transcend here, leaving the possibility of ripping a playable card off the top of Michael's deck.
Yeah, very true.
Michael planning out his box. This is something a lot of players do that I find really entertaining, where you kind of like set your cards face down on the link you're planning on blocking on. It makes me think they're like, you've activated my trap card. 3 block.
Make it clear to your opponent, like, this isn't quite declared yet. Yeah. And there's that path. Gonna buff it up to 6 with Go again. Transcend here. In theory, I imagine he'll activate New in reactions, but it shouldn't matter that much.
Coming over by 3 here.
You already have a 6 on there, right?
Adjusting that die for us. Appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you.
14 to 17 here. Sunny's deciding what his next move's going to be. Not unlikely that we see this new activation come into play.
Looks like a Mistblade is coming back in. Oh, maybe not. Sunny's having fun. He's messing with us.
I wonder what he's thinking about here. There's if you don't activate New, you're not able to arsenal the chi, so perhaps just saving it for later in the turn, or the alternative would just be sandbagging it, unless he has something like the Aqua Seeing Shell that he wants to turn into a random arsenal.
What's interesting here is that he's just pitching it to throw this Rising Tide. It's clear that he's decided that he thinks it's more valuable to just get the 1 into 6 and put pressure on Michael's hand, Michael's life total, as opposed to gambling for a blue card off the top of Enigma's deck, where her average blue is not that likely to have a go again.
Yeah, I actually kind of like this. I don't know why I was thinking the Rising Tide costs 0 because of New. It's your own card. So in this case, yeah, just basically adding 1 value to the turn at the cost of the New ability. But in this case, yeah, New is not extremely likely to give you a playable card, or at least a very strong card, only going to mill maximum 1 from your opponent. So just putting that chi in deck and saying, I'll activate that later in the game once I have some more blue fodder to work with.
Speaking of blues without go again, Michael's going to put a blue without go again straight into his pitch zone to cast this Waxing Spectre. Looks like he's cracking in for 4 with it immediately as it hits the table.
4 go again. On Sunny's side, we've got an homage to ancestors, and I think I saw some color of Bonds of Attraction. Michael's just going to pass it along. He's got this nice threat in play that ideally he'd like to protect. See how well his hand blocks off the top.
It's pretty difficult to keep Ward 3 alive when your opponent has 4 cards and 2 daggers with your name on them.
Starting off with a Mistblade for 1. So has to once again make a decision right away. Is he going to try to keep his whole hand? In this case, it does not look like a hand that you can really keep in its entirety, so perhaps just going to give a card here and wait to decide what he's going to do with this Waxing Spectre.
I believe Sunny is also holding an Intimate Inducement. Not that explosive of a hand, but he is holding on to this Transcend card. I'm unsure he's capable of transcending this turn. However, it could just find its way into his arsenal. He might just kind of throw this attack action in his hand, pump it up to 4, mess with the top of Michael's deck, and then kind of move on.
Just hang it. Oh, and he's going to put it in the pitch zone. Swing with another Beckoning Mistblade here for another 1 go again.
I mean, when you're threatening Enigma's board, it just makes sense.
Yeah, these Mistblades are basically guaranteed to be 3 or more value unless Michael were to be hiding a Skycrest Kikoi, but I don't think that's very likely given the way he's playing.
I wonder what that hat is. Oh, it must be a Truths Retold.
Yeah, it could always be an Aquasing Shell, but I feel like perhaps he would have cashed it in on a turn like this if it was.
Yeah, this Wash Away isn't necessarily exactly what you want when you're blocking.
Wash Away is a generally dangerous card to have in your deck versus new. Michael can try to pitch it away to keep it safe, but it's a little bit scary to have that in there at all. If they banish it off the top, they just have access to often a free 0 for 5.
0 for 5 defense reaction, which can just be backbreaking.
Nope. No Lux.
Looks like he has no further way to cover this up.
So let it die.
And we're just going to let that Waxing Spectre die.
I believe he's held on to a red Spectral Manifestations here.
Despite all being little pokes for 1, this was 3 cards for 3 cards on Sunny's turn, counting the Waxing Spectre as its own card. And yeah, you're right, that's a Spectral to get Michael another Ward Aura back in this game. Despite being a little bit of a clunky block, like clunky on the blocking end of the game in the last few turns, he is leading on life total right now.
And he's maintaining control of his board. He's kind of letting his auras go when he's ready to let them go. He's not getting hit with combat tricks here that are taking them away from him before he's ready to say goodbye.
On the new side, we're looking at a Nimble Strike. He's turning it sideways. I'm trying to figure out with Sunny whether that means he's going to block with it or if he's just looking at it. But he's
You'll find out soon. You'll find out soon. Maybe he likes to read his cards sideways. You never know.
You never know. But that one is going to be declared as a blocker. So 2 on 4, taking 2 down to 8, it seems. And Michael's got yet another aura he's going to try to protect. That's a good start. Ward 1 sitting in the equipment zone.
And he is going to flip over this Truths Retold, kind of making, capitalizing on this one resource floating in his pitch zone, letting him convert it efficiently when and where he can while protecting his Spectral Shield.
That's right. Drawing up 4 cards here. On Sunny's side, we've got a Water the Seeds to start us off, pitching that second tentative Chi Tide.
Wow, what a good card. This is a leg tap.
It's true. I'm a fan of Water the Seeds. It's one of the few generic go-again attacks we have in this set.
Wow, we see such a powerful card blocked with here by Michael.
Astral Etchings, it looks like that one is a yellow. One of the rares of this set. The red is, yeah, one of the best things Enigma has access to. Even the yellow can be quite strong.
Looks like this Mistblade is coming in for 2 with Go again. Here's an Emissary of Wind for 4. If you're Michael, you might honestly just be happy to kind of cast this Waxing Spectre in your hand, cover up this Emissary of Wind for 4 with your Truths Retold, and go back to your turn and swing a 0 card 4.
I think so. It's an interesting puzzle. Well, you also have the option of blocking with the 3 block and the Truth Retold if you want, but then I'm not sure what you do with this Spectre.
Absolutely.
Michael's arsenal appears to be another Spectral Manifestations.
I'm not sure we'll get to find out here. Looks like he is opting to block here. Oh, it's a Moon Chakra.
Ooh, I like this. Keeping his ward equipment in play, arsenaling that aura that he can't do much with, and hanging onto the Spectral Shield, which, if he can keep it, is a better attacker than the Waxing Spectre as the game goes on, since it costs 0 and he can spend his entire hand defending.
Really, really thoughtful and clean play here from Michael.
Starting that turn and ending that turn with a nice 4 go again on the shield, chipping Sunny down. I feel like the game actions often make it seem like Enigma is so on the back foot with all the kind of defending and floundering she can be doing, but Michael is kind of firmly in control of this game right now.
It's a lot like Guardian in both limited sets it's appeared in. You're kind of content to sit there and be like, all right, I'll block. We'll go back to my turn, and I'll punch you in the face for 4, and then I'll block. Suddenly, it's 10 turn cycles later. you're at 1, and Enigma's over here at 13.
On Sunny's side, it's going to be a beckoning Mistblade for 1 go again, pitching that blue card. A start to the turn we've seen all too many times today.
It's just what you got to do. He's reaching for that ward. He wants it.
In this case, I think it does have an on-hit, but that on-hit is never going to get through this Ward 2 plus cards that Michael has access to. I would not be surprised to see a Battlefront Bastion block here.
I would not be surprised to see a Battlefront Bastion block here. I also wouldn't be necessarily shocked to see this Truths Retold cashed in on this Mistblade.
Yeah, I think those are the 2 most likely choices. Michael's probably stuck between them right now. There's a couple schools of thought with the Battlefront. You can, if you think a second Mistblade is coming, then it doesn't quite matter which order you do it. You can cash the... I guess it's better to cash the Bastion first, spend the prevention on the Beckoning Mistblade, and then have the potential to leave the Truths Retold floating. But if there's not going to be another Mistblade immediately after this, then perhaps it's better to keep the Bastion in hand.
And it looks like there is another Mistblade coming in, pitching away this Nimbleism while he's holding an attack action he could have played it on. Obviously prioritizing, taking this ward away from Michael. I think we might see that Battlefront Bastion come out to play now.
Perhaps this is also a cards in deck consideration from Sunny choosing to pitch this for 1 rather than play it for 2. It does likely convert to 1 card either way, so just wanting to keep 1 more card in his deck.
Absolutely. It looks like Michael's just going to say goodbye to that Spectral Shield.
Wow, perhaps because Sunny's at 4, Michael's like, I'm done with this defending thing. Do your worst, I'm at 13. I'm going to start putting pressure on you. You're in lethal range.
Yeah, this is just textbook of how Enigma wants to close this game. Sure, you have a pick to pieces. My board's gone. Hit me however hard you want. I'm holding back 4 cards, and it looks like his next turn is going to be casting a Waxing Spectre, swinging it, and coming in with a Battlefront Bastion.
There's an Intimate Inducement, so Sunny's going to get to peek at the top 4 cards of Michael's deck, shuffle around that next hand a little bit, and choose any blue card he wants to defend.
Ooh, drop in the ocean.
Those get to go back in any order of his choice.
Oh, he can take his other drop in the ocean. Oh, he's not going to mill 1. Pick to pieces doesn't say that.
Yeah, unless he's using the stilettos here, perhaps the order doesn't actually matter.
Take 3. Yep.
Beep, beep, beep.
I think that last card is a Venomous Bite, if I didn't see incorrectly, so just parking that in Arsenal for a future turn.
Opting not to cash it in for just some extra damage here.
Likely was planning to use it to clear that Spectral Shield away, but since there are no auras, maybe just saving it for trying to clear a board in the future.
And here comes a Waxing Spectre presenting lethal.
This is a heck of a game from Michael. He picked his spots well, cashed in his equipment, and just whittled Sunny down with auras, protecting them when he needed to, but also knowing when to let them go. And this is going to be 2 Waxing Spectres in play, both forcing cards from Sunny, and if he can't kill both of them, they spiral so quickly.
Looks like he's pitching this yellow Battlefront Bastion and this Haze Shelter just to crack in for another 4, rip another card from Sunny's hand.
This is a pretty cool play. You're leaving Sunny with quite a small hand, and I think it's really unlikely he's going to be able to deal with Ward 6 here. The one risk is if Sunny does manage to land a pick to pieces, it could be tricky.
Like this.
There's the red one. On Michael's side, you got to be worried here. Sunny does not have a blue in hand, so the most he can do is push this to 7.
I mean, this looks nearly unblockable.
Wow. Oh, it's a yellow Venomous, so it only goes to 6. A 2-card block would have stopped it here, but Michael perhaps making a disciplined play, just letting those auras go again and ready to play his 4-card hand on Sunny.
Looks like he's coming in with another Spectral Manifestations. How many can one man have?
What an Enigma deck here. Starting the turn off with a shield, likely going to swing in for 4 go again. There it is. Sunny is once again forced to block. This breakpoint will take him to 1. And what is the follow-up in Michael's hand?
I've got a couple guesses.
Yep.
It's a Battlefront Bastion for 7, ripping all that's left of Sunny's hand.
And that's the game. Michael Metallo takes it. That was a cool Enigma game. That was a little bit of a closer Enigma new game, life total-wise, than it looked like it might be at first.
Absolutely.
And Michael had so many interesting spots choosing, do I protect this board or do I let it go? And it was very cool to see the way he navigated that.
Absolutely. And I felt like it was just so textbook. He did such a fantastic job of making an active effort to choose every single spot on when and where his auras would die. He held on to so much agency in that game when it came to when his board was cleared. The only time anything was ever taken away from him when he didn't want to deal with it was that pick to pieces towards the end, and by then it was already too late.
I think if he had known for sure that that pick would only be for 6 max, maybe he would have blocked it out.
Absolutely.
But the threat of it being for 7, he was like, I don't need to give you 3 cards. My hand is going to kill you. I feel confident just going to 4, letting my board go. Perhaps if life totals were higher on both sides, he would have been more defensive in that situation. But Michael really identifying what he needed to do to win the game at each point. And when his opponent was in single digits, he was just like, we're going to kill you.
Absolutely. And speaking of new, Matthew Dilks, the most recent new Slayer, is up here on our backup stream. We're going to jump into this game. Dilks on Zen versus another new Cass Emerson over here. Looks like they're shuffling up. They're about to start.
The fastest
We're going to play the same matchup again.
The 2x speed review here, fastest shuffle I've seen in my life.
I thought that was just you flicking cards at normal speed.
Also, I wanted to mention, Michael Metallo just bested our only undefeated player, putting Sunny Yang down to 7-1. So, a lot of X1s here. That's going to be a Bonds of Attraction to lead off this game from the new side.
And this is something I love to see turn 0. You're just like, I'll just make you sweat, make you think about it the very first turn of the game. And he does have the trick. Pitching a red to push this hiss over by 3. Not playing out both of his attack reactions. I think his hand might have been 4 reds, but starting the game with a Blanch and Banish, a Chi Unleashed and Banish, a premium red attack reaction in your arsenal, and 3 damage, it's just hard to complain.
That was a fantastic start. I'm curious what Matthew's hand is that he chose to block only 3 there. He's leading off with the blue Harmony of the Hunt, going to grab a Tiger in hand. 1 go again here. Cass goes down to 19 pretty quickly. Clearly also not of the school of thought that you should cash in your Wave and Stilettos at the first chance, saving them for some breakpoints or once you know for sure you're going to need them.
But Brodie, 1 is the ultimate breakpoint.
It's true. It's the best there is.
Looks like Dilks is resolving his Rising Sun, Setting Moon, flipping this card to transcend it, putting it back in his hand, and I think we've got a pretty good idea of why he didn't want to block very much last turn. He was holding a transcend card and the means to play it. He's about to come in here with, I believe, the red Chi Unleashed that we've already seen him play once this pod.
Makes sense. That's a pretty instant block 3 on the Biting Breeze. Cass is like, nope, you're not getting that Crouching Tiger for free here, but there is, of course, that other one from Zen.
Here's the Tiger for 0. I promise there's no 7-power attack coming after it.
Oops, I lied. Cass is taking 4 here all the way down to 15. So Matt has a tiny bit of a life total lead. Back over to the news turn. Things are moving along. We've got a fact-finding mission coming in for 6 here. 1 is floating, so in theory you have access to that arousing wave, but I think there's almost no way we see it popped without getting blocked first on this turn cycle.
Especially not when Dilks came in for exactly 1 the previous turn.
Yeah, Cass had the perfect opportunity to cash it in if they wanted to.
Looks like he has opted to not block at all, sailing his way down to 11, showing his opponent this red Tiger form incantation in his arsenal. I don't care if you know this here. I'm going to kill you with it.
This is always an interesting choice to me. In this case, it gets played out right away, so the information was revealed, and it would have been better to see an equipment zone. But if Matthew started by playing cards from hand, maybe that arsenal would have been the most critical information.
Oh my goodness. Another red Tiger form incantation, creating a second Tiger that he can maybe opt to arsenal later, but most importantly, pushing the next Tiger he plays up to 6 power. The high score on our Tigers kind of keeps creeping upwards today. This is now the biggest Tiger we've seen on stream.
Matt, show me a Chase the Tail. I want to see a Chase the Tail Unlimited. Staff coming in, so it looks like he is going to play both Tigers this turn. Is that another Key Unleashed in his hand?
I believe so.
Amazing.
No. It's a Flex Clause.
Okay.
There's so many ninja art in the set of like a guy with like tiger hands or tiger feet, and it's like very red.
And like, yeah, some flames coming out of it. Pretty much every ninja card seems that way.
Well, some of them are very watery.
That's true, actually.
It's water or fire.
Yeah.
They've got the Scorpion and Sub-Zero thing going on.
And it looks like Cass is going to block this on hit, forcing, the Aquamarine from Matthew. We did see this in the previous game.
And this is such an interesting choice here. Kind of forcing this over to create the Tiger, despite already having one in hand, just so he can put one in his arsenal.
I think that makes sense. I mean, he has the resource available. He's not going to use it otherwise on this turn. And you don't always get a chance to cash in this Waves of Aquamarine for a breakpoint hit effect in Limited here. So play makes sense from Matt. Cass pretty much just did a bunch of blocking and is drawing up there.
Sometimes that's all you can do is new.
Also not giving the opportunity to block with that Waves of Aquamarine, which is not what you want to see from Matt's side. Kind of an extra reason to tempt you toward blocking there as Cass.
Yeah, I was a little bit curious about the Bastion block at the end when it was their last card in hand. I thought maybe you can swing a dagger. However, actually, just blocking it, preserving your life total, and denying Dilks the opportunity to block with the Waves of the Aquamarine at all was actually pretty smart.
Here on this next turn, we've got Nimblism, Tiger Form. Are we about to see another Tiger for... Wait, this one could be for
Tiger
7.
for 7!
New high score every turn now.
Higher and higher the Tigers climb.
There it is.
Tiger for 7. For a moment there, it was for 67.
If we had a bingo board, this would be on it.
Absolutely.
7, go again here. Cass's hand has maybe 2 stealth cards, a Battlefront Bastion, and I think a Tidal Surge there in the back.
I just want to point out, how many copies of Battlefront Bastion have we seen in this game? Like 5, 6?
Quite a few, yeah. And it looks like perhaps a pretty easy turn cycle from the new side, blocking 6 and just sending in that Bastion for 6, depending on what the end of this turn looks like. It's just going to be a pass from Matthew.
Looks like he's opting to kind of just clear the Tiger so he doesn't have to hold on to it. Arsenal, a better card.
I would
Battlefront
say
Bastion coming in for 6 from Cass here.
This is one of the more even mid-games we've seen. Both players still have access to 3 equipment. They both have a known leg piece that can block. 6 coming in from the new side. Life totals are pretty even. Both players have an arsenal. Game could really go either way right now.
Cass slightly behind on both virtual life total, with the arousing wave already having been blocked with, and literal life total being 2 behind, but also presently the attacking player capable of pushing Matthew Dilks down to 5 like he just opted to go. Cass could be in a lot of trouble with 5 cards in Dilks' hand here.
See if we can catch a glimpse. Dilks has that droplet going in the pitch zone, and he's leading off with...
How many of these does he have?
That's a lot of Tiger Form incantations. This one seems to be a blue one, so just giving +1 and drawing that Tiger into hand.
But enabling a Transcend play with the Homage, I believe, is in his hand.
We're starting off with a Tiger for just 1, and now Cass is going to go ahead and cash in that Stilettos, get the life out of it, leave it up in case he wants to use it on that new turn.
Staff for 2 coming in here. Bread and butter play when you're about to Transcend.
And we get a clean 2-block with the Nimblism. Perhaps no targets for it on Cass's side, so just wants to use it as a blocking card as soon as possible.
I wonder if we're about to see another Chi Unleashed be thrown at the opponent. Tiger for 1 into 5 or 7.
And
it is.
It's going to be 5, yeah. Shuffling up here, we've got 2 cards left in hand, plus that Tiger, plus that Banishone. Tigers for 1, so it's now 8-6. And Dilks is going to end that turn with a Key Unleashed for 5.
Entirely face up now, leaving Cass the opportunity to take a little bit of damage and kind of try to use the new ability to get back into this game, or just threaten a bunch of damage with this Blanche in their hand.
It looks like Cass might not be able to clear that arsenal, so choosing to block with a fact-finding mission just to make some use of it and get it out of the hand, since they're likely going to be throwing that Blanche on their own turn.
The arsenal is a Venomous Bite, correct?
I think you might be right, yeah, so no great way to use it here.
Blanche coming in for 5 here, I believe. This is a blue Blanche. Prioritizing the on-hit on this blue Blanche over the 6 value of the fact-finding mission. Kind of, I think, a little bit of a heads-up decision here. It's like, Dilks has armor on the board, 1 that you know about, 2 that you could not know about that could be there. Presenting the opportunity to not have an on-hit, send 6 and just kind of pass isn't really, like, you're not really presenting lethal.
Yeah, it's interesting because Cass does also have access to that arousing wave, so fact-finding could have been pushed up to 7, but Blanche has the potential to be a total haymaker in these Mystic matchups, so just, yeah, really valuing that on-hit effect.
And it looks like Dilks might be planning on covering this up completely. Either he's blocking with the Stride of Reprisal on a card because he can't convert them and he wants the Tiger, or he's planning on cashing in a piece of Kekoi just to cover up this Blanche on-hit, proving that it had the disruptive power that Cass was looking for.
It's a Blue Biting Breeze, a Droplet, and is that an Inner Chi?
I think it may be. Zen does shuffle his deck.
It's true. I think that might be what we're looking at there. 1 card in the arsenal, Dilks is just double checking here at 7-1 in the Canadian National Championship, or playing for 7-1 rather. Wants to make sure he lines up his blocks well, doesn't make any blunders.
Blocking 2 cards and a piece of Keikoi on this Blanche. If you're Cass, I'm pretty happy that that's what my blue 2-card 5 just did.
Absolutely. I think Dilks might have been on the fence about whether to give the Stride of Reprisal there, but ended up deciding he does not need the Tiger on this turn, is going to save that one for later on in the game.
Staff coming in here for 2. Classic starter. Another Battlefront Bastion from Cass's side of the board. Block 2. Float 1. Prevention for later. Kind of save a little bit of life. I don't think Dilks has any more Chi Unleashed, but I could be proven wrong here. Looks like he's going and getting a Red Breed Anger. Coming in for 1. Letting the Prevention eat it, and then cracking in for 4. Not quite lethal.
Not bad. It's a 2-card 7 here from Dilks off of 2 blue cards. That's what you like to see.
That is what you like to see. When you get back around to those Chi and there's no hoop to jump through for them to be flipped, they can be so powerful.
Ooh, and Cass is going all the way down to 1 on this turn. That's pretty exciting. Matt trying to bait with the Tiger for 0. Do you want to block it? Nope. Okay, it's gone.
I do like the Tiger for 0. A little bit of a giggle there. It looks like he's drawn a Crouching Tiger here.
What's that other card? Is that the Majestic in Cass's hand on the new side? We've got Stir the Pot, and I think that might be... I want to say Rowdy Locals is the name of the card.
Oh, what a card. So I believe we have a Venomous Bite in Cass's arsenal. Cass probably looking to pitch one of these blues in their hand, activate this Venomous Bite, activate their boots, activate their gloves, throw this massive pick to pieces Dilks' way, threaten his life total, and then maybe get some cards out of his hand, deck, and banish.
Yeah. Dilks is trying to choose how to block here. This is the classic assassin problem. When you're below 10, any attack threatens to be lethal out of nowhere.
I mean, earlier today, we saw Victor die from 20.
That was insane. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Not happening in Limited, however.
So got another Slither here off the Hiss. This is going to push the attack up to 7. Go again. Not lethal even if he were to pop the Arousing Wave, so he's got to decide how he wants to follow this up.
This is an interesting one. I suppose it was a Hiss in Arsenal, not a Venomous Bite.
Taking a peek at that chess piece there, I didn't quite catch what it was. I'm not sure who's thinking here. I think Cass might be debating in reactions. We are going to use that Arousing Wave. Fang Strike to put it to 8. This will take Dilks all the way down to 2.
Are we going to see a Rowdy Locals cast live on stream with 1 floating to turn on the hit effect?
For lethal, too. There's the Stride of Reprisal. I think Matt is still thinking to make sure that that's how you want to block.
He must have a piece of Keikoi here to cover this up.
This is a pretty awesome play. It's cool to get to see this card used in Limited. If I can't get my Chase the Tail, this will have to do.
Rowdy Locals is coming in for 2 here.
And there we go. We're going to get that Slither in hand. This is exactly what they designed this card to do, I think. Discard the Slither, discard my Tiger, get these ephemeral cards out of here. And both players are now at 1, entering another one of these really tight endgames. Cass has no arsenal. Matt has a medium-sized hand on his turn to try to push enough cards out of the new hand that he can firmly take control of this endgame.
A Tiger for 1 here. If New can keep 2 cards, this could get pretty sketchy. He's holding a Double Trouble, but opting to keep the pick to pieces for its better rate here.
This is going to be a pass turn. Oh, and there's an Heirloom of Snakehide. That's pretty big here. Pick to pieces, threatening lethal here with the attack react in hand.
And this is going to go to 5 in reactions.
New is looking in a pretty good spot in this game. It looks like
Dilks is blocking exactly 5 here.
Wow. Do you think that we cash in the Intimate, or just, no, it's going to be set in Arsenal? +1 is a pretty good plus to have in Arsenal, I suppose.
Looks like he's going to come in with a Battlefront. Oh, no. He's been sitting on this Companion of the Claw for so long. Covering up 4 here. Staff for 2. Give me a card, please.
Wow. This is a crazy back and forth game.
Hey, end game, right? Tiger for 1. Card, please, now.
It's got to be that Hiss. Yeah, and you hang on to the stealth card to present lethal again. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was over last turn, but Matt Dilks blocking 5 and staying in this thing.
A heads-up block. It looks like he's out of blocking cards here. Is that going to be it?
Lets him resolve.
Is he holding an homage?
The intimate. Do we know for sure what Matt's chess piece is? It could be a block 1 here.
It could be. This impulsive desire is pushing 1 over.
It would be kind of funny if Matt let Cass go ahead and resolve this intimate and say, yeah, you got it. I don't have anything, but...
That'd be quite funny.
I feel like if it was a 1 life flip, he surely would have flipped by now. So perhaps it is a Skybody that's been chilling there all game.
Surely it has to be by this point.
So reordering those cards on top, and there you
There it
go.
is.
Matt stays alive. Both players really maximizing their equipment suite, playing several turns here 1-1, and I think Matt might finally have this game because of fatigue.
I mean, Cass only has 3 cards left, and only 2 of them block.
There's a stick. That is going to draw the last blocking card from the deck.
Pushing it over by 1. Dilks is out of threats in his hand, but so is Cass out of blocking cards.
Wow, what a game. If Dilks hadn't blocked with 2 cards 2 turns ago on that pick to pieces, he would have died right there on the spot, but he identified, I have more cards in deck than you. If I just make sure I'm out of range of these attack reacts, I think I can get there by fatigue, and that's exactly what happened.
It reminds me so much of playing against Warrior and heavy hitters, where you kind of reach these endgame states where it's like, yeah, it's kind of sketchy that I'm at 1, but I have like 7 more cards in my deck here. I'm just going to drop my hand on this attack and swing my weapon and start taking your cards. And that's functionally exactly what Dilks did. Something I thought was really impressive, really disciplined in that match, was that he just sat on that red Companion of the Claw forever. He waited so long to cash it in just for when he needed it exactly to rip Cass's hand apart.
I think that's a great thing to bring up. In general, Flesh and Blood often rewards you for being patient with things like that. You have opportunities to use cards, but keeping them in arsenal, waiting for the very best opportunity, especially when you've seen a lot of your opponent's deck or it's like a second cycle situation, you can kind of plan ahead and be able to pinpoint what exactly is the point in this game when I can squeeze the most value out of this card.
Absolutely. It is really, really rewarding to make those decisions, make those kind of long-term planning decisions, especially in a game where you end up seeing your entire deck. Speaking, I don't know, I've got no good segue on this one. I'm going to send y'all over to Ethan. He's got some news for y'all.
All right, thank you. So just so everyone knows, we're basically wrapping up the day right here. There is one more game to be played. We're not going to worry about a backup match for this last round. So that's going to wrap that's basically going to be it. There's going to be one more round. We're going to watch Michael Metallo see if he can 3-0 with that deck versus the other 2-0 in that pod. And then basically be back tomorrow. But we're going to try to end the day on a high note, because we've been given a playmat to donate. So real quick, check this sucker out. This is one of the Judge playmats. This is the Taipanis Judge playmat, which normally, these things aren't available for purchase. They are specifically like secondhand market items, or if you are a judge. But a judge, who Brodie shouted out recently, is willing to donate this for the viewers on stream today. So the deal with this is you need to have dropped a comment in the chat from basically now till the end of this last game, and then we'll draw the winner right as the round 9 concludes. So if you want a go at the Taipanis Judge mat, just be active in chat, have dropped a comment between now and then. We're going to send the casters on break just because they have been, they actually did, I don't know if you guys caught that, they did 4 games back to back, literally no break. We didn't take a break in between round 7 and 8. So they actually just went 4 rounds straight. They are insane for that, but that's what you get when Brodie and Ellie show up all the way out here in Canada. So before we jump to a quick break before round 9, wanted to shout out one of my favorite people, Hemel Patel, who is also one of my favorite sponsors. All the sponsors of the stream are my favorite, but for Hemel, I've done some favors that you wouldn't believe, namely taking on that that project to make a stop animation as an ad for Hammurabi TCG. So if you guys have seen the Lego trailer that's part of the ad reel, the Lego Dev Talk, that is an advertisement for Hammurabi TCG, which is what Hemel Patel calls his TCG vending business, I guess you would call it. There's a lot of taglines. It's Hemel Patel who's up to this. It's the whole buy from the bazaar thing. It's Hammurabi TCG. It's whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, it's a guy who hooks you up with really good deals for whatever cards you could ever want. And you can find Jamoulle Patel either in person, normally vending for Magnolia Gaming at a lot of the big conventions, or via email, via Facebook, via Twitter. He's really someone that is eager to work one-on-one with exactly what you want. Are you looking for a master set? You want just foils? I remember one time I sent out a message to Jamoulle. I was like, hey, I actually need every single assassin card from Dynasty. I think it was Dynasty, I forget now, in foil. And I just shot him a message randomly. He's like, oh, sure, I can pull that for you. It's going to be X amount of dollars. I'm like, that's just so easy. So he's a homie for that and for many reasons. But there we go. We're going to cut to just the ad reel and then be right back for round 9. So about 5-ish minutes until then. And don't forget, drop a comment from now until the end of round 9 for your chance to win one of these judge playmats donated by one of our wonderful judges. All right, see you then.
All right, guys. We heard you, and we think it's time for you to tell us, what kind of cards do you want in the expansion slot?
Listen, I think I'm gonna need a new weapon. Luminaris 4.0 that gives action points instead of go again.
Ship it! Wait, no. Internally, you're already the best deck in the format.
My angel gets so many cards! Me want card too! Me want to smash! Me want to pass with
If only we could give you a blue 6, buddy.
Blue 6?
Ship it!
James.
Now look here, see? I just need some arcane barrier evil. I'm a man of means. I can afford to invent some AV.
I just need purpose.
Visit the Golden Anvil, you'll be fine.
Forget about Gladiator Boy.
Olympia! Aha!
Just tell me the price. I'll sell my soul if I have to. Aye, works for me.
Ship it!
Wait. James!
Brian.
How do you even understand that? OMG.
Spider also want beat wizard.
There is no way that is all they said.
Spider also say, buy from Bazaar!
What is that?
Hammurabi, TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar by contacting Jamoulle Patel through Facebook, Twitter, or Discord. Available for any and all Fab TCG requests, including high-end, master sets, and more.
See, now that's an idea I can get behind.
Ship it!
This is the Heavy Play Equip Mag system. It'll revolutionize the way you pack and play. Attach dice, bundle decks, connect to the playmat. Equip Mag magnets are integrated into our playmat, deck boxes, and dice boxes. On game day, when you're moving between matches, no longer do you have to juggle a floppy playmat, all these loose objects, snap it all together, grab it in a single hand, and you're ready to go. Our vision for card gaming accessories is all about enhanced ergonomics, mobility, and protection. All of our products are experience-driven and here to help you eliminate friction so you can focus on gameplay.
SinFab TCG here, and I wanted to remind you that Green Tree Sports Cards is going camping this summer, and we would love to see you there. August 16th through 18th, 2024, we rented out an entire campground in State College, Pennsylvania for a Flesh and Blood themed tournament camping trip weekend. We have 3 days of activities planned. Friday will be all Flesh and Blood themed camping events. Saturday, we'll be presenting a Realm Games Brawl 5K CC tournament, and Sunday, we'll be hosting a Blitz 2K tournament, as well as many more side events. We really hope to see you there, and you can register right now at www.gscfab.com, and stay tuned to our socials for more information. See you guys by the campfire.
It's not working. I can't build the perfect deck. I got it! Guys, I have an idea. The ultimate Flesh and Blood website, where you can find synthesized data from deck lists from all over the world, and you can see which cards are played the most in each hero. Articles, written by the best pro players in the game. Your deck building ideas, your strategic ideas can be realized in flesh and blood.
Well, Jacob, we got great news.
That all exists, dude, at fabrec.gg.
Oh, that's incredible news.
Go to fabrec.gg and level up your game.
Today.
In the beginning, Fab Streams had no official dice, only D6s and tokens. Then, there were content creator dice, large and legible, but nigh unobtainable. But now, there's dice for the common folk, you and me, and most importantly, our eyeballs. Buy yours now in marble, sparkle, or transparent at tiecards.shop. Link in description.
What the?
Part the mist veil.
Dude, are you serious right now?
Inner chi.
Oh my god. Bro.
And now, Crouching Tiger, Sacred Art, First Form.
I used to be just like him. Inner chi spilling out of my flesh and blood. But I was a different man back then. Because that was before I tried Realm Fest. It's a 5K CC brawl and a blitz battle hardened. Get yours now while supplies last. Realm Fest, July 20th to the 21st.
Realm Fest is in New Jersey. New Jersey is a place in the United States of America that the Realm Fest will be happening in. If you want to go to the Realm Fest, you have to go to New Jersey. You can play Flesh and Blood, you can play Lorcan, you can play Star Wars. If you want to play Star Wars and Lorcan, I don't really know why you're watching this video. This is a Flesh and Blood video, but hey, maybe you want to play all 3 games. Go ahead and come down to the Realm Fest and enjoy some games.
Come out!
Hello, welcome back. I stole Brodie's job for the very last time here. We are here in Niagara, Canada with the Canadian National Championships. I'm Ellie Bird, this is Brodie Spurlock, and we have the very last round of the day. Tomorrow we're doing 3 CC rounds straight into top 8. Today we have the last round of draft, round 9. We have our last game for you, and we're going to basically just jump straight into it.
We see here Michael Metallo, one player we've been watching quite a lot, joined again by Kevin, who I believe we saw once earlier in the day. Kevin's going to be leading here in this Zen matchup into Michael's Enigma.
Yeah, and weird thing I want to point out here, Kevin's only been on the backup stream, so this is the first time we've gotten to see his face. Everyone say hello. This person is crushing it at Canadian Nationals today. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. Yeah, 7-1, doing fantastic. This is a really long, grueling day of Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely.
These players here at the top proving they have what it takes to stay focused, stay in it, only dropping 1 round each. Let's see which one of them is going to move on to 8-1 and which one is going to fall behind. 7-2 is still a fantastic record to end the day with. Very alive for top 8. So no matter how this goes, both of these players have put themselves in a fantastic position. They can sleep well tonight going into tomorrow.
And hopefully rest up and fight their way straight into top 8. Michael Metallo really beautifully navigated the last game we saw him play on stream. He played this really commanding lead against Anu, just retaining all the agency the entire game, just full board control, and really kept them under their thumb. But Anu is a fair bit worse at clearing Enigma's board and her threats than Zen is. And I'm kind of curious if we can see Kevin kind of lay down the law, put down the pressure, and just take the pace of the game, take the tempo away from Michael here.
Yeah, we'll have to see with Kevin going first whether he's able to leak any damage, whether Michael's able to somehow land an aura going second, which is always a possibility. It could be a nice counter to Zen's aura of his own, Blessing of Key, if he's able to find one.
Can I just say something? I saw Michael counting his deck here, and I thought he was drawing his first hand, and I was like, that's way too many. That's a really big hand.
And it looks like players are double-checking through their decks now to make sure they have perhaps the right number of cards and everything.
Sounds like somebody played against a new recently.
Yeah, make sure my opponent didn't steal any of my cards. Got to run across the hall. Judge, I think my opponent has my path well traveled or whatever.
I'm excited to see Michael doing so well. I know him. He plays a lot of Boltyn. We've shared a lot of information on Boltyn. We've chatted about Boltyn. He is also an absolutely fantastic player at the game. He approaches Boltyn in a very different way than me, which I think is very refreshing and interesting, and he is unbelievably good at the game. It's cool to see him piloting some other decks, because I've only ever seen him play the Breaker of Dawn.
Yeah, Michael's another player I ran into during my Canadian adventure here for the RTNs.
Was he playing Boltyn?
He was. I got to play against
My
him.
hero.
Yeah, I played against him with Azalea in one of the CC Pro quests. And either the top 4 or the finals quite deep into the day, and then also I think we played once in Limited that weekend as well.
Yeah, and clearly he's proving he's just as fantastic at Limited as he is at CC. Looks like we're starting this game out here. Both players have drawn 4. In Kevin's hand over here, we have something pretty interesting. Not only is he holding a Transcend card, a Blue Harmony of the Hunt, and a Tiger Form Incantation, but there's a bit of a spicy third card in that hand, a Cosmic Awakening. Do you think it's possible he chooses to set that up for 20 to close the game against Enigma?
That's such an interesting card. Its ceiling is crazy in this Limited format. Yeah, I would be not surprised at all to see him pitch that away early and start thinking about it as a potential game ender if we do get to the second cycle here. I think it looks like he's lining up that card in the pitch zone, perhaps right now. Going to start us off with a Tiger Stick or one of the cards in his hand.
First card to the bottom of your deck makes it the easiest to plan around. Staff coming in for 2 go again here, holding back 3 more cards, presenting 2 turn 0.
On Michael's side, we have some options. I think we have 2 manifestations, perhaps. One of them is blue, and this is just going to be a Battlefront Bastion block, and I think we're going to move along to Arsenal on Kevin's side. So not a whole lot of action here, no damage dealt. Both players have filtered just a tiny bit.
Filtering this card, he can't really make much use of this early in the game out of his hand. And then opting to not really let Michael filter all that much more than that, as well as, importantly, passing with an action point up in case he gets greedy and casts an instant speed aura on Kevin's turn.
That's right. That's like the one danger of ending on something like a Blessing of Key. Anything that takes your action point, Enigma can dump her whole hand, kind of like Kano, if she has the means to do so.
Absolutely. Looks like Kevin over there actually only has, we didn't take note of this, but he only has 2 pieces of equipment right now. So you kind of wonder how powerful his main deck just is after being X1 right now.
On Michael's side, we've got 2 Spectral Manifestations. I was wrong. It's red and yellow. So I think his main decision point here was whether he wanted to play the red and Arsenal the yellow or vice versa. And he opted to go for the more powerful one to start us off. Perhaps because he's going to be able to follow it up with that Essence for some extra ward, he thinks he's going to be able to defend this one a bit better.
Looks like Kevin said no blocks. Took 4 straight on the chin there. And I hope he wasn't looking to block later in this turn because Michael just played a little bit more life there and passed.
I think that's a classic Enigma thing. Unlike Zen, you have to expect any opportunity to block versus Enigma might be your last, as they often just spend their cards setting up with more ward auras.
Absolutely. What's interesting about this red rare on the board right now, this Essence of Ancestry body, is that it's unlikely that Michael chooses to let his Spectral Shield die before it, unless he thinks that Kevin has a particularly commanding turn. And if that's the case, this card's ability won't actually be live, but it is 2 more ward on the board to maybe help him protect the President a little bit here.
On the subject of this potential commanding turn, it does look like a relatively strong hand from Kevin. We've got a Stir the Pot, I think another blue, a red Untamed, and
wow,
that might only be a yellow Tiger Form Incantation, which he's not leading with here, so perhaps opting to use that Harmony in his arsenal as his Tiger creation instead for this turn.
Looks like he is pitching a blue Pouncing Chi here, playing this yellow Tiger Form Incantation, making a Tiger, giving his next Tiger +2 power, holding onto the Stir the Pot and that red Untamed. Looks like he might be trying to navigate the Stir the Pot into his arsenal.
I could see that for sure. Yeah, the fact that the pouncing key is now in the pitch zone means there's no way he's going to be able to transcend this turn.
Absolutely. Coming in for 4 here, but this card is really for 5. A really, really impressive rate on just 1 card in this format.
On Michael's side, you have to immediately decide how you want to deal with this 4 breakpoint. Has some equipment, I'm sure, available to prevent if he wants to. Has the Essence of Ancestry as well. This could actually combine pretty well with the Battlefront Bastion if he wants to block 4 that way.
And then leave 1 prevention floating? Absolutely.
So, I'm going to say no blocks?
Oh, it looks like he's opted to just let the whole board die and let the Essence of Ancestry just kind of let the trigger activate so that he can prevent the next red source of damage he would take this turn. But unfortunately for him, I'm not sure Kevin has another red to give.
Yeah, well ordered, I suppose, by Kevin, sending that Untamed first, knowing that this card is in play. Michael making sure to be very clear about which aura is leaving first so that he can resolve his trigger there.
He is an incredibly organized player, and there's nothing I appreciate more.
This is going to be a Tiger for 3 go again. Michael's deciding whether to block it. He said, he kind of like said to us in a way, I'm not going to be able to block out this whole turn, but maybe he still wants to block some of it.
For sure. And he's holding that Battlefront Bastion. Card pretty cleanly blocks 3. We know he has 2 pieces of Kekoi on the board.
His hand is the blue Bastion, and it looks like 2 other blues. I think that's a red Solitary Companion, and perhaps a blue one as well, and then a blue second tenant or first tenant or something like that.
Yeah, I believe that's a tenant or a droplet. He's really, looks like he opted to just take 3 here. This blue Harmony of the Hunt coming in for 1. It's interesting. He's not getting any value out of this Essence of Ancestry trigger, but when your opponent's last 3 cards are all blue, you can't really complain.
Interestingly, I didn't realize that this Harmony in Kevin's hand is blue, but it does mean he's going to be able to transcend this turn if he wants to.
Looks like he is just passing and clearing it. Any powerful combo card he searches here is just going to get stuffed by the Essence of Ancestry trigger, so whether he realizes it or not, that card did some real work this turn.
Yeah, there we go, just setting up in Arsenal. And there's the other manifestations that we knew about coming in, making a Spectral Shield that can swing for 3 go again here.
Affectionately referring to it as a banana manifestation on stream, if you heard that.
Nice.
Do they only have 1 little dice?
There's 1 on the other.
Searching for dice there, I think. Gotta love our powerful bananas here.
The classic dice scramble. I've been in this situation at least once before, and it's always a little embarrassing.
So 3 go again, yeah?
Nothing to sweat about, though. We've got 3 go again coming in. On Kevin's side, it's a blue Flex Claws, and I think that's a red Pouncing Key above it, and then some other red and blue there. I think Aspect of Tiger Body in his hand.
It does look that way. Cracking in for just 3 here, it's hard to want to block that much as Zen in this matchup.
We know there's a Stir the Pot in Arsenal, so Kevin is not unlikely to hang on to 2 blues in this case, do a little tutoring, and perhaps just keep his whole hand and push back, especially because Enigma has this Spectral Shield and maybe even more Ward Auras coming after that you really want to push a lot of damage toward and try to clear.
Absolutely, and that Aspect of Tiger Body Red just pairs so well with this Pouncing Cheese in his hand. Michael, pretty content to just end his turn on a 2-card 7 here, just cracking in for 10.
Yeah,
a really convincing response to what Kevin's presented this previous turn.
Michael saying Bastion is a good blocking card, but sometimes it's an even better attacking card, presenting a whopping 7 here. Starting to get that life total lead that we saw him cash in on in the previous game. He puts this aura in play. It seems like it's the only thing that matters, and while it does matter a lot, the fact that your opponent is slowly dropping lower and lower than you matters a lot too. Michael is making sure he's like staying above rate in his plays, or on rate at least, so that he can at any time abandon his board and just kind of try to close the game.
And what's interesting is I wonder with this 1 floating if we'll see this Truths Retold kind of come back into the fray here, leave him 1 ward with which to try and protect his Spectral Shield after maybe ripping some cards out of Kevin's hand or punishing him with 7 damage.
Yeah, you see Michael glancing through the graveyard there, so likely thinking about making that play.
The suspense. He's really tanking on this block, making sure he doesn't make any wrong steps here. Wants to get as much out of this hand as he possibly can. If you're going to 6, you got to make it count.
Yeah, checking the yard here. Probably making sure the combo card he wants to search for is still in his deck. Also has these equipment available to him, both with on-block effects when he chooses to cash them in.
It's true. Looks like he says no blocks. Taking 7 straight down to 6. Pretty punishing just to keep a 4-card hand.
Let's see how well he can push back. That's the truth retold coming in. Michael's got all the defensive tools in the world here.
Putting that Essence of Ancestry body back on the bottom of his deck. Could be relevant later.
A nice 3-block if nothing else. And I'm curious to see what Michael's other 2 cloaked equipment are here. I think at least
believe, unless he's done a little bit of sideboarding, it's 2 pieces of Kekoi. We saw him use 2 pieces of Kekoi against a new Sunny Yang in reaction step just to keep his Waxing Spectre alive.
And if he's playing those versus new, I can't really imagine that he would sideboard into anything else versus Zen, so very likely the same too.
I mean, they're just so incredible at keeping your board alive when you want to protect it.
Yeah. This is going to be a Tiger for 0.
I also imagine with 1 floating, it seems quite likely that we would have seen an Uphold Tradition play on that turn.
Reasonable, yeah. This is a pouncing key, 4 go again here, maybe grabbing one of those Kikois for the first time this game.
And this is just such an impressive card in this format. It's so hard to find your way to 4 go again. I mean, you have to jump through some hoops for it with Breed Anger. Pouncing Chi gives it to you for 0 as long as you can find the Tiger.
Yeah, quite a strong combo card. Probably the best one at common.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go to 12. Yeah.
And says no blocks. Let the board die. Go to 12. Let's see what you show me.
Again and again, we see Michael just being willing to drop these spectral shields, and he's like, as long as my hand is strong offensively and is a good 4-card play, I don't mind taking some damage and losing my board.
Kevin has something Michael might not have expected here. Transcending, searching his deck for another card with combo, and kind of using it to punish this reticence to block on this turn with 7 damage.
That is a key unleashed. Oh, he needs to be careful. All right, Tiger first, and then he can follow it up with the key unleashed for 7. This Tiger is for 0. There we go.
The Tiger's just a formality. We all forget sometimes.
Yeah, we all know what's really happening here. Michael on his side has a Moon Chakra here, so at least 1 defensive card. I think he has a Waxing Spectre and a blue. And is his 4th card another Waxing Spectre? Oh, it's the Astral Etchings.
Yeah, it's an Astral Etchings. It's possible he's not looking to do all that much blocking on this turn. Swing back with something commanding. And though Kevin's at a virtual 8 life here, he may just kind of want to push 8 if he can. Rip cards from Kevin. He knows his last card that he's putting in his arsenal here is just a Crouching Tiger.
It definitely can be done. I think we often can think of Enigma as this kind of defensive, classic illusionist just playing with the board she has, but she has just as many attack action cards at generic as anyone else, and she can send in, like we just saw Michael send that giant Bastion, she can present 8 damage pretty easily with 4 cards.
And here comes that Waxing Spectre out to play again. 4 go again, cracking in. At Kevin's 6 life with only 2 armor on the board. Your life total's starting to get pretty concerning here.
Kevin likely does not want to block that much when he sees these Ward Auras coming into play. He needs to be able to pressure them, but I think his hand is a tiny bit clunky here. Yellow Nimble Strike, multiple blues. He is going to block a little bit here, going down to 5.
Michael making a quick count of his deck just in case the game kind of goes that way. Taking 1 on this block and then a Solitary Companion. Just put 3 more Ward on the board, tuck this card away in Arsenal.
It feels like Michael is firmly ahead right now, but you never know what Zen can summon out of nowhere.
Absolutely. Ninjas are quite good at that. Michael drawing, I believe, his first Transcend card of this game.
There it is, the homage, as well as, I think, a blue Bastion this time.
Tiger in my hand.
Coming in with this red Harmony of the Hunt this time. 3 go again, a little bit under rate, but it lets him set up the staff, and Michael just no selling it. Moon Chakra, cover 3, Transcend, gain 1 life, put a Chi in my hand. All right, carry on.
That's exactly what he's been saving it for. Yeah, I guess it was a blue Moon Chakra all along.
Such an impressive card in this format. I think I like it more than the red.
And well done by Michael hanging on to it until he found that Transcend card to pair.
Looks like he's kind of considering cashing in his 2 bits of Kekoi here to keep his board alive when and where he can. Maybe on this staff for 2. He knows his arsenal's a Tiger. He knows a card in his hand is a Tiger. How much more damage could his hand have here?
It looks like he's going to cash in that Bastion, covering the 2, and also the Tiger that is likely to follow. There we go. Bastion blocking all of that.
Tiger for 0.
Tiger for 0, and it's going to be a no block from Michael. he's thinking here at the end of Kevin's turn. So priority has been passed, the chain is closed, and Michael's like, pause for 1 second, but we are going to go ahead and go over to his turn.
That's diligent play. And Kevin tucks this nimble strike away in Arsenal here, drawing back into that Cosmic Awakening that he put away in his deck earlier in the game. Michael kept so much of a board here, able to swing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I drew an awkward hand there. I couldn't even pressure your whack.
It looks like he's thinking about sequencing a little bit. Players are also chatting at the table, but at the very least, Michael's going to be able to swing both of these auras on board, as well as create a new Spectral Shield with Enigma if he so chooses.
And that's just so smothering. There's 8 damage on the board already. Kevin's at 5.
Is it possible the other 2 cards in his hand are both red? So perhaps a tiny bit clunky for Michael here.
I'm unsure it matters all that much with this Chi. Spectral Shield to go 2, 4, 3. That's pretty painful.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Even if even if Kevin is able to create a somewhat strong pushback, all it's going to do is start to eat a couple of these auras off the board, but there's no way he can pressure Michael's life total with so much ward in play right now.
It really feels like the writing is on the wall for Kevin right now. I want to see if he can kind of muster a powerful swing back with this equipment he has on the board.
He's now being forced to block either with equipment or a card in his hand. We see that Cosmic Awakening drawn again. I don't think it's going to end up swinging for 20 this game, unfortunately.
It does seem a little unlikely, but it is still a blue block 3, and that's what's beautiful about that card.
Yeah, a lot of cards in this set have that nice floor. They have like a particular purpose in maybe a specific scenario. In this case, a very specific scenario, but they can pitch for 3 or block for 3 until you get there.
I just want to clarify, he's presently swinging with the Waxing Spectre, yeah?
I believe so. I think we're considering blocks on the 4.
Understood.
No stream dice this time, though. I appreciate these players using them for the majority of the game. It does make it helpful for us.
Absolutely. This 4 is just it's lethal. It's quite obnoxious for Kevin here, and he doesn't seem all that ready to use his armor that he has on the board.
Taking
Maybe
his
waiting
time
until
here,
he doesn't have.
I respect this from Kevin. The game does look like it's getting close to over, but there's always a chance you're going to come back, and he's really thinking through his options and his outs. And as a Flesh and Blood player, you always have to do that because there's always a chance.
Absolutely. Looks like he's kind of being a little bit diligent here with this Mask of Wizened Whiskers, opting to save it either for a later turn if one comes, or just until there isn't go again on an attack coming in.
Michael's kind of on the fence here. He ultimately decides to push that companion in for 3, forcing either the mask or another card out of Kevin's hand. But he was considering perhaps just arsenaling the Haze Shelter and trying to use it more defensively.
And they're both very interesting options because Haze Shelter just cracking in for 4, even if it just wards 1 the next turn, that feels like enough at this stage of the game.
Yeah, sorry.
So we're thinking on the 3 here. Kevin is at 3. He does have the option to drop to 1. Trying to peek at his hand, it's a blue Pouncing Key, and I think maybe 2 Tiger Form incantations of opposite colors.
Yes, red and blue there, blue Pouncing Chi, and a Crouching Tiger. If he can manage to keep some cards here, this turn could be quite powerful.
Might be enough to at least clear the ward that's in play, and depending on what Michael draws, maybe you find a window where he stumbles and you get back into this game. You would kind of need him to draw a hand with a lot of Transcend cards, where he can't block super well and he can't present too much pressure on his own turn. I think that's what Kevin really has to hope for here, a lot of no blocks all at once.
Absolutely. And Kevin cashing in this mask, using it as his last point of life, going down to 1 to keep this hand of a couple incantations and a Pouncing Chi. He needs to go wide enough to take care of this board problem. It's gotten so out of hand.
Starting off with a Kakra, leaving that other Tiger Form incantation as a secret in hand. Gonna go stick into Little Tiger, into Pouncing Key, and then perhaps follow all of that up with his incantation.
Pretty reasonable block from Michael here. As you've stated before, kind of cashing in 3 block, but it's really still worth 3 even though the attack's for 2 just because of what it ends up protecting.
Absolutely. Pouncing Key is going to be for 2 in this case, and it makes a lot of sense to me that Michael's trying to use cards before his board if possible, leaving that stuff in play as long as he can. He did use 1 equipment there to deal with the Crouching Tiger.
And it's such an interesting kind of change in the cadence with which he approaches these games, where early on he's really content to let his board just kind of get wiped, get cleared, and, just come back at it later. But when it gets to the late game, he's protecting it a lot more aggressively, like almost rabidly, just giving up every single card in his hand that he can to just hold on to whatever board that he can.
Yeah, in this situation, his board is so threatening if not dealt with. As long as he can just keep these auras alive, he's going to keep putting Kevin down to small hand sizes, and there's pretty much no way out. He just has to make sure he doesn't end up losing these auras and running out of threats.
And speaking of, here comes a Spectral Shield for 2. Kevin has 4 cards in his hand, but it's likely he's forced to block with all of them at 1 life.
There's the first one, a red Biting Breeze being dropped, and it is a yellow Astral Etchings in the pitch zone, so Michael is going to be able to swing all of these auras.
Not the ideal color of pitch, but it's just enough to get you there here.
And that's the game.
He only has a 2 block.
Michael Metallo finishing the day at 8-1. Congratulations to him. Well played by Kevin too. 7-2. As we mentioned at the start of the round, is a fantastic record to be ending on. Nothing to scoff at there. Well navigated by both players, and ultimately Enigma ends up on top of this pod.
Yeah, and again, really impressively navigated by Michael, but also by Kevin. I felt like even through kind of some clunky draws, he had some awkward hands and maybe some situations where he was forced to block to when he really didn't want to. He navigated them just so well and played a really amazing game of Flesh and Blood. We are almost wrapped up for the day, but please don't tune out just yet. We're going to take a look at these standings, and then we have a little bit of giveaway for people after we talk about our last sponsor of the day, Silver Goblin. So here we have standings at the end of round 8. We don't have the standings in time for round 9, but this still gives you a pretty solid idea of who was where prior to that last round. Sunny Yang remaining at first seed despite losing on stream in that pod. Kevin Constantino immediately behind him, and Michael Metallo. So we've checked in with all 3 of these players recently, and all 3 of them are maintaining a pretty commanding performance at Canadians National Championships.
We see the other 2 7-1 players at the end of round 8. Daniel, who we haven't seen as much of today, and Michael Dilks. Or
Michael
Dilks. Too many Michaels in this game.
There are so many Michaels in this game.
Apologies to Matt. Matthew Dilks, who's also 7-1, who we've seen on stream multiple times at this point, doing very well for himself today.
Absolutely. He's our new Slayer here today, just absolutely running them through on Zen. Immediately after, we have Jeff Barber. Really, really nice guy. Just wanted to shout that out. Chatted with him about his draft, about his deck. He was super duper pleasant. It was really nice to meet him. Had a blast. That's all. Next seed at 7th, we have Victor Mercado. His name has come up a little today, but I don't think he's been on stream. Also at 6-3. And then Cass Emerson, who was just on stream, also ending the day at 6-3. Some other names that we have in the rest of these standings from people we've checked in with today are Shawn Dhaliwal in 9th place, Yuki Lee Bender at 11th place, Tariq Patel at 15th, Noah Clark at 16th, though his name hasn't come up today. He is a well-known player. He took down Battle-Hardened Montreal somewhat recently. And Michael Jaziker, whose draft we followed, despite that one not really going his way, hanging in there in the top 24, Madeline Abernathy, and Frank Boothroyd, who was also on stream today.
Yeah, lots of recognizable names here. I want to shout out Hayden Jensen as well, who has been on the circuit for a while and has had a couple good finishes. I just have seen him around at many Battle Hardens. So he's another strong player from Canada, hanging in there at 19th place. And speaking of Battle Hardens, let's talk about Silver Goblin, who recently hosted Battle Hardened Montreal. Ellie, take it away.
Absolutely. So Silver Goblin is a store from French Canada in Montreal. They have a Living Legend skirmish, a 1K. So pricing you can expect to be somewhat similar to a Battle Hardened up at their physical location in Montreal sometime soon. And I mean, if you live anywhere near the area, you have to go check it out. I love the staff. They're so sweet. A friend of mine, Kelsey, works there. Really, really amazing girl. Some other members of the staff, I bought some dragon shields from them yesterday. And I kind of made a little bit of conversation about certain dragon shields not having an amazing like cut on some of the sleeves, and maybe they're not playable for a competitive event, marked out of the box. And we cracked the box after I bought them, and then I just like didn't even have to like look through the box. I could tell they were marked, and I just handed them to them, and they had a good laugh about it. Replaced it, and also said they'd file the complaint to Dragon Shield for me and then send me the replacement when I got it. Super duper sweet guys. Really appreciate all their help. Really excited about this event. Living Legend is not a format that's gotten its time in the sun that much in Flesh and Blood, but it's really exciting. Brodie has expressed his love for getting to play some heroes he hasn't gotten to touch in a while. Briar, Lexi. If you're feeling keen to jam some Living Legend games and you live in French Canada, if you live in Montreal, you should absolutely rock up to Silver Goblin Skirmish.
I am so excited for these Living Legend skirmishes. I have played Lexi so far exclusively in the format, but I can't wait to go play some Runeblade as well. I really want to brew on Viscerai, and these skirmishes are a lovely start to kind of getting this format more into the world of Flesh and Blood, and sometime soon all the practice might pay off at a Living Legend calling. I really hope they have one of those.
You have no idea how excited I am to play Briar with Felling of the Crown. So wrapping up today, we have 6 rounds of pretty high-octane CC for you tomorrow. First, the last 3 rounds of Swiss going straight into the top 8 cut, where we're going to close it out, have some great games of Flesh and Blood be played on stream, maybe have a guest commentator who some of y'all might recognize if everything pans out, and crown Canada's 2024 national champion. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm going to ship you over to Ethan with some last thoughts.
Round of applause, everyone. Round of applause for how amazing Ellie was in her first cast ever. Can you believe that, people? Brodie, absolute veteran at this point. Of course, he did amazing, but they were really a fantastic duo. I was loving it every second of today, and hopefully you all were as well. And to make it even nicer for everyone who stuck around, like I said, we are now giving away the Judge playmat to a lucky person in the chat who dropped a comment between when we announced this giveaway before round 9 until round 9 concluded, which was just now. So get excited, because not only can you win this right now, you can also win. If you can't tell, I'm stalling for time in case anyone didn't enter yet. Go ahead, drop the comment in now. Tomorrow, there will be another heavy play giveaway. It's a similar deck box situation, $60 value, and then a very special Canada, like a localized Canada-inspired giveaway. You'll see coming tomorrow. But that's not all coming tomorrow, because of course they already talked about the games that are coming through. But there's a huge announcement on the Savage Feats side of things coming through tomorrow as well. So we're really hoping tomorrow breaks some numbers, folks. Like I said before, we will be the last nationals in the world wrapping up this season of nationals, right? We are in the latest time zone, so all these other, like Asia Pacific, Europe, all those, they will have concluded their nationals tomorrow ahead of us. So we'll be the last one. We're hoping all eyes are on Canadian nationals. It's always such a pleasure to come out and work with the Canadian crew. And on top of that, we might get the ban list dropped live, because it will be the future in New Zealand time, which is the 8th, which is when the ban list drops, where it's only the 7th local time. So I'm telling you, people, there's a lot of exciting things that might come through on tomorrow's stream, but at least you have to look forward to the top 8. That's guaranteed. The 2 giveaways, that's guaranteed. The huge announcement, that's guaranteed, along with some of the other goodies. But there we go. We are going to draw the winner of this here giveaway for the Taipanis. I'm just making sure I've got everything set up. Alrighty, folks. If you had dropped a comment at any point, you are eligible for the Taipanis Judge Playmat. And this was brought to you by Matt, who normally judges for Western New York Gaming. So they're, it's not actually... yeah, they're actually vending at this event, funny enough. He's working as a vendor, not a judge for once, and apparently decided he'd built enough of a space between him and the judge world of this event as vending. He decided, why not? We're not going to vend this mat. We're going to donate this mat, which was just an incredible move. He didn't have to do that. He absolutely didn't have to do that. But he's one of my favorite judges in upstate New York, and he decided to go ahead and do that for us. So here we go. Thank you, Matt. And the winner for the drawn playmat giveaway is, it should pop up. There we go. Termal Rope. I'm looking forward to this match. Both great players. Well, you looked forward apparently not only to the match, but for your prize. Because look at this. Congratulations. Congratulations. You have won this playmat. I'll drop what you got to do to get in touch with me. But that's really going to be it, folks. The full standing says Insane Joe. Round 9 is not concluding for like another 20 minutes. So we gave you the most updated standings we have, but there's some desync going on with the standings regardless, so I can't even tell you that it would take 20 minutes to get updated standings. It might take an hour. And the reality is we're not going to just wait an hour for standings that are one round different than what we can view right now. But we'll be back tomorrow and review all the standings going into day 2. So if that's good enough for you, that's what you can look forward to. All right, everybody, congratulations again to the winners today. We'll see you all tomorrow. You're all winners in my heart. And with that concludes day 1.